This knight made the biggest mistake of his life. A boy he wanted to hire for a quest turned down his help. The guy got pissed and felt disrespected because he's level 25 and solos this quest easy. But when he found out the boy was level 1, he started clowning on him, saying the boy couldn't even kill a chicken. That's when the boy challenged him to a duel. The knight couldn't believe he was being challenged by a level 1 noob. The whole town stopped to watch the drama. The knight pulled out his axe and asked what weapon the boy was going to use. Since the boy's a savage, he flipped him off and said that's all he needed. That made the knight furious. When the fight started, the knight went all in trying to smash the boy's head. But the boy dodged everything and was still laughing. The old man couldn't understand how a level 1 was this fast. He kept getting angrier and angrier, until he took a punch to the face and another to the gut that shattered his armor. The boy laughed like the Joker the whole fight. It ended with this psycho landing a KO and putting the knight to sleep. The crowd around them was lost, trying to figure out how he pulled that off. Truth is, he might be level 1 but his stats are like a level 50. What nobody knew is that a while back this boy was the top 1 player in the game known as the King of Violence. He ruled the server alone, until Odin showed up with the Ragnarok guild and started hunting him down. He even managed to tank them by himself for a good while. But in the end he got beaten. Odin was after him, because he always wanted Rokan in his guild, but the MC would rather die than join. So Odin destroys him completely. Rokan wakes up pissed in real life, because every time he dies in the game, he takes a penalty and gets weaker. The problem is, it wasn't just once. The whole Ragnarok guild hunted him down more than 8 times until he couldn't take it anymore. But the last time was different. While he was lying on the ground, he got a message saying he lost his King of Violence title from lack of stats. Odin saw he'd become useless, and didn't even bother finishing him off. No title, no stats, and no items. He stopped dying and taking punishment. Then out of nowhere, lightning strikes and kills him again. The guy's so unlucky that if he tried to buy a dwarf, the dwarf would grow taller. Rokan wakes up in his bed in the real world, dizzy and confused, because he should have woken up in the game pod. When he looks around the room, the pod is just gone. He checks his phone and sees the game hasn't even launched yet, realizing he went back 3 years in real life. The first thing he thinks is, this is Odin's fault. He runs outside and slams his head into a pole just to make sure he's really in the real world. Now that he's proven he's not going crazy, he heads straight to the gym and starts training hard, because the game launches in a month. In that game, your controller is your real body. If you're weak in real life, you die to the first monster you meet. So he trains like a madman to become a monster by launch day. A month later, the game launches. He gets in the pod and logs into the world of the Lord. The first challenge is the tutorial. A village attacked by goblins, and the only mission is don't die. The goblin glared at him. Then it swung. Gripping his weapon, Rokan shouted, "Long live cruelty." The monster froze in fear. He slashed at them. Another strike came flying in, and a huge blast went off. Rokan smiled and told them to bow down. The King of Violence was back. As people shouted to run, the village kept burning. A dead monster lay on the ground, and a glow rose from it. Rokan stared as notifications said he had beaten someone stronger than himself and won, earning the title Talented Fighter. He grinned. Perfect. That was more like it. He remembered that the real trick of the Lord was its achievement system. Raising a hand, Rokan thought about how the system boosts stats or adds effects whenever someone pulls off something rare or impossible. Walking with a torch, he thought that killing monsters with bare hands just to raise your level was the most pointless thing you could do in the Lord. Standing still, the hero said that, just as he expected, since this was training, no experience came from kills. From around a corner, he thought the intro quest was actually simple. The goal was just to survive the goblin attack on the village. So all he had to do was avoid the goblins and get out of the village. Since this was training, the system gave no exp and still expected a level 1 player to deal with 2 goblins. Rokan smiled, but what if there was another right way to clear the training? He broke into a wide grin. 2 months after the official release of the Lord, someone had found a new method. Touching his face, he wondered if surviving was really the key. Then he remembered. The quest wording wasn't about escape, it was about survival. After dozens, maybe hundreds of tries, he had found the perfect strategy. Sitting by a chest, he said there definitely was another way. And as expected, it gave a very different reward from the normal clear. Stepping forward, he thought the Lord had only just come out, so he was the only one who knew the perfect strategy. A girl ran from a goblin. She looked terrified. The goblin's eyes flashed. Rokan stood on a roof. More goblins rushed in fast. One snarled with rage. He turned his head. As his weapon spun through the air, Rokan remembered what that perfect clear really meant. A goblin screamed in pain. Smiling, he thought the answer was simple. Wipe out every goblin that invaded the village. A message appeared, saying that according to the system, 25 goblins had entered the village. Holding his weapon, Rokan thought strategy 1 was ambushes and back attacks, but that wasn't his style. He grinned. That method could take out 9 goblins, but no more. The goblins stared at him, and the protagonist's eyes lit up. He moved on, thinking that plan wouldn't work on the rest. Once the number dropped to 15, the leader would sense danger and gather everyone around him. After that, the group would stay together no matter what. So now, he said, it was time for strategy 2. Potions lined the shelves. Roken was breathing hard. Sitting on the floor, he cursed and said he really thought he was about to die. Charging that many at once had been reckless. A warning popped up. His health was down to 20% and his body functions were impaired. Roken reached for a potion. He drank it, and a message said he had used a low-level stamina potion, restoring his body functions. Closing his eyes, he said nothing felt better than a potion when you were one step from death. Weapon in hand, Roken heard the goblins suddenly start screaming. Their angry growls followed right after. He stepped out and asked what they were looking for. Then he laughed and told them to try catching him. A goblin bared its teeth. It leveled its weapon. Holding his sword, Roken called them closer. The monster clenched its teeth hard. MC smiled and said he'd prepared this just for them. Strategy 2 was simple. Buff himself as much as possible. Light flared around him. The goblin's eyes flashed. Roken struck first. The creature cried out. Another goblin stared at him in shock. Swinging his weapon, Roken said it was next. The monster shrieked. Its head flew off. He kept cutting through them. One goblin looked away, and he rushed in at once. He started swinging non-stop. Roken's sword flashed again. His eyes burned bright. Then he landed a sharp blow. A new notification made him pause. Touching his face, Roken thought that only players who really used the achievement system could grow stronger faster than everyone else. The protagonist stopped as more notifications announced an amazing feat. He had beaten several enemies stronger than him, gained the title Natural Born Fighter, and was the first to earn it. Smiling, he wondered what bonus came with getting that title first. Looking over the message, he realized that even though he was still level 1, his strength had climbed to 15, and his agility to 14. Those stats matched a level 10 player. A monster suddenly lunged at him. Roken grinned and asked if they still didn't get it. The goblin's head came off and flew away. Another hit slammed into a goblin. Lowering his head, MC said they were no match for him. Then, one of them swung its weapon at him. The monster roared in anger. Roken snapped his weapon across. Smiling, the hero asked why the stupid boss was still here. Smoke drifted near the buildings. The boss goblin swung its sword. Roken slipped past the attacks. Another strike came at him, and the goblin hit with crushing force. The smoke cleared. Sliding across the ground, Roken realized that in raw strength and speed, this thing was far above normal goblins. It was definitely the boss. Still, he grinned and said that no matter how you looked at it, it was only a goblin. He jumped aside. A heavy blow tore across the ground. As he swung back, Roken thought he had already learned the order of its attacks. He hit the monster. Lowering his weapon, he said, "Good, that should have worked." The goblin growled. Frowning, Roken questioned it again. Then it shot its hand forward. The creature's eyes flashed. It slammed the ground, and the hit caught Roken. A notification said he took 355 damage, and his health dropped to 20. The creature lifted its leg, then it stomped down. Watching it, the protagonist realized the problem wasn't strength or speed. With a frown, he said the real issue was how tough it was. The monster came closer. That's when it hit him. This was all about the boss's defense. With his current stats and weapon, he still couldn't land a killing blow. Looking ahead, Roken thought the potion effects would last less than 5 minutes. Fine then. He smiled and asked if it was ready. The goblin stared him down. Then Roken ran, shouting that this was a strategic retreat. The monster paused, confused. Its eyes flared. Then Roken's eyes widened, and he yelled. The monster stopped in place. Smoke swirled around it. The goblin looked toward a building. It grinned and growled. Roken was down on the floor. Grinding his teeth, he said it hurt so bad it felt like his ribs were broken. Damn, Gain, why does everything feel so real? It was way too realistic. Roken held a scroll. He tore it open and used the item he got from the store. A message said he'd activated a low-level fire-resistant scroll, raising his fire resistance by 30 for 10 minutes. MC smiled. Good. Now he just had to lure it in. The creature lowered its head and growled. Waving at it, Roken said it looked really mad and should calm down first. The monster swung hard, and he cursed. Its weapon kept flashing. The protagonist dodged each hit. Eyes wide, he said there was barely any room to move in here. Roken blocked another strike. The blow scraped along the wall, and MC was slammed into it. He dropped to the floor as messages said he'd taken 74 damage and his health had fallen below 10. A glow rose around the monster. Roken gripped his weapon tight. Then he swung and shouted. The weapon flew forward. The monster burst out laughing. Roken looked at it and asked what was so funny. He said it could laugh all it wanted. Still sitting there, he added that it would never get a chance this lucky again. The monster turned sharply. His weapon had lodged in a beam. Roken smiled and said he was glad to stay. Then he figured out a third plan. That plan was simple. Use the place around him. The goblin charged straight at him, and the ceiling started coming down on it. In a second, the monster was buried. Roken dashed ahead. A huge blast went off right behind him. Roken stopped and thought that even if he only did this for the prize, it still felt a little sad that the old king of violence had fallen this far. Now he had to win with someone else's tactics. A message popped up. He had beaten the armed goblin, and his health was under 1. Staring ahead, he thought this jerk had put him through all this shame. Clenching his fist, Rokan swore he would wait, then pay it back 100 times over. He blinked in surprise when another notice said he had finished the training. The protagonist looked ahead as more notifications appeared. An amazing achievement. He had earned the title David's Ceiling. He was the first to get it. Rokan blurted out in shock. Then another achievement came up, and he shouted again. The protagonist balled up his fist as the reward list appeared. The main training rewards were 10 loaves of bread and 50 copper coins, plus bonus rewards for clearing it perfectly. Grinning, from ear to ear, he said it felt good to finally get paid. As the smoke cleared, a voice told him to check the title effects in the status window. Rokan stared ahead. Smiling, he thought he had to be seeing things. This couldn't be real. Then he realized it was real, and 3 more notices popped up. Reaching out, he thought getting a legendary title this early was basically cheating. Another notification appeared, and Rokan thought the stats were already great. Having 3 extra options was insane. He smiled, knowing this title would help him reach his goal much faster. At this rate, he might even change his whole plan. Reading the next message, MC realized unique titles had even crazier effects. Throwing a hand out, he yelled that he was going to open every chest he got as a reward. Then Rokan suddenly vanished. Looking around, he said it had been a long time since he'd been here. He looked up and said the starting city was Carmenville. He covered his face and thought there were already a lot of players around, even though only a few hours had passed since the game launched. Watching the crowd, he figured some of them were probably here already. Rokan thought about Odin and his followers, the members of the Ragnarok Guild. Grinding his teeth, he wanted to find them right now and kill them, but he knew that would be stupid. Odin only rose to fame 2 years after the game came out, when he got the title King Creator of a Prosperous World. Looking down, Rokan thought no matter how he looked at it, something was off. A bunch of high-level rankers had sworn loyalty to Odin right away. They even changed their nicknames and looks. Thinking about them, he remembered people called them nerds, players obsessed with their avatars and that dumb cosplay of Scandinavian and Greek gods. But now it was impossible to find them. Looking down, Rokan wondered who they had been before joining Ragnarok. Maybe Odin had promised them some kind of reward, since they were as loyal to him as if he were paying them. Maybe he was the grandson of some CEO from a huge company. Stepping forward, Rokan cursed and said he needed to stop thinking about it. All that pain wouldn't fix anything. Lowering his head, he thought that no matter what, by the time they met again, he had to be stronger than everyone. As he walked on, Rokan thought about what he needed next. He looked surprised when someone guessed he wanted to train his combat skills. The man crossed his arms and told him to come inside. Then he could become as strong as him. Rokan glanced away. Then he rubbed his face. While training, he thought it was still day 1, so of course the place was packed. Still, he knew most of them would give up soon, so he decided to keep training. The old man said Rokan had talent, so he couldn't charge a promising kid full price. 20 copper coins would do. The protagonist looked shocked and realized the title effect had kicked in. The normal cost was 30 copper coins. People kept practicing on the dummies. Rokan stretched his arm and said he had really missed this. He threw a punch. As he hit the dummy, Rokan remembered this was one of Carmenville's ways to grind. Each hit gave a little experience, which sounded easy at first, so a lot of people rushed to the training ground. At first, plenty of players fell for it and ran straight here, but before long they were exhausted, asking when their level would go up after 5 hours of this. Soon, they all realized it was horribly inefficient. Rokan thought he'd rather do NPC quests, since they gave way more experience and also rewarded money or food. Still, most players would quit and go hunt goblins instead. If they stayed on the training ground, they'd have to pay for dummy rental and food too, a total loss. In his past life, he thought the same. Back then, he also believed the training ground wasn't for leveling at all. Part of the dummy broke off. Rokan breathed hard, then froze when a notice said his strength had gone up by 1. He smiled. This was the trick. If he hit the dummy until all his stamina was gone, one stat would rise by 1 no matter what level he was. Holding bread, MC thought he was the only one who knew this now. But even if others found out, most still wouldn't bother. Sitting on the ground, the hero figured that during the same amount of time, they could raise their stats faster by doing quests. But later on he wondered, would that still be true? The protagonist kept swinging his weapon, thinking that climbing from level 1 to 10 or 20 only took a day or two. But what about level 100 or 200? It was boring and exhausting now, but one day this grind would pay off. Crouching down, Rokan said they should go again. He punched the dummy over and over. Smiling, a guy asked what was making so much noise. Another told him to ignore it. The fool just wanted attention, and they should go do quests instead. Rokan frowned and thought they had no idea what they were missing. Once his level got higher, his stats would stop rising from simple hits. He swung hard again, then kicked 2. Rokon stopped as notifications said his strength, agility, and endurance had all gone up, and he could no longer raise stats at the training ground. Rokon opened his mouth when another message said he had earned the title Workaholic. Hearing it was a grand achievement, he clenched his fists and thought. Finally, he smiled and said great, it worked. Now he could focus on leveling too. A man stepped closer and asked if he wanted to become stronger. Raising a hand, the man said he'd been watching the protagonist for 9 days. The protagonist asked why that sounded so creepy. The man looked impressed and said someone as tough and driven as him could handle it easily. Then the coach held out a hand and said if MC wanted, he could show him something better. Rokon agreed right away. He was stunned. It was a hidden quest, and he had never heard of it before. They walked through a cave. The protagonist turned his head and thought there was some kind of passage hidden under the training ground. The man warned him it was dark, so he should watch his step. Rokon frowned, wondering what this something better really meant. Maybe it was a secret class or skill, but then the man said they had arrived. MC tensed up. A gate opened ahead. The man covered his eyes and announced this was an advanced training ground only the chosen could enter. Rokon snapped. His special thing was just dummies again. The man replied that these weren't normal dummies. A strange glow came from them. They took fighting stances, and the man explained they moved just like humans and could hit back. Anyone under level 10 could even die here. Frowning, the man asked if he wanted to try. As he explained, he only had one chance. Rokon stood there in silence. Then he grinned and said he was still annoyed, but this actually sounded fun. He stepped forward. The doors slammed shut behind him. He faced the dummies. Rokon swung hard. He threw a punch and shouted. His attack landed on a dummy. The protagonist paused. The dummy's eyes lit up. It rushed him at once. Rokon slid across the ground. He frowned as the dummy stopped right in front of him. Smiling, Rokon said these toys weren't bad. Jumping up, he laughed that this was great. Then he rushed in again, thinking the fun should keep going. The dungeon doors stood partly open. The dummy lifted its arm, and Rokon crushed it with his foot. Grinning wide, he realized he had reached level 10 and raised his stats. But even better, MC looked ahead as notifications for new skills and effects appeared. Hands on his hips, Rokon thought getting the epic title Indomitable Will here was the last thing he expected. Not in a place like this. Rokon said that remembering how hard he had worked for it in his past life made this feel unreal. A hit came at him, and he realized something crazy. He got that title just by fighting wooden dummies. The protagonist grinned. He thought to himself, perfect, the time had finally come. He arrived at the huge city of Taun. Soon, he reached the building entrance. A man was resting on a bed. He sat up and asked again. After hearing the address, Rokon smiled and said he was here to work for the client. The man stopped him and asked if he even knew what kind of place this was. MC looked back at him. Then he answered, of course, wasn't this the Berserker Guild? He pointed at the man and said he totally looked like a berserker. The man replied that he already knew that. Jack raised a finger and warned him. Once he picked a class, changing it again wouldn't be easy. Rokon said he knew, so they should just get it done. The man slammed his fist onto the table and shouted that this was great. A light flared up around Rokon, and a notice appeared. It said his class had changed to Berserker. Jack smiled and congratulated him. He was a Berserker now. Rokon broke into a huge smile when he heard he'd go back to level 1 while keeping his stats. At last, the man reached out and said he had a gift to mark the moment, and the protagonist could choose anything. MC picked up the weapon. His eyes lit up. He gave the weapon a swing. Jack watched in silence. Rokon tested the sword with a few more swings. Then he stopped. The man looked at him and said he was impressive. Rokon smiled, thinking this was exactly what he needed. The girl frowned. He had wanted to change classes for a long time, but unlike his past life, now he knew about hidden classes and how to unlock them. The protagonist turned his head and thought that the only way to crush those bastards was to become a berserker. Light wrapped around Rokon as he remembered what made berserkers special. Odin's followers always chased them, and the more cornered a berserker was, the higher their stats rose. MC clenched his fist. He realized berserkers could also boost their stats with the berserker skill. It was the best class for someone who could use raw stat gains better than anyone else. He could power up just by using berserker. Rokon gripped the weapon. With a wide grin, he thought that since Odin had cut off his head before, it would only be fair to return the favor. All at once, a notification popped up in front of him. The man noticed his face and asked what was wrong. He wondered if the class change had shocked him that much. Rokon said no, that wasn't it. His eyes widened as he tried to figure out what this was. He read the message carefully. Holding the weapon, he asked if this was really a hidden quest. At Iraq Bank, a woman welcomed him and asked why he came. The protagonist said he needed a loan. She told him to give his name and class, and when he said he was the protagonist, a berserker, she noted that this was his first class. That meant he could borrow 30 silver coins at 3% per month. Then he left the building. MC went straight to the man and asked for every berserker skill book first. Jack warned him it would cost a lot, but MC cut in and asked for the price. The answer was 10 silver. A notice appeared. He had learned the skill mastery books. He stared at the messages in silence, and the man asked what the issue was. He turned around and asked him something. Through gritted teeth, Rokan asked if he'd ever heard anything about the storm. The guildmaster asked what he meant. In the middle of the square, a new message appeared. Search for traces of the storm. Rokan quietly looked over the hidden quest. Frowning, he thought that this hidden mission had to be tied to the berserker class, but even the guildmaster knew nothing about it. Rokan smiled to himself. He'd never heard of this before, not even when he was the top berserker. Maybe someone else had found it first. Grabbing his head, the protagonist yelled, asking how he was supposed to solve this with no clues. Still, he knew he'd have to put it aside for now. He opened his status window. Looking at it, Rokan thought that now that he had his class, the next step was leveling up. Grinning, he reminded himself to stick to the plan. The people around him stared, confused. Rokan faced them and called out that he needed a guide to the orc camp, and he'd pay 15 silver. He turned when someone said he could lead him there. A man stepped up and said he could help. Smiling, the knight added that the reward had to be paid in advance. Rokan just stared at him. Then he asked through clenched teeth what level he was. The man answered that he was a level 25 heavy knight. 25. Rokan waved him off and said no way, he should find someone else. The knight thrust out his hand and shouted that he'd earned the mark of an orc warrior himself. MC shot back that he'd probably only beaten a few scouts and was using that to fool people. Rokan didn't buy it. He pointed out that reaching the orc camp deep in the forest took at least 2 people above level 30, so the knight should stop acting tough and move along. Looking away, the knight muttered that this bastard was really humiliating him in front of everyone. He reached out and used insight. A warning popped up that someone had used a hostile skill on him. Rokan lowered his head, and another message said self-defense skills were now available for 5 minutes. The time would extend if the enemy kept resisting. Rokan gritted his teeth and asked what he was doing. The man only laughed. He shut his eyes as the knight mocked him for being level 1, a noob who had just changed classes, yet acted way too bold. The knight smirked and said if he was that weak, he should have stayed quiet. The protagonist looked straight at him and asked if he really wanted to die. The man yelled back for him to try. An arrogant fool thinking he could reach the orc camp at level 1. Rokan smiled and asked again. The knight stared at him, confused. When Rokan said they should settle it with a duel, he held out his hand and said they should fight. The winner would take 15 silver, and there'd be no punishment, since it wasn't murder. The man gritted his teeth and asked if Rokan had lost his mind. MC only smiled and asked if he was scared to lose to a level 1 player. The man kicked off the ground. A notice appeared. He had challenged Rokan to a duel. The bet was 15 silver. Barry bared his teeth and told him to come on. He smiled. He glared back at Barry. They moved to the duel spot. The fight was about to start. Barry stepped forward. A crowd gathered to watch. People in the crowd shouted that there was a fight near the fountain. A girl looked over and said the duel was right in the city, like they had nothing better to do. Rokan grinned when he heard people talking about the duel. He faced the knight. The man's armor was on. He gripped his weapon. Barry snarled that he would kill him. Rokan answered that they should begin. Barry looked down and asked where his weapon was. Rokan clenched his fist and said this was it. The knight glared, hearing that the protagonist really thought he'd draw his blade for someone like him. Rokan just told him to stop talking. The duel began. A notice said if either fighter's health dropped below 5, they would lose. Barry swung his weapon and roared for Rokan to die. MC slipped past the strike with ease. Barry clenched his teeth and shouted. He slashed again. He dodged every hit while Barry yelled that all he could do was run. Barry frowned, thinking, how could a berserker be this fast? Rokan smiled and asked if it was his turn now. As Barry turned, he shouted that the protagonist was out of line. Rokan hit him first. Barry's helmet flew off. MC drove in another punch. He remembered the training ground. Because of those dummy fights, he'd pushed his bonus stats to the limit. He grinned. His level had reset with the class change, but his stats were still at least equal to a level 50 player. The crowd stared in shock. One guy shouted in amazement that Rokan was breaking armor with his bare hands. Barry twisted in pain. The protagonist smiled and said he had told them he was level 1, but not every level 1 was like him. A glow flashed around Rokan, and his status window popped up. Barry's eyes rolled back. The system declared him dead in the duel, and said he had lost 15 silver. MC smiled at the reward, and said he'd made himself some money. People around him shouted that they'd seen it with their own eyes. He was level 1, so maybe he was a cheater. Rokan tightened his fist. Still smiling, he thought that wasn't bad. It was enough to take the risk. Hand on his hip, he wondered how he was supposed to get there now, when suddenly someone spoke to him. Rokan turned and blurted out in surprise. The guy just grinned at him. Standing before the protagonist, he said he'd heard MC wanted to reach the orc camp, and MC said yes. A girl explained that they hadn't gone into the camp itself, but they had been around the area. Then she asked if he wanted to come with them. Rokan touched his face and asked their levels. The young man said he was 35, and the other 2 were level 32. He frowned. The protagonist looked them over and liked what he saw. A solid team with a tank, damage dealer and healer. Holding the bag in his hands, Rokan thought it was perfect, and told them he would not join their party. Instead, he wanted them to simply escort him to the entrance of the camp. With a grin, he offered 10 silver right away, and 5 more once they arrived. He also made it clear he would stay out of any fighting, and all drops on the way would be theirs. Soon, they headed into the forest. The young man suddenly widened his eyes. Through clenched teeth, he told everyone to stop. A tall tower stood ahead, right in front of them. The young man turned back and said this was where the orcs' territory started. Sentries were patrolling the area. Rokan raised a brow, already aware of that, then asked what they planned to do now. The young man glanced aside and asked the girl what she was giving him, and she told him to wait a second. Then he suddenly ran forward. A chunk of meat hit the ground. The monsters turned toward it. The orcs tensed up. One of them looked up and shouted. They were all staring at the meat. The young man turned his head when he heard that hunters had dropped it. He looked at the team and said, "Now." The group rushed in. Smiling, Rokan thought these people were more skilled than he first guessed. Not bad at all. They kept moving through the woods. The young man looked shocked. They had reached the orc camp. An orc rested a hand at his side. It looked like this was the only gap in their guard. Hidden in the bushes, the young man said the orcs had probably noticed that too, and stationed a sentry there. Keeping his eyes ahead, he added that there was no other choice. Ella started reading a spell. Reaching out, she used a silent skill. The orc cried out in surprise. The young man dashed forward. The monster stared at him, confused. He froze and began to speak, but his voice was cut off when the young man hit him. He stopped short inside. Weapon in hand, Odin said it was done. Pointing off to the side, he said Rokan could slip through that hole and come out right inside the orc camp. MC handed over the pouch and said, "Nice work, here's the rest." The young man thanked him and wished him luck. The girl looked at him and asked if he was really going in alone. The camp was dangerous. Rokan replied that he knew, and thanked her for caring. The young man turned and said it was risky here too, so they should head back. Still wide-eyed, the girl said she couldn't see how he would survive, even if he paid to get here. Ella told her to let it go. He was walking into death on his own. The young man kept his eyes forward and said they shouldn't worry about it, but she asked again. Frowning, the girl said she didn't know exactly why, but a weak man wouldn't hire an escort for no reason. Ella answered that maybe she was giving him too much credit. The duel was impressive, sure, but as they walked, the young man asked what she thought made him challenge that knight in the first place. The knight had reached his hand out first, and people who watched from the start said the knight was the one who used a hostile skill first. The young man's eyes lit up. He said that as far as he knew, the player who got attacked first could use self-defense. A glow wrapped around him. He went on, saying that if you beat an enemy in that state, you still earned experience. Eyes wide, Ella said that was true. It was a great trick for leveling. The girl then asked why Rokan would do it. The young man stared ahead and said maybe he didn't know for sure, but a player like Rokan had his own reason. He smiled. For some reason, he needed to stay at level 1 until he reached the orc camp. The orcs stared at him. Standing near Rokan, they shouted at him. The protagonist only smiled when he heard them call him an intruder. He clenched his teeth. Then Rokan shouted, asking who among them knew a warrior's honor. If there was a true warrior there, they should fight him now. MC spread his arms and thought it was funny that he of all people knew how to stir up orc pride. Smiling, he thought of a little-known way to beat orcs. He struck one and realized that yelling in the middle of their camp, a place warriors rested, could trigger one-on-one duels because the orcs would rush to defend their honor. Smiling, Rokan thought, good, he wasn't here to grind levels. This was a step he needed to become the strongest man in the world. He kept moving, thinking that earning near-impossible achievements and legendary titles was his real goal. The orcs glared at him. A duel with the most battle-loving race in the forest could give amazing rewards, and it was also the best hunting ground for safe one-on-one fights. Rokan grinned and called out, telling them to come one at a time. Who was the strongest among them? He looked at one orc, surprised. With a wide grin, the orc said this was his chance to defend his honor, so let him fight first. Rokan frowned and thought, damn, this guy was too sure of himself. Could he be the orc leader himself? Rokan looked up and judged the brute to be around level 70, maybe someone who had already changed class twice. Even with his stat tricks, winning would be hard. Through gritted teeth, he cursed himself for being so reckless. Then he turned when he heard, no, this man is ours. The other orcs closed around him and said the chieftain was too strong. They wanted a chance to defend their own honor first. Grinning, the orc said it was true. Rokan had to prove what he could do before facing their chief. One orc stepped forward. Kyle clenched his teeth when he heard it was his turn. Rokan smiled. He thought he was saved. Great, this should be enough. Then he suddenly shivered. Rokan realized he felt relieved only because this opponent was weaker. Gritting his teeth, he cursed himself. He needed to get a grip. Odin frowned, wondering if Rokan could ever surpass that jerk while thinking like this. The protagonist sighed when he heard that he should fight, then raised his weapon. The orc looked at him, confused. Rokan then tossed the weapon over his shoulder. Kyle asked what he was doing. MC started boosting his stats. His extra stat points had been at 0. With a broad smile, Rokan said, "Great, let's begin," and then focused on assigning 45 bonus points. The allocation finished, and the status window popped up. He stretched out a hand toward the orc leader. Smiling, he declared that fate had spoken. Today, he would die by Rokan's hand. The leader looked at him, and replied that he was quite an interesting little man. The protagonist smiled back at him. The monster's eyes flashed, and he turned. Kyle swung his weapon and shouted that Rokan was too arrogant. His opponent was Kyle now. The protagonist slipped past the strike with ease. The orc glared. Then he stared in shock when MC said his axe looked better. Smiling, Rokan said he liked it, then swung it himself. A bright flash burst out. He leaped aside. Kyle clenched his teeth and realized this man was stronger than expected. Staring ahead, he decided to use Cry of Decline. The sound made Rokan flinch. He looked at his hand and shouted. A notice popped up, saying Cry of Decline had reduced his stats for a while. Rokan smiled, thinking it was a lot like the Berserker skill battle cry. So the orcs had something similar too. Swinging his weapon, Kyle yelled that the protagonist was badly weakened now, and he would win. MC looked at him and asked what. Did he really believe that? Then, Rokan hit him. The orc gritted his teeth in pain. His eyes blazed. Staring at him, he roared that this insolent fool should die. Rokan dodged the strike. The orc swung again. Through gritted teeth, he couldn't understand it. He had weakened this man with his skill. Rokan kept dodging as the others shouted about what he was waiting for, and told Kyle to finish him already. Gritting his teeth, the leader thought it was strange. Kyle had the edge in both speed and power, and yet, Rokan smiled and asked why Kyle still hadn't killed him. Looking at the orc, the protagonist asked if he was wondering why this was happening. Then he kicked him. Kyle was panting hard. MC said his attack pattern was painfully simple, just dumb. Looking at the orc, he said it could be read after watching his moves once. The monster's eyes flared. Swinging again, he shouted that Rokan shouldn't get cocky. The protagonist blocked the blow. Kyle lowered his head and gasped for air. He winced. Rokan swung his weapon. The orc's eyes widened, as he said he would remember MC. The monster stared at him and admitted that the man was strong. He kicked him again. He stared ahead with a hard look. The orc said that this man, Rokan grinned when he heard the result. He had won. An amazing man, very strong. He checked the notification. It said he had earned an incredible achievement and received the title Orc Warrior Who Killed at First Level, the first player ever to get it. Rokan clenched his fist and thought, great, he did it. Everything had been for the title Orc Warrior Who Killed at First Level. A glow rose around him as he recalled the rule. After a class change, if he killed a higher level monster while still level 1, he could earn a special Slayer title. Smiling, the protagonist thought the stronger the monster, the better the title's effect. Perfect. Even after he leveled up, it would still matter. Looking at the notice, he added that he still had to beat the unlucky orc chieftain. Rokan smiled. His title and experience were frozen, and he had taken the quest Honor of a Warrior. Once he cleared it, he would get both the title rewards and the stored experience. Resting his weapon on his back, he asked, Honor of a Warrior is a quest? What quest? So it was him. Facing the chieftain, the hero heard that he had earned the right to fight him. The protagonist frowned. Gripping his weapon, he asked what that meant. It was his choice. The monster gave a small smile and asked what exactly the issue was. He had come into their land and started yelling about a warrior's honor. Rokan clenched his teeth as he heard that because of that, he had to protect his honor to the very end. Damn it. In the articles he had read before, nothing like this had ever come up. The orc raised a hand, and Rokan realized monsters were basically NPCs. In a game like this, it wasn't that strange for one to give a quest. Staring ahead, he understood why. The monster's eyes flashed, and MC thought if he beat the chieftain, he would get an extra reward. If he lost, he would die, but he could still keep the rewards he had already earned. Weapon in hand, the protagonist said that if he lost, that was nonsense. He raised his weapon and said he'd crush him. The chieftain laughed, calling him a funny little human, then told him to come on. His challenge was accepted. Rokan grinned. He faced the monster head on. The hero opened his mouth wide. The protagonist's eyes shone. He glanced aside and thought. Finally, Rokan smiled, thinking this rush, this boiling blood, and this flood of power were exactly why he'd never switch to Berserker. The orc gritted his teeth. Looking at him, the monster wondered what kind of insane power this was. The hero kicked off the ground, and the orc realized he had hidden this strength the whole time. The protagonist leaped up fast. He slammed down. With a grin, Rokan asked if there was some kind of problem. The hero charged in. He jumped again. The protagonist smiled wide. The orc gritted his teeth. In Berserk it was hard to tell friend from foe, but Indomitable Will cancelled that out. He wouldn't mistake this jerk for anyone else. Rokan's eyes flashed as he thought level 1 Berserk lasted 180 seconds. Charging forward, he thought that once that time ran out, this fight would be over. The chieftain clenched his jaw. The protagonist ran straight at him. His eyes burned bright. The orc gritted his teeth and shouted that he was a beast. Rokan swung his weapon. Frowning, he thought the boss was strong and tough, just what you'd expect from an orc boss. Then he jumped again. The protagonist rushed the chieftain, thinking that now at least he was faster. Rokan swung again. He sprang up. The hero struck the orc. The other monsters gritted their teeth. They couldn't believe it. The orc's eyes widened as they realized their boss was getting pushed back. Staring ahead, the orc thought, "Damn, this won't work." Rokan clenched his teeth. He was overpowering him now, but he still wasn't doing real damage because of the huge level gap. He needed a critical hit. The monster threw a punch. The protagonist lunged forward. As he closed in on the chieftain, he thought this was his chance. Now he'd break through. The orc gritted his teeth. Rokan glared at him in anger. The monster looked aside and wheezed. Then he used throw. Rokan cursed under his breath. The orc swung hard. The protagonist frowned and gasped as a message popped up. His low-quality battle axe had broken. He slid across the ground. Facing the monster, he cursed himself for falling for such a cheap trick. Then notifications appeared. His health had dropped below 30, and Berserk would last 80 more seconds. Frowning, the hero thought that as a boss, his attack pattern was never going to be simple. The leader stepped forward and asked what all that had been. Clenching his teeth, he said he had expected more. This was disappointing. The protagonist stared ahead. Then he broke into a grin and shouted. Rokan's eyes widened, and he laughed. Still looking forward, he asked what? He expected that? That sounded way too bold for a coward who attacked from behind. The monster stared in surprise. Then he asked again. The two faced each other as Rokan said he wasn't fooled. If the chief wanted to fight, he could have done it at once. But instead he showed off in front of his underlings. Pointing at him, the hero said it had all been to figure out his level. Looking at him, the chief asked if he was just making excuses for losing. What a pathetic human. The protagonist smiled and said yeah, maybe it did look that way. Then he admitted he had been so focused on getting stronger fast that he relied too much on plans and logic. Rokan grinned and thought a straight fight suited him best. The orc clenched his teeth. The hero suddenly charged. Frowning, the chief thought he was just a runt. The protagonist's eyes flashed. The orc stepped in, thinking the human kept attacking head-on without even trying to dodge. Rokan gritted his teeth. He knocked aside the orc's blow, and a notice appeared. His health had dropped below 20. Looking down at him, the monster asked if he had gotten desperate and reckless. The hero smiled as he heard Berserk had 60 seconds left. Staring straight ahead, he yelled for him to shut up. The protagonist swung hard. The orc closed his eyes, thinking it was a shame, but he had already won. He struck back, and messages appeared. Health below 10, bleeding applied. The hero shook and gasped for air. The protagonist frowned, seeing his health drop under 5. The monster gritted his teeth and thought it was finally over. The orc lifted his weapon and said he should accept it. Victory was his. Rokan smiled. A glow rose around him, and a notice said the epic title, Indomitable Will, had activated. The monster stared, stunned. Impossible. He was getting even stronger. The protagonist attacked as notifications appeared. With health below 5, all stats rose by 50%, and Berserk had 30 seconds left. Looking ahead, Rokan shouted that now he would finish him. The monster clenched his teeth, thinking this was dangerous, and used Iron Body. The hero hacked at him again and again. He roared in fury. The leader winced, telling himself he just had to endure. Then a crack spread across the weapon. The orc struck, and a message said the enemy's weapon had been destroyed. The monster shouted in shock that it was impossible. Clutching the weapon, the protagonist yelled that anything was possible. He landed a sharp blow on the monster. A message appeared. He had defeated the orc boss. The orc leader stared ahead in shock. His weapon was gone, and a moment later, he dropped to the ground in front of Rokan. As the leader slowly faded, he said he couldn't believe a human had beaten him. Standing over the fallen enemy, the boy said he had warned him. With a sly smile, the protagonist added that today he would die by his hand. Just before vanishing, the orc leader laughed and spoke to the human. Then he declared the protagonist a great warrior, and hearing that, the protagonist smiled. A second later, several system windows appeared saying he had beaten the orc boss and leveled up many times. The nearby monsters were stunned, asking how this was possible and if their boss had really lost. Looking at the boy as he tossed his battle axe onto his shoulder, the orcs were amazed by his power and kept calling him a true warrior. Rokan could only think that these dumb creatures had finally recognized him. Suddenly, a system message appeared before the protagonist, saying the Berserk effect would end in 5 seconds, and seeing that, he realized he was still close to death, so he needed to heal fast. Rokan quickly pulled out a low-quality health potion from his inventory, and used it. As the system confirmed it, he thought Berserk was a great skill, but the downside was brutal. Then more system windows appeared, saying he had received the title of Orc Boss Killer at level 1, a legendary title for being the first to beat him alone, along with extra effects and a strength boost. The system also said he had gained the title Honorary Orc Warrior, earning the respect of other orcs by defending his honor in battle. Since he was the first to get it, more effects were added too. Seeing all that, the boy laughed with a huge grin and said the reward was amazing. Clenching his fist, he thought it had been rough, but he had gone past his original goal, and even earned a legendary title. holding the huge battle axe in his hands. Roken thought he had to keep going and level up like crazy. He said he was moving on and asked who was next. Hearing that, the orcs were shocked and asked what he meant, because the fight was already over. He had beaten the boss and was now an honorary warrior. That left the boy confused. Looking at the system message, the protagonist couldn't believe this nonsense. The notice clearly said the honorary orc warrior title made all monsters of that type stop attacking him, and Roken got annoyed. He wasn't done hunting yet. Clearly unhappy, the boy said he had wanted to wipe them out for experience points and never thought beating the boss would cause this. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought it wasn't really that bad, because there were other ways to level up, and having good ties with the orcs would probably help later. Right after that, Roken turned around. In front of him, he saw a huge crowd of monsters bowing to him and calling him a respected warrior who defended his honor. They wished that the spirit of a warrior would stay with him. After that, the boy grinned. Soon, their cry wishing the warrior's spirit on him echoed through the whole orc camp. Then the story shifts to the city of Catan, where adventurers moved through the streets. The protagonist happily checked a system window and said this was great. In that system window, Roken looked it over with excitement and thought about how much he had grown. He had jumped to level 18 after only 2 fights. Thinking back to all the orcs he cut down, the protagonist figured that if he'd wiped out the rest, he'd be at least level 30 by now. A second later, MC let out a breath and told himself it didn't really matter. Level 18 was already enough to make peace with what he missed out on. Then another thought hit him. Since he was already in the city, he should learn some extra skills. A big knife sliced clean through a chunk of meat. The man smoothly cut off a piece with practiced hands. Clearly excited, the butcher showed him that you split the bones like this, and the boy watched in shock when all of a sudden, the system told him he had gained the butcher skill. Roken quickly saw the value. Processing hides and monster meat could bring in money, and rare materials would be easier to get. After that, he headed to another shop. A smiling girl explained that if he read the book, he'd learn fast, and most of all, only clean cloth should be used for bandages. While the boy, clearly bored, read through it, he acted like he already knew it all. But as soon as he cut the cloth with scissors, the system gave him the first aid skill. As he kept going, the protagonist thought that if he learned to treat himself, he could save money instead of buying health potions. Looking at the bandage in his hand, the protagonist realized it had the best price-to-value balance. Right after that, Roken went to the blacksmith. The smith set the repaired axe on the anvil and said he'd fixed everything, then asked for 1 silver. Roken picked up his weapon and checked the notice. His orc warrior's battle axe was fully restored. With new skills and proper gear, he felt ready. With a nasty grin, the protagonist was finally ready for the game's main quest. Then the story moved to the sewers of Cthon. Holding his nose, Roken muttered that the place smelled awful. As he kept walking through the sewers, the boy told himself he knew what he had to do, but the stink was still unbearable. Then a system message popped up, telling him about the sewer cleaning quest. His job was to collect the tails of sewer rats. Still pinching his nose, the protagonist couldn't believe he was doing this right after a life-or-death fight with the orc boss, and he wondered if he could just leave. Roken pushed on anyway. He had to clear 10 quest chains before the main one, so it was better to finish this fast and never think about it again. Suddenly, something showed up in front of him. It was a giant mutant rat. As soon as it noticed him, the monster turned its head. Recoiling in disgust, the protagonist muttered that it was gross, and asked what kind of mess this was. A second later, the huge rat charged. The mutant opened its mouth wide and lunged at Roken. At the same time, he swung his axe and killed it in one blow. The protagonist grinned wildly as he crushed the giant rat. Watching the corpse vanish, Roken couldn't believe a tiny sewer rat had dared attack him. Covering his nose again, he said the stink meant he'd probably found the right spot. Then he looked ahead. A glance to the side made the boy notice something else coming at him. It was a whole swarm of mutant rats. Seeing them, the protagonist broke into a wide smile. This was it. Roken spun his battle axe and said it was easier when they came to him on their own. Then he swung and started cutting the monsters down. The rats kept rushing him. All the boy did was smile. Soon mutant blood was flying everywhere, and the sounds of battle filled the sewer. Each sewer rat vanished after it died. When the fight ended, Roken rested the axe on his shoulder, saying that it was easy, while the system announced a special achievement. He had killed 200 mutants and earned the title Rat Hunter. Holding a fading corpse, the boy figured their strange look came from the plague, which meant the source had to be close. Then, the whole area shook, catching the protagonist off guard. He quickly turned and smiled wide. On his face, another monster appeared right in front of him, a level 23 plague rat, making ugly noises. Gripping his axe, Roken said this was pure luck. The level 23 field boss plague rat rushed straight at him. It screamed with its mouth wide open. The protagonist felt sick every time he saw that thing, but he knew he had to finish it fast. Then, the plague rat struck with its tail. Roken dodged neatly. Right after that, he dashed forward past the tail. Charging in, the protagonist called it a filthy rat. One sharp swing cut off its tail, and Roken snapped that it had no right to poke him with something so dirty. the giant rat stared at his weapon in fear. MC twirled his battle axe behind his back and mocked it. Be a good little rat and show him its neck, and it wouldn't hurt. Then, the mutant rat swelled its cheeks, ready to spit. A moment later, it fired poison at Rokan and caught him off guard. The toxic spit barely missed his hand. After that, the protagonist watched the poison eat into the ground, and remembered this attack had been so long ago that he'd almost forgotten it. Looking at his hand, now slightly burned by the poison, Rokan frowned, as the system warned that the plague rat had poisoned him, and every 10 seconds he would lose 1 point of health. Then the huge monster charged again. Grinding his teeth, the boy admitted it was really getting on his nerves. At the same time, the mutant rat slashed with its paw. Rokan drew in a breath and got ready. Then he used Battle Cry, and the system showed the boss's stats dropping under the debuff. Rokan shifted his arm aside and kept spinning the axe. He pulled back his fist, ready to strike. Then he aimed right at the spinning blade. His fist shot toward the turning battle axe at high speed. The hit was about to land. If it connected, the rat would take massive damage in the stomach. Sure his plan would work, Rokan grinned and asked if that useless poison was really supposed to kill him. But when the enemy kept moving, he was genuinely surprised. Watching the huge monster heal itself, the protagonist realized it was tougher than expected, and that was probably why it was called a field boss. It could regenerate. Rokan raised his battle axe in front of him, and said that just made things more fun. He told it to come at him. The plague rat instantly rushed in. Rokan slipped past the attack with ease. Then he gripped his weapon with both hands and prepared to counter. A moment later, he used Dash and Strike, the skill, and swung. Then the boy turned to attack again. Driving forward, the protagonist said this was great, and wanted to see how long the rat could keep going. A moment later, Rokan unleashed a huge flurry of blows on the mutant. When it was over, the plague rat's remains were sprawled on the ground. Looking down at his beaten enemy, the boy said it had all been pointless. He stepped right up to the mouth of the huge monster, asking what it was thinking. Did it really want another round? Then Rokan lifted his foot. He stomped on the plague rat's head and told it was too weak for this. As the protagonist grinned, the system announced he had leveled up and defeated the plague rat field boss. Once the fight was done, Rokan wrapped his wounds. Sitting there in the sewer, he thought the poison had been a pain, but it helped him gain poison resistance. The system confirmed his body could now resist poison. Walking over to the plague rat's remains, the protagonist thought he was finally about to get what he wanted most. Then he used his butcher skill. After a while, he found the plague stone and held it in his hand. The boy clenched the artifact tightly, as the system warned that the plague curse had struck him. Hearing that, he looked up at the system window, which said all his stats had dropped, and every 10 seconds his health would fall by 5. If he didn't heal himself, he could die. He thought that, just like in his past life, he remembered how confused he had been by the curse, but this time would be different. As he walked through the sewer passages, Rokan knew it was time to leave this rotten place and go get treated. Then the story shifted to a castle marked with red flags. Holding a bag of mutant rat tails, the man said everything checked out, and lately those monsters had been causing more trouble. The knight praised the work and said he'd pay at once. While the system announced that sewer cleaning was complete, the tails had been counted, and Rokan received 10 silver coins. Then the boy showed the stone to the guard and said he'd found this strange artifact, which surprised the man. Staring at the crystal in shock, the knight said it was clearly cursed, and spots even appeared on his face. Turning away at once, the guard explained that this was bad, and asked if he could take it to Mr. Sam. He said he'd warn him first, and he would definitely be cured. Still annoyed, the protagonist thought he could just take it there himself. He looked at the system window as it announced the mission was to deliver the cursed stones. That was the whole point. Get them to the right place before the curse killed the player. Rokan knew he couldn't turn it down, because the reward was too good. Then he reached his hand out and accepted. He said they could count on him, and the knight thanked him. He added that Rokan looked terrible and should take this. A system message popped up. 5 low-level health potions received. Then the guard covered her nose and told him to get a shower right away. He still reeked of the sewers. Right after that, the story moves to a tower in the middle of the city. On the way there, Rokan figured the place must have cost a fortune. Nothing like the idle berserkers guild. People around him kept covering their noses, but he kept going. He remembered that in his past life, mage was one of the most popular classes, though he still thought berserkers were the better choice. Then the system warned that his health had dropped to 30. The protagonist checked his condition for himself, realizing he was getting worse. Knowing he had no time to waste, he hurried toward the tower. Then he made his way up the stairs. A moment later, Rokan pushed the doors open and called out, asking if anyone was there. An old man in glasses noticed him and turned, asking who he was. The wizard pinched his nose and said Rokan should have washed before coming here. In response, the boy held out the plague stone and said he came for treatment after finding it in the sewers, and was told to bring it here. Staring at him, Sam asked if that was the stone. Then the old man in glasses opened his arms wide and said Rokan had come to the right place. He specialized in curse-born illnesses, and told him to hand it over. Hearing that, Rokan just kept staring ahead, silent and threatening. Annoyed by that reaction, the wizard snapped, asking what he was waiting for, and demanding the stone since the curse was still eating away at him. Then the boy said he'd only hand it over if this really was the real Sam, which left the old man stunned. Right after that, Rokan pulled out his weapon from his inventory, and the old man asked what he meant. The protagonist aimed his huge battle axe right at the sorcerer, scaring him badly. As the wizard demanded an explanation, the boy only kept that hard stare. Without lowering the axe, MC said that if he really was genuine, he should be able to stop the attack easily. Then he swung. He told him to prove it, or he really would kill him. Terrified, the old man in glasses begged him to wait. At that moment, the flower on the windowsill twitched and told him to stop. Seeing that, Rokan put his axe away, and a strange blue creature admitted it had lost. A moment later, the real wizard appeared in front of him, and explained that the other one was just a double used to test magicians. He never expected a berserker to see through it, while he thought he'd at least turn out to be a bird by the window. Usually, don't they turn into animals? Thinking about the unknown person who wrote those forum posts, the boy figured this out thanks to Tolkien's guide, and silently thanked him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him. It said he had earned an incredible achievement for exposing the Supreme Mage's trick on his own. He also received the title One Who Sees Through Lies, along with Resistance to Illusions and the Bell of Truth. Smiling at the message, Rokan was thrilled. He knew he would have missed this unique title if he hadn't found the wizard's real form. Just then, Sam smacked him and said he needed the stone right now, because Rokan was in real danger. Noticing the spots on his face, the kid realized his health was almost gone, and the system warned it had dropped below 10. Standing in front of the old man in glasses, the protagonist finally agreed. That caught Sam off guard. But first, Rokan rang the Bell of Truth and said this time he really had to be sure Sam was real. No one was going to trick him or make him look insane. The bell confirmed the wizard was telling the truth, so Rokan said he'd finally hand over the stone. Sam took the cursed item and told him to drink a potion first. Right after that, the system announced he was free from the plague curse. Rokan flexed his hand and said he felt better. Then he added that Sam must be a high-level mage. Sam stared at the plague stone and said it really had been in the sewers. An instant later, dark purple energy burst out of the crystal. Using magic on the black stone, the sorcerer said he'd need more time to study it. Then he asked the boy for anything else he knew, and Rokan explained that the stone seemed to have changed the sewer rats and made them mutate. Hearing that, Sam started thinking about using rats to spread chaos, then said the guards should have been able to handle them easily. Leaning toward him, the protagonist suggested that this stone seemed deadly to humans too, and the old man in glasses replied that they needed to trust his experience. Then the wizard suddenly understood something. With a grim look, he stared ahead and said the real goal was to turn into a human. Looking at the plague stone, Sam said he'd need more time. Then he concluded that if infected rats were moving through the sewers into houses and alleyways, he understood what they were planning. The old man in glasses concluded that if infected rats were moving through homes and alleys by way of the sewers, then he likely knew the plan. Hearing that, Rokan thought this was exactly what you'd expect from a high-level mage. He figured it out from only a few clues. The protagonist pictured people in black robes and guessed they were trying to spread the plague through the city's sewers. He imagined infected rats reaching the beggars in the slums and realized that by the time anyone noticed, the plague would already be everywhere, starting in the poorest areas. Remembering all the masked men who later tried to help the sick, Rokan realized this was why players had to clear the so-called 10 hellish quests, and now he might have skipped all that. With a serious face, the wizard said he had to tell the captain of the guard at once. Then he turned back and asked MC to come back in 2 days. Just then, a system window appeared, announcing the Plague Spreader quest, whose goal was to meet the sorcerer again in 2 days. After taking the quest, the boy headed outside, picking at his ear. Once he left the magic tower, Rokan wondered if he could really just leave, since he'd never seen this before. Then Rokan was shocked to see a new system notification, saying he had just chosen a branch of the main scenario. He turned around fast, looking back at the tower behind him, and then got another general notice. The Plague Outbreak branch, along with similar quests, had been removed. Stunned, Rokan realized the Plague Outbreak was the first quest in that chain of 10 hellish quests, and it vanished because of this choice. He pictured other players getting locked out of those 10 quests. That meant they couldn't move through the main story the same way anymore. Instead, they'd be stuck with harder, longer tasks. Once he understood that, Rokan grinned. He'd bought himself time, and Sam had told him to come back in 2 days. With a smug look, he thought ahead. He already knew a place to spend those few days. Right after that, Rokan went to the cemetery, searching for an entrance. He spun his battle axe behind his back, and muttered that it should be somewhere to the east. Looking at the shining blade, he thought about how he'd spent the rest of his money on throwing axes and armor, and figured they should last him until level 50. After putting the axe away, he reminded himself that this was a cemetery, a place where most people would think there's nothing here. Then the protagonist glanced aside and noted that he knew this place's secret, while other clueless players still had no idea. The information wouldn't be public for a few more months, Suddenly, the boy spotted some strange object on the ground in front of him. When he got closer, a system message identified it as a gravedigger's prosthesis and hinted the owner would probably be happy to get it back. Rokan imagined the old man holding the prosthesis, but knew returning it normally would just get him kicked out with no reward, which is why most players ignored this quest. He walked up to a grave with a small hole in the tombstone and said this was it. Then the protagonist took the newly found gravedigger's prosthesis and fitted into the hole. At once, a secret passage opened before him. Rokan stared at the path as the system announced he had discovered the secret dungeon, Moonlit Cemetery, earned a major achievement, and got the title Seeker for being first. With a smug grin, MC said this was perfect. Now he had a place to make money. The system added that Seeker improved vision, helped in dark places, and made hidden devices easier to detect. Thinking of hidden traps, he realized the title didn't just sharpen his sight, it also raised the chance of spotting secret devices by making them stand out. The system gave him a first visit bonus, 30% more XP and drop rate for 3 days, as the protagonist headed for the dungeon entrance. He figured that since he got that bonus, he should make the most of it while he could, and cash in on it. A moment later, Rokan went down the stairs. Then the hidden entrance started closing behind him. Right after that, the protagonist moved slowly through the dungeon corridor. Looking around, Rokan realized he wouldn't be able to leave until he cleared the place. To him, that kind of rule made sense for a hidden dungeon. Then he got nervous, thinking about ghosts, and wondered what he'd do if they showed up, since even an axe can't hit them. Just then, enemies appeared ahead. A pack of level 25 grave skeletons blocked his path. Rokan charged in and started smashing them. Before long, several skeletons were down. As more rushed at him, he muttered that they were just walking bone piles. One clean swing from his huge battle axe wiped out the rest, and he decided this place was way better than hunting sewer rats. When more enemies came from the front, Rokan readied his axe behind his back. A second later, he grinned. Then, with a wild look in his eyes, he started hacking through skeleton after skeleton. Bones flew everywhere as his axe crushed them apart. Then Rokan used Strike, following up with another blow. Right after that, a huge wave of skeletons was blasted away. Watching their remains fade, he said it was easy, and the system announced he had reached level 22. Staring at the system window, he checked how much he had built up. As he looked over his stats, Rokan figured that more than 100 extra points had already stacked up, and there was no reason to keep saving them. A moment later, he started tapping through the system window fast, knowing he didn't absolutely need to do it now, but it would speed up his hunting. Soon after, all his extra stat points were assigned. The updated character window popped up, and Rokan, with a sly grin, liked what he saw. His strength had hit 200, but MC still needed more mana for his class skills, so he put a few points into intelligence too. Then he rushed back into the grind. 2 days remained before the main scenario, and he needed to hit level 30. A heavy blow slammed into a skeleton. The hit sent it flying into a wall. All around him, monsters dropped and their remains vanished. Rokan frowned and said this was getting boring. After a while, the boy ran into a skeleton warrior, a level 30 dungeon boss, swinging its axe. The giant monster roared. At that same instant, Rokan got behind it and killed it in one strike. While picking his nose and calling them nothing but rattling bones, he got the notice that he had reached level 30. Looking at the message, he thought he'd finally made it, and this cursed place was done at last. The protagonist thought he had been in there for 2 straight days, killing everything, and it was good that he had gained around 10 levels in that time. Checking his wallet, which held 1 gold and 80 silver, Rokan realized he had actually saved up a decent amount. He also thought about the gear in his head, and figured he had managed to get skeleton warrior armor, noting that the warrior class could use it. Sitting on a pile of monster materials he had collected, the boy figured that now he had dozens of full sets. Satisfied, Rokan thought he should sell them and invest the money somewhere smart. Knowing the future of the game made that a huge advantage. Looking at the system window, the protagonist knew it was time to leave, even if he hated giving up such a good farming spot. He also pictured taking this info to a merchant, and wondered if he could squeeze money out of someone for it. Guilds raising new players would fight over a place like this. As he headed for the exit, MC thought about what to buy next, a better weapon or accessories with strong stats. At that moment, Sam cast magic on the book. Then, Rokan opened the door and told the old man he was back and glad to see him again. The old wizard stood up and apologized for leaving so suddenly before. The situation couldn't wait. Then the boy asked whether he had found the culprit. Sam pictured the night and said he looked into it, but found nothing, and there were no witnesses. With a serious look, the protagonist said that made sense. Those bastards weren't easy to catch. Thinking of the black-robed figures, he remembered they were the fans of decadence, and the main story was all about hunting them down. Rokan then thought that he had already ruined their plans once, so maybe he could learn something by investigating on his own. The old man in glasses showed him a green magic crystal, and said that was why he decided to check the land's memories. Seeing it, the boy remembered that item at once. As he looked at the crystal, a system window described it as a stone that held the Earth's energy. It had no gem value, but it stored special magic data. He knew it looked ordinary because of its low level, but it was far more useful than it seemed. Imagining someone using it, Roken thought that with land memory, you could see what happened in the area where the stone had been. He knew there were plenty of times it got used to learn how someone hunted, or how to capture them, giving at least some clue about their personality. Clutching the crystal, Sam asked Roken to hear him out. He said he had a favor to ask, and the boy in front of him was ready to listen, already thinking he'd do whatever it took, since this was the main quest. With a grave look, the old man thanked him, and said they had stopped them this time, but no one knew when they'd attack again. To prevent that, he needed Roken to get something. Right after that, a system window appeared out of nowhere, showing the quest Vital Force: collect an orc warrior's blood and a barbarian's blood, then claim the reward. After reading it, the protagonist pictured those two monsters and thought about the orc warrior's blood and the barbarian's blood, realizing they wouldn't hand it over for free, so to get it, he'd probably have to kill them. Then Roken remembered he couldn't hunt the honorable orcs because his reputation with their camp had risen to trust. Annoyed, he wondered if he really had to throw away that title and fight them, or if there was any other way. Soon after, the protagonist arrived right at the gates of the orc camp. Roken shouted for the gate to be opened, catching the guard's attention. The huge orc saw him and said he remembered that human warrior, someone who understood honor. A moment later, the gates opened, and the orcs greeted him, asking what had brought him there. They added that they were happy to see him, since it had been a long time. Hearing that, Roken looked aside with a hard expression. Then he asked for a favor, and the orc warrior struck his chest and told him to speak. The protagonist asked if they could give him some blood, and the monster hearing that was shocked. Standing before him, the orc warrior explained they couldn't give blood for free and apologized. Another orc added that warriors only shed blood on the battlefield. They insisted that spilling blood without battle was dishonorable. That made the protagonist furious. He was sick of hearing about honor again, and didn't care at all. Then, seeing how stubborn they were, he got an idea. Roken asked to borrow an axe, and the monster, without hesitation, held its weapon out to him. When he took it, the orc warrior stared right at him in confusion. Watching the protagonist, the monster asked if he was leaving, and Roken said he had something to take care of, but they'd meet again later. At that, the orcs waved him off, saying they'd be waiting for his return. Holding the orc weapon, Roken thought it would have been nice if they'd just given him the blood. With a wild grin on his face, the boy decided that if this was their way, then they really did have to protect their honor. Right after that, the story shifts to the camp of another group of monsters. A barbarian warrior stood near the wall. Suddenly, it felt something and froze. A second later, the barbarian warrior spun around. Taking a fighting stance, it demanded whoever was there to show themselves. At that moment, a throwing axe shot straight at him, but the monster dodged it. Turning back, the barbarian warrior saw the axe lodged in the wooden wall. Then, an unknown villager appeared in front of him, and said it was impressive he made it back, since barbarians were faster than orcs. Looking smugly at the monster's corpse, Roken got a system notice that he had obtained the barbarian's blood. As the body lay on the ground, he apologized, and said it wasn't personal. Then a voice rang out, asking who was there, and saying it had heard someone scream. Hearing that, the protagonist turned toward the sound. Roken spun around at once. He quickly hid behind a tree and watched the barbarian warriors reach their dead ally. Seeing the orc axe nearby, they blamed the orcs right away, and called them filthy pigs. As he pictured an orc-barbarian clash in his mind, Roken reminded himself that barbarians were a humanoid monster race unlike the orcs, and the two groups had been fighting over the rich forest for a long time. With a nasty grin, Roken figured this move had started a war between the two races, and sooner or later it was bound to happen anyway, so he only pushed it along. Back at the orc camp, a guard stood by the wall. Then, a weapon struck the ground beside him. The orc stared at it, and said the shape matched barbarian gear. He was sure of it. Right then, Roken stepped out as the orcs shouted that this was a declaration of war, and could not be forgiven. MC smirked, thinking they were complete idiots. Walking up, he asked what happened, and the orcs turned to him and said that before he got back, something had happened. Barbarian weapons had been found there. Roken gestured toward the path and said he had seen several barbarian warriors on the way, and it looked like they were planning another attack. The monsters heard that and yelled they knew it. They had to fight and would never lose to weaklings. Spreading his arms, Roken told them to think clearly. Did they really believe it was smart to just sit and wait to be attacked? Then he pointed at himself and said if they were going to fight anyway, they should hit first. If they were going to attack, he would join them. At that, the orcs threw up their hands and shouted that it was a great idea. The human was right. Then a huge orc arrived. The others jumped, and he demanded to know what was happening. Seeing him, Roken wondered who he was. While the giant orc listened to his subordinate explain, he thought he had never seen this one before. It was probably the new chieftain. A moment later, the massive orc walked up to the boy, gripping his weapon. Fully armed, the orc chieftain declared they would strike first and ordered everyone to follow. Watching it all, Roken grinned and thought this was too easy, until the leader ordered every warrior to be gathered. Once the orcs were ready to march, Rokan, wearing a wild look, said it was time to move and told them to enjoy the coming battle. Soon, strange sounds spread through the area. The orc warrior stared ahead. A massive force marched behind their leader with flags and spears. From the bushes, a man muttered that these monsters were terrifying. The knight, stunned, said they never acted like this and asked what was going on. His ally could only say they seemed dead serious. When one said they needed to leave, the other snapped back. Was he crazy? Had he seen how many there were? If they were noticed, they would die on the spot. He said they should stay hidden a little longer, but then Barry froze in shock at what he saw. Staring at Rokan, marching with the orcs, he asked why a human was with them and whether that was a player. He could not understand how a player and the orcs were moving together. The knight frowned. Then he turned to his ally and said they had no choice. They had to leave fast. The other reminded him that if they ran now, they would die. Scared out of his mind, Barry told him to shut up and move. If they stayed, they were dead. Then he noticed something behind his friend and tried to warn him. Rokan suddenly turned his head. An orc tossed the two men straight at him, catching him off guard. Barry and his ally had been beaten down and did not know what to do. Rokan, after seeing them, recognized the guy who had challenged him to a duel. A second later, the knight grabbed Rokan by the shoulders and asked if these orcs were really his friends. He said he did not get what was happening, but begged for help since they knew each other. An instant later, a punch smashed across his face. An orc warrior had done it. With his fist still clenched, he called the knight rude and demanded to know how he dared touch their honored warrior, asking if he knew him. With a cruel smile, Rokan replied that he did not remember him at all. He added that they annoyed him, so he wanted them dealt with, and the monsters instantly aimed at the man. Barry started waving his weapon back and forth, telling them not to come closer. In the end, the knight gave up and raised his hands. Seeing that, Rokan warned him to watch his back next time he came to the starting town. Right after that, the story cuts to the full battle between the orcs and barbarians. An orc leader roared for them to kill every last filthy enemy. Then a blue-skinned monster burst out of the encirclement and charged at Rokan. An orc intercepted him at the last second, and the two started fighting. At the same time, the protagonist pulled a vial from his inventory and collected orc blood. Smiling in satisfaction, he said he had finally done it, and the system confirmed he got an orc warrior's blood. As he watched both monster races clash, MC figured they were fighting even better than expected. They had to be furious. Throwing his arms wide, he wondered if he should join the fun. Then he used battle cry and shouted across the battlefield. At the same moment, the barbarian warrior's morale dropped, and one yelled that a human should not be this scary, while another cursed the orcs for bringing in a mercenary. Then the order came to kill him, and a huge group of barbarians rushed Rokan. He vanished from sight and cut down the enemies in front of him. He tore through the crowd at high speed, swinging his huge battle axe with ease, and mocked them. Did they really think they had enough power to stop him? With a crazed look on his face, Rokan demanded their leader. He smirked, thinking this war had another purpose. If he only wanted orc blood, he could have pretended to be a barbarian and killed one himself. Then he spotted a masked barbarian, and realized the real prize was the chieftain, who was far stronger than the orc chief. Barbarians did not bother with one-on-one honor fights, which made them harder to handle. While cutting down one foe after another, the protagonist thought he needed to reach the barbarian chieftain by using the orcs. And this was the perfect chance. He kept asking where the leader was. Suddenly, an explosion went off right in front of him. Rokan tightened his grip on the battle axe and realized he had found him. He spun the weapon behind his back. At the same time, a storm of fast strikes slammed into the new orc leader. The green monster fought with everything he had, just to endure the assault. The barbarian leader drove his blade into the orc shield. Glowering ahead, the barbarian leader declared that this clan enemy would die by his hand, and the system identified him as a level 73 barbarian leader. Then the blue monster noticed something to the side and was stunned. A split second later, he had to dodge a heavy axe strike. The barbarian leader sneered, calling it a worthless attack, but he was shocked when Rokan came even closer. Using his strike skill, MC swung the giant axe and said the enemy was wide open. Knowing he had to block, the blue monster raised his blade in front of himself. The hit sent the barbarian chieftain flying back. The damage was so massive that he coughed up blood. Rokan walked up to his injured enemy and said he was tougher than he looked. Rokan had planned to chop off both of his arms, but he had saved one. Pointing his battle axe at him, with orc warriors all around, Rokan asked what he would do now. His men were gone, and he had nowhere left to run. With a smug smile, Rokan said he would show no mercy, and the next thing to fall would be his neck. Hearing that, the barbarian chieftain stared straight ahead without a word. Then he opened his mouth and declared that no man dared speak to him like that. Rokan answered with one clean swing and took his head off. He grinned as the system announced a level up and a major achievement for defeating 2 Wildwood hegemons, along with the first-time title Wildwood Conqueror. Then, another system window popped up, showing the Wildwood Conqueror title. It gave +10 strength and agility, and boosted stats while inside forests. While Rokan looked over the new title, the orcs around him cheered that the enemy chief had been beaten. Then, Rokan noticed another system window appear, which surprised him. That new notification told him he had earned the Grey Eminence title as the first player to do it. It also gave plus 20 intelligence and wisdom, plus the ability to use identity disguise. Pleased with his rewards, Rokan thought he had expected to get Wildwood Conqueror, but the Grey Eminence was a total surprise. Since the system had spoken more than once, it seemed it did not count the orcs as his allies. That made Rokan wonder, if the system did not see them as allies, could the orcs attack him too? Seeing the new title, the protagonist figured the stat boost was nice, and the identity disguise skill would definitely come in handy. MC suddenly turned his head. He looked at the orc beside him. The one next to him was still yelling. The orc shouted orders to the others. He was thrilled by the win. Then he told them to finish off the survivors. Watching the green monsters celebrate, Rokan realized they were loving this. Then the system announced the orc camp had won the war, and the barbarian village would become village ruins for a month, where an angry barbarian would appear. With that update, he grinned and said it was time to head back to the old man. The story then shifts to the magic tower in the middle of the city. Sam checked the 2 vials of monster blood. He admitted he thought this job would take longer. Rokan smirked and told him it really wasn't that hard. The old man in glasses told him to wait a moment. While waiting, the protagonist got a system notice, saying he had earned the title Sam's first mate, and that he was the first to get it, which caught him off guard. He checked the title details and saw that Sam's first mate gave plus 10 stamina and durability, along with a 5% speed boost. Rokan thought the reward was great. At the same time, the old man said everything was ready and handed him a vial, asking him to take it to Mike from Trinsic. At that same moment, a system notification window popped up, telling him about the quest delivering an improved antidote. Its goal was simple: deliver the improved antidote to Mike. Holding the vial, Rokan realized he had finally received the last quest in Chthon. Next was Trinsic, and he pictured a huge walled city in his mind. A moment later, the capsule beside the bed started to open. MC was inside it. As he got out, he complained about the time limit on the connection. It really wasn't flexible. Jumping down from his augmented reality capsule, Rokan muttered that now he needed to take care of his health. He walked over to his computer. Rokan figured at least 5 hours had to pass before he could log in again, so maybe he should check the post he made. Remembering the skeleton dungeon, Rokan recalled that he had planned ahead, taken pictures of the items and interior there, and then uploaded everything online, hoping for lots of comments. When he checked the screen, Rokan was shocked. Looking through the forum posts, he couldn't believe his post had made it into the trending discussions. Surprised, he thought maybe people would be suspicious, and that made sense, but he still didn't get why there were so many comments calling it fake. Then, something else caught him by surprise. There was an article right in front of him about the discovery of secret dungeons, and when he saw it, Rokan couldn't believe the famous author had shown up already. He remembered the adventurers at the cemetery dungeon, and realized this was a well-known writer from a popular gaming magazine, the kind who turned secret dungeon reports into adventure stories. People on the forum were arguing, saying secret dungeons in public areas were nonsense, and fakes were everywhere. Then, someone brought up an article by an unknown writer, claiming the secret dungeon was real, and guessed this might be another account from that same person. Soon after, that popular online magazine writer replied to the protagonist. Based on experience, he said the post sounded believable, though getting the dungeon might be hard. If possible, he wanted an interview and asked the protagonist to contact him. Seeing that, he broke into a wide smile. Looking at the huge number of messages from different people, Rokan realized it was that comment that pushed his post to the top. That made it even better, because thanks to that reply, he got a flood of offers. Sitting at his desk, Rokan started sorting out the offers for the lease first, trying to decide who was worth his attention. He pictured well-equipped adventurers, and decided to focus on people heading toward guilds. The guild system wasn't fully active yet, but he remembered some names from his past life, so picking wouldn't be hard. Using his computer mouse, Rokan picked the safest option. Thinking about the players who helped the old lady, he remembered that Guild IM stood for players with manners. They helped newbies and punished player killers, so those guys were known for being kind. A moment later, he got a message thanking him for replying, and explaining what waited for him at the cemetery located in the eastern part of the city. Once that was done, Rokan leaned back in his chair, thinking it was great the meeting was set. Now all he had to do was wait, though he was almost worried by how smoothly everything was going. Picking his nose, Rokan wondered if things were going too well, and whether this was enough, or if he needed to be more aggressive about reaching his goal. Thinking that over, he stared ahead. His expression turned hard. Remembering how the strongest players had crushed him before, MC decided to stick to the plan one step at a time. That showdown would come much later, so there was no point rushing. Instead, he wondered if he should go outside and get some fresh air. After a while, Rokan was out on the street with a bag in his hand. He passed a group of young guys. They were excitedly talking about the game. One asked how much the other had gained at the goblin hunting grounds. The second said he got 3 levels in 2 days, and the third complained he only got 1 and asked if the problem was the level gap or the controls. Hearing them, Rokan looked away and thought everyone was talking about the same game now. As he kept walking, he figured the university campus should have been emptier, even this late in September. Then he noticed someone ahead. He took a closer look, wondering who it was. The girl standing beside some guy looked really familiar. At that moment, she turned toward him too. A second later, the girl called out Rokan's name and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. That caught him off guard. Then he remembered. This was his ex-girlfriend Kate, the one who cheated on him and left. He had almost forgotten about her because of the game. Seeing her act happy next to another guy, Rokan figured only 4 months had passed for her, but for him it felt like years. He looked away in disgust and guessed the man beside her was her new boyfriend. He also seemed to play the game, and she had always liked guys who were good at it. With a smug look, Kate asked if he was still struggling, and the protagonist got annoyed, wondering what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The question made no sense to him. Irritated, he asked if she was crazy, and told her he was doing fine. She answered that hearing that was a relief. Then she pointed at the guy beside her and said he could call if he got stuck, because her fiancé was good at the Lord, so she could ask him to help Rokan once or twice. After hearing that, MC stepped closer and asked for his ID. His ex-girlfriend said his name was Philia, and that he had probably heard of him already. Rokan gave a nasty grin, thinking he had never heard that name and the guy must be trash at the game. He waved it off and said he'd remember that, then save her once or twice if they met again. After that, Rokan walked away while the two of them stared after him, confused and annoyed. Then he suddenly turned back and told them to level up as much as they could and call him if things got too hard, figuring Kate should remember his game nickname. As he walked away from them, he thought she would soon realize how stupid her words had been. Right after that, the story shifts to a cemetery. A knight stood at its center. Then, someone asked if he was really from the IM Guild. Hearing that, the red-haired guy turned sharply. When he saw the man in front of him, he greeted him, and the other man said they had managed to find the place. A system notice then explained that he had used identity disguise, and that his name and appearance would change randomly for the next hour. Rokan smiled, clearly pleased. To him, there was no reason to reveal who he was over some secret dungeon. He asked the knight if he came alone, and the man said this information was too valuable to draw attention to. The red-haired boy added that his party members were ready and would show up the moment he called. Hearing that, Rokan thought he was talking nonsense. Then the knight glanced aside and said he would follow him, but the protagonist shut that down right away. With a serious look, Rokan said the money came first. The red-haired boy stared at him, clearly unhappy, but MC asked if he had never made a deal before. He explained that first, he needed something to motivate him. The knight flicked his cloak and said he should use a skill first, since they needed to protect themselves. Rokan agreed. Right after that, the red-haired guy stretched out his hand and used insight. He stared ahead without saying a word. A second later, the guild member stepped up. He held out a money pouch from the IM Guild. The bag was filled with coins. He offered it right to Rokan. Then he thanked him politely, calling him Mr. Krypton for helping them. He also made one thing clear. This wasn't the full amount. It was only an advance. After that, they needed to move out. Rokan watched him and thought the disguise trick had worked perfectly. Then the story jumps ahead. The prosthesis was placed into the tombstone, and the hidden entrance opened. Raising a hand, he pointed at the grave as Rokan explained that putting it there would unlock the path below. The knight saw it happen, and understood that there really was a hidden mechanism built in. Standing by the tombstone, Rokan stayed calm. The boy told him to keep this quiet, and then asked for the rest of the payment. The red-haired boy reached out with another pouch, and said that if anything went wrong, he would get in touch. Looking at the bag, Rokan realized he got 50 gold just for selling one hidden dungeon. The system then showed 51 gold, 98 silver, and 20 copper. Holding the reward, he grinned. Working with guilds was great. There was no way he could gather this much alone so early, and he figured the guy had squeezed the rest from his guild. Now that it was done, the protagonist relaxed. The boy flipped the gold pouch up over his head and then changed back. Once he returned to normal, the protagonist knew it was time to head to Trinzik. Later, Rokan sat on the forest road and complained that Trinzik was way too far. The boy looked completely worn out and said this was the game's real problem. Because of its dumb realism, he had already been on foot for half a day. Then he spotted the outline of a huge city ahead of him, and the protagonist said he was finally close. Still, Rokan stayed careful. If he died now and got sent back to the starting city, all this walking would be for nothing. Suddenly, he turned after hearing a sound behind him. A shaking bush gave it away, and MC instantly knew someone was hiding there. He smiled like a maniac. Rokan was sure it was not a monster or some wild animal. Instead, he wondered which rat was spying on him. A blast suddenly went off right behind him. One man stepped out and asked if they'd been spotted, then said this hall looked big. Licking his lips, one bandit said Rokan's gear looked expensive and high level. Another guessed he might have bought it with real money. He looked them over and thought their red eyes gave them away. They were PKs who'd already killed players. These were the kind that camped near cities and steal dropped items from newcomers. The robbers crept closer and smugly asked if he had a minute. They wanted to talk. Rokan just smiled. After hearing that, he asked if they really wanted to talk. A second later, he pulled a huge battle axe from his inventory and said he loved long talks. In fact, he adored them. Staring at Rokan in shock, the hooded man asked what was wrong with this bastard. As the others called him crazy, Rokan only grinned wider and mocked the little punks. Then he told them to strip off all their gear if they wanted to live, leaving the bandits stunned. The protagonist looked at them and asked why they were shocked. After all, wasn't this their usual line when they robbed other people? He added that he was giving them a chance, and it was a pretty good deal. Rokan knew exactly how these bandits thought. They only cared about loot, and killing players gave a chance for gear to drop. The odds weren't great, but it was still enough to make them hunt people. The hooded guy sneered and asked if he really thought they were idiots, or if he'd already lost his mind. Drawing his weapon, the bandit warned that if he kept spouting nonsense, he'd die and have to walk all the way again from coin. Then he asked if he wanted to calm down. Rokan listened with that wild grin and decided there was nothing left to discuss. He grinned and admitted he never planned to let them go anyway. Hearing that, the threat was clear. The guy with glasses smiled and said he could do nothing but talk. Right after that, the bandits raised their weapons and warned him this place was on a whole different level. This wasn't his beginner town anymore. Then the man with the axe swung to attack. He hurled the weapon hard, but Rokan ducked under it. In the next instant, MC closed the distance, catching his enemy off guard. With a crazed grin, he called them brainless and said he'd kill them fast. The hooded guy answered with reflective shield and blasted him back. Even after that, Rokan quickly figured out the skill reflected physical attacks. That meant the hooded one was probably a paladin. Then he spotted another enemy coming from above, ready to strike. The axe fighter used strike and brought his weapon down. Rokan jumped back and realized their teamwork was solid. But then he was forced to look up. There, a flood of arrows from arrow rain came pouring at him. The shot came from an archer in the rear. The blonde man watched his arrows slam into the ground and bragged that no matter how fast Rokan was, he couldn't dodge that. The protagonist smiled with an arrow still in his hand. Yanking one from his shoulder, he said he wasn't dying to something this pathetic. The bandits in front of him asked if he still didn't get the level gap. The hooded man smirked and said if he changed his mind right now, they might go easy on him. He even asked why not just take off the gear and walk away. Rokan smiled, already seeing how used they were to fighting as a team. He sized them up fast. Stay back and the archer shreds him. Get close and the paladin stops him. Since they stayed grouped, they could keep covering each other. Stepping forward hard, MC told them that if they wanted his items, this was their chance. Right after that, he pulled out throwing axes from his inventory and said he had something for them. They should try it. His plan was simple: split them up and finish them one at a time, while the system announced his weapon change to tomahawk axes. Then Rokan hurled both axes with full force. Seeing that, the axe fighter called him crazy, but the paladin lifted his shield and said he had it covered. He planned to block them. Instead, the tomahawk smashed into the hooded man with enough force to shock him. After taking the hit, the bandit leader was thrown backward, stunned by the power behind it. Furious now, the paladin shouted to kill this freak fast. At that order, the battle axe user charged straight at Rokan, who noticed they got angry pretty easily. With a quick step to the side, Rokan dodged the incoming blow. The system announced a switch to an orc warrior's battle axe, and he smirked. Now he'd test what they could really do. Then he went straight for the berserker. Using the hilt, Rokan slammed him in the stomach and mocked him for being weaker than expected. Next, he grabbed the man by the face, calling the first one done. The protagonist brought the huge axe down. One swing later, blood splashed all over him. Then he caught something flying at him. Rokan snatched the arrow out of the air. He snapped it in his hand and said the archer should have fired while his teammate was still alive. Now that ally had died sooner than expected. At the same time, the archer was already knocking more arrows, getting ready for multi-shot. When Rokan burst toward him at high speed and said it was too late now, he used strike and dash with the huge axe. The archer panicked. Rokan was too fast, and there was no time to land a shot. The blade crashed down right beside the bandit. Terrified, the archer pulled another weapon from his inventory, and the system announced a switch to a combat knife. The blonde bandit rushed in, but Rokan dodged easily. The archer kept attacking, and MC avoided each strike, noticing the guy actually knew how to fight since he switched to melee right away. Then Rokan sharply grabbed his arm and realized that still wouldn't be enough. With one clean swing, Rokan cut off the archer's arm and asked if he really thought he could win up close. The blonde boy was swallowed by smoke. He dropped to the ground screaming, while he stood beside him with a smug look and asked how losing felt. He even mocked how real the pain was in this game. Then the protagonist sensed someone rushing him from behind. It was the paladin, charging in fury with a shield attack. The hooded man bared his teeth and wished death on his enemy. He slammed forward with enough force to wreck everything ahead, but the bandit froze when Rokun caught the shield with one hand and asked if he really wanted to test strength against him. With a sly grin, the boy blocked the hit and reminded him he'd already knocked him back with a reflect skill. Did he really think he could kill him? After that, the paladin started shaking in fear, asking what kind of monster he was. Rokun smashed him in the head, and MC said that wasn't true at all. Then he brought the huge battle axe down and slammed his enemy into the ground, saying they were just weak. When the attack ended, the protagonist's weapons were drenched in blood. Rokun suddenly turned and spotted an archer trying to run, so he muttered that one was still left. Glancing around, the boy acted like he hadn't seen him. Then the protagonist picked up a stone. At the same time, the robber sprinted away. The yellow-haired guy, scared out of his mind, scoffed and told himself he wasn't going to die here. When he turned around, the archer couldn't believe he wasn't being chased. A huge stone suddenly flew at him. Thinking he was safe, the robber yelled that he'd pay him back for this. Looking ahead, Rokun said he'd nailed it. After wiping out the robbers, the crazed-looking guy laughed and said it had been a long time since he'd had this much fun. Fighting players was way better than fighting mobs. Then the protagonist noticed something beside him. System windows popped up, saying he won. His penalty was cancelled because of the kind of enemies they were. He leveled up and got a lot of loot. Staring ahead, Rokun said the penalty raises the odds that killers drop items when they die, and it looked like he had struck gold, calling them idiots and saying they should have listened to him. Spotting a killer hiding behind a tree, the kid asked the little rat if he'd been right. With a big grin on his face, Rokun warned him not to try anything and to crawl out, or he'd chop him to pieces. Glowering at the tree where the spy was hiding, the kid said there was no point pretending and asked if he wanted to die. A second later, the guy in black burst from cover, demanding to know who he was. The protagonist rested the huge battle axe on his shoulder and asked if he really wanted the answer. Looking at the frightened spy, Rokun figured he was probably with those bastards, but since his eyes weren't red, he seemed to be just a lookout. Crouching down, the boy said it was disappointing and told him to stay put if he didn't want to fight. He wasn't interested in small fry. Hearing that, the man in black clothes shook all over. A moment later, he held out his hands and used divination magic. After that, the stranger saw a level 35 berserker in front of him and was stunned. Remembering the fight with the bandits, the guy in black clothes couldn't understand how he killed 3 people over level 40 and decided he had to be a cheater. While Rokun quickly closed in, he grabbed him by the head and smashed him into the ground. Looking at the ruined enemy, the protagonist called him an idiot and said he'd been spared, but chose not to appreciate it. Then, eyeing the guy in black clothes, Rokun got notifications from the system saying he won and got the enemy's items. He said the guy even dropped a pellet and wondered if this life was some kind of blessing. Checking the gear he got from the bandits, the boy thought their stuff was pretty solid, especially for people who had managed to get this far. Right after that, the protagonist headed toward the city, thinking maybe their backup would come for revenge, and maybe he should have stayed and fought, but now it was too late. The story then shifts to Trinzik, a huge city. As he moved through the busy streets, Rokun thought the place was packed, and once again saw just how many players over level 40 were in the game. That alone showed how popular it was. Stopping at the Trinzik Mages Guild, the boy noted that even this building was massive. A moment later, he opened the doors. Inside, sorcerers were talking to each other, and he figured that for a building this big, there really weren't that many mages. Still, mages are one of the hardest classes to level, so as the story went on, Rokun guessed that was why the people here seemed pretty skilled, and some had even changed their profession a second time. Then he noticed a red-haired girl in front of him, greeting him with a bright smile. As the boy walked up, Monica welcomed him to the magic item shop and said she could explain any magic-related item. Leaning on the counter, the protagonist asked for the Book of Runes, and Monica said she'd bring it right away and asked him to wait a moment. Thinking back to the player killers, Rokun remembered they used the Book of Runes. It lets you teleport to 5 places written in it, as long as you're not in combat. Since it was a personal item, he didn't have to worry about losing it on death, and if he paid more, he could expand it to 20 locations, which was exactly what he planned to do. Right after that, he looked at the scrolls and book in front of him, while Monica explained that 1 rune book, 5 mark scrolls, and 20 teleport scrolls would cost 5 gold. His only problem was the price. Dumping out his last coins, the protagonist thought 5 gold was a lot, even for active players in Trinzik, and wondered how much those bandits had stolen if each of them had 1. After paying, Rokun took the items. The red-haired girl thanked him for the purchase and told him to come again. Lifting his head, the boy looked around the floors and thought he needed to go to the 3rd. There he met Mike, who looked over in surprise and asked if Sam had really sent him. The boy said yes, then handed over the sample, the antidote, and a message from the old man in glasses. Thinking it over, the guy in glasses said it looked like he needed to get ready first, then asked what it meant that he'd help him. Looking at the level 35 protagonist, the researcher smugly pointed at himself and said he just had to trust him, then asked if he was really okay with leveling like that. Seeing Rokan's smug smile, Mike thought he looked totally useless. Still, he couldn't ignore Mr. Sam's recommendation. With a wave, the guy in glasses said he had a favor to ask, and this would be his test. Right after that, a system notification window popped up with the quest Endless Research. Its goal was simple: bring 1 elixir of the Forest Goblin Shaman. Reading it with a dark grin, the protagonist knew things had finally started. Rokan remembered Mike was a famous NPC for being cruel, and he always started with the Forest Goblin Shaman's elixir. The boy knew the guy in glasses made normal adventurers hunt rare items that had nothing to do with the main quest. Also, he could use them for his own research. As he crossed the market, the protagonist thought regular players couldn't turn down the main quest, so they had to do his errands, but that didn't apply to him. Opening the system window, the protagonist decided to check the auction. A second later, the auction window appeared in front of him, and the boy thought he roughly remembered what items Mike would ask for later on. Thinking about the loot from his last fights, the protagonist figured he might as well dump a bunch of useless items while he was already at the auction and make life easier. After checking the prices of everything he needed, Rokan saw they were pretty good, and since most of the items weren't rare, they weren't expensive. After pulling out all his gold, the boy went to see what else he still needed. Meanwhile, the guy in glasses was carefully studying a book and stirring liquid in a test tube. A moment later, he nearly jumped out of his skin when a bag of items dropped onto his table. Fell on his table with a smug look. Rokan said he brought everything and told him to check, which shocked the researcher. Staring at the pile, Mike asked how he knew what materials he needed. The guy answered that he wasn't called Sam's assistant for nothing. After that, the man in glasses smiled and admitted he'd had doubts about him. Pointing ahead, he said he'd give him a reward. At once, a huge wave of system notifications appeared in front of the protagonist, saying he had leveled up to 36. Rokan was thrilled to see it. Then, the researcher announced his next request, and another system window appeared in front of the boy. This new system notification was for another endless research quest. This time, the goal was to bring the blood and heart of a forest lizard man. Staring at the quest window, the protagonist realized Mike had finally shown his true colors. He knew many more quests were coming, but he didn't expect a new one this fast. Remembering how he had recently studied the checking the auction, Rokan saw there was nothing there yet. Nothing related to those monsters was up for sale. He wanted to finish this quest chain fast, but clearly, that was not happening. Even so, it wasn't all bad. Rokan started picturing a whole bunch of monsters he knew. When he thought about the lizard man, he realized the reason was simple. That monster's heart only drops from the level 80 forest lizard man boss, Mighty Warrior. Rokan let out a sigh. He couldn't beat that boss yet, so this would have to wait. For now, the main story mattered more. Thinking about all the side quests other players were doing, he reminded himself that Trinsic had more than story missions, so he should start hunting easier ones. A little later, MC reached a statue of a masked warrior in the street. He stopped by the fountain and said this was the spot. As he got closer, he noticed letters and numbers carved into the stone. That made him think of his past life, when a player found this clue and left a hint behind. Rokan remembered the line, "Where the hero points, his legacy waits." Everyone else brushed it off, but he knew it was the answer. Looking at the statue, he knew this secret had stayed hidden for a long time before people talked about it, but he already had the clue, so there was nothing to worry about. He started moving, counting 1,100 steps in the direction the statue pointed. After that, Rokan counted 200 steps to the left. Then he took 130 more steps down a quiet street. He kept going carefully. Once he reached a narrow alley, he figured the hidden place had to be close. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something. There, on the wall, one brick was glowing. The moment he saw it, he knew he had found it. The system announced that his rare seeker title had activated, revealing a hidden mechanism. Rokan pressed his hand onto the brick. A secret passage opened. The system then told him he had discovered a secret dungeon. Rokan grinned and looked ahead. A huge golden door appeared in the wall. Seeing that, he thought this was perfect, and went to see what came next. After opening the door, Rokan found stairs going down. He walked through the dark with one hand on the wall, and muttered that this place felt nothing like the stories he'd heard. When he finally saw light ahead, he wondered how many times he had gone up and down because he'd been inside for a while already. His senses felt dull, so he couldn't tell the distance. Focusing ahead, he figured the player who found this place first must have spread fake details just to scare people off. Then a system window appeared, saying the first phase of the hero's test had begun. That caught Rokan off guard. Right then, something exploded ahead. A giant rock came rolling straight at him. The protagonist froze for a second because he had no idea what was going on. He dropped into a fighting stance and realized he couldn't avoid it. He had to stop it. Rokan threw both hands forward and caught the boulder. He strained with everything he had to hold it back. With a glare, he activated Strike. At once, the system said his strength and agility had each gone up by 10. Power rushed into his arms, and Rokan fought to keep the stone from crushing him. The ground under his feet started breaking from the pressure. By the time it stopped, he was drenched in sweat and left standing in front of the massive rock, muttering that it somehow worked. Still catching his breath, Rokan realized he'd only stopped the thing and already lost health. If this meant pushing it uphill, he could only wonder what came next. Then he started shoving the giant stone forward. Using all his strength, MC forced the boulder to move. It was absurdly heavy. Breathing hard, he kept thinking about the hero's trials. As he pushed the rock uphill, Rokan remembered the first stage was supposed to test willpower, but he didn't expect it to be this dumb. His whole body trembled from exhaustion. It felt like he had been climbing for minutes already, and he kept wondering how much farther he had to go. Then, all at once, the giant boulder vanished, clearing the way for him. The system announced he had cleared the first phase of the hero's test, the trial of will. Rokan grabbed his head and said it wasn't that hard. Right after that, he found himself in a long hall with a door at the end, and he wondered what the next phase would be. Then, another notice said the second phase of the hero's test was starting. That confused Rokan. Apparently the system wasn't going to explain this one either. Seeing where this was going, he picked up a stone from the floor. He hurled it down the corridor with all his strength. The rock landed farther ahead on the floor, and hidden weapons instantly fired from the walls. Rokan pictured it like a trap course. If the dungeon finder was right, this was the trial of intelligence, and since he couldn't spot or remove every trap, he'd have to outthink them, even though this was not his style. Still, Rokan loosened up and got ready. Dropping low, he prepared to burst through in one run. He activated Berserker, and dark energy wrapped around him. Then he kicked off the ground and used dash. With both skills active, Rokan shot forward down the corridor. Arrows suddenly flew at him. He used dash again and sped up even more. Rokan kept charging ahead as arrows whipped past. At the same time, he thrust out a hand, pulled his huge battle axe from his inventory, and swung it hard to smash aside the shots. A moment later, he drove the axe into the ground. Using it to launch himself, Rokan sprang forward. He flipped through the air and shot toward the exit. Then the system declared he had cleared the second phase of the hero's test, the trial of the mind. The boy dropped to the ground near the arrows and turned off Berserker, admitting he thought he was dead. But then a warning popped up. His health was critically low, and if it didn't reach 10% in 5 seconds, he would die. Rokan quickly pulled out a healing potion, thinking that aside from that risk, Berserker was amazing. After healing up, he entered the next room. As he looked ahead, the cave stretched out before him, and the system announced the third phase of the hero's test was starting. With his eyes fixed ahead, Rokan remembered the third stage was the test of temptation. He had heard that in this phase, strong mind magic tries to lure the person taking the test. People saw different things, some a beautiful woman, some treasure, some rare items, and one person even claimed it was a table full of food. Rokan just wondered what he'd get. He smiled and waited to see. Instead, a system notice appeared, saying his epic title Indomitable Will had activated and was resisting the mental magic. Standing in front of the bridge, Rokan was completely thrown off by that message. Lowering his head, he finally got it. Rokan muttered, "So that's what it was." Annoyed, he walked across the bridge, thinking this whole thing was just irritating. Once he reached the other side, the system announced he had passed the third trial of temptation. Then, Rokan pulled out the bell of truth and rang it. With a grin, he asked if this was really the right path. When the system said it was a lie, Rokan smirked and said he knew it. He only checked because the player who shared this place never said what came after the third phase, and now the protagonist knew his guess was right. Then his hand brushed against something. He asked what was really there, and a hidden passage opened. Rokan dropped into it, and groaned that this was embarrassing. When the system announced he had cleared all the hero's trials, he was shocked to see a magic item waiting there. It was a silver warrior's mask, and the system identified it as the sealed helmet of the Lion King. More system windows appeared right after that, telling him he had received a quest to find the Lion King's armor. To finish it, he needed the full set. Rokan stared at the helmet in his hands, too stunned to believe it. He checked the system description and realized this was only one piece of the set. Looking over his new defensive item, Rokan was shocked that even sealed, it still had stats like this. With an item this strong, he could probably fight at level 100, or even 150. Rokan figured that even sealed, the Lion King helmet gave more defense than a full warrior set from most players, which was amazing. MC grinned, but he also knew it sucked that there still wasn't any clue about where the rest of the set was hidden. Even so, he had gotten way more than he expected. Then the whole place started shaking, and the system announced he had finished the hero's trials. Then the tomb of the Lion King vanished. The system also said the Lion King armor pieces pulled toward each other, so he'd know when he was near one. That made Rokan smile. Now he had a way to find the rest. Then another system message popped up, telling him he would be teleported back outside, and a countdown started. A blue pillar of energy suddenly shot up in the middle of the street. Back in the square, Rokan looked around in surprise, while the people nearby stared as the statue began to crack. He had returned to the city near the fountain. He thought that next, there was only the messenger of love. With a smirk, he thought this quest chain only opened after raising trust and reputation, and thanks to the titles he had already earned, he had done that in the last area. Right after that, Rokan took off at full speed, excited to go after the best quests next. The story then moves to evening. 3 days later, Rokan watched the adventurers with a tired look, and realized that after days of solving people's problems, life was hard here just like in the real world. After seeing all the lovers crying at each other, he understood the messenger of love had basically made him deliver romance letters, and he couldn't even skip those scenes. It made him feel sick just watching them. Still, Rokan let out a relieved sigh, since all that time had at least helped him finish quests he had never done before, earn a solid number of titles, boost his stats and level up, plus get a useful item. He checked the pendant with the green gem and read the notice for the emerald drop pendant, along with its stats. Holding it in his hand, Rokan thought that because of the berserker skill penalty, he needed more health, and for now this was a great pick. Then he overheard people talking about whether anyone had already hit level 70, or maybe even 80, while others complained they were jealous and still hadn't reached even level 50. The adventurers went on about how hard leveling had become because of the bandits, and Rokan realized a lot of players had already climbed pretty high. He tightened his fist. The boy knew that to clear major quests first and grab the best titles, he had to level up fast, so he needed to move quicker. Then Rokan was caught off guard by a system notice, saying he was getting it because of today's update. Right after that, another system window appeared, and explained the update: guilds, housing, and new items. After reading it, he broke into a big smile. This was perfect timing. In the middle of the crowd, Rokan got another alert. The guild system was finally live, and players could buy a guild stone to create their own guild. When he read that a guild stone cost 50 gold coins, the protagonist said it was pretty expensive. He imagined the people who would have to spend that much, and the boy thought that 1 gold coin in real money was worth 200,001. That meant M-Guild had to be losing their minds right now. Rokan gave a sly grin. Something else interested him more. Reading the housing update, he learned players could now buy empty homes or land to build on later. He figured most people would see it as a useless investment, but he already saw how to use it, so he had to reach the realtor before anyone else did. Soon after, the story moves to a large 2-story building. Once inside, Rokan looked around until the man at the counter greeted him and asked what he needed. The man was clearly shocked by the boy's behavior, while MC guessed no one had cared about the housing system yet. A moment later, he dropped a bag on the table and said it held 65 gold, leaving the realtor stunned. With a wide grin, Rokan said he wanted to rent every 3-bedroom house and every 2-story house in the area, which nearly floored the man. Rokan smugly thought about what would happen once the housing system spread. Since supply was limited and demand would only rise, he saw real estate prices shooting up later. He laid it out simply. If he was going to invest, real estate was the way. The employee stared at the gold and asked if he really wanted all of them, and he brightly confirmed that he was taking everything on a long-term lease. He imagined swimming in gold later. Sure, he had to cover monthly rent for a year, but if he claimed this market first, he'd make so much money the cost would look tiny. Holding a calculator, the man in the blue suit asked again if he really meant all of it. 9 3-bedroom houses and 5 2-story houses. Rokan gave a firm yes. Pointing at the paper, the realtor explained that the first month's rent would be due. 4 gold for each 3-bedroom house, 5 gold for each 2-story house, for a total of 65 gold. He also said the fee came to 32 silver and 50 copper. As the system showed his balance, Rokan raised a finger and agreed. After pressing his fingerprint onto the contract, the protagonist got a new system message awarding him the title of Real Estate Giant, and he checked what it did. With only 13 copper coins left, Rokan stood in the realtor's office and yelled that he was now a rich man. Staring at the contract, he wondered if he should double the prices, or better yet, triple them, and see how high rent could go. He reasoned that guilds would need houses soon, not just to guard the guild stone, but also to show off their strength. They wouldn't be satisfied with just one room. Waving the lease paper, Rokan said he had finally finished dealing with all that. With a wicked grin, Rokan said now he could go do extra quests and hunt. Right after that, he was deep in the jungle, spinning his huge battle axe behind his back. As he moved through the forest, Rokan remembered that the Lizardman Forest had been a famous grinding spot in his past life, and he was sure it hadn't become crowded yet. He also knew that nobody could predict when a powerful forest Lizardman warrior would show up, and last time he came here, he had already leveled up first. Then he suddenly stopped. Rokan lifted his axe, ready to start. He took a deep breath, then used battle cry and shouted at the forest. The roar carried straight to the lizard monsters. He held his ground and waited for them to come, figuring he had definitely pulled two. With a nasty grin, Rokan just wanted them to hurry up. A lizard man suddenly rushed in and slashed at him. The sword came right for Rokan's face, but he used a skill to parry the attack, shocking the monster. Then he swung his huge axe and hacked the enemy apart. After that clean kill, Rokan looked ahead with satisfaction. Then another monster appeared above him, bringing its weapon down. Rokan saw it coming and set himself to counter. With a fierce glare, he said it was too slow. He smashed forward with a shoulder strike and knocked the lizardman back. Standing over the weakened monster, Rokan laughed and said he hadn't even learned the skill yet, but it still hurt badly. Wearing a wild smile, he said he could have ended it already, but the thing couldn't die yet. A second later, Rokan swung again. Licking his lips, he thought there was a 100% chance to get the tail if he cut it off while the lizardman was still alive. Looking at the tail, while the system also flashed, Rokan figured that if he killed the monster after that, he might also get another drop. As he thought about repeating the butcher's quest, a new mission popped up. Forest Lizardman Tails Supply, which required him to collect tails from the forest monsters. Rokan rested the axe on his shoulder and figured this could raise his earnings per hour by 2 times or more. Then he glanced to the side and asked what they were doing there. Staring at the monsters hiding behind the trees, MC angrily called those tadpoles out to come play too. At once, a lizardman charged straight at him. At the same time, someone unknown was watching from behind a tree. Then a powerful explosion ripped through the forest. The lizard monster shook in pain. As the level up message popped up, Rokan kept his grip tight. His hand stayed locked around the enemy's throat, and he figured this was a nice catch. Then he glanced to the side and froze in surprise. Someone was hiding behind cover, watching him. A second later, Rokan smiled like he already knew what was going on. The watcher had walked right into his trap. He thought back to the start of the lizardman fight, and realized the guy had been spying the whole time, only stepping out after deciding he was worn out. The stranger stepped forward and asked if it was really him. Standing there in armor, he wondered if this was the guy who had taken down 3 people alone. Seeing who showed up, Rokan was caught off guard. Then he smirked, guessing the man had decided anyone hunting lizardmen solo had to be strong. A sharp scream echoed out when the protagonist squeezed the throat harder, and the bandits flinched. He then shot them an angry glare, which threw them off even more. The sorceress asked what that was, and the man beside her brought up Rokan's strength. They all stared at the furious MC while their leader raised his huge axe at the knight and said he was glad to meet them, though he did not expect it to happen here. Clearly upset, he asked if these mongrels of Odin had really come here to die. Hearing that, the man in front just smirked, confused by what Rokan was talking about, and asked if they had already killed him once before. Right then, the protagonist's mind jumped back to a knight in golden armor, who had told him this was his end. Staring at Gale, who grinned and said this was even better, since Rokan was not running like a coward, he realized this was the enemy from his past life. The player ranked 19th in the game, and 9th in the Ragnarok guild. Then Gale said he would beat him worse than ever before, and MC clenched his teeth, thinking they had finally met again. In his mind, he saw Odin with that smug look on his face. That made Rokan think of the Ragnarok guild, and snap completely. He wanted every one of them dead. Hearing they had finally met again left Rokan stunned. He stared at Gale and said this worked better for him. Now he would not need to waste time chasing him, though Gale clearly had no idea who he was dealing with. The man glanced at his team and said that did not bother him, and the brunette answered that he would teach him a lesson. The fair-haired man noticed the sword and bow emblem on the girl, and wondered if it belonged to the Blood Hunters, the group known for killing other players. He pictured the mark and figured that if these people had chosen to hunt him, then it meant they and those 3 idiots were from the same guild. Rokan smiled and thanked them for such a warm welcome. He added that he never thought they would bring a whole crowd just to catch one unlucky guy. Austin shut his eyes and replied that they simply liked to do things properly and had to remove anyone who got in the way of their business. The fair-haired man shot back that, by chance, he felt the same way, and he did not care at all if they robbed people or not. Still, since they chose to come after him, he said he would wipe out their whole guild. Austin caught the gesture and said that was a pretty big claim. Then the squad rushed in, and he added that Rokan could talk like that only after beating them. The protagonist rolled his eyes and asked if that was so. The whole group attacked him at once. The ground cracked as Rokan launched a counterattack and told them to blame themselves for what came next. Austin moved in to stop him. Looking Rokan in the face, he admitted he was stronger than expected, and now believed he had really beaten those 3 by himself. MC frowned as Austin said he could not understand how someone could do that just by swinging an axe, then blasted him with a fire explosion. The knight mocked him with a grin, and said that right now, a swordsman mage was the best class, especially at level 41. From inside the smoke, he kept talking, and said he doubted Rokan could even hear him, but he burst through the smoke. Austin blocked the hit. He frowned, not understanding how his attack had failed. Then he decided to use something stronger, and cast Flash. Flames swallowed the space around the knight. Rokan was blasted backward. He cooled off a little, and muttered that Austin had not changed at all. Maybe he had always been like this. Austin bristled, then heard the protagonist ask if he really thought he was stronger than everyone else, just because his level was a bit higher than theirs. Grinding his teeth, Rokan went on and said he was good looking, but really nothing special, not in magic or swordplay. That made Austin mad, and Rokan asked if he had any other tricks left. Furious, Austin charged and told him not to get cocky. MC watched calmly, Then he waved him off and said his attacks were too slow. Austin looked confused, while he thought that after fighting him so many times in his past life, he could read him completely. Now he was nothing but a flea. Rokan dashed past him. Austin was horrified, and another man called him an idiot. The brunette grinned and said Austin probably thought he was the best, when really he had only been picking weak opponents. Austin struck back. The blonde was shocked to hear him basically admit his skill matched his pride, then asked if Rokan could handle this, and used incineration. The protagonist stared in shock and thought that Austin was using mid-level fire magic. When had he learned that, and how long had he even been playing? That question hit him hard. Austin, furious, cursed at him, and demanded to know if this was really his first time seeing a move like that. He attacked again, calling for MC's death, and MC was left buried in ash. Austin laughed and said there would not even be a trace of him left. Eyes narrowing, he added that he could not understand how a punk like Rokan dared look down on him. Then he burst out of the ashes and moved to attack. The brunette stared, unable to believe it. How could he, at only level 35, survive a mid-level spell? He clenched his teeth and snapped that this was all nonsense, some kind of game bug, because Rokan had to be a cheater. He cursed him again and asked how he dared toy with him. The protagonist swung as the man attacked, repeating that he had already called him weak. Austin screamed. Steam burst from beneath the shattered rocks. Someone else was coming. A system notice popped up. Rokan had leveled again. MC looked at Austin with annoyance and said he had barely lived through that, mostly thanks to his helmet. Otherwise, he might have died there. Then he looked around and realized he had gotten some solid loot again, then cursed the Player Hunter Guild for hoarding so much good stuff. Thinking back, Rokan admitted he had been a little scared of that last attack, only because he never expected Austin to use mid-level magic. He remembered how, in his past life, those freaks roamed the area and kept normal players from hunting in peace, and now history seemed to be repeating itself. That thought was unsettling. Still, he remembered that regular players later joined forces, crushed the guild, and made its fall famous. Rokan smiled, knowing things were different now. The guild was short on money, and before they became a real threat, he needed to wipe out these player hunters himself. Looking off to the side, he said it would be nice to earn the title of Player Hunter Killer. Then he tensed up. Blue particles swirled around the newcomers. A hand covered someone's face. The protagonist landed nearby. He looked at them and said they had come to the right place, then asked if they were backup. Rokan cheerfully asked what they were planning to do, and told them to come closer instead of acting shy. He attacked first. With a scary smile, one of them said it would be 15 against 1. Rokan got another level up notice. The man looked pleased with himself. MC noticed there were only 9 enemies still standing, so he charged again. Rokan tore through the group and used homing strike. The archer yelled, asking how he blocked a move that never missed, and another one asked if he had to be a cheater. Getting ready to hit back, he thought they were idiots who did not even understand their own skills, and wondered if they seriously failed to grasp that reflecting an attack still counts as being hit. Rokan went wild and used dash. He turned as the system announced another level up, and someone shouted that they would make sure to file a report on him for cheating. The blonde smiled and said he was already sick of being called a cheater for no reason, and told them to at least spam him with reports if they were going to do it. Then he grinned and said it was time to collect the harvest. He picked something up. Rokan blinked in surprise. The blonde took the item and asked what it was. The system answered that it was an invisibility cloak, a rare item that hides the wearer's appearance and offers low defense. Its stats also showed that it lets the user activate stealth for 50 mana. The guy darkly thought that this was a rare item with decent stats, and that it was pretty hard to get, which meant this was a bifflum. It's a jackpot, and Rokan knows it. He wonders what they were thinking using an item like this, while hunting other players. Staring at the screen, Rokan figures they felt untouchable, because they had numbers on their side. Still, there are way too many idiots in the world, and maybe he should teach them a lesson. All because they were stupid. Then he spots something. The protagonist notices a light and groans that they still won't leave him alone. Maybe this is the perfect time to test the cloak's stealth skill. Voices carry in from far away. The armored group checks if this is the place. One of them says yes, but their target has probably already gone. Rokan activates the cloak and figures this player must have spent a lot on the game. That armor alone proves it, and unless the guy is insane, he wouldn't still be hanging around here. The armored man asks if the target is really a cheater, and the answer comes back right away. Absolutely. Then he starts recalling what happened, saying the guy lived through a mid-level magic skill, incineration, and even reflected a homing strike, so they have to report him. The first man searches around and asks if anyone knows his name. The other one answers that it's Rokan, and says their scout died while on watch, but not before using insight on him. That makes the speaker stop and realize something. MC spots the knight's emblem and tries to place it. Meanwhile, the man says reporting MC won't be enough. Now furious, he orders everyone to start searching at once, and says they can kill him or threaten him. But no matter what, they need that cloak back because it's worth a fortune. The knight curses himself and can't understand why she brought it along. Listening under the cloak, Rokan guesses the player who owned it might be his girlfriend or something. But from the way he talks about her, that relationship probably won't last. Austin asks what they should do with the other dropped gear. The knight smirks and says some squad members lost their weapons too. Hidden nearby, Rokan thinks they're only making things worse. He already had enough trouble when he tried to buy info on the secret dungeon. He hears that they still need the items for now, so they should only collect certain weapons. Then it clicks. He finally remembers that emblem. It belongs to the M Guild. And that means the guild pretending to stand for justice is actually protecting the Blood Hunters, a guild of player hunters. As the armored man looks around, the protagonist wonders if the M Guild's attack on the Blood Hunters was all just an act. Thinking back, MC remembers fighting the Blood Hunters alongside them. But the more he thinks about it, the stranger everything seems. They attacked him while he was under berserk, and the guild must have fed them information about him. He pulls back his hood and realizes what was really going on. With a sarcastic smile, Rokan decides all he has to do now is build up his body. Soon he faces a level 75 forest lizard man. The creature screams in pain, and he finishes it off. A system message pops up with an amazing achievement. Rokan has beaten 100 enemies stronger than him. He drops to the ground as another notice appears. He's the first ever to earn the title Endless Challenge. Right after that, the protagonist asks to cancel Berserk. Reading the title info, MC learns it came from killing 100 higher level players. It makes him like an undefeated gladiator who heals after each kill. It was rough, but beating such a powerful enemy got him to his goal way faster than he expected. Then the system announces that he has reached level 50. Now he can get a second profession. He just needs to visit a nearby city and choose one. Once he does, he'll gain access to new skills. Rokan looks ahead, happy to hit level 50, when it normally takes him a month just to reach level 30. After checking the notice, he realizes this makes sense. Getting that result isn't surprising when you kill 100 monsters 30 levels above you. A glow appears, and Rokan realizes he's being returned. Rubbing his shoulder, he's glad he bought a return scroll, and wonders if he should go get his new profession now. Then the protagonist notices something else. A crowd of unhappy people is waiting around him. He smiles, not getting why all these weirdos are staring at him. Rokan figures they couldn't find him, so they just camped out in the square like idiots. One of them calls out to him. He asks if MC has a minute, but Rokan says he's busy. That only makes them more annoyed. The guy repeats that they need to talk, adding that he asked nicely. Rokan frowns and asks if they heard what he just said. He glances aside as one of them starts insulting him, while another asks why he had to do this now. Rokan tells them to hold on. He wants to show them something fun. Then he changes his voice settings. Next, he calls for the guards. They suddenly appear beside him. The others panic when they realize the guards have surrounded them. They didn't even know this was possible. Rokan knows player hunters aren't allowed to roam the city. A special unit at the gate usually blocks them, but these idiots slipped in with return scrolls or some other trick, so they never expected he could summon guards like this. Smiling, the protagonist calls them idiots, and asks if they really thought the city would keep them safe. One of them snaps. He lunges at Rokan while throwing insults, but tridents pin him down. Watching him get skewered, MC asks who he called a coward. To him, they're all just trash who gang up to steal from other players. Then he yells for the guards to show them real justice. The guards beat them down, and Rokan adds that if they want their stuff back, they can check the auction tab soon. After that, he dumps out a pile of loot and asks to list it all at the auction. He thanks the clerk with a grin for handling it, and the system tells him the items have been registered. There's so much stuff that even listing it is a pain. Rokan smirks and decides to price everything just above market value. High enough to hurt, but not so high those guys give up. He wants them to suffer for dragging him into this mess. He asks to open the main page. There, he sees 2 guilds already recruiting. That tells him he was right. The guilds moving into new cities have already started posting ads. Rokan pictures the whole setup and sees it's going just like he expected. Guilds rent houses to pull in members, and having a house shows how strong the guild is. Reading more, he sees one guild bragging about giving every member a room. Since he rented up so many houses, there aren't many recruitment ads left, and players naturally want the guild with better living space. The protagonist taps the screen and says now's the perfect time to post a house sale ad. So he puts one up, saying he has several 3-room, 2-story houses available for guilds. To him, that short description is plenty. Rokan watches, pleased with himself, even though some people are confused. He knows that of course people might think he's a scammer with an offer like that. Still, Rokan knows everything will change once people learn those houses are real and guilds can actually buy them. Then he starts reading the replies. One comment asks if this is the same person who posted about the hidden dungeon. Another brings up the skeleton warrior gear that got unlocked right after that post, saying it proves he was telling the truth, and wondering how he even got those houses. MC is thrilled. He didn't expect people to react this fast. He realizes the fake nickname helped. Soon, the Guild messages him asking to talk if he still has houses, and the Bloodhunters Guild says they want a 3-room house and promise not to hurt him. Rokan is delighted that even those 2 guilds reached out. This is going to be fun, and now he's looking forward to next week. Hand on the door, he says there's just one thing left. He heads to the Berserker Guild and calls out, asking if anyone's inside. Rokan looks around and notices this guild feels the same no matter where he goes. Then a man asks what brought him there. The question is simple. The protagonist came to advance his profession. The man grabs his hand and asks if he's serious about leveling it up. Then he bursts into tears, saying MC is too young to throw his life away. MC, annoyed, tells him to stop talking nonsense. He just wants the paperwork. This will be his second profession. The scarred man goes tense. In a tight voice, he asks if Rokan is serious. If so, then he needs to listen very carefully. This may be the first time he's heard it, but once he decides, there's no turning back. He explains that choosing the same profession again for advancement boosts Rokan's abilities and stats, but the number of skills he can learn will drop. He'll end up with fewer skills, so he won't be able to mix different abilities, and he asks if he still wants to switch professions. Rokan thinks about the class emblems and remembers the man was right. A second profession can have nothing to do with the first, and it can even change your class. He remembers Austin saying that sometimes hidden professions appear if you do certain things, or go to certain places. He goes on, saying that no matter what a player picks, there will always be some regret, since every path has good and bad sides. With a grin, Rokan says it all comes down to the player's skill, then tells him to bring the papers already. The fat man bursts out laughing and says that's perfect, because this is exactly what it means to be a true berserker. He adds that now and then, they need lunatics like him. Then he stamps the form and says congratulations, he's now got a second profession, berserker. A notice appears, telling him his berserker profession has been upgraded. Rokan smiles, and the man says that now that he has a second profession, he should take a reward, then pick one. In front of Rokan are a nasty-looking mace, a tough lizard man skin shoulder pad, and a blood ghost saber. He's a little sad there's no axe, though the mace isn't bad either. The scarred man likes his choice. The blonde lifts the shoulder pad and checks it over, clearly pleased. The man says that's surprising, since most people just dumbly grab a weapon. Rokan figures weapons don't matter much to him. He already has those, but good shoulder gear is much harder to get. He notices this one is upgraded, and can be improved even more. The protagonist points and asks to see more skill books for his second profession, but the man tells him to hold on. The blonde stares, confused. The dark-haired man with the scar asks what's wrong, and Rokan realizes he's broke. He still hasn't gotten the auction money for the slots. The guy falls into a rage, thinking there's nothing else he can do. Rokan sits down across from a girl and asks to borrow money. She says he came to the right place. He stares at her as she goes on, saying the bank is here to help everyone, then asks for his name and profession for the records. He answers that he is Rokan, a berserker. Looking around, he wonders why the Berserker Guild would put such a timid girl here. The girl places 3 gold coins in front of him and explains that since this is his second profession, they can lend him up to 3 gold coins. He immediately takes all of it, and she thanks him for using their bank. Rokan gets a notice that his skills improved and checks dash level 2. Strike is level 2 too, and so is battle cry. Then he reads Berserk level 2, with a long explanation of how useful it is. Rokan frowns, then thinks it all worked out great, since every skill he had got stronger. He reads the new skill, Shoulder Strike, which lets him deal heavy damage with a full body hit, and he also got the skill Pursuit, a high jump attack that lets him deal damage from above. Rokan also checks a new skill called Throw, the same move the orc leader showed him before. It says he can do extra damage if he actually throws his weapon at the enemy. He sums it up, saying he learned only 3 new skills, and that still doesn't feel like enough. Looking out the window, Rokan decides it's better to fully master a few skills than carry a huge set he can't use well. Most players will probably take several professions anyway. He thinks about other people, and says there are users like Archmage and Trina put everything on a single profession, and became famous for it. Then he thinks of someone else, the king who built a thriving world. He belongs to a mysterious class no one has ever uncovered, and Rokan knows he has to figure out how to beat him. MC looks at the flask of Forest Lizardman blood and says this is right, the thing he asked for. He looks at the guy with glasses as a notice says he completed infinite research, and the man tells him he's counting on him. Then he reads Infinite Research 12. He needs to create an improved antidote. For that, he has to get the elixir of the Forest Goblin Shaman. Rokan frowns when the guy doesn't even turn around. This quest line has 15 parts, and he still has 4 left. He thinks it over, and figures the Forest of Monsters should be somewhere in the swamps. Looking into the woods, he remembers that close-range fighters hate going into swamps because they get stuck in the mud. And there's another problem too, player hunters. The protagonist just smiles and decides to see what's waiting for him. Before, he might have hesitated, but now he plans to cut them down. He opens the Book of Runes and searches for where the forest lizardmen live. Rokan puts on his mask and heads out. Someone calls after him. The annoyed group glares at him, and he asks if they're the same guys he beat at the city walls, and if they really waited all this time, because he'd be happy to fight them again. The brunette looks at him and tells him to wait. They didn't come to fight, they just want to talk and offer a deal. Then he bluntly demands the invisibility cloak, saying they'll let Rukin go if he hands it over. MC listens as they add that he should also turn over the auction items. He bursts out laughing. They freeze when he asks who exactly he's supposed to give them to, then calls them idiots who don't even know how to make a proper deal. The brunette points at him and says maybe he's this cocky because of his skills, but he still needs to think carefully. If he says no, they'll hunt him down until he quits the game. Rukin snaps back that a real deal helps both sides. What they're offering isn't a deal at all, it's a threat, and he mocks them for it. Covering his face with one hand, the protagonist asks about the invisibility cloak again. Then he smiles and says if they want their rag back, they can come take it themselves. A puddle splashes as MC yells at them to stop running. Someone catches up and calls him a rat. Rukin slows down and lets them think they've caught him. They stop cold when he tells them not to move. His eyes flash. He uses battle cry, and the enemies start shaking. One man drops because he can't feel his body, and Rukin rushes in with dash. His enemies go down. The protagonist presses the attack. He follows up with strike. Someone watches from the side. The guy stares in horror and asks what the hell is happening. Still shocked by the masked fighter, he asks if they really said Rukin was only level 30. The man with glasses panics while using insight. Rukin spins into a roundhouse kick. The swordsman looks at him and begs him to stop. He's stunned. Just a few days ago, MC was level 35. Could he really have reached level 50 in that short time? He can't believe it. The brunette says he's too fast, and that's why they can't catch him. A girl asks what they're supposed to do now. He shouts back that they should just shoot him. Standing by the magic seals, he says they can't afford any more losses, and tells them not to bother aiming, just fire. Rukin looks ahead and thinks they chose the easy way out, while one of their own asks in horror if they've all gone insane. The brunette tensely gives the order to fire. Rukin turns and says he's not about to take that hit head on. He uses throw. Their leader curses his men and yells at them to aim better. The protagonist watches the blonde man and thinks he doesn't know if they have a high-level mage, but the stones should be enough to handle them. He turns. Someone fires a homing strike at him. Seeing the attack, he realizes they brought everyone. Mages, archers, the whole group was ready for him. Rukin gets a stone ready and realizes there are around 100 enemies here, almost the whole guild. He fights back, thinking he's still fine for now, but he definitely doesn't have enough mana for all 100. He's only taken out 20 so far, and there's still a lot left to do. MC pictures the battle, and says he'll try to use high mana skills as little as possible. He also plans to recover mana by leveling up, and even without using skills he thinks he still won't have much trouble. Rukin turns as someone orders the melee fighters to keep their distance from him. He cuts down a few more people. The others start using might, enhanced attack, shield, deadly step, and iron wall. His eyes light up as he realizes these are players with a second profession. Getting ready to strike, he thinks it's nothing more than using two different classes at the same time. Rukin rushes them with dash and strike. Then he notices a chain by his head. Someone binds him and shouts that the trick worked. He took the bait and finally got caught by Hunter Trap. The protagonist frowns and figures it's chain catch. His enemies must know normal skills don't work on him, so they switch to something more useful. As class emblems flash through Rukin's mind, a woman says this is their chance to focus every attack on him. Magic seals surround the blonde, and someone gloats that now he'll pay. MC grins. He's actually impressed. Then flames burst around him, and he tells them to come on and show him everything they've got. A moment later, he smashes through the ground. The cloaked man cheers, sure they finally beat him. Then he freezes in horror. Right in front of him, the chain snaps, and something leaps straight at him, leaving him stunned. He can't believe their enemy is flying. Completely confused, he blurts out, "Don't mess with him, because what kind of monster is this guy?" The hit slices him in half, but the brunette blocks the next strike. At the same time, Rukin gets a level up notice. After that, more notifications keep popping up. Smoke spills from his mouth as yet another message appears. He turns back while the system adds that he earned a huge achievement. It says you get it by killing 100 player hunters, and that he also received the title Player Hunter Killer. The system adds he's the first person ever to earn that title. Rukin checks the screen as his title is explained, and it says it boosts shockwave power and defense against player hunters by 15. On top of that, his normal shockwave and crit rate go up by 20. Rukin wonders if all this came just from being the first one to unlock it. Then he realizes that the attack bonus works not just on players, but on any humanoid enemy. Holding the mask, Rukin figures this could help against those beasts too. If so, he can push the count to 1,000 kills, and maybe earn a 1,000 killer title next. He glances around at the pile of loot, and says he first has to mark this place in his runebook, then head back to the city. He still hasn't reached his real destination, but before that, he wants to sell everything he picked up. The fair-haired guy happily gets a notice, saying he's registered for the auction. then says he needs to open the main page now. He reads his own post, titled that the execution of blood hunters begins. In it, he says he's targeting the guild, and asks anyone who knows where they are to message him or comment below. Roken figures this drags the blood hunters into the spotlight, and with more people talking about it, they won't be able to hide anymore. He looks pleased. He adds that it's a good thing he wrecked his relationship with them, since he never liked the way they acted, and as for their cloak, he was never going to hand it back. Staring at the screen, he thinks they're complete idiots if they really believed he'd just give back their invisibility cloak. Once something drops, it's his. Looking at the stone, Roken says it's expensive, but he doesn't have much choice. It's a safety fence stone that makes a safe zone 2 meters wide outside battle, and each one costs 30 silver. The protagonist remembers the last fight and decides the price is still worth it. If someone attacks while he's dealing with side effects, he's in trouble, especially now that the monsters are stronger and player hunters are everywhere. Flipping through the book, MC says questing will slow down, but that doesn't bother him much. The blonde guy watches the beam of light. Smiling, he says it's time to get back to the main quest. The armored man grits his teeth. Looking at the screen, he yells about how they failed again and calls them useless idiots. A girl tries to calm him down, but his girlfriend nervously asks why they don't just retreat for now, since they can always take the cloak back later. The armored man snaps, telling her to shut up, then reminds her she's the one who lost the cloak. He demands to know if she even understands its value. The cloak is rare, lets the user go into stealth, and people would pay a fortune for it. With an item that broken, you could even bring down a top-ranked player. Frowning, he vows that Roken better wait. He'll get that cloak back no matter what. People start reading his post about his hunt on the blood hunters. Some mock him and say he's just begging for attention. Others joke that a new suicide season has started. But a few hope it's real, saying they got killed 5 times by those jerks just yesterday. The comments keep growing, and some tell everyone to check the auction house. When others ask why, they point out it's full of gear taken from player hunters, which makes people wonder if the hunt is actually real. A tree monster roars at the protagonist, and he remembers thinking those blood hunters probably died to a boss or something. He pays the tree back, while someone else can't believe one person wiped out the whole guild. Roken slams the tree with his shoulder. The wooden monster opens its mouth just as he notices another one coming in. The plant creature stares in fear as the guy strikes. He reaches for the yellow stone. MC smashes him with his right hand. The blonde one glares at the stone and complains that he got unlucky again. That's why he hates forest monsters. Their loot rate is awful, and there aren't even many of them to hunt. Still, he smirks and says he'll keep killing every monster he runs into until the item drops. Gathering is the core of the game, so he'll grind until he gets what he needs. He checks the apple, and the system says he got a fruit that grows in the monster forest. Standing there, he asks if he can finally move on and gather materials for the next quest. The blonde taps his forehead and thinks it would be smarter to collect the rest at once before turning them in, then asks what comes next. As he moves on, he remembers this is the Lake of Serenity, right in the center of the wild forest. Roken recalls that drinking its water gives a temporary buff, which is why mages later carry empty bottles to gather it. Either way, his next targets are the monsters near the lake, the herbs growing around it, and the fish in the water. Mike wants to study the water's cleansing power, so he gave him this job. He looks ahead, annoyed. As he walks, he complains that he still hasn't run into any player hunters. He wonders if it's because he wiped out their whole guild at once, and thinks that if he'd known, he might not have killed them all so fast. Suddenly, someone shouts and startles him. A guy is yelling at another one for not being able to kill even a single target. Roken spots a brunette and realizes these creeps belong to the same guild he ran into earlier. He smirks and figures they're in a rough spot because of him. The armored guy raises his hand and asks what they're supposed to do about that article. Someone answers that if they just ignore it, they probably won't die. The armored man fires back, asking if he didn't see the post already hit the top, and whether they even know how many players have read it. He says no one will fear player hunters after this. Listening in, Roken frowns and thinks he assumed they were being careful, but they actually just ignored his article. Still, it sounds like the guildmaster sees the danger now. He goes on to explain that if everyone learns player hunters are avoiding the protagonist, then regular players will stop fearing them too. At that point, the hunters become easy prey themselves, which was the protagonist's plan from the start. One subordinate tells him to calm down and says they can solve it later, but Philip snaps back, asking if he's supposed to just die and lose his items. The armored man looks down and asks if he really believes Roken isn't cheating. The other guy gives a clear yes and explains that he even contacted support. They told him they couldn't share Roken's data, but he isn't breaking any rules. Philip lifts his hand and starts cursing him out, demanding to know how that could even be possible. With veins bulging in his face, he rages that this is nonsense. How could the company behind a virtual game not tell whether it's normal for one guy to beat 100 players by himself? Shaking, he asks if anyone even knows how much money he spent on the game, while Roken wonders if his name is Philip. MC stares at him in disgust, thinking his name sounds stupid, and he's probably a creep. Meanwhile, Philip keeps shouting that they'll just brand Rokan a hacker and make everyone believe he's cheating. He smacks his subordinate and says going after a cheater means restoring justice. Then he demands to know how the guy can miss something so simple. He should use his brain for once. Rokan smirks. The fair-haired guy remembers he knows Philip. That's because Philip is dating his ex-girlfriend now, and she told him Philip was pretty well known in the Lord. Now he realizes she wasn't lying. Then Rokan remembers the cloak and wonders if his ex-girlfriend was the player he killed to get it. The fair-haired guy smiles and thinks he never expected her to be useful to him. This is only the beginning. He remembers her and realizes she was the reason he started playing in his past life. Once he saw how deep she was into the game, he tried to catch up to her. Later, she turned into his enemy and killed him again and again with her friends. Now he knows those friends were from this guild. Rokan thinks that if luck is on his side, he'll find them and pay them back. Philip angrily gives an order. Send one of their top members to the Blood Hunters and tell them they'll help them level up, bring down their kill count, and make sure they don't even think about joining until they catch that freak. The other man looks at him, then agrees. After hearing that, Philip says that's perfect and tells him to keep the hunt going. Rokan watches them and thinks this is pretty interesting, because going by what he can tell, their group is around level 70 or so. The blonde guy glances at the buffed-up Pikachu and says he should test them himself. Then someone uses fire. He fires back at them. Rokan watches with a frown and admits Philip's skills are solid, but nothing special, just about what you'd expect for his level. As they keep fighting, he decides Philip's in good shape, but he wouldn't last long on the front line. Then Rokan figures he's seen enough and leaves to find the lake he needs. The protagonist heads out, moving through the forest. When he reaches the lake, he wonders why nothing's there and starts to think his luck ran out. The blonde guy shields his eyes from the sun and scans the area. A local bear and a pack of wolves are ready to eat him, and he notices a blood-red bear and blue wolves. Rokan cuts in, happy that luck is still with him. He remembers he needs an item called pure meat, after already getting the fruit from the monster forest. The type of beast doesn't matter much. If he's lucky, even one rabbit could finish the quest. As the bear roars, MC thinks that if his luck is bad, he'll have to fight blue wolves and blood-red level 80 bears. So he charges at them and quickly sees there are at least 10. The blonde man grabs his axe with a grin and decides numbers don't matter. Rokan uses strike and follows with forest cut, saying the hunt finally got fun. Watching the guild nearly bored him to death, but now it's time to gather items. Then he freezes when someone asks who dared dirty this clean lake. A figure appears in front of him. It's a knight. Rokan frowns and realizes he forgot about this guy. Standing before him is Art White, a level 100 knight who fell in love with the spirit of the lake and swore to guard it even after death. He knows level 100 is a huge wall. Once you hit it, skill combinations become available. That means first and second profession skills can be linked together, and that combo is what creates the massive jump in power. Rokan grins and decides he should come back later. Beating a level 100 monster is needed for the third profession, but risking his life now isn't worth it. He also knows Art White is the hardest level 100 monster near the city, and the only thing he drops is the essence of the lake. Then the protagonist thinks of something. Mike comes to mind, and that makes him tense up. He looks at Art White and wonders, if he brings the lake's essence to someone studying purification power, could he get something useful from it? Rokan smiles. It sounds worth trying. Getting fired up, he shouts that he'll just do it now. The knight gets ready to attack, and MC pushes him on. Art White starts a water technique. Rokan smirks and realizes this guy is insane. One look tells him the knight is using combinations right from the start. He raises his axe to guard and notices a skill called Strength. He stares, then realizes it's a third profession skill that boosts attack power by pouring mana into a weapon. Still, since Art White is only level 100, he won't be able to keep that skill up for long. Rokan keeps staring at Art White, stunned that this monster opened with combinations from the very start. Art White declares that whoever defiled the lake will pay with his life. Then he uses Water Blade. A massive surge of water slams into the ground. Rokan bares his teeth and says it looks like he'll be the one paying with his life. He activates Berserk. With a grin, the protagonist taunts him. He's the lake's guardian, yet he's about to wreck the whole place. Axe and sword crash together. The knight swings, and Rokan barely blocks it. Behind his mask, he thinks the repair bill is going to hurt. As they trade blows, his health keeps dropping from the knight's magic damage. He can take it for now, but those combo attacks are what he really has to watch out for. Art White moves again. MC charges in just as the knight starts another combo. He slams in with his shoulder. The blonde man crashes into the water. Art White responds with water barrier. Rokan turns and realizes this isn't a normal shield. It hurts him just from touching it. Even so, he knows this may be his only opening, so he has to push through. Rokan attacks again. He uses strike, but the knight blocks it. He powers through the guard with a rush. Then he turns and sees a giant wave coming. He realizes the knight has attack skills, defense skills, and survival combinations too. The knight stands before him, and Rokan admits he shouldn't expect anything less from a level 100 enemy. He's just too strong. Rokan puts his mask back on and reminds himself those survival skills have cooldowns. Next time, he'll land the hit. They clash again. The protagonist realizes it won't be easy. Even with Berserk active, the knight can wipe it out by using force. MC gets blasted back. He steadies himself and realizes his weapon could break, so he decides he has to finish this in one blow. Rokan stares at him and says he needs to make an opening, then starts taking off his gear. His opponent can't figure out what he's doing. Maybe he's finally ready to die. Rokan smiles and glows, thinking the knight is almost right. He really is at his limit. He charges in and thinks the setup is perfect. The blonde man looks ahead and realizes he's ready to die. The knight attacks, sure that this time he'll finish Rokan off. He rushes forward straight into Waterblade. The attack tears up the ground. He gets launched back, then leaps and swings at the barrier. The knight thinks it's pathetic. Those kinds of skills won't work on him. Rokan closes the gap and asks who said he was only using one skill, then cancels the earlier one. He uses throw to punch through the barrier. The axe lodges inside it, and Rokan realizes this gap is his last chance. He strikes. The barrier starts cracking apart. The knight stares at him and says he'll give him credit for trying to open a hole in the barrier, but it still isn't enough to beat him. Rokan smiles when he sees a notice that his health has fallen below 5%. He immediately puts on the sealed helmet of the Lion King. The knight is shocked, and the system announces that the epic title Indomitable Will has activated. Once his health drops under 5, all stats rise by 50%. Rokan snaps that he only took off his gear to trigger the title's effect. Did the knight really think he wanted to die? Then the protagonist attacks, saying it's over as the axe slams down again and again. This time, it breaks through the defense. He follows with dash and strike. A critical hit lands. The knight falls. Rokan lets out a tired breath. Glad luck was on his side. Then the system alerts him that his orc warrior battle axe needs repairs. The blonde guy looks satisfied and decides he should keep collecting titles, since they raise his critical hit chance by 20%. Looking at the fallen knight, he says it's time to grab the loot. Rokan calls out to him. He presses the knight's own sword to his throat and asks where he thinks he's going, then mocks him. MC smiles. He's completely worn out, while the system floods him with notices, level ups, big achievements, the titles Hero of Change and Hunter of the First Names, and a prompt about marking the Berserk buff. He throws down a stone and sets up a protective fence. Getting back up, he says now his recovery won't be a problem. Rokan is shocked to read that, once the conditions are met, Hero of Change and Hunter of the First Names can combine. He keeps reading, and sees he received a new title, Breaking the Limits, with a pile of battle effects. Rokan is stunned and says he never thought this was possible. Epic titles can merge into a legendary one. Then he reads the effect and is confused at first. All skill levels go up by 1, and the penalty for level gaps gets reduced. A grin spreads across his face when he realizes that's more than enough to finish the quest for the essence of the lake. Now he has his answer. Rokan rubs his chin and thinks this game is amazing. That's exactly why he's so hooked on this game. Then a fireball suddenly flies at him, but the guy just stays calm behind his barrier. Rokan turns and asks what they think they're doing. One of them blurts out that his attack passed right through, so how did he even spot them? The other starts accusing him, saying he has to be cheating. The protagonist clicks his tongue, already annoyed. He has a pretty good idea what this is about, because most likely, these guys are player hunters, the kind who never know when to quit. The guy takes off running, shouting that he recorded the whole thing and wants to leave so they can hear what the admins say this time. Rokan just mocks them. With that over, he gets back to work, happy that he can gather the rest of the quest items in peace. Holding the bottle of lake essence, MC grins, already picturing Mike's face when he sees it. He takes the weapon back in his hands. A message pops up. The repair is done. The blacksmith closes his eyes and says it's like new again, and the protagonist agrees right away. Rokan smiles, thinking that's perfect. The repair is done, and now he has every item he needs. Then he remembers his next stop is the Guild of Magicians. The girl shuts her eyes and says they appreciate his visit. He figures he can deal with that material later, since he still hasn't gotten the last quest item, the fish from the Lake of Serenity. Keeping his step steady, the protagonist adds that magic items aren't cheap. Even simple magic supplies cost 1 gold each. As Rokan keeps moving, he thinks about how by now he's already sold off the PC gear, so this deal works fine for him. Then he says he'll use the Book of Runes and head to the Lake of Serenity. Hands on his hips, he says the revived mobs are all gone now, so no one will get in the way. The protagonist gives a small grin. He tosses the item into the lake and thinks it's time to see what kind of effect his money bought. Rokan fishes for a bit, then thinks using a rod or harpoon would take forever, so he goes with the faster method. His eyes go wide as lightning crashes nearby. He smiles. That yellow sphere is a magic item filled with electricity, and even if it only works 3 times, it's enough. He fires off lightning strike again and again, wading into the water. Rokan says this is just like he expected. Super effective. Later, the food is set on the table. The guy smiles, calls it amazing, and then a message appears saying he cleared endless research. Staring ahead, He asks how Mike knew ahead of time that this was what he needed. Rokan frowns and thinks the stranger part is that he didn't get any title for finishing endless research. Then he hears there's more. So what comes next? Mike turns and says it'll be too hard for him right now, so he should come back after leveling a little more. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thinks he already knew that, but still, he really wants to punch him. After everything he did, he gets thrown out just because his level is low. Still smiling, he says it makes sense. This quest was originally meant for level 100 players. Standing nearby, behind the guy, Rokan asks if he can take a quick look at something. At that, Mike asks if he's seriously still here studying this. The guy's eyes widen when he hears Rokan say he found it by accident at the lake. The young man looks ahead and asks if he knows what it is. Holding the potion, the magician says it's the essence of the lake and very hard to get. So Rokan realizes he recognized it right away. The protagonist clenches his teeth as he hears that such a rare item usually comes from killing the Knight of the Lake. Frowning, the alchemist asks if that means he beat the Knight of the Lake, then says he's more capable than expected. The protagonist suddenly realizes something. The protagonist thinks it finally clicks. Standing before Rokan, he starts to say that in that case, smiling, the mage asks if he can take on one more request. MC's eyes go wide as a new thorough investigation of Death Quest appears. He stares at it and thinks, bingo. He hadn't even noticed the quest conditions or the reward. A ring from the investigation team, a rare and useful item even past level 100. Rokan frowns, thinking if he gets that ring, he'll be able to level much faster. So he says he'll take the job. The alchemist looks ahead and says good. He believes in him. Checking the notice, the hero says he's already searching auctions for the needed items. A hand to his chest, the mage says that before anything else, he'll need to meet the team. At that, the protagonist thinks he already knows that's impossible. A man's image comes to mind, and he thinks that even though the quest tells him to find a member of the investigation team, no matter how hard he searched, he never found that person. Then he remembers the scrolls and the condition. To meet that person, he has to gather 15 diary pages. Rokan remembers lying on the floor over this in his past life. The page order and locations were random, and finding the last one took forever. Holding the scrolls, the hero thinks that now most players treat those pages like junk and just sell them at auction. Thanks to that, he already saved time by getting 11 pages, so only 4 are left. Rokan figures buying the last pages at auction would be best. He has more to do than just the main quest. Touching his face, he adds that first there's the real estate auction. There's still some time left before it starts. As for money, he has plenty, thanks to the blood hunters. And second, he plans to wipe the blood hunters out. Looking at the message, Rokan says, open the main page, then the comments under the post. A flood of messages appears, and he realizes there are a lot of them, which means their location has been found. Rokan grins. From the latest comment, he figures the Forest Goblin Village is a hunting ground for level 30 players, and those guys were so mad at him, they started a massacre. Frowning, he thinks if he moves now, he can catch them. It's close. He instantly activates stealth. People stare in shock, wondering what that was. Rokan dashes ahead so fast it feels like something just rushed by, and he starts wondering how they'll look when he drops stealth. Soon, the hero reaches the Goblin Forest. He smiles, and someone yells that they're back again. What is he taking this time? If they die once more, it'll be the 5th time. Without even looking at them, the young man says if they're upset, they should get stronger. Killing players is part of the game. Another one snaps that if they want to live, they should hand over their items. Rokan frowns, thinking these idiots still haven't learned. Then he notices that even after everything they've been through, they still aren't guarding properly or holding formation. Rokan leaps up and says that only makes things easier for him. One of the men spins around in shock. His eyes shine as he says they're his prey now. Then he uses jump. Someone looks around, asking what that was. Rokan lands, and panic breaks out. They shout that the crazy killer is here, and if he catches them, they're done. Smiling, he asks where they think they're going. Then the protagonist lets out a battle cry. A guy looks away and says his body won't move, while another asks if Rokan really posted that ad to hunt the blood hunters. A man stares ahead and says so he's that famous user. Now he wants to know what level MC is. He swings his weapon, and someone cries out that they can't believe the ad was real. They beg for someone to stop him already. Rokan laughs darkly and shouts that everything they're carrying belongs to him now. A scream echoes through the forest. Someone yells that he's insane. Dropping to his knees, another begs to know why he's doing this. They don't want trouble with him anymore, so can't he just leave them alone? Rokan steps forward and asks what kind of garbage that is. As he swings, he reminds them they were the ones hunting people for fun. The protagonist slashes hard. With a grin, he says if they're that mad, they should have gotten stronger. Watching him, people say he wiped out Peach Sneaky alone. And judging by that weapon, he's a berserker. What a terrifying class. A guy with wide eyes asks, Mr. Rokan, right? Looking at him, the protagonist hears that the guy's friend was attacked by a group from Peach Sneaky in the valley south of Trinsic. Rokan asks if that's true. Checking the book, he says he'll handle it. Raising a hand, Roken says the guy can tell his friend that he'll wipe them all out in 5 minutes. The guy can only stare at him. Roken turns as he hears someone call him awesome. Later, he starts thinking something feels off. Roken frowns, wondering why the comments about Peach Sneaky suddenly stopped. He was actually having fun with this. Closing his eyes, he remembers that after the post went up, messages poured in non-stop for days. He tracked down the people sending them, crushed their enemies, and thinks those were good times. Lifting a finger, the protagonist adds that since yesterday, the comments have gone silent. Blood hunters, what are they planning? He's getting bored. Roken raises a brow and says he'll check it out. Then he smiles and says, so that's what's going on. He rests his sword on his shoulder and thinks that until now, the blood hunters had ordinary players scared. Fighting them felt impossible because so many of them were high level. Roken swings his weapon and realizes that after seeing him crush them by himself, people stopped being afraid. With his hands behind his head, he decides that's bad news for him. Now he has to hunt down everyone who still has a personal score to settle. Through gritted teeth, he realized that now even regular players were getting in the way. That messed up the hunting. Because of that, the blood hunters had started hiding, and lately he hadn't seen a single one. With his eyes shut, he cursed them as cowards. Roken dropped back, thinking. He figured he could keep this up a little longer, and eventually stop thinking about them. Then he looked up and said it was time for a real estate auction. Someone echoed him in shock. Real estate? An auction? Roken's eyes widened as he realized there was another way. Smiling, he thought that if they were hiding, he could force them to come crawling to him. A crowd had filled the square. One man asked why it was packed today, and another said he had no idea either. Then word spread that guild real estate was going up for auction, places nobody could buy before, because they were already occupied. It looked like leaders from every top guild had shown up. A man folded his arms and figured the bidding would get ugly. That was only natural. With the Lord getting more popular by the day, game rank was starting to mean real fame and status too. One guy clenched his fist, thinking a guild house was needed if they wanted to grow. Philip muttered that the price didn't matter. They had to get one. Another young man ground his teeth, thinking that if it weren't for this idiot, he'd have more money. Elsewhere, a man smiled and asked if they'd gathered enough funds. Roken shut his eyes, taking in how many had come. A notice popped up. The unique title Grey Cardinal had been activated. Identity disguise was activated too. A girl asked if he was the organizer of the Krypton auction, and he calmly confirmed it. Raising his hands, Roken said that since they'd all been waiting so long, he was starting the auction now. People thought that if he even had items like this, he must have a lot of nerve. One man lifted a hand and told him to wait. Philip frowned and said something felt off. How were they supposed to know this guy was the real seller? He remembered hearing that the auction host was the same person who had sold hidden dungeon info before, but this man looked completely different. The disguised host asked if he didn't trust him. The man admitted it, saying if they could at least use insight, then maybe. But when he heard that meant he couldn't join the auction, he stopped short. Roken smiled and said it was simple. If he didn't trust him, then don't buy. He stretched out a hand and announced they would begin the first sale without this doubting gentleman. With a wave, Roken said they'd start with 2-story houses. The opening bid was 10 gold a month. Just 10 gold. A knight immediately raised his hand and bid 10 gold. Roken nodded. Good. Now who would go higher? The girls glanced at each other. Then the crowd jumped into the bidding. A hand shot up, and one man called out 20 gold. Roken brought down the hammer and repeated, 20 gold. Anyone higher? If not, Philip cut in, telling him to wait. Frowning, he shouted 22 gold from his guild. Roken barely reacted. He held out his hand and said that if no one else bid, the lot would go to the man who offered 20 gold. Then he asked for the guild's name. The knight stared, surprised, then answered that it was Steel Truth. Roken tapped the hammer and declared it sold to the Steel Truth Guild. Philip clenched his fist, sure this bastard was mocking him by ignoring his bid. MC told them to sign the contract, and the knight replied that the contract was written really well. A man frowned and asked if they were actually signing right away. So this was real. A girl cursed under her breath and said she doubted for nothing. If not for that loudmouth. Roken cut in and added one more thing. The M Guild, for breaking the rules, would be barred from the next lot. That meant the second sale too. Someone asked what. Philip ground his teeth when he heard he wouldn't get a second warning. Shaking with rage, he told himself this bastard could play for now. Once the auction ended, he'd deal with him. Roken saw the anger building and knew Philip was close to losing control. He grinned, thinking that after the auction, he and his own guild would drag Philip all the way down. Time passed in the city. More lots were sold. The hammer struck again, and he announced that the fourth 2-story house had sold for 25 gold. Eyes closed, Roken congratulated the winner, and the girl thanked him. Philip watched her and thought, damn, he missed another one. Still, with a grin, he figured that now the big guilds had already bought houses for themselves. He could wait, then buy one cheaper. He crossed his arms, thinking this bastard was trying to drive him crazy. Raising the hammer, Roken announced that this was the last lot. A young man questioned that at once. Philip bit down hard, reminding himself not to cause a scene. He was the guild leader, and too many people were watching. Rokan inwardly smiled. This was exactly why he had never said the exact number of lots. Then he said that since this was the final lot, they would start at 15 gold. A hand shot up, and the man yelled 35 gold, then instantly changed it to 40 gold. Rokan asked if anyone wanted to beat that. One girl blurted out that he was insane. 40 gold? Another answered that it was 8 million won a month in real money. Wasn't that way too much? Rokan shut his eyes and declared it sold for 40 gold. Philip smiled when he heard the last two-story house was going to the M Guild, telling himself that was enough. The protagonist held out his hand to the side. Smiling, he gave over the contract and told Philip not to fall behind on rent. Philip ground his teeth, swearing he'd find out who this man was and kill him. Looking at the contract, Philip told himself they'd finally open a guild headquarters, even if it meant tightening their belts. Then Rokan spoke again. After a short break, they'd move on to 3-room houses. A young man immediately protested again. Philip pointed at him and shouted that he just said it was the last one. An MC calmly answered that he meant the last 2-story house. A message popped up reminding everyone that the ad had already said 3-room houses would be sold by auction next week. Rokan turned and said he had clearly written that both 2-story and 3-room houses were available, unless Philip wanted to join that auction too. Philip frowned, thinking that if he had spare gold, he wouldn't waste it on this nonsense. He looked at him and thought, what a narrow-minded idiot. This alone should keep them in trouble for a while. He rolled his eyes and figured that 40 gold a month was 8 million won every month. Philip frowned as it hit him that if someone destroyed the guild, they'd be in serious trouble. Philip stepped forward. Then he turned. A young man stood there in the middle of the room. Smiling, he asked why Philip had come. A hand suddenly shot out and grabbed him hard. The man stared at Philip and demanded to know why he'd bought a house for the guild with all their money. Was he out of his mind? Philip snapped back that he should let go so they could talk this through. A voice from the dark said it hadn't forgotten. The man stepped in front of him and said their partnership was built on money. Looking Philip right in the eye, he added that if Philip became useless, he wouldn't be spared either. Philip frowned and opened his inventory. Holding the contract, he said, "Here." Philip clenched his teeth and said to take it. They'd finish the official deal later. The creature in front of him asked if the M Guild was really supposed to get a headquarters from the start. It said there was only one way left to get back what they'd lost. Philip frowned and said everything would be fixed if they killed that degenerate, and spread the video across every server. Looking at the monster, he added that it could be done if they used all their strength. The monster held the contract and said there was nothing else to do. It couldn't just sit back and watch. Lowering its head, it said it would handle the matter itself. Later, back in Rokan's room, he smiled and asked if he really wasn't going to sleep. His balance showed up, and the first month's rent total came to 335 gold. That meant he was now the richest player in the Lord. Rokan started typing, checking if 1 gold coin was already worth 200,000 won. A trading forum message popped up. Sitting in his chair, the protagonist thought that since the guilds were short on gold right now, they'd be even more eager to buy from him, even at a crazy price. He also decided to raise the prices of Bloodhunter gear above average, one of the perks of being rich. Rokan clenched his fist and nodded. Yeah, this should do it. He lowered his head, smiling as he said it was time to check the bait he'd set earlier. Bloodhunters had to be desperate for gold by now. That much was obvious. He was sure they were grinding in hunting grounds where the money was good. A monster let out an angry growl. A knight rushed in fast, swinging his weapon as he yelled. He told him to take it. A skeleton hid behind a tree, with a weapon stabbed into the ground. Bill grinned and said he could almost one-shot the monsters here now. Kevin looked at the weapon and said one hit was enough to make him think of something else. The weapon was doing all the work for him. The warriors looked away when they heard they should stop hunting. As he walked up, the man said he'd been told the target was in the A book appeared, and they heard that the whole leadership of the Bloodhunters was being summoned. Looking ahead, Harvey said it was time to crush Rokan. Back in the forest, the man aimed his bow and yelled for him to get lost. MC shot back that they must be close. Then he charged. Rokan swung his weapon. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that they'd skip the formal stuff and go straight to the fun part. He suddenly slashed hard with his weapon. The girl stared and said he was crazy. The magician answered that if they really thought he wasn't a hacker, then they were kidding themselves. A man shouted for everyone not to panic. He threw out his hand and ordered them to keep attacking like this, and told the melee fighters to hold Rokan in place. A pentagram formed in front of the mage. The protagonist reached out a hand. Frowning, he thought he'd just test them first. Their eyes lit up, and he realized there were even a few strong ones among them. Rokan rushed in, noticing this wasn't even the full guild, and none of them were trying to run. He slid across the ground. With a grin, MC asked if they were really just stalling for time. Beams flared up behind him. The man stretched out his hand and shouted that they were here, and the other guy said Rokan was done now. A weapon shot forward fast. The hero's eyes went wide. He parried the attack. Rokan stared ahead and asked what kind of spirit that was. Smiling, the man asked if he had really blocked his spear. Kevin touched his face and said he was definitely not normal. Bill replied that made killing him even more worth it. The man stepped forward and asked if this was Rokan. With his arms crossed, Harvey said he'd had enough fun, but today it all ended. Putting a hand to his face, the hero laughed. Then he looked up and said that, judging by the garbage Harvey was saying, they were just a guild of idiots who only ran and hid. The man exploded, asking how dare he. Rokan frowned and yelled that Harvey talked too much. He told them to come at him. The skeleton looked over and said to let the full attack begin. A warrior lunged forward. Rokan gritted his teeth, opened his inventory, and equipped the sealed helmet of the Lion King. As he threw punches, the man yelled that he was in the way. A hammer came rushing at him. The strike tore across the ground. Bill's eyes widened, and he said Rokan was pretty fast for a berserker. Looking aside, the protagonist realized the guy had a two-handed hammer in each hand. Eyes wide, he added that the man was insanely strong. The man charged in fast. Kevin looked ahead and said Rokan had good instincts. Grinding his teeth, MC thought these guys were trouble. The warriors glared at him. He realized these three were probably the Blood Hunters' strongest members. They were clearly nothing like the ones he had fought before. Harvey crouched down, and Rokan figured the one with the skull was the leader. But what was he waiting for? Frowning, he thought he had to take him out before he caused real trouble. But first, he had to deal with the other two, the big one and the skinny one. The knight rushed in, yelling that the protagonist's opponent was him. The protagonist sized them up fast. One was a tank damage mix who relied on raw power and toughness. Kevin looked up. MC figured the other was a damage dealer who could hit hard from long range. What an annoying team. The man's eyes flashed, and Rokan thought that if he used Berserk, he could wipe them out quickly. But he still didn't know if there were other factors, so he couldn't rush it. As he jumped, he decided that Rokan would go straight for Bill. Bill smiled and called him an idiot. Swinging his weapon, he added that Rokan really thought he could beat him head-on. He grinned. The man looked up in shock. The protagonist activated jump. Bill glanced aside and yelled to be careful. Rokan turned sharply. Someone was aiming at him. He tightened his grip and twisted around. Kevin stared and asked who MC thought he was. His eyes widened in fear. Then the man used Rising Dragon Spear. Kevin smiled and said nothing was easier than hitting a target stuck in the air. Then a strike flew at him. Rokan flinched from the pain. The man looked stunned, hearing that he called himself a submaster of the guild. The protagonist smiled and said he had almost pierced him. Kevin's eyes opened in shock. He thought it was impossible. He had even adjusted the throw with a skill, but Rokan didn't deflect it. He just caught the spear. Rokan tossed the weapon up and said, "Here, have it back," then hurled the spear. The spearman thought MC was a fool if he believed he wasn't ready for that. The man smirked and used escape. He vanished at once. Kevin looked ahead and said he'd prepared a way out for scum like him long ago. Rokan instantly threw the spear after him. Smiling, he shouted that Kevin had wasted his skill. The spearman's eyes widened. The protagonist had known he'd use escape and had been toying with him. Rokan slid over the ground. Turning around, the man shouted about the spearman. Holding his weapon, MC asked what he'd do now that he was alone. Still smiling, he added that they should fight for real now. The man roared in anger. Charging in, he shouted that he would kill him. Bill suddenly slammed the ground. Swinging his weapon, Rokan said Bill was so slow a fly could land on him. Bill blocked the strike. He was thrown aside. He smirked and said Bill seemed pretty sure of himself. Frowning, Rokan shouted that if so, then Bill should enjoy this. Holding his weapon, the man said, the protagonist was an arrogant bastard. His eyes flashed as he shouted that his strength stat was 250, meaning he was the strongest in the guild. Then the man leaped up. Harvey was sitting on the ground. His eyes shone brightly. Gritting his teeth, the man yelled for him to wait. Rokan grabbed him by the neck. He stepped forward. Smiling, MC said, this fight was actually fun, and a notice popped up. He had leveled up. He crouched with a smirk. Sitting there, he asked why Harvey just watched his men die. Using dash, Rokan shouted that Harvey was a terrible guildmaster. Dark particles gathered near Harvey's hand. Looking forward, Harvey said the assimilation was complete. The protagonist's eyes widened. Beams circled around him. Blocking the attack, Rokan asked what those shadows were. Harvey lowered his head and asked what MC was wondering, why he let his subordinates die. The answer was simple. Raising his hand, Harvey said he was far more effective alone than with weaklings in his way. Particles drifted through the air as Harvey explained that while he fought his men, he had synced with every shadow nearby. Harvey stretched out his hand and said that meant this whole field was under his control. Rokan smiled and said, so Harvey was a master of shadows? Great, what luck to meet such a valuable resource. Frowning, he thought the Master of Shadows was one of the few hidden classes in the Lord, and getting that class was insanely hard, so he had never seen one in his past life. The mage's eyes flashed, and Rokan thought of one person in particular. The protagonist ducked and told himself no, stop thinking about that right now, deal with them first. Then he asked what made a hidden class so special. Jumping up, Rokan shouted that once he killed the main body, it was over. Harvey thrust out his hand. Black beams shot at him. MC swung his weapon and yelled for them to disappear. Looking ahead, he said his target was Harvey, who stared back in surprise. As he struck, Rokan shouted that Harvey was the one he wanted. The mage's body was sliced in half. Then it started fading away. Rokan looked ahead and asked again, but Harvey was behind him now, calling him a fool. Then he hit him. The protagonist dropped to one knee, and a warning appeared. His health had fallen below 50. Grinding his teeth, MC saw more alerts. Poisoned, paralyzed, bleeding, and losing 30 health every 10 seconds. Harvey clenched his fist. Grinning, he asked why people called Rokan a cheater. He was disappointed. He swung his weapon and answered that Harvey was disappointed too soon. Holding his weapon, the protagonist said they were only getting started. A notice popped up. His poison resistance had cancelled the poison effect. Rokan stretched out his hand and said the master of the Guild of Blood Hunters was no one, then smiled and named the 8th member of Guild Ragnarok. The magician's eyes widened. Harvey, staring ahead, asked again. Players came to mind as Rokan thought of creator King Odin and Ragnarok, the wild role players of Scandinavian and Greek gods. He hated to admit it, but they were the strongest players in the Lord. Odin raised his hand, and MC felt there was always something strange about them. A knight stood before the player, and he thought he still couldn't figure out why famous players joined that guild, and blindly followed Odin. They had left their old guilds, and spent huge amounts of money just to change their nicknames. A glow rose around the man, and Rokan remembered one especially troublesome guy among them, someone who used shadows and poisons. A dragon appeared, and the protagonist remembered the name came from Norse myths, the beast that gnaws at the world tree's roots. Still, he never cared for that role-playing stuff. The dark mage didn't move, and MC was sure the man in front of him was that same mage from before he joined Ragnarok. Harvey pointed his weapon and asked what he was talking about. Thinking it over, he realized it was obvious. There was no other killer with a hidden class who used both shadows and poison. Rokan just smiled. He said Harvey still wouldn't get it, even if he explained it. Then the protagonist realized Harvey probably still hadn't met Odin yet. Rokan frowned and judged Harvey's build fast. First-class assassin, second-class master of shadows. Harvey's level was higher. Maybe his raw power was lower, but his agility was about double. MC stepped forward and said he had no other choice. A bright aura flared around him. He had activated Berserk. Harvey clicked his tongue, saying this was exactly why Berserkers annoyed him. Rokan raised a hand and cut him off. Harvey stared at him and said the gap between them wasn't just level, and one skill couldn't fix that. He faced him head on. Then he grinned. Without warning, Rokan swung. The black smoke scattered. Harvey's eyes went wide. The protagonist kept swinging, shouting at the top of his lungs. A huge explosion boomed out. Harvey looked up, stunned by how strong the attack was. The blow slammed into a tree and echoed through the forest. Harvey could only stare. Eyes wide, Rokan roared for him to die. He swung again. From behind him, Harvey coolly said that was more like it. He asked if MC really thought boosting his stats and rushing in before he could react would be enough. Harvey reminded him this whole area was under his control. The mage's eyes glowed as he explained that by syncing with the shadows, he could feel every move Rokan made and jump to any spot inside this zone. Rokan laughed and called him funny, like some comic book villain. Telling an enemy how your power works was just dumb. Then he opened his eyes wide and said Harvey was already done for. He glared and thought Berserk didn't just give huge power for a short time. It also came with a penalty that cut his stats once it ended. It was a double-edged sword. Harvey stretched out a hand and said Rokan had already lost the second he used that skill. The protagonist ground his teeth. Then he charged, yelling that he'd had enough of Harvey's crap. The mage didn't budge. A dark glow formed in front of Rokan. He swung through it and remembered Harvey had ranked up this class 3 times since their last fight. Rokan glanced around and demanded to know where that bastard went. He stared at the shadow blades, remembering that before, his strength and wide-range skills had easily blown them away. Grinding his teeth, MC cursed. There was no end to them. He suddenly froze. A bright light flashed in front of him. Rokan gave a bitter smile and muttered that, damn, he might really die here. He was breathing hard when a notification said Berserk had 20 seconds left. Rokan dropped to the ground. Harvey stood over him and said it looked like Berserk had kept him alive, but he'd still die soon anyway, because of the penalty. Rokan frowned and swore he wouldn't let that happen. Looking down at him, Harvey said he'd show everyone how he crushed him with his own hands, just like he did to his people. Rokan lowered his head and muttered, damn, what a pain. Gripping his weapon, he said he never thought that in a one-on-one fight. Harvey cut in with a swing, telling him to take his last breath and die. Another alert said Berserk had 10 seconds left. The protagonist smiled and said he really hadn't wanted to use it. Harvey stared and asked what he meant. Rokan suddenly struck with lightning. Harvey was blasted aside with a cry. A reusable magic item floated near MC. Lightning crashed in front of him, and Rokan thought he'd never expected to use it like this outside of quests. Still, it was the only way to clear away the shadows, the source of Harvey's power. Rokan lunged in at once. Harvey's eyes flashed, but he realized the effect would only last a moment. At the same time, Berserk dropped to 5 seconds. He gripped his weapon tighter. he would only get one shot. Harvey froze. Rokan swung. He poured everything into that strike. Right then, Berserk ended, and a message said he had leveled up. Ahead of him, the skeleton tried to speak, but his body was sent flying as he cried out in disbelief that he'd lost to someone like Rokan. The protagonist stepped closer and asked if the truth was simple. Harvey had just underestimated him. Smiling, he added that if Harvey had any more questions about that, he could ask any time. The skeleton glared and swore they'd meet again someday. Then the system announced Rokan had defeated player Harvey and leveled up. Sitting on the ground, MC said he had really almost died. He raised a hand and opened his inventory. After drinking a potion, he admitted Harvey had scared even him. Since coming back, this was the toughest enemy he'd faced. He never expected the Master of Bloodhunters to be in Ragnarok. The only reason he won was because of the titles he'd gotten lately, especially overcoming the limits. Without that, he didn't even want to imagine the result. Holding the ring, Rokan said that even so, the fight let him raise his level and get something useful. He grinned, thinking that even if the ring worked only once a day, a berserker with nothing but combat skills badly needed even one escape move, and he knew he'd use it well. Rokan touched his face and thought. Then he smiled. He had already beaten 2 Ragnarok members from his past life, which meant the future might change. Maybe they wouldn't even join the guild now. Still sitting there, the protagonist shook that off. He didn't know anything for sure, and he still had no idea how Odin gathered that guild in the first place. Frowning, Rokan wondered where Odin was now and what he was doing. He was sure Odin was already playing Lord, though maybe he had changed his nickname again, like in the past life. Closing his eyes, MC cursed. He still couldn't figure out who that bastard really was, but it wasn't something he could solve right now. Philip clenched his teeth, but Rokan knew one thing. Now that Philip had started hunting him, he was serious about catching him. He smiled. Fine. His rule was simple. Never run from a fight waiting on his path. He looked at his hands and thought. Then he decided that maybe he should get ready. Back in the city, a piece of falcon armor appeared. Rokan equipped the archer's gloves, then put on the rest of the new gear. He paused, and thought it was hard to expect anything great from auction gear, so it was better to focus on critical hit chance. Thanks to his titles, Rokan managed to raise his crit rate from 20 to 40, which meant he would land a critical hit on almost every other attack. Rokan smirked. A magic battle axe appeared. Smiling, the protagonist said it was pretty good for a magic item, good enough to use until around level 100. Checking his balance, he figured all the gear had cost about 30 gold. Even after selling his gold coins, he still had money left. Then he remembered the main quest. He still had to find the last diary page to finish it. Rokan said great, he'd hunt until he found it, and test the new gear at the same time. Before long, someone waited around the corner. At another spot, near a waterfall, a boar charged in. Rokan used critical strike. Smiling, he said nice. He had just killed a level 70 monster in one critical hit. Looking at the corpse, Rokan thought this spot was worth staying in until level 75. He looked at the next beast and said, alright, come on then. Arrows suddenly shot past him. More hits slammed into the boar. Rokan turned and asked what the hell. A man stepped up and said he was sorry. With a bow in hand, the guy explained he had killed Rokan's target by mistake and asked how he could make it up to him. MC frowned and said it was fine, just be more careful next time. Another beast stood nearby. Rokan gripped his weapon, then suddenly used throw. A strong blast erupted ahead. A girl quickly said she was sorry too. She hadn't realized he attacked them first. Rokan looked away. The archer kept watching him. Eyes closed, he said it looked like they were after the same target. He turned toward Rokan. The young man shut his eyes as soon as he heard they were from the M Guild, so Rokan asked what he was even talking about, and where he got that idea. He pointed at him and said he should hide the guild mark on his cloak before trying to lie. The guy frowned and snapped that it didn't matter. Mistakes happened on hunts all the time. Rokan stepped up to him and gave a final warning. His eyes widened as he said that if they chased him or stole his mobs again for any reason, he'd treat it as hostility. The archer shut his eyes after hearing that it wasn't just about him, but all of them, the whole guild. He asked if Rokan was trying to start something. The protagonist lifted a hand and told him he could do whatever he wanted, just don't act later like he wasn't warned. The archer rolled his eyes. Then he gave a smug smile. Sure, it was all a bluff. To him, Rokan's threats meant nothing. He noticed people watching, and figured these players had shown up just to mess with Rokan's hunt. Hidden behind a tree, the archer figured that unlike the blood hunters, they were normal players from a guild with a clean reputation. So even if Rokan knew who they were, it changed nothing. Even if he did know, he still couldn't touch them. Rokan stepped in closer. He flashed a wide grin. Soon, they reached the city. The guy shut his eyes and asked why they wanted to interfere with him. Rokan answered. Standing right in front of him, Philip said yes. They wanted it done so other players wouldn't catch on. Rokan replied no, that wasn't the issue. He smiled, thinking Rokan would stay calm. He'd heard the rumors, and MC wasn't crazy enough to snap first. Philip looked straight ahead and said of course Rokan wouldn't just take it, and that was exactly what they needed. The other guy asked what he meant. Grinding his teeth, The knight laid out the plan. Pick a fight, push Rokan into attacking, record everything, then cut the footage to fit their story. If force wouldn't work, they'd turn public opinion instead. The guy told himself not to worry. Unlike the Bloodhunters, their guild was known for being decent, so he couldn't go after them that easily. As the protagonist moved on, he realized people supported him mostly because he was targeting the Bloodhunters. Since the M Guild had a good image, they were sure Rokan wouldn't dare hit them. All they needed was footage of him angry and swearing. MC lowered his head, his strike hit the monster, and one of them laughed, mocking him for missing. Then, staring at Rokan, the young man acted like he was sorry. A second later, he panicked and told him to wait. He suddenly swung his weapon and said the talk was over. They stared in shock. Rokan had killed an ordinary player, not a peachnik. With his weapon still in hand, the protagonist asked why they looked so stunned. He warned them. The magician yelled back and told him to get lost. The mage raised his staff and cast a mana shield. MC swung again, eyes flashing. He rushed in, and a critical hit notice popped up. Rokan grinned. So that was how the crit effect felt. The man screamed. Another one reached out, shouting that he was making a huge mistake. The protagonist told him he was too loud. Then he snapped. Stop talking and fight. A loud scream echoed through the forest. Rokan stopped moving. He frowned. When he looked up, a notice said his kill count had gone up. He was now a killer. MC shut his eyes and muttered that this was annoying. He expected it, but he still ended up marked as a killer. Then Rokan smiled and said that meant he had no choice now. His eyes sharpened. If he really wanted these trash players gone, he'd move to the level 90 hunting ground, the bandits' lair. They were strong, but he could handle them. He slung the weapon onto his back, thinking his rule was simple: never run from a fight that comes to him. Then he asked them to wait until he could hunt again. He hadn't logged out in a long time. Back at home, Rokan confirmed the address and told them to set up the capsule with the best specs. Lying on his bed, he said he'd make the payment today, then wait 3 days. Phone in hand, he said that problem was handled. Looking at his phone, Rokan wondered why everything had gotten so quiet. He kept feeling like something big was coming. The protagonist swung his weapon and thought maybe they really had gotten scared after a few of them were killed by a peachnik. But no. Suddenly, Rokan looked over in surprise. Smiling, he said they should check out this bastard. Watching the video, Rokan said it was cute. Philip frowned, greeted everyone and introduced himself. Then he said anyone active intrinsic had probably heard of MC. He had gotten famous lately for going after the Peaksnick Guild Bloodhunters. A lot of people saw him as a protector of the weak, and Philip said their guild used to believe that too. But now they claimed Rokan hunted Bloodhunters for exp and loot, not to help regular players or newbies. The knight added that the protagonist didn't have to help everyone the way their guild did. As MC watched, the video went on. Some time ago they had received a strange message from an anonymous user. It said Berserker Rokan was using illegal hacks, cheat programs, and that he had abused his power to treat a rude player unfairly. The video showed Rokan dodging tons of arrows and even letting magic pass through him, making it all look impossible. It also claimed he killed members of their guild who only wanted to talk. Sitting at a table, Philip said that was why he was speaking out against him, who they suspected of cheating. As the protagonist looked at the phone, Philip said he wanted viewers to decide for themselves, and that their guildmaster had approved this. Rokan looked up and asked if that was really the best they had. With his eyes closed, he called Philip a guy who really knew how to make people laugh. At least he was good at that. In the dark maze, Rokan thought that no matter what, the Bloodhunters guildmaster had failed. There was no way he could beat Rokan fairly. MC frowned. Stupid and funny, sure, but the trick was effective. Standing alone, he thought he was a strong solo player, while this top 5 guild was just a bunch of fake good guys putting on a show for everyone else. Smiling, the protagonist said he had to admit they were good, because this wasn't the first time he'd faced this. More than anyone, he knew how to deal with it. He put away his phone and said he'd make good use of this chance. Philip looked away as the thought came up. People care less about weak, fake nice guys than strong tyrants. At the thieves' den, bandits appeared. One glared at Rokan and yelled that he had guts coming alone. Another thief said they didn't know who he was. MC asked what they'd do if that were true. A bandit charged, shouting that this cocky idiot needed a lesson before he died. He added that they were famous. Rokan smiled and said he was joking. Of course, he knew exactly who they were. Pointing his weapon at them, he said they were just a source of points to him. The thieves bristled. In most games and comics, bandit gangs are just useless mobs, but these weren't. One slammed the ground and shouted, asking how dare this bastard talk like that. These guys were different. A thief clenched his fist and swore he'd rip Rokan apart and feed him to the dogs. Every one of them was level 90 or higher. He knew why they were dangerous. Their traps, teamwork and tactics had already robbed and killed plenty of adventurers. They were far beyond ordinary monsters. Then Rokan activated Berserk. He smiled, sure they were no match for him, and promised he'd show them a nice surprise too. The protagonist's eyes lit up as messages started popping up about the video exposing Rokan. Some people who hadn't seen it before now thought he wasn't just a strong player, but a plain cheater. Philip frowned as more messages came in saying his guild was right. Rokhan had never done anything for them, so people quickly switched sides and said he only acted for himself. Looking at the laptop, someone typed back that they didn't even know there was a hack for the Lord and had never heard of it before. A girl frowned and wrote that maybe they shouldn't judge based on one side alone. She asked if they shouldn't hear Rokhan out too and see the full video. A guy grinned and asked what she was doing. Was she really defending Rokhan just from that? Another comment popped up saying that even with all his fights against the bloody hunters, they still believed MC used some kind of cheat. After all, how do you catch an arrow with your bare hand unless you're some martial arts master? Philip thanked everyone for the support and said the IM Guild stood for fair play and wanted every user to enjoy playing the Lord. Then he added they hadn't shown everything yet, but if people kept supporting them, they would go on collecting evidence against Rokhan and asked for more support later too. Looking at the comments, he thought that no matter how hard he fought, he was still just one man and wondered if he'd even be able to keep playing the Lord after this. Someone else thought this was the protagonist's end, that the community pressure would wipe him out. Holding the phone, he added that once Rokhan quit, they could join up with the blood hunters again. Looking away, the guy asked once more. He smiled when he heard Rokhan had logged back in. He was at Khan Square, and the reply came that it was true. It looked like Rokhan had finally decided to respond. On the phone, the young man started asking if he had brought the wind catchers into the plan and told them to follow along and stir things up in the crowd. They answered that that was the problem. Glancing aside, he asked again. Then the building came into view. The knight turned and froze in shock. With a frown, he wondered if Rokhan had just happened to walk by. Then the girl asked if that was the hacker. Balling up her fist, she snapped that someone this shameless shouldn't be walking around freely. The man told her to stop. What if he tried to kill them? She stared at him and asked if he didn't know that if someone started killing inside the city, you could call the NPC guards and have him killed. She reached out and shouted, "You're Rokhan, right?" Then she asked him to stop for a second and talk. The guy turned back and asked what they wanted. Rokhan smiled and asked what this was about, and why so many people were after him today. Through clenched teeth, the girl asked if he really wasn't a murderer. Then she noticed his eyes looked normal and wondered if he'd already lowered his killer score. They were clearly thrown off. The man frowned. He knew that lowering a killer score wasn't easy once it got really high. It could drop if you did nothing, but that took weeks. And the fastest way to lower it was to kill someone else who also had killer status. His eyes widened. As far as most players knew, that was the only method. But there was one thing most users still didn't know. Some monsters could have a killer score too. That made it click for him. It explained why Rokhan had hunted bandits all night. The kills helped him level up, and since those bandits had tons of murders on their record, he could wipe his own count in just a few hours. The girl gritted her teeth and said that was impossible. There was no way a kill count could vanish in half a day. Rokhan figured everyone would learn this later anyway, once the average player level got higher. For now though, nobody could touch him over it. Rokhan waved a hand and said if they didn't have real business with him, he was leaving. Then the guy quickly said they were sorry. He stared in shock after hearing this was Berserker MC. Carl smiled, introduced himself as a reporter from the online magazine Game Invent, and asked if Rokhan would do an interview. He thought the timing couldn't have been better. Holding the item, he figured he couldn't just ignore bait this obvious. The reporter smiled. Even when they contacted him, he hadn't believed it. He never expected it really was Rokhan, and there was no way he'd miss an exclusive like this. The protagonist smiled and said sure, he'd do it. He offered a handshake and said he only had one condition. He would pick the place. They could sit at the cafe table over there. Carl paused at that. Carl clenched his teeth and thought, damn, if he wanted this exclusive, the interview should have been somewhere quiet and empty. Rokhan said he wasn't interested and started to leave, but the man quickly shouted that no, they'd go. Soon, they were inside. The man asked what exactly he was being interviewed about, and the other side cut in, asking what was going on. At the table, Carl said MC had probably heard the newest rumors, so he'd be direct. He said people suspected him of using hacks, and there was also proof he was a PK player. What did he have to say to that? Rokhan looked at him and said he'd answer plainly. Carl heard him say he'd never used any hacking programs, and that IM Guild members had honestly paid people to provoke him. Rokhan smiled and said he'd prove everything step by step. The reporter frowned. He could see he was very sure of himself, so he asked how he planned to prove it. Sitting across from him, Rokhan asked what Carl knew about that program made to hack the Lord. At that, Carl said he had Palmtree has mown. Rokhan raised a hand and said he'd watched the video yesterday, but how did Carl think it was made? People were stunned. If the ones filming truly believed he was cheating, shouldn't they have reported him first? The reporter asked if they had already reported him and just got no result. Rokhan corrected him. They already knew he hadn't used any programs. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said he only knew how to play games, not program them. He'd never used hacks and didn't even know where to get them. Then he raised a hand and added that if Carl still doubted him, he could file a report right now. The reporter looked at him and said if he was that certain, then he'd submit one. Pointing at the notice, he said a cheat use report had just been sent, and now he was sure Rokan meant it. The man widened his eyes and asked, what about dodging arrows? Had he really trained his skills that far that he could catch one barehanded? Rokan said they were making way too big a deal out of it. He frowned and said, Lord is a game where you can keep getting stronger. It all comes down to level, items, and skills. He added that if someone switched their second class to mage, they could blow up a building with ease. So why was catching an arrow the unbelievable part? Rokan explained the fire attack never hit him because of the protective fence, a market item anyone could buy and test for themselves. The reporter touched his face and thought MC didn't seem to be lying or bluffing. Back at the table, he asked why IM Guild had posted that video, and why Rokan hadn't answered right away. He asked if he really needed to react every time someone spread nonsense. Then, with a grin, he said they were probably coming after him because they had something to hide. Carl frowned at that and asked what he meant. What was IM Guild hiding? Adjusting his glasses, he pressed him, saying he had to know something. Rokan replied that everyone would find out tonight. Holding his phone, the protagonist said they had uploaded their video to YouTube and let the users judge it, so he planned to do the same. He apologized for making people wait and work so hard without getting a clear ending. He told them to watch the video going up tonight. Carl looked straight ahead. Carl thought, what the hell? Then said fine. One last question. Frowning, he said he'd heard Rokan killed IM Guild members, and asked if that was true. MC lifted his brows and calmly said yes. The reporter was stunned by how fast he admitted it, but he said he wasn't going to make excuses. He killed them because he was mad. Leaning over the table, Rokan said since he had the chance, he wanted to make one thing clear. He pointed ahead and said that if anyone tried to mess with him, they'd lose everything, their lives and their items. The guy smirked and said that sounded like bluffing. They could talk after he wiped out their side. Rokan looked over in surprise. Then came the offer, hand over the invisibility cloak, and they'd let him walk away. The man's eyes lit up as he said they should send one of their guild elites to the blood hunters, help them level, and lower their kill rate. The mage stretched out a hand and said the gap between them wasn't just about level 1, skill could make up for that. With a smile, the guy said that was the surprise Rokan had missed. Holding his phone, the protagonist said they were handing it over themselves. Still smiling, he told them to just watch how fast people switched sides. Rokan thought they were idiots. They really believed they could twist a video and push him around with cheap tricks. He'd dealt with dirty moves like that for years and Lord, which was why he always kept recording on while he played. Now he could only wonder what their faces looked like. The guy clenched his fist and yelled that MC was a damn bastard. The girl raised her hands and told him to calm down. But the young man shot back, asking if she really thought he could calm down now. Philip stood before the mage, furious. How had that bastard learned about their ties to the blood hunters? Only the guild's top leaders knew. The girl looked at him in fear as he warned her not to tell him she was the one who leaked it. Shaken, she answered that no, she swore it wasn't her. Sitting on the bed, the guy cursed that bastard. Damn it, what was he supposed to do now? Philip turned when he heard someone say they seemed to know who this Rokan really was, and he asked again. Then the scene shifted to the workplace. It turned out they were talking about her ex, the one they met last time. Eyes wide, the guy shouted what that meant, and the girl said the more she thought about it, the more sure she was, it was him. Kate looked down and said he used the nickname Rokan in every game, and after watching the video, she realized he even looked like him. Philip looked down and thought that made sense. Last time, he said he also played the Lord, and they really did look alike. Grinding his teeth, Philip realized that bastard really was Rokan. He turned, and wide-eyed, asked if she knew where that creep lived. Then the building came into view. The man gripped a bat. The girl trembled and turned away. Looking at him, she said he didn't have to do this. It felt too much. Philip snapped that he didn't care. He just wanted that freak gone. At the door, he realized his mood had sunk even lower the moment he came here himself. Now some random guy was living there, so he really came to a homeless shelter. That was the last straw for Philip. The guys glared with anger. Philip was sure he was nothing like this bum. All he had to do was look at the loyal lackeys ready to follow every command he gave. As he pressed the bell, Philip thought Rokan might have enjoyed the game, but today, he was going to die. From inside, a voice asked who it was. Kate answered that it was her. Waiting at the door, Kate heard him say he was sorry, but she must have the wrong apartment. Staring ahead, Kate pleaded with him not to do this to her. With a smile, Kate asked why they couldn't just talk. The man dropped his head. Then the door cracked open. Philip scowled and yelled for the others to grab him. They rushed into the apartment. A voice asked who they were. Philip kicked forward and shouted for him to die. To him, the guy was trash. Kate's eyes went wide as she shouted for them to stop. The man on the floor cried out that he wasn't the one. Looking down, Philip asked what she meant. Reaching out with his hand, the man yelled that they were insane. He demanded to know who they were. Philip rolled his eyes when he heard they'd attacked the wrong person. Since his father was the local police chief, he figured every one of them would end up in jail. Elsewhere, Rokan scratched his ear while resting under an umbrella and joked that maybe someone was thinking about him. He smiled and looked away. Then he heard, "No, that can't be." Roken thought back to how, after just a few days, once he posted his response video, the I Am Guild was basically finished. Philip, the guildmaster, quit logging in, and many members vanished too. They couldn't handle the pressure from the rest of the players. Relaxing on a lounge chair, Roken thought the I Am Guild, once one of the strongest, had fallen apart in a pretty pathetic way. Honestly, he felt it ended kind of boring. He'd expected Philip to make one last move. Did he really just give up? Even seeing him behind bars, Roken thought Philip stayed boring right to the end. Getting up, he figured the whole thing was a happy ending, aside from one small problem. He reached out with his hand, and by small problem, he meant the interview. He had warned people not to bother him, but that only made him more famous and brought in a ton of fans he never wanted. Roken spread his hands and said the world was pretty weird. Then he remembered hearing that someone had even made a fan site. Still, it didn't really matter to him. What he liked most was the money. Killing blood hunters and selling their gear earned him several thousand gold. As the Lord got more popular, the price of in-game currency shot up fast. Walking through his new place, Roken thought that thanks to that, he could finally move into a better apartment. He'd sold half his supplies, which might seem wasteful, but he had already decided how to handle leveling and gear. Standing by the capsule, he added that for a real full-time game, he needed the newest capsule model. It was worth the cost. That expense was necessary. His old apartment didn't even have space for it. Grinning, Roken said it was time to begin. Looking aside, he added that they'd see soon. It was time for him to make his move. Then, Roken heard a sudden scream. Ron snapped, furious that anyone touched his brothers, and swore he'd cut the protagonist's throat himself. MC paused, confused. The man pressed him again, but he brushed it off and told him not to worry. With a smirk, the protagonist called himself a busy man, so why not start the attack now? Ron gritted his teeth and called him a filthy degenerate. He charged in, shouting that he'd kill him right here and now. Roken took a hard breath. Then he used battle cry. MC dashed forward at once. Smiling, he told Ron to take a good look around. Fear flashed across Ron's face. Ron demanded to know how he knew about this, but to him it was obvious. The mountain bandit lair was tied to a well-known quest. It was the King of Fury quest. Every bandit lair near small cities held a quest item, and beating the boss there would start it. The reward was the Axe of Fury, a top-tier berserker item. In his past life, the protagonist had spent plenty of time hunting bandits for it. The man's eyes widened. Roken thought this guy was a huge pain. He kept using stealth, sneaking in for attacks from behind. Roken smiled and said he was glad to see Ron, though he hoped they never met again. Ron shouted back, "No." A second later, MC hit him. He said Ron was supposed to be the leader's assistant, yet he still went down in one blow, just the weakness of the thief class. His eyes flashed as Roken swung again. Grinding his teeth, Ron roared that he'd rip him apart. The protagonist only grinned and mocked him, saying that sounded scary. He shut his eyes as flames burst around Ron. Roken's eyes widened. Did Ron still have that much strength? Ron blocked the strike. Then his eyes rolled back. A bright flash exploded out. The man cried out as he slid across the ground. Roken frowned. A barrier formed in front of him. Ron slammed the ground. MC frowned, shocked that Ron could use a buff too. He'd thought only he had that. Ron rushed in again. The shield split under reinforcement, a warrior combo skill that boosts both the body and the weapon. As he swung, Ron yelled that now they'd see how much stronger he'd become. Roken's eyes opened wide as he shouted. Then the fight shifted deeper into the cave. A scream echoed out. When it was over, items dropped, and he got a level up notice. Smiling, Roken said he'd handle the rest. Looking around, he muttered that the drawer should be nearby. Where was it? Suddenly, the protagonist stopped in surprise. He grinned and said, "Finally, at last, the job was done." Looking at the diary, Roken realized it was basically a treasure map. If you put all its clues together, they led to one place. That single place was the goal. His eyes lit up. Soon he reached the forest. With his eyes closed, Roken said it was hidden well. No one would find it easily. Standing behind a tree, he added that he couldn't go any farther yet. The quest still had to be cleared first. Lately, he'd had luck with undiscovered caves. Then the air started to glow. Roken opened his eyes in surprise. Smiling, he said it had been a long time since they met. A system notice appeared. He had found the explorer's body. Roken frowned and realized this must be the diary's owner. Taking the ring, MC said he'd borrow it. He waved a hand and said it had to be somewhere nearby. The ring began to glow, and he knew he'd found it. Its light shined even brighter. Roken knew where the cave was from his past life, but without the quest, no one could enter. He shivered, knowing that if someone came too early, or without all the diary pages, the explorer's soul would stop them on the spot. The protagonist clicked his tongue. This wasn't a low-level dungeon, but for him now, the level was more than enough. He stepped forward. Roken entered the mouth of death. A sudden surprise hit him. A scream rose from the dark. Monsters were waiting for him. A skeleton blocked the attack. Roken swung his weapon. A huge blast went off. MC glanced aside, surprised. Then he leaped up. The skeleton cried out in shock. Roken figured these enemies were a bit tougher than the mountain bandits, but that was fine, even if something about this place still bothered him. As the undead screamed and charged, he remembered they didn't fear death at all. Gripping his weapon, the protagonist thought that actually this made things easier. His strike slammed into the undead. He kept attacking the monsters. Roken swung again. He landed hard on the ground. MC frowned. He swung his weapon again. Then he stopped. With a smile, Roken said it was lucky he cleared them without using berserk mode. There were just so many that it got a little rough. Then he looked up in surprise. From the darkness came a voice. Finally, a glow filled the air. The chain suddenly snapped. The monster grinned and declared that at last, the seal was broken. Then he said he'd show the whole world his empire's greatness, starting by killing Roken. The protagonist took a step forward. He jumped up and shouted that yes, the time of death had come. Another huge blast burst out. Wide-eyed, the creature spat out an insult. Roken smiled. Good, he had stopped the summon before the soldiers appeared. Sliding across the ground, MC thought the hardest part of this dungeon was the general himself. If the monster got enough time and space, he'd summon a massive army. Worse, his death aura would make those troops much stronger, so he had to stop the summoning no matter what. The monster swung his weapon. Roken blocked the attacks, and knew that even alone, this enemy was tough. Normally you'd need a third-class upgrade to beat him. While deflecting another hit, the protagonist thought the time had come for the monster ground his teeth, and swore he'd tear him apart. MC clenched his fist. Now was the moment. A bright light flashed up. It formed right in front of the monster. The creature laughed, calling Roken a nobody for daring to challenge a general of the great empire. The monster suddenly went wide-eyed. Then another message popped up in the light. The summon was cancelled because the target couldn't be found. The skeleton lifted a hand and snapped. Don't mock me. Staring ahead, he roared that no living being could escape him. Roken answered with a punch. The monster glanced aside and asked again. He only grinned. Another flash burst out. Roken slammed in with shoulder strike. The skeleton ground his teeth. Charging in, the protagonist thought, great, one more hit. The monster's eyes widened again. Light gathered around his hand. MC swung his weapon. Then he heard the monster shout that no one could stop him. Roken smiled to himself. He couldn't stop phase 2 anyway. The skeleton threw up his hand and yelled, rise. The undead's eyes flared. A ghostly steed appeared in the glow. The monster charged. Roken didn't move. Light shimmered in the air. The skeleton's eyes shone brighter. He tightened both hands on his weapon. Turning back, the skeleton shouted for him to bow before the Empire's power. Roken frowned and shouted back. The steed rushed in. The protagonist gritted his teeth and gasped. The monster spun around at once. Roken struck and cursed. Damn. His eyes went wide. He realized this was just an ordinary skeleton, but the hit felt like getting slammed by a truck. While drinking a potion, Roken figured he had more raw strength, but if the enemy kept attacking this fast, he could still lose. The steed lifted a leg, and MC cursed to himself. What now? Use berserk mode. He frowned and thought, no, he couldn't do that. His eyes flashed. Berserk mode would make this easy, but the penalty would ruin his plan to level fast. Roken glared ahead, focused on the problem right in front of him. The monster rushed straight forward. If he could deal with that mobility, Roken crossed his arms and knew one mistake could kill him, but he still had to gamble. Suddenly he spread his arms wide. The monster stared and shouted that it was a pointless trick. Still facing him, he mocked him for thinking that could stop a general. Roken swung and shot back that he wasn't dumb enough to try something that stupid. The undead looked at him, thinking a head-on clash was reckless. The protagonist's eyes flashed bright. He suddenly shot to the side. The monster wheezed, while Roken skidded across the ground. The undead lifted his head and yelled, asking how dare he. MC lowered his head. His eyes opened wide. A bright beam shot out and slammed into the wall. Roken smiled. Right, he really was a nobody. Then he hit the monster. The creature clenched its teeth and screamed about the Empire and its revival. The protagonist frowned and cursed him and his stupid empire. As he struck again, Roken called it a return gift. The monster cried out in pain. While swinging again, MC wondered what was still on cooldown. The monster's eyes went wide as he screamed for Roken to die. He suddenly landed a critical hit. A bright beam crashed into the ground. The skeleton started falling apart, shouting that it was impossible. He was the Empire's general. A notice appeared. Roken leveled up. The protagonist stared at the crystal in surprise. Light wrapped around it, and a message said the skeleton general was destroyed, and the essence of death was obtained. MC smiled. This was it. Now he understood why that man gave his life to seal the cave. He paused. A warning popped up. Hurry, because the essence of death can wake the dead. Roken's eyes lit up. If he left it alone, it would keep spawning undead. Pretty much death itself. Even while aching, he laughed and thought this could help him level insanely fast. His eyes widened as he shouted that this was crazy, an endless X-farm. The skeleton soldier's eyes lit up. A bright beam flashed in front of Roken. The monsters were blasted aside. The protagonist grinned. He yelled that it was time to grind all the way to level 99. His weapon shot forward. The monster cried out. The skeleton lowered its head and shrieked. Another undead went wide-eyed and shouted. Rokan kicked. The strike landed on the skeleton, and a notification said he had leveled up again. Rokan smiled and said, "Finally." After drinking a potion, he thought the endless respawn was a bit much, but thanks to potions, bandages, and the protective fence, he could heal during the fight. Rokan stepped forward and thought now wasn't the time to stop. He could keep leveling non-stop for 4 days, and in his past life nobody reached 99 this fast. He picked up the crystal. Then a notice appeared. He had cleared the story dungeon of Death's Mouth. He also received the title, Conqueror of Death. He was the first to ever get it. Rokan covered his face and said this was amazing, then realized the title was far better than most class passives, especially for fighting undead. When a warning said death was weakening him and could swallow him if he waited too long, MC brushed it off and said he knew. No need to be dramatic. As debris rose, he figured he was done here for now. Heading out, he thought the quest was done and his level was up, so now he activated the Book of Runes. Rokan grinned and said he was heading to Trinsic Magician's Guild. Soon he arrived at the guild. The magician stared in shock and shouted, "This is it?" Smiling, Rokan said it was the essence of death, taken from the place marked in the diary, and the man told him to wait a moment. A light appeared in front of the magician. He raised his hand and used purification. The protagonist looked at him and asked what that was for. Mike replied that it wasn't enough. They couldn't underestimate the power inside the essence of death. Holding out a potion, the magician told Rokan to hand over the essence and drink this. MC drank it, and the man explained it was a rare medicine that boosted life force. He frowned, thinking it tasted just okay. Then notification said his body was filling with life energy. Life's power was overwhelming death. Touching his face, Rokan said, "Good. This should be enough to beat death." Rokan stood still, wondering what the power of death would do next. The magician reached out and told him he was a great guy. Because he risked his life, they had stopped a major disaster. Then he added that wasn't all. Because of Rokan's huge achievement, he wanted to name him one of the explorers. Holding his hand out, he said that by finishing their tasks, Rokan could expect help in return. The protagonist shook his hand as he heard that he should keep working for peace and prosperity across the continent. To that, Rokan replied of course. He agreed, then thought this probably counted toward the main quest too. Then a notification for a grand achievement appeared. He got the title Explorer. Rokan smiled when he heard he was the first to earn that title. Light glowed around them. Mike held out an item and told him to take it, so his identity could be confirmed, and Rokan thought he'd better not lose it. He held the Ring of Research. MC clenched his fist, thrilled. For a berserker, this thing was huge. With 2500 health, it felt like getting an extra life. He grinned when he heard it was time to go. The world was waiting for him. Looking ahead, the alchemist said whatever Rokan's goal was, he'd support him. He waved a hand and thought the guy was a bastard. He had dragged him around this whole time, and now he was acting nice. As he walked through the city, Rokan added that he could forgive him. He was in too good a mood. The protagonist stepped forward. Hands on his hips, he thought it was time to upgrade his class. The doors opened suddenly. The man looked away in surprise. Rokan said he came to improve his profession, and the young man asked if he hadn't just done that the other day, unless he'd quit and taken a whole new class. MC smiled and said to stop talking nonsense and give him the class up quest. The man looked at him and said it was true. Someone was finally ready for a third profession, maybe even the first on the continent. Sitting across from Rokan, he added that he was really going to advance again as a berserker, so Rokan asked why he kept asking stupid questions. The man frowned and said fine. He'd explain. It was simple. Every class had the same test. Raising a hand, he said Rokan needed to beat a level 100 enemy one-on-one, no matter if it was a monster or a guard. The only thing that mattered was that it was level 100. A quest notice appeared telling him to defeat one level 100 opponent alone. The protagonist grinned when the man added a hint. The target looked humanoid. The warrior stared at him and asked if he had just said that he was yay. The scene cut to a monster holding a weapon as a notification confirmed victory over the Knight of Lake Arthwaite. Then another notice confirmed his win over the bandit leader Ron. Another message followed. He had defeated the forgotten skeleton general. The man grabbed his face and shouted, stunned. How could that be? He already had 3. Rokan clenched his fist and said he finally felt like himself again. Light flared around him as notifications announced the title, first user of one class. He was the first to earn it. MC smiled and said he'd finally outgrown being a rookie, and another notice declared him a true berserker. The hero grinned and raised a fist. He'd just become the first player ever to earn the one-class title. Rokan smiled. He had finally hit level 100, and he had become a true berserker. James slammed his fist on the table and demanded to know who the protagonist really was. He just looked back at him, wondering why he was so shocked, then said even bigger surprises were still coming. The blue-haired guy held out his hand and told the scar-faced man to quit stalling and hand over the reward for his class upgrade. 3 magic weapons appeared, a berserker longsword, a berserker battle axe, and a berserker two-handed sword. The long-haired man said the hero could pick one. He told him to choose whichever suited him best. Roken folded his arms while the other man explained these were all strong, high-quality weapons, probably the best he'd find for this level. The blue-haired guy took a weapon by the handle, then chose the axe, saying it felt better. James wasn't surprised at all. Lifting it over his head, the young man realized it had been a while since he'd used one. It wouldn't carry him through the whole game, but for now, it was perfect. The books sat on the table. The seller told the protagonist to check out the skill books, then pointed out that he already knew the old ones, but 5 new books had been added. A list of 5 new skills and their effects popped up. Roken raised a finger and said he'd take all of them, plus a few more. James then asked if he knew about skill combinations. Skill combinations unlock after the 3rd class advancement. They let you fuse several skills into a new one. They're powerful, but you can only keep 3. The blue-haired guy looked at the book, and the seller asked if he understood that he needed to think carefully before combining skills, because the books would vanish if he used them to make a combined skill. He warned that if he mixed them without thinking, he could end up with something useless. Roken held up 3 fingers and asked for 1 copy each of Battle Cry, Strike, Shoulder Strike, and Tough Body, plus 3 power books. The merchant stared at him and wondered if he'd listened at all. James folded his arms and said the total came to 21 gold and 80 silver. He'd have liked to give a discount, but the system wouldn't allow it. The scar-faced man reached out and said he'd throw in a little bonus. It was the Stone of Madness, a rare berserker item that lets berserk be used without penalties, though only once. The blue-haired guy quickly grabbed the red gem. He hadn't expected to get it this early, thanked the seller, and said he'd put it to good use. A heavy bag dropped onto the table. James was shocked that the protagonist really paid for everything. It was like he already knew everything about advancement quests, combined skills, and who knew what else. In his head, James kept asking who this guy was. The scar-faced man just laughed. Roken walked down the busy street with a hand in his pocket, while James decided he might be looking at a future Supreme Master. At the Guild of Magicians in Katian, the old man said he knew he'd been right about the protagonist, and added that he was worthy of joining their research group. Sam sipped his tea and said he was amazed that Picky Mike seemed to like the hero. Roken thought it wasn't really about liking him. The old man in glasses raised his tea and asked where he was headed next. He answered that he was going to the 3rd city, Crossroads. The gray-haired man began writing on a piece of paper and said he thought it might be hard with his current strength, but there was no reason to worry if the protagonist was set on going. Lifting his pen, Sam said he was sure Roken already knew this, but from Crossroads on, he would start meeting other races. 4 members of different races appeared as the old man explained that the first city was Catan, the second was Trinsic, and the third was Crossroads, which opened at level 100. There, he could meet elves, gnomes, and dwarves, not just NPCs but other players too. The gray-haired man handed the hero a letter and told him to go to the western mines to find Rick, who could guide him. The protagonist asked what the letter was for. Sam explained that he had a friend, a guard general named Macaulay, and asked him to give this letter over. Roken held the message in his hands and thought the old man really kept using him. The sorcerer warned the trip might be rough and asked the hero if that was okay, and he just smiled and told him to look at him. He was a berserker, so there was nothing to worry about. The young guy stared in surprise. Roken pointed at the cart and asked Rick if he really expected him to ride in that. Rick said that was exactly right. Touching the cart, the dwarf explained it was the only direct way from Tian to Crossroads, then asked if Sam hadn't told him. The protagonist waved it off and said he was seriously thinking about taking a longer route through another city, but his guide told him to trust his gut. As the protagonist turned to leave, Rick explained that any other path would take days and come with lots of checkpoints. The blue-haired guy puffed out his cheeks, annoyed. If he went now, he could be the first to reach the 3rd city, start an important quest, and even unlock the first real estate bonus. Grabbing the cart, the protagonist muttered a curse. Roken made a face and asked if it was really safe. Rick said it was so safe he'd never had a single accident. Then the gnome pulled the lever and admitted this was actually his first time sending a person in the cart. The protagonist immediately asked him to say that again. Rick gave a thumbs up and wished the screaming hero a safe trip. An elf stood at the gate. She crossed her arms. Then her eyes went wide. Pointing at the bent-over protagonist, the blonde woman ordered him to stop and said only those with permission could enter. Roken grabbed his head, said it was spinning, and told the girl not to yell. Instead, she shouted that she'd shoot if he didn't give his name. She aimed her bow at him, but the blue-haired man straightened up and muttered that he'd remember that rotten little gnome's face. An arrow shot forward fast enough to kick up smoke. The elf froze in shock, unable to believe he dodged it. Roken threw a punch toward the girl. She covered her head and turned away. The young guy asked what she was doing, then reminded her he'd said he needed to go through identification. The blonde woman opened her eyes and stared at him in confusion. Roken showed his ring, gave his name, and asked if this was really Crossroads. Under his breath, he added that he'd kill the gnome if it wasn't. The protagonist put his hands on his belt and took in the city ahead. He quickly realized the 3rd city was massive. A burly passerby said this was just the start. Then a notice appeared. The hero was the first to discover the new city and earned the title of first visitor to Crossroads. Touching his face, the protagonist thought that if there hadn't been a first title, something else might have happened. Still, it didn't matter now that he got it. The elf clung to her friend and whispered that she had never seen a human before. Her companion said that if a human became the first visitor, he must have done something awful. Rokan looked around with annoyance. The elves didn't seem friendly, and to him, those long-eared types were way too picky. The big man waved at the locals and decided this was still better than his old life, where people were often treated badly just for being human, either threatened or completely ignored. After logging out, the protagonist decided that was enough for today. The young guy dried himself with a towel and thought he'd leveled up a new class, earned a title, and gotten quite a lot done. Rokan picked up his phone to see if anything interesting had happened. The blue-haired man's eyes widened. On the phone screen was news that a player had reached level 99 in Lord. The protagonist thought that since it was an exclusive interview, it obviously wasn't about him. Then he thought he'd been ahead of everyone, but now someone at level 99 had shown up. Rokan's mouth fell open. The blue-haired guy stared at his phone and wondered if this could be that same person. A girl holding a microphone greeted the viewers of Game & Vend and said that, just as promised, they had a special guest in the studio. A man with a blurred face stood on stage as the reporter introduced him as the first player to reach level 99 in Lord, then gave his name. Ruby grabbed her cheeks with both hands and asked if the audience wanted to see his face and learn his name, then said they couldn't reveal either. Raising a hand, the girl explained that the player only agreed to the interview if his identity stayed secret. The black-haired man asked everyone to understand. He didn't want fame. Ruby held the microphone toward the black-haired man and said only about 100 players had reached level 90. Then she asked how he managed to level up to 99 so fast, and he replied that he hadn't done anything special. Rokan sat down and watched the interview on his monitor. The mysterious player said he got there by studying the game system, learning the best hunting routes, and picking the right places to grind. Ruby held out the mic and said that meant he would reach the third city soon. He said yes, and added that he would go once he upgraded his profession a third time. Ruby said he was lucky. She wanted to see that city too. The mysterious player looked at Ruby and admitted he felt bad about hiding who he was. Still, once he reached the third city, he planned to start a guild. Ruby asked if he was serious, since she had heard that before. Now he always played alone. The black-haired man lowered his head and said he would not accept just anybody. He would take only people who had reached the third profession upgrade. That was his rule. Ruby shut her eyes and asked if he had picked a name for the guild. Smiling, he said it would be called Ragnarok. Rokan grinned like crazy and thought he was going to name his own guild Ragnarok. He slammed the table and burst out laughing. With his eyes wide, the protagonist said he was happy the mysterious player had shown up. A training area stood nearby. Then he struck. Rokan swung his axe, kicking up dust. He frowned, worried that after everything he had done since the regression, this player might never appear. Now that blurry black-haired figure was here, and MC realized his enemy had shown himself even sooner than expected. The blue-haired guy swung again and felt everything click. At last he understood why he had regressed. With bright eyes, Rokan launched a spinning attack. He let out a breath and decided his regression had something to do with Odin and the Lord. As the black-haired man looked down, Rokan wanted to find him right now and cut his throat. A rough face sketch appeared. He stared at the mannequin with that drawn face stuck on it, and thought that now the level 99 player was in a totally different region. On top of that, he was still behind Rokan because he still had not made a guild. So Rokan asked himself what the point was in killing him now. A blue diamond-shaped mark lit up with the sign of strength. The berserker's axe glowed blue, and the protagonist decided he would crush his enemy only after the guy built his group and got close to the top. As he swung, Rokan decided he would kill that enemy right when the man thought he had already reached his limit. One heavy blow split the mannequin in half. Rokan glared at the dummy with his enemy's face on it. With a dark smile, he thought this was how he would grow stronger on his own. Rokan rubbed his shoulder and said the warm-up was over. Time to start practicing combination skills. The big man tapped the system window. It said he needed to pick a skill book and an action clip to make a combination skill, so he started building a new one. Holding two skills, Rokan said he would begin with strength and battle cry. Those two could be merged. He raised his hands, and a system window popped up, asking him to confirm the combination skill. It also showed a preview, and said that if he wanted different motions, he should change the action clip settings. Looking at the system window, Rokan said this was perfect, and exactly what he expected, then confirmed it. Another window appeared, and asked him to make up a name for the new skill. Smiling, Rokan named it Cry of Madness. He knew the name of a combination skill matters because it changes the effect. He thought of how even two similar skills could turn out different, depending on the name. Like Powerful Blow versus Quick Blow. The two icons joined in blue light and formed Cry of Madness. Touching his chin, Rokan saw that this skill was not too different from Battle Cry, but it was way more effective, especially while berserk. Then his eyes widened in shock. The skill menu showed 4 combination slots, and Rokon wondered how that was possible, since he thought the max was 3. An achievement explained it. As the first user of a class, he had earned 1 extra combination skill slot. Smiling, MC realized that unique title gave him 4 slots, and he had not expected that. He clenched his fist. An extra combination slot was a huge edge, and he decided that, no matter what anyone said, the fastest way to grow stronger in the Lord was by earning titles. Later, Rokon said he would keep gathering combination skills the same way. At Crossroads, he headed to the Dwarven Miners Guild. Their sign marked the place clearly. A bearded dwarf lit his pipe and asked if Rokon planned to handle this alone, or if he was bluffing. The protagonist laughed and said he meant it, so the dwarf could count on him, though he hated that the guy was blowing smoke in his face. He looked over at the confused dwarf. The red-bearded dwarf turned away and said MC did not look very dependable, but he could try. MC thought the dwarves could not solve this on their own anyway, so if they were handing out a quest, they could at least be polite. If they were going to ask for help, manners would be nice. Walking through the city, he thought the first thing to do in Crossroads was earn the other race's trust. Only then could he get the main quest from the Golden Lion camp. Making a face, the protagonist thought hard about the dwarves and elves. In the end, he decided to start with the dwarves because he did not want to deal with the proud elves. But then again, these dwarves were just as racist. A quest about a crystal mine appeared. The quest window said this job was to gather special minerals. To earn the dwarves' trust, he had to collect minerals that could only be found in the Oranatan mine. Since mining there had stopped because of the kobolds, the dwarves needed his help restocking supplies. Rokon thought most players would pick the miner subclass and its skills to clear this faster, but that was a trap. He knew mining skills only made it worse, because then you would dig up other ores too, not just the blue crystals. That was how the quest punished people looking for an easy shortcut. MC headed for the mine tunnel. Knowing this was the right move, the mine stretched ahead. Kobolds in helmets swung their picks and dug out ore. One red kobold barked at the workers to hurry up. They had to mine everything they could before the muscular pigs arrived. Rokon charged in. A kobold turned with a bark. He leaped and swung his axe. Grinning wildly, Rokon said why bother mining crystals when he could just steal them. The kobolds froze in fear. Rokon set his stance and smashed the red kobold. He laughed at their shock and warned that the rest were next. The minor kobolds rushed him with their pickaxes, shouting that he was an intruder. His berserker's axe flashed blue. Rokon bared his teeth and lifted it high. Then he unleashed a brutal spinning strike. One helmeted kobold hurled a pickaxe at him and cursed him to die. A magic ring formed around the protagonist's hand. He threw his hands up and blocked the flying pickaxe. Then he grabbed the kobold by the mouth. Rokon's eyes flared with fury. His axe came down in a crushing blow. The mining kobold was cut apart. MC grinned. Standing among the bodies, he thought this went better than expected. In his past life, early fights with kobolds had to be done one by one, but now he could wipe them out alone. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Rokon said he knew this plan would work. Still frowning, he thought stopping at 50 minerals would be a mistake. As he moved through the mine, he remembered that if he only gathered what the quest asked for, he would unlock a new quest called Eradication of the Kobold Miners. Watching kobolds walk the tunnels with torches, Rokon realized the dwarves really just wanted the mine taken back from them. He tightened his grip on the axe. That meant he could handle 2 jobs at once and save time. Caleb crossed his arms and asked a kobold if he had heard anything. The worker said probably not, and Caleb told him to move faster. The level 115 overseer lit a cigar. A cart full of crystals rolled through the mine. Rokon pulled his cloak around himself and watched the overseer. As Caleb stood there over the miners, the protagonist remembered that this mutt was their boss, and even if he looked ordinary, he was a level 115 boss monster. Watching the big kobold move between the workers, Rokon judged that even with Berserker, taking every monster there at once was not a sure win. His eyes shifted to the cart loaded with ore, and MC wondered what move to make. Then he broke into a wide smile. The cart started rolling, and a minor kobold turned around. The overseer watched the loaded cart speed away. Caleb blurted out, asking what was happening. Stretching out his arm, the huge kobold yelled for the miners to chase the cart before they all got punished. As the miners ran after it, the overseer figured someone must have forgotten the brake. The level 115 boss clicked his claws. His cigar lit up. Caleb took a drag and grumbled that this was a pain. Dwarven backup could show up at any time. The overseer blew steam from his mouth and ordered Rokon to come out now. Snarling, the huge kobold shouted that no matter how well he hid, he couldn't hide that nasty smell. Still under his cloak, the guy thought this was exactly what he'd expect from a dog. Almost invisible, he smirked and admitted Caleb really did have a dog's nose, then joked that he couldn't resist saying it. Caleb shouted that a human had broken into the mine. The warden raised his claws and yelled that he would kill the intruder before those pigs came back. The huge kobold charged at the big guy, with both paws spread. Rokon lowered his head and realized his enemy was opening with a combo skill. Holding 2 skills ready, the protagonist answered that he'd show him something too. Strength, solid body, assault dash, and shoulder strike mixed with the blue bean to form one combined skill. As he got ready to charge, the ground cracked under him. Rokan rushed forward with a wild grin, ready to smash through anything in front of him. Caleb threw his paws forward to strike, but the blue-haired man bared his teeth and pushed right through. He broke past the overseer's claws. The protagonist shot straight at his enemy. Every step MC took crushed the ground beneath him. Then he leaped and slammed his shoulder into Caleb, with full force. The huge kobold was blasted backward by the hit. Blood burst from the overseer's mouth. The blue-haired guy jumped and lifted his axe overhead. Rokan roared that this was the end. Caleb threw out his paws and begged him to wait. It was too late. The huge kobold was split in half. The protagonist landed a crushing blow on his enemy, and a system message appeared. It said Rokan had defeated the overseer of the miners, Caleb, and leveled up. Dim red light slipped through the dungeon bars. Seth slammed the bars in rage and cursed the kobolds. The dwarf shook the bars and yelled, calling those filthy dogs out and demanding to know how long they planned to keep them there. Turning away, Seth added that the bastards could at least have given them food and water. Then the sudden silence caught him off guard, and he asked what that sound was. A loud noise echoed through the cell. A wounded kobold crashed into the bars in front of the prisoners. The creature slowly collapsed to the floor. Rokan stepped forward and said he knew they were there, making Seth jump back in shock. He grabbed the bars with both hands and told everyone to stand back. The dwarf then asked in disbelief who he was. Seth stared wide-eyed at what was happening. Rokan forced the bars apart with shocking ease. The dwarf was stunned by the protagonist's strength, while another prisoner wondered if he was a mercenary or an adventurer. The young man introduced himself as MC and said he came on behalf of their guild. Rokan told them to head home, and Zack thanked him, saying the rescue couldn't have been easy. Seth warned that the mine had been packed with nearly 100 kobolds under the overseer Timothy, and since he made so much noise, they should be arriving soon. The dwarf told the protagonist to run and call for guild help, but the hero only grinned, glad they were worried about him. The protagonist turned away and told them to save their pity and just get out, calling the dwarves old men. Looking at the twitching remains, Rokan proudly said there was no one left in the mine. He finished by saying not a single kobold in the mine was still alive. The dwarf looked at MC in awe and said he was amazing. Another man walked up, praised his work and admitted he had no idea he was this capable. He asked if he finally understood and told him to treat him normally. Smiling, the dwarf patted Rokan on the shoulder, said he could be trusted, and guessed they'd meet again a lot. A system window appeared, telling the protagonist that he had earned the dwarves' trust, received the title and the unique title of First Friend of the Dwarves, which gave him the right to craft, repair, improve items, and get a 5% discount from dwarven blacksmiths. Rokan stared at the message in surprise and realized there was already an upgrade option. In Lord, there were only 2 ways to improve gear. A magic scroll came to mind, and Rokan remembered the first method was using an upgrade scroll. Then he thought of a working NPC, and remembered the second way was asking an NPC for help. But upgrade scrolls were very rare, and only came as quest rewards in the third city, so nobody was selling them yet, which meant the first method was impossible for now. Thinking about blacksmiths, Rokan realized the second method wasn't easy either, and wondered why. An NPC blacksmith could only help if you had their trust, and both price and quality varied a lot. Players could become blacksmiths too, but mastering it was extremely hard. Weapon forging was one of the 3 hardest skills. MC knew players would eventually make top-tier gear and stand in the spotlight, but that time hadn't come yet. With a confident smile, Rokan realized he was the only one who could improve equipment right now, and that could make a lot of money. The protagonist's money grin widened. At the dwarven forge in the crossroads, smoke poured from the chimneys. The dwarven blacksmith turned from the anvil, recognized him, and said he must be the friend the guild leader mentioned. Rokan spoke to Moran and said he wanted to place an order. Moran eagerly agreed, asked what he wanted, and even offered to make an axe. The protagonist shook his head. The axe could wait. First he wanted a long sword, and Moran said that would be easy. The sword shined beautifully, and Rokan picked a long sword for a simple reason. It was common in close combat, and this kind of weapon had no big strengths or weaknesses. Rokan looked at the blacksmith and thought that meant the sword should sell well. He then asked how much it would cost, and Moran said 1 gold and 90 silver each. MC raised a hand and ordered 50 swords. Moran was surprised by the number, but said he could finish them in a day if MC left all the materials. Looking at the pile of materials, he remembered that blacksmiths only had self-repair, so the supplies were cheap. That let him buy everything he needed at auction for almost nothing. The protagonist lifted a finger and said he had forgotten something. Leaning toward Moran, he asked if each sword could be engraved and offered to pay extra. Moran quickly agreed. When the swords were done, Rokan said they looked great and declared his love for dwarves. A system message told him he had received 50 gorge-long swords. Each blade was marked with TK, and Rokan thought it would become his personal brand one day. MC gave a sly smile and wondered whether engraving NPC-made gear and selling it counted as cheating. He handed Moran a sword and asked him to upgrade it. Moran looked it over and asked if he wanted rank 3, and Rokan told him to trust him. Moran brought his hammer down on the anvil with all his strength. A system window popped up, showing he had obtained a magic-grade gorge-long sword. The protagonist studied the weapon's stats and figured the success rate was pretty good. Since it didn't need rare materials, it was perfect to sell. At the Crossroads World Market, Rokan decided it was time to find out what his new swords were worth. He remembered the world market unlocked in the 3rd city, and unlike normal markets tied to one city, this one let players trade live with users all over the world. The young man raised his finger and figured the sword had cost him 3 gold. Rokan listed the sword at auction with a starting price of 6 gold and a buyout of 10, then confirmed it. Suddenly a notice popped up, and he froze in shock when he realized his item had sold. He stared, wondering if it really sold in 5 seconds. Rokan kept staring at the screen, stunned that something worth around 2 million won in real money had sold that fast. Frowning, he told himself that if he really thought about it, it made sense. After all, only 1 to 2% of players had reached level 90 out of the entire player base. Rokan realized finding good gear was getting harder, and Odin's recent interview had only made the competition worse. MC gave a sly smile. Under his breath, he muttered that he never expected to feel thankful to that jerk, but he wasn't about to waste this chance. Rokan checked how far he could push the price this time, and listed the next one at 20 gold. When those swords sold again, he stared in surprise and raised the next price to 30 gold. Then he pushed it even more, 35 gold, then 40. Half an hour later, Rokan leaned back and laughed. This was unbelievable. A sales summary popped up. Everything was gone, and even after fees he had made 458 gold, 98 silver, and 32 copper. He stared at the total in shock, wondering if he had really made 100 million won in just 30 minutes, and burst out laughing at how insane it was. Rokan told himself quests and leveling still mattered, just not right now. Grinning, he decided to buy up all the ore for making gear. The timing was too good to ignore. Soon, the story shifts to Lord Falcon's management company headquarters. In the control room, staff watched rows of monitors as an alert came up. Market abuse detected. Equipment monopolization confirmed. Player responsible. Rokan. 2 days passed. He checked a new system message and saw that the enhancement system had been updated. From now on, he could only upgrade items 100 times a day. He figured they wanted to shut this down, and there was nothing he could do about it. He frowned, then figured this change wouldn't hurt him much. If anything, he was lucky they had let him trade like that for 2 full days. The notice was only for his region, meant just for him, so other players hadn't seen it. Looking through his inventory, Rokan was satisfied. He had still made great money by enhancing items up to 5 times. He happily checked his loot. Sturdy lizardman hide, arrow armor piece, archer's signets, death belt, lizardman hide pants, and iron boots. Holding his weapon, he said he had managed one more enhancement. In his inventory was a rare assassin's axe, modeled after a mad killer's weapon, and carrying the blood frenzy effect, which raised attack power as his health dropped. Rokan gripped the axe and loved it instantly. Eager to test it, the protagonist decided it was time to start his next quest. He headed to the half-elf guild in Crossroads. The guildmaster, Terry, turned with clear annoyance and pointed out that a human had shown up. Then, Terry asked what Rokan wanted. MC calmly said he came to see if there was anything he could help with, since he'd heard they were dealing with trouble. Terry frowned and snapped, asking who had spread that around. Wherever he heard it, he said, it didn't matter. Crossing his arms, Terry said their problem wasn't serious enough to trust to weak humans. That set Rokan off. He asked what Terry had just called him, and thought this was a terrible way to treat someone offering help. In his head, the protagonist grabbed Terry by the collar and demanded to know if he thought he'd been too nice. In that same fantasy, MC tightened his grip, slammed Terry against the wall, and Terry cried out in panic. Still imagining it, he looked down at a beaten Terry and asked who was weak now. In reality, Terry just pointed to the door and asked if he was deaf, telling him to leave. The protagonist forced himself to calm down. This was for the main quest, so he flashed a big smile and told Terry not to be so cranky. Then MC confidently showed him his ring and explained that he was an explorer, that the Dwarven Guild had already recognized him, and that he wasn't as weak as Terry thought. He asked why Terry couldn't just trust him. Terry narrowed his eyes and said Rokan didn't get it. They didn't recognize the dwarves and wanted nothing to do with them. Still, Terry turned away and said he'd accept him as an explorer and trust him this one time. He silently agreed that was the smart choice. Terry explained that a group of young half-elves had gone into the Tekalon forest and hadn't been heard from in days. He asked the protagonist to find them, make sure they were alive, and bring them safely back to Crossroads. He handed over a token, warning that the young half-elves were cautious around outsiders, and that MC should show it to them. A system notice confirmed he got the half-elf guild token. A quest window with the requirements appeared before Rokan. The half-elves had to stay alive and be escorted to Crossroads, or the mission would fail if they died. The reward was recognition from the half-elves plus bonus rewards, and Rokan was pleased that, as expected, there was extra payoff. Terry eyed him like he still wasn't sure about him, but he already knew there was a hidden mission here. He was sure the real goal was helping the gathering party finish what they originally came to do. Another system window appeared, giving him a black horse with plus 150 movement speed while riding, along with a whistle to summon or dismiss it. Standing by the horse, Roken thought that even though finding the group came first, quest distances got much longer after the third city, so traveling on foot was a pain. He climbed onto the horse, reminded himself it had cost 100 gold, and urged it to move faster. Then a heavy wooden foot slammed into the ground. An infected forest spirit, level 115, burst out from behind the trees with a roar. Roken looked it over and joked to himself. Was his new axe really going to get tested on a walking tree? The spirit charged straight at him. The protagonist swung the axe, and it cut through the air before the strike split the forest spirit clean in half. Standing over the fallen monster, Roken saw the critical hit message and thought the sight was so beautiful he could cry. As the monster vanished, another message said he leveled up. It was tougher than a kobold, yet he had killed it in one hit without using any skills. MC tossed the axe over his shoulder, pleased that even this was just a basic test. The weapon was worth every coin. Moving through the leaves, Roken figured the missing group had to be nearby. He searched for any sign the half-elves had passed through. Then his eyes locked onto something on the ground, a snow-white boot. He knew he had found something important, and the system confirmed it was a half-elf gatherer's boot. He guessed it had fallen off while the gatherers were running from a monster, so this was where he'd begin tracking them. Looking deeper into the forest, Roken knew it wouldn't be easy. Half-elves, like pure elves, were light on their feet, so their tracks were hard to spot. He'd need patience, and had to watch the trees and bushes closely. Then a bush rustled nearby, and branches bent in a strange way. With his back turned, the protagonist still thought the half-elves had to be close. He lowered his head, wondering if his guess had been wrong. An arrow shot straight at him. Its sharp whistle echoed through the forest. Roken caught the arrow with his gloved hand. Turning back, he realized he'd finally found them. MC stepped out from cover, and a half-elf cried out in shock. That half-elf, Mia, aimed her bow at him, and demanded to know who he was and why he was following them. Roken calmly introduced himself as him, a human explorer, and said Terry had sent him because she was worried about them. Mia blinked in surprise and repeated, "Terry?" She lowered her bow but said Mistress Terry would never send a human. Roken told her to hold on to that doubt for now. He showed them the token and said if they still didn't believe him after that, they could stay stuck here. Mia's eyes widened as she blurted out that it was their guild symbol. Roken gave a crooked grin, and Mia said they believed him. He shot back, what would they have done if they hadn't? Mia looked worried, and said it wouldn't be easy because terrifying monsters had appeared in the forest, ones they'd never seen before. Roken asked if she meant the infected forest spirits, and the half-elf stared at him in shock. She asked if he'd already seen them. Roken just shrugged and said he'd killed a few while searching for them. The half-elf shot back that he was lying because there was no way he could kill even one unless they all attacked it together. Then the girl suddenly stared ahead in terror. An infected forest spirit roared and burst out from the trees. It threw its mouth open with a thunderous roar. The half-elf huddled against the others and cried that they were all going to die. But Roken told them to stay calm. The protagonist stepped up to face it and told them to keep their eyes open and watch. With a grin, he said it was time to chop some wood. The huge monster opened its fanged mouth wide, letting out a sharp scream. Roken leaped in to strike first. He tightened his grip on the axe and met the attack head-on. The impact blasted the monster backward. The boy settled into a battle stance. Roken laughed and mocked the monster with its own roar. Then he charged straight at it, yelling for it to come on. His axe flashed and carved through the monster with a loud slicing whistle. The young half-elf could only stare in shock. The girl was stunned, thinking this couldn't be real. As Roken raised his weapon again, the half-elf could only wonder how a human had that kind of strength. The axe split the monster apart. Another strike punched through its body. A chunk of the creature flew off to the side. Roken spread his arms, weapons out to both sides. The guardian lifted a paw to attack, and MC calmly asked if maybe that was enough. With one bold swing of his axe, Roken dropped the monster. He gave a sly grin and asked if that was enough to make them stop fearing these sad little bundles of firewood. The embarrassed half-elf lowered her head. Mia dropped to her knees before him in open awe. The girl knelt without hesitation. Roken had no idea what was going on and asked what they were doing. The half-elf bowed deeply and said she knew they were being shameless, but they had one important request because they couldn't go back yet. The forest glowed purple as the girl explained that it had started getting polluted for some unknown reason, and they had to finish their mission before the whole place was corrupted. Hands clasped, the half-elf begged Roken to help, saying this mission mattered more than their lives. An information window popped up, saying a group of young half-elves had asked Roken for help. The protagonist sarcastically looked at Mia. Mia watched him hopefully, and he agreed on one condition. They would obey every order from now on, and if they refused, he'd force them. She agreed right away. Mia's white shoes gleamed in the moonlight. Roken figured that made sense. This mission was important and tightly connected to the main quest. Another monster came straight at the group, and they hid behind a tree root. Roken studied it, thinking that fighting spirits every time they appeared was a waste of time, and they needed to reach their goal as fast as possible. He stepped out, thinking that if anything dared block their path, he would wipe it out. A sudden female scream rang out, and Roken stopped cold. A half-elf ran up to the protagonist and urgently told him to wait. Mia happily pointed at the ground and said she'd found exactly what they came for. There was a tiny sprout in the ground labeled Sprout of the World Tree. The half-elf stared at it with awe and said it was a sprout of the World Tree, or at least what could become one. She explained that the World Tree was the symbol and holy shrine of the Half-Elves Guild, and they had come to this forest to restore it. The girl lowered her head sadly, and Roken realized their real goal was to bring back the Elven Kingdom. Mia said that for now it was only a sprout, but if a true world tree grew from it. She turned to Roken and asked him to guard them while they started digging it up. Roken thought to himself that if he remembered right, finishing the quest took a few steps first. He quickly stepped in and told her to wait. Roken shoved the half-elf aside and told her to move, leaving her asking what he was doing. Then he poured a magic potion onto the sprout. The half-elf cried out that she knew he couldn't be trusted, and begged him to stop. Mia stared at the sprout in awe. The sprout of the world tree began to glow, and the system announced it had absorbed life force, raising its chance of becoming the world tree. Stunned, the half-elf asked how this was possible, and Roken said it never crossed their minds because they were too careful with the sprout. Holding up the bottle, MC explained that the world tree grows where life force gathers, so using a mid-level health potion here should help, since the forest wasn't fully polluted yet. The half-elf looked at him with open suspicion, and asked how he knew that when this secret wasn't known even to most half-elves. Roken quietly noted that he understood. The little sprout slowly soaked up the potion. The protagonist carefully kept pouring it onto the sprout, and made sure not to rush and drown it. Though he was annoyed, it grew slower than expected, and felt the cost was adding up. Then Roken had a sudden idea. If this was about life and vitality, potions might not be the only answer. He handed the half-elf a strange bottle and told her to try it. She took it warily and asked what it was, but MC only told her to pour it. He added that he was pretty sure it would work. The half-elf carefully poured the bottle over the sapling. At once, the world tree sapling burst into flames and shot upward. The half-elf jumped back in shock, saying this couldn't be real. Roken watched the fast-growing sapling with satisfaction. Sure it would work because even drinking that water had a strong effect. He smirked and wondered if this would be enough to earn a hidden reward, and what that reward might be. Mia suddenly told Roken they had a problem, and he asked what she meant. Confused, he asked what was wrong with the world tree growing, and the half-elf said it was good news. But there was a catch. Looking him right in the eye, the half-elf explained that, like the protagonist said, the world tree feeds on life force, but its sudden growth had changed the conditions. Then the forest split apart, and Mia cried out that the sapling had started draining the forest's life force. The group looked around in horror as a level 130 infected forest guardian appeared from behind the trees with a booming crack. The giant guardian glared at them and roared, calling them trespassers and demanding to know who dared to steal the life force of the forest. Roken met the monster's gaze and thought he'd known this quest wouldn't be easy. Roken pulled out the sealed helm of the Lion King and decided he needed everything he had. A bright flash burst from the helmet, and a system message said some of its sealed power had awakened, making MC ask what was happening. He read it in surprise. The item description said it was the sealed Lion King helmet, once worn by Lion King Gao Khan, and that part of its power had been released, boosting defense, durability, strength, stamina, and agility. Because of Lion's Roar, battle cry skills were also 50% stronger. Roken stared wide-eyed, wondering what he was looking at. He frowned, guessing the seal had partly come off. He didn't even know that was possible, maybe because of his job upgrade. But either way, it was great news. He admired the helmet and thought the Lion King set could become the best gear he'd ever owned, if he collected it all and broke every seal. One half-elf rushed over in panic, asking what to do, and Roken calmly told them to quit freaking out and dig up the sapling. As the monster came at them, the protagonist said he'd handle it himself. He rested his slayer axe on his shoulder and told them to leave the monster to him. Mia looked at MC in horror and cried that he couldn't. As the monster advanced, the half-elf explained that it was the guardian of the Tekalon forest, an absolute ruler there, now made even deadlier by dark contamination. He planted his foot, ready to stand firm, but the girls insisted he couldn't beat it alone, and that they had to run now. She looked at him anxiously, and Roken asked who decided that. Looking down on her, the protagonist said that rule only applied to people like her, those who lived by limits set by others. MC slammed the monster and told Mia to sit back and watch. He strode at the beast and said he was about to shatter her stiff way of thinking. Roken stared at the corrupted forest guardian and remembered it used to protect the woods, but after being tainted, it turned into a horrible monster. He also knew this thing normally showed up much later, during the World Tree main quest, so he felt like he was never supposed to run into it here. As the others moved in, Roken judged the monster at level 130, but as a field boss, it was way stronger than that. Hard even for a full squad of level 100 players. Even so, he stayed calm and realized he didn't actually need to kill it. Glancing at the half-elves hard at work, he figured all he had to do was buy time until they dug up the sapling. Then they could run and finish the quest. A fierce grin spread across his face. This was the kind of trouble he liked. Roken's eyes shone with battle hunger, and for some reason, he trusted his own strength. He tightened his grip on the axe, and felt his instincts telling him he could win, even as the Guardian roared that he was an intruder. The Forest Guardian charged in, bellowing that he had to be destroyed at once. It lunged with a savage strike. Then it followed with another heavy blow. The Forest Guardian swung its giant paw wildly, and Roken mocked it as an idiot, asking what it thought it was hitting when he wasn't even there. Then Roken looked up, startled, and worried he'd spoken too soon. A split second later, the monster smashed him into the ground. Its massive paw crashed down with a thunderous slam. The hero glanced at the damn thing and realized he should have seen that coming. The creature loomed over him, blotting out the light. The Forest Guardian let out a cold, drawn-out howl. Another paw came down almost too fast to track. A mana shield snapped into place in front of Roken and stopped the hit. The Guardian snorted and grumbled that this was annoying. Still angry, it lifted its paw over him again. He calmly sliced through the monster's paw and told it there was no reason to get so worked up. A burst of magic lit up the area. Roken stared straight at the monster and grinned, promising to hack it to pieces. The furious Guardian answered with a deafening roar. Roken's axe sheared off one of its limbs. The severed paw hit the ground with a heavy thud. His next swing bit deep into its body. Another clean strike cut away more of the monster. The axe kept whistling through the air in a fast chain of attacks. Looking at the battered enemy, Roken flashed a pleased grin and bragged about how strong he was. The wounded monster bled badly, and the protagonist thought good. Once he chopped off enough limbs, it would be easy to stop. Then a dark vine-like limb moved in the gloom. Tentacles were sneaking up on Roken from behind. He stared at them in surprise. They didn't look like vines or anything he knew. Worse, the strange appendages started regenerating right in front of him at crazy speed. MC watched that unnatural healing with growing tension. He recoiled a little, annoyed and shocked. What the hell was this? As the creature raised its huge paw again, he was stunned by how fast it healed, and wondered if this really was just a field boss. Then he brushed it off. Regeneration had to have a limit. Roken turned to the half-elves, and Mia shouted that he had to destroy the monster's core. A half-elf ran up and asked if he'd been trying to cut it into pieces so it couldn't heal anymore. With a teasing grin, he asked how she figured it out, then said it was obvious. As the monster raised its fist, she warned that it wouldn't work. The spirit was tied to the forest and could keep drawing power from it, letting it heal almost forever. She added that if this kept up, the whole forest would dry out. And Roken cut her off, saying he already knew that, and telling her to quit nagging. Seeing the core glow purple, Roken asked where it was, and she quickly said it was right in the center of the body. He clenched his fists. Mia asked what he planned to do, and how he could destroy something that huge, but the protagonist just gave a cheeky grin and asked if that was really all. Powerful energy began swirling around MC with a rising hum. His face showed total focus, and he was fully ready to move. The Guardian struck hard. The monster wrapped Roken in tentacles, and everything went still for a moment. Rubble buried him, then magical flames started pushing through the stones. Berserk flashed before him, and with a wild grin he said he just had to chop the giant body into tiny pieces. A pillar of energy shot into the sky. Its force spread across the whole area. Roken fixed the monster with a hard stare, and promised he'd go all out this time. Black lightning tore through the trees. Flames rose from the protagonist's head. Wearing a fierce smile, he read the moment perfectly, and repeated that this time he was using everything. The twisted Guardian towered over him. It swung at Roken. He got ready to counter. Then he unleashed a combo attack. The strike tore straight through the monster. A beam ripped through its body. The creature started to fall. Shockwaves rolled out from it. A purple aura spilled from the boss. Roken clung to it, saying he wanted to test how strong he really was. He flew straight at the monster. The first hit landed. Then came the second. He kept hammering the monster's body. Zigzagging around it, he attacked from every angle. Watching from below, the girl called him reckless. Heads started pushing out of the monster's body. The monster's eye slid sideways, readying another attack. Roken dropped low, and said the monster would keep healing no matter what they did. He planted his foot, then launched himself right at it. Every eye on the creature locked onto him. It aimed its tentacles at Roken and growled. He clenched his teeth and fired off a battle cry. The monster shook and screamed. A system message said the level gap was too big, so the debuff was weakened. MC threw his elbows back and yelled, "How about that?" He stacked strength with battle cry, and beams burst from his eyes as he roared. Sound waves slammed into the monster as he used Cry of Madness. The creature trembled and growled, while the system said its defense dropped and it was stunned. Roken's weapon glowed red. Light flashed from his eyes and mouth as he said now he could use a real heavy strike. He combined strength, throw, dash, and strike into one chain skill, with all that power packed into his weapon. A glowing geometric mark appeared above the monster. Then it started to crack. Energy poured out and lit up the area. A giant weapon formed in the hero's hands. He grabbed it tight. Rokan drove it into the Guardian with a killing blow. His face twisted with madness. The monster split in two. A system window announced a fatal strike. Movement speed up 250%. The next hit's power rose by 300%. The chance of a critical hit went up 50%. The critical damage of one strike rose by 200%. The two halves drifted apart as the system confirmed a critical hit, and the monster let out its last cries. Its pupils split as it rasped that the intruder was not eliminated, then declared the mission restarted. Then the monster froze, and the system announced victory over the field boss. Its body collapsed and exploded, and another message announced a level up. Mia stared and said it was incredible. Rokan's cloak fluttered as the girl said he really had beaten the boss by himself. He turned back and said, now it was time to claim the reward. At the palace, Mia's eyes shone as she said in amazement that the sapling of the Tree of Peace was really there in front of her. Rokan raised a hand, and when Mia asked how he managed to do it, he said it was hard to explain since he'd used the wrong methods, and that she could ask his gatherers for the details. Mia held his hand and called him Mr. Rokan. Smiling, she thanked him and said that because of him, the half-elves finally had a chance. Terry rested her head on her hand, and he wondered if she'd changed how she saw him. She glanced aside, and he added that the world tree really must matter a lot to them. Rokan grinned and said he didn't really care, that he just wanted his reward, and told Mia there was no need to thank him because he didn't do it out of kindness. Rubbing his fingers together, he asked if the girls were going to let him down. Mia answered yes. A staff appeared in his hands. System Windows reported that Rokan had earned a huge achievement, the trust of the half-elves, received the title, Friend of Half-Elves, and was the first player to get it. Terry closed her eyes. Another window said Rokan was the first person to win the trust of the half-elves, who now accepted him as a friend and were ready to help him however they could. It also gave bonus effects. All element resistance up by 10, and mana and health recovery boosted by 50. Golden light appeared above Rokan as he received the blessing of the half-spirit. He threw his hands up, pleased. Elemental defense matters a lot in magic fights, and at high levels it's hard to raise, especially for berserkers. The protagonist turned around. He faced them. Then he asked if that was all they had prepared. If so, he'd be disappointed. The half-elf answered that there was more. She held out a bag of coins and said it wasn't much, but it was everything their guild could spare. Rokan said that was fine, and accepted it gladly. The system announced that he received 150 gold. Rokan made a little pout and thought this was the best quest reward yet, and for that kind of money, he could live with their drama. Terry put a hand to her chest, thanked Rokan again, and told him he could come to her anytime if he needed help. He waved it off, saying there was no need for more thanks, and that he was leaving. The girl wished him luck. Feeling satisfied, Rokan thought this run had gone well. Still, he warned himself not to relax. Right now they saw him as the savior of their race, but the dark figures with red eyes made him remember that the second they decided he might threaten the tree of the world, their feelings would flip, and they'd do anything to kill him. In this game, half-elves had always been like that. His eyes narrowed. It was time for the final recognition quest. Looking at the next building, Rokan figured this one would be easy. Then, someone asked if he wanted the race's recognition. The dwarf said they didn't like rude people and told him to take what was in the box. A quest window appeared. Restore the gnome's dangerous device. Since gnomes respect skill and invention, he had to repair it and bring it back. Success meant fixing it properly. Failure meant breaking it or doing a bad job. The reward was recognition from the gnomes, plus extras based on performance. MC let out a breath and said he'd be back soon, so the last task was simple: repair the device. Walking off with his head down, he thought it looked like the easiest task of them all. Then he snapped two parts together. A musket appeared in his hands, and he chuckled. He set a finger on the trigger and said the weapon's name. The system identified it as an old, worn musket of normal grade. It added that the gun had been built from rusty parts, and that it wasn't clear if it would even work right. To be safe, it had to be cleaned and oiled. Only then could he be sure. The window also listed its stats and warned that the musket had a 70% chance to fall apart when fired. He lifted the musket and said this was exactly the kind of thing dwarves loved, but its durability was awful, and it looked ready to break if he handled it the wrong way. He thought it almost felt like the dwarves were trying to kill him in secret, instead of recognizing him. Rokan smiled and realized they were idiots. This quest had a loophole. Drake stared at the weapon in alarm and blurted out a question. The musket was now shining. He rubbed his hands and said he had been as careful as possible, then asked the dwarf what he thought now. The dwarf pointed excitedly. The trick was that Rokan had the skill friend of the dwarves. Because of that, he could simply ask the dwarves to repair the weapon for him. A perfectly restored old musket lay on the table. The blacksmith had fixed it for him. Rokan said it didn't matter where the repair came from. It was still just equipment, and the quest never said he had to do every step himself. The dwarf checked the weapon nervously. The protagonist asked if there was a problem, and the other man answered that there wasn't. Then he added that Rokan should wait a minute. Drake peered through his monocle at the musket barrel. He couldn't believe MC had repaired it that well, and that fast. In his head, he came up with one explanation, that it was swapped with a copy, even though finding a match like that nearby wouldn't be easy. The gnome looked at Rokan and figured he had cheated somehow no matter what, then asked if he'd noticed anything unusual while repairing it. Had he seen anything strange in the item during the repair? Rokan rubbed his chin and said he had seen a strange gear-shaped engraving inside, with the same mark near the trigger. The gnome confirmed it. Drake sighed. It was shocking, but he had even known about the engraving, which was used to stop fraud, so it looked like he'd have to accept Rokan's work. The protagonist gave a dark laugh and thought he only knew about that engraving because this quest was the same as in his past life. System windows popped up, saying he had earned the trust of the gnomes and the title Friend of the Gnomes, the first player to get it. The final system window said he was the first person to gain the trust of the gnomes, and they now saw him as a friend, ready to do anything to help him. The bonus effects let him learn the support profession of engineer, and gave him a 50% discount on rides and transport operated by gnomes. Rokan bit his lip and said he had expected a lot, but this was amazing. An airship passed over a train. Rokan liked that he could now ride gnome trains and airships for half price. But the real prize was the engineer profession. He knew that once he became an engineer, he could study mechanical engineering, the field the gnomes were famous for. MC rubbed his hands and said that meant he could learn to make mechanical items himself. He figured that even if this only gave him permission to trade mechanical goods, it was still valuable. Some people had built their whole fame on that job. One example was Krat, the mad scientist, a dark magician who fought with weird tools and bombs, confusing tons of players. Krat became famous for his wild style and odd personality, even building a fanbase and holding concerts that got more people interested in engineering. Since most of Rokan's skills were focused on attack, he thought this would be a great way to add something useful. He pointed at himself and asked to be taught mechanical engineering, and the gnome gladly agreed for such a great friend of machines. The system announced that he received the support profession of engineer. It added that after gaining experience, the user would be able to learn gnome engineering. Back in the city, Rokan asked for recipes and a parts list to improve the skill, and Drake agreed. He told Rokan not to hold back and take as much as he wanted. Then new system windows reported that the protagonist had earned recognition from every race in the Golden Lion Camp Unification Territory, and had become a proud citizen of the Crossroads. Another notice said this was a major achievement. MC was the first outsider to become a citizen of the Crossroads, earning the title Honorary Citizen of the Crossroads. The next system reported that Rokan was the first person to be recognized by all three races of the Golden Lion Camp, and that, as an honorary citizen of the Crossroads, he now had the same rights as the other residents of the city. The extra effects included the ability to call on protection from the Crossroads garrison, and he could build friendly ties with all creatures living in the Golden Lion Camp territory. Rokan let out a long breath and said he had finally finished that damn quest. He checked the system and read that he could ask for protection from the Crossroads garrison. Then, Rokan remembered Sam had asked him to deliver a letter to the Guard General, Macaulay. Since he still had to leave this area anyway, he decided to handle that quest now while he still remembered, and headed for the garrison. He arrived at the Crossroads garrison headquarters. The place was marked by a steel shield on the wall. Rokan put his hands on his hips and said the garrison headquarters wasn't small, though for a city this size, maybe that wasn't saying much. Then he turned toward a voice apologizing for being late. Someone hurried in. The newcomer said they had been busy clearing monsters nearby, and that he hardly knew how to face him from embarrassment. Rokan looked at the uniformed man's chest as the general of the Crossroads Guard introduced himself as Macaulay, the one in charge of public order, and said he was glad to meet him. He shook his hand and was once again surprised by Macaulay's massive build, wondering if he was really a half-elf. He introduced himself as a berserker named Him. As they shook hands, Macaulay remarked that the protagonist was in great shape, which only made the whole meeting feel stranger to him. MC couldn't figure out why Macaulay was being so friendly, then remembered that Macaulay was an old-school half-elf. A smile crossed his face when the guard general said he had heard about him from Terry. At that point, Rokan understood what was going on. His eyes narrowed. This was great, because having a good relationship with Macaulay would make life much easier. After all, the giant standing before him was clearly the strongest person in the Crossroads. A system window reported that the guard general was level 200. Smiling, Macaulay asked, after hearing that Sam had sent Rokan, how the old man was doing. Macaulay was basically the ruler of these lands. Rokan handed over the letter and said Sam was doing just fine and had asked him to pass it along. At the same time, the protagonist thought that soon, even a level 200 Macaulay wouldn't shock him anymore. Macaulay told him to wait while he read the contents. Stroking his chin, Macaulay asked if MC had just joined the Explorers, and MC said yes. With a grin, Macaulay asked why he kept that quiet. He said he was an explorer too, and told him to work hard for peace across the continent. He could only think, well, obviously. To himself, the protagonist wondered if the guard general was an idiot. MC watched Harry with glowing blue eyes and thought that, Aside from his level, he really was impressive. You could feel his authority right away. It also seemed like the other races had already accepted him, and being part of the investigation team was amazing. But that still was not what shocked Roken most. Blue mana flared around Macaulay. He went on to say that when they first met, he had tested Roken by pressing him with mana, but he felt nothing. The protagonist stared at him hard. The guard general explained that normal people would feel pain or at least discomfort. Roken's face twisted darkly. Still, he said that it was nice meeting him anyway. Then Roken looked up and asked what the test showed. Macaulay's expression turned serious. MC stepped forward. Macaulay asked if he had noticed the test, then admitted the half-elf still was not sure about him. A spark lit up in Roken's eyes. He asked if they should test him right now. The blonde stared ahead and said nothing. Roken glared at the guard general. He thought this was a dumb idea, because at level 106, he still could not beat Macaulay even with a miracle. Still, Roken knew Macaulay as an arrogant, proud NPC who respected strength, and that gave him hope this crazy plan might work. Mia and Flora had bowed to him before, and he had also earned the trust of the half-elves, so he felt sure this would work. Roken snapped out of his thoughts when the blonde burst out laughing. Tears ran down his face as he laughed hard. Then he said he had been mistaken. A system message said the protagonist's relationship with Malkin had improved. Roken's eyes brightened when the half-elf said he had tried to test a warrior who had already reached the top of his skill, and apologized. He added that he meant no harm, and said it was time for a hidden reward. Roken shook his head and said an apology alone wasn't enough. Malkin promised to make it up to him. A list of rewards appeared. The blonde asked what Roken wanted. Gold, weapons, armor from the garrison, or top-grade healing items for emergencies. He looked at MC and hoped he would choose wisely. But Roken said he didn't want any of it. He put a hand on his chest and asked to be accepted into the Crossroads garrison. Macaulay frowned and asked again, confused. The protagonist explained that as an adventurer, he could not serve full-time, but he hoped that could be worked out. Macaulay nodded. Roken clenched his fist as Macaulay agreed to do it, and said he was glad. A system window showed Malkin's offer to join the garrison, and asked whether Roken would accept. The blonde added that if needed, they could provide gear and supplies for garrison members and explain how to use them. The protagonist thanked him. Later, MC thought that soon level 100 players who got their third class would start coming to the Crossroads. For him, as a solo player, they were just competition. Roken remembered the blood hunters and thought he would gladly kill anyone who got in his way, just like before. He also couldn't waste time on weaker players. They could still team up and become a problem, like Philip had. So he wondered what he needed most right now. A soldier saluted and said the general had already explained everything. He then asked if this was Mr. Roken. Next, he handed over the garrison emblem and said it would let Roken prove he belonged to the guard even without the uniform. Roken accepted it with a smile, thanked him, and said they'd work hard together for the peace of the Crossroads. System messages told him he had become a member of the Crossroads garrison, and had gained some authority over NPCs and other players in Crossroads territory, to protect public safety. It also said that under certain conditions, his kill count would not go up even if he attacked first. Roken smiled coldly. With this, he could legally control the players coming to Crossroads. Walking through the busy street, Roken held his ID and thought about how easy his work in the garrison really was. His duties were simple: patrol the city for an hour, or kill 20 nearby monsters. The only real rule was that if Crossroads was in danger while he was online, he had to join the fight. Roken smirked to himself, and decided that even if it was a bit annoying, it was still worth it. He soon realized that because NPCs trusted him, he could use all the local benefits, get discounts, and make good deals. Roken grinned, but none of that was the main point. If someone disturbed public order, he could execute them on the spot with no penalty. That made him smile even more. If the execution was judged fair, he could even get rewarded. In short, he now had power over other players. Looking at the system window, Roken realized there were no real limits or bans, so he could use this position until he moved to another area or quit. Now all he needed was for more players to arrive. Roken thought of Odin. They were in different regions, so meeting him was unlikely, but if another level 100 player showed up in Crossroads, that would not be surprising. Then he frowned at the system window. He wondered if it was really true. A new system message appeared in front of him, showing a player who had reached level 100. Standing in the middle of the street, Roken said he needed to learn more about this player, then logged out. The report introduced a muscular player named Ted, while someone said it was amazing that he was the first in the world. A host with a microphone asked Ted how it felt to be the first player in Lord to hit level 100 and get a third class. Laughing, he said it was an honor. Watching from his chair, Roken listened as Ted was asked if he was really a blade master, some kind of sword master, and Roken called him a bald orc. As Ted smiled with his eyes closed, the protagonist realized it was not Odin at all, just some random nobody who had been announced as the first level 100. MC then thought about the dark-haired guy who had been interviewed for reaching level 99. That man had no reason to be behind. So Roken narrowed his eyes and called him a sneaky bastard. He figured that guy had probably hit level 100 a long time ago, and was quietly watching the competition, just like Rokan was. He grinned and said that was fine. The guy should keep being careful if he didn't want to become prey. During the interview, a girl asked Ted whether anything changed at level 100. He said yes, a combo skill had appeared. Hearing that, Rokan thought anyone who needed that info probably already knew it. Resting his head on one hand, the protagonist thought that in a game where achievements mattered so much, Ted had not mentioned the first achievement. That meant someone else had really been first to reach level 100, and that person was Rokan himself. MC's eyes narrowed hard when Ted was asked what he thought about the third city, since everyone was interested in it. Ted answered that he was gathering information through quests. Then viewers around the world were told to wait a little longer, as Ted proudly declared that he was the first user of his class, would be the first to enter the third city, and would share what he found. Rokan looked on with a smirk as people said they would wait eagerly. To him, this loser was already too late. Reaching for the mouse, Rokan thought this actually made things easier, and that he had not updated his YouTube channel in a while. He remembered making that channel to teach the punks from the IM Guild a lesson. Those old videos had blown up not just in Korea but overseas too. Even with fewer than a dozen uploads, he already had over 400,000 subscribers, and he had even made some money from them. Now the protagonist started thinking about his lack of content and what would happen if he uploaded a video about the third city you could reach at level 100. Since everyone was hyping up the first player to get there, that video would explode. Rokan stretched and declared that it was time for a godly montage. Smirking, he guessed that fool had gotten so excited by success that he forgot good things should be used in moderation. A new video appeared on his channel. The third city, the Lord Crossroads. The comments blew up, calling Rokan a legend, and asking how he got there. Was this really the third city? After seeing places no one had shown before, people started saying this had to be the third city. Then a horned monster's head appeared. Right after that, someone asked what that thing was, whether huge monsters like that would show up there, and if he had actually beaten it or only recorded it. Others also wondered if the video was shot before the interview came out. One commenter guessed he was the real first player to hit level 100, and that Ted the bald orc had just been late. They even mocked him, saying he had neither hair nor brains. Ted smashed his fist against the monitor and yelled. His hand shook as he cursed under his breath. As clips from the video and the comments kept spreading, he realized everyone was now calling him a liar. Grinding his teeth, he thought about all the endorsements and appearances being cancelled. Then he swore, thinking nobody had told him anything, so of course he believed he was first. Fuming, Ted demanded to know who had stabbed him in the back, then cursed again. Holding up his phone, Rokan said he absolutely had to watch this. He tapped the screen and saw that in just one day, the video was already close to 20 million views. Then he started wondering how much ad money it would make. Rokan also saw interview requests and TV offers pouring in non-stop. Still, he chose to ignore all of them, because he knew the Lord wasn't just a VR game. He explained that the player count was rising fast, not just in Korea but across the world. The game was starting to affect real society, and that was why he came back to it even after waking up. Then the guy laughed in surprise, calling the reaction amazing. Looking at the game capsule, he said he couldn't ignore his followers' requests, so he decided to give them what they wanted. At the castle, someone knocked on the door. Standing at the gate, Rokan introduced himself as a member of the Crossroads garrison. He added that he heard the Baron needed help. Then they headed up the stairs. After hearing the garrison had arrived, the gentleman told them to send him in. The bearded man said he hadn't expected them to send anyone, then asked if he really came to help. Rokan smiled and said yes. He gave his name, said he was part of the Crossroads garrison, and added that General Macaulay had sent him. He finished by saying he'd do everything he could. Of course, nobody had really sent him. He was there because he already knew about the quest, but bringing up Macaulay would make the Baron trust him. The man admitted he lived so far from the city because his daughter was sick. Klaus said he would do anything for his girl, but he was too weak now, and taking care of her was getting harder. Then the Baron asked Rokan to bring back troll blood from one living in the Cave of Life. It would at least help his daughter recover a little. A quest popped up. Recover Klaus's young daughter by collecting 10 units of troll blood from the cursed cave. The reward was 5 gold. Rokan accepted right away, told him to leave it to him, and was glad he got the quest. Soon, he reached the cave entrance. MC greeted everyone and announced the next run. With his weapon on his shoulder, he said he was about to clear a public dungeon near the crossroads. More exactly, the cursed Cave of Life. Inside the tunnel, Rokan explained that time outside didn't affect this dungeon. He added that the monsters wouldn't get stronger at night, while thinking it was ridiculous to explain something so basic. He went on to say the cave was known for troll monsters, and this was the first time they had shown up in the Golden Lion camp. Then he pointed out that didn't mean trolls were the only enemies here, and said the first one had already appeared. As it opened its mouth, Rokan explained that the stone monkey was the weakest monster here, a muscular primate shorter than an average human. He added that its attack, defense, and agility were well balanced, so it could be deadly if you weren't ready. The monkey lunged with both paws raised. He smashed it in the face. His blows sent the monster flying, slamming through the cave. The hurt monkey shrieked, screaming in pain. Rokan stood right in front of it. The beast swung a paw at him, but froze when he caught it. Rokan explained that since its stats were balanced, you could beat it with power or speed, whatever suited you better. The monkey panicked. The protagonist grabbed its head and drove it into the ground. With a sharp grin, he asked if that looked easy. Then Rokan said there was no special reason these creatures were in the troll dungeon. When more stone monkeys showed up, he explained they were troll food. Even if they could be dangerous in groups, they were still prey to trolls. Rokan threw back his head and gritted his teeth. A red aura burst around him as he used Scream of Madness. The monster's eyes glowed before they dropped to the ground. A dark shape shot over the monkey corpses. Rokan said the one that got away was a giant bat, and that it usually attacked with skills like bite and body slam. They were annoying because they could fly, but in a cave, they weren't much trouble. Moving on, Rokan said they were entering the troll's main territory. He added that around 15 kinds of creatures spawned in this dungeon. Then MC explained that trolls weren't herd monsters and usually attacked alone. A long-nosed troll bared its teeth. Standing behind Rokan, it appeared as he explained that trolls were a playable race in the Lord, so viewers might not know what their monster version looked like. The troll opened its clawed hand. A shadow crossed his face. He suddenly hurled his weapon with the throw technique. The troll snarled as it got hit. Closing in, Rokan said trolls were stronger and faster than humans. The monster grabbed the weapon's handle and swung its axe. As its flesh started healing, the protagonist explained that regeneration was their biggest trait. The troll roared. Planting his foot, Rokan said there was no need to fear that ability. Sweat formed on the troll's face. MC appeared in front of it with 2 axes. With a dark smile, he said the answer was simple. Keep hitting them until they die. Dark blood splashed across the wall. The bearded troll swung again, but Rokan clenched his fists and licked his lips. Then he unleashed a flurry of blows. Holding both axes ready, he used strike and cut the troll in half. The bearded monster growled one last time. Turning away, Rokan asked if everyone saw that. Later, heroic ranked trolls and even generals might appear, but these cursed trolls only really stood out because of their faster regeneration. That was their key difference. After wiping out what seemed like every monster in the dungeon, Rokan decided that was enough for the video. Looking at the bodies by his feet, he decided not to reveal the whole quest. He could cut that part later. He licked his lips and looked ahead before saying it was time for loot. As dark energy streamed out, system messages said he had successfully dissected a cursed cave troll. Because his butcher skill was still low, the rewards were reduced, and the skill went up by 0.1. A vial appeared in Rokan's hand as the system announced he got troll blood, and he said that was perfect. Now he'd won. Then he decided to check something else. The protagonist shook his head and said he was sure it was in here somewhere. A satisfied smile spread across his face when system messages appeared. They said the rare title explorer had activated, and that he had found something special. The pile in front of him started glowing. Rokan tossed the bones aside, as the system announced he had obtained the bone of the cursed beast. Then he looked at the item in his hand. The item explained that the troll's curse came from an unnatural source. It also said someone had fed the cursed beast to the trolls, and MC felt he could already guess who was behind it. He then remembered the plague rats in the sewers. Next came the infected forest spirit in Tekkalon. Rokan thought the same masked group was behind all of it. The bastards spreading curses and twisting monsters and NPCs, the main villains of the story quest. He walked deeper through the cave, thinking that in his past life, nobody had ever figured out who those villains were. He remembered he was supposed to follow the main story, but got sidetracked by Odin and the Ragnarok crew. He stopped at the cave exit. Then a thought hit him. His eyes narrowed at how insane it sounded. Rokan was stunned. Maybe Ragnarok attacked him to stop him from finishing the main quest. Macaulay stared at the remains in shock. Facing the protagonist, he asked where he found it, and the boy answered that it was in the cursed cave of life, where the trolls lived. The elf raised the skull and said he had been studying mutated monsters, but never guessed curses were spreading through this. Rokan straightened up and pointed out that first there was the sewers, then the Tekkalon forest, and now this cave, and that they only hid the cursed items in hard-to-reach places. Furious, he asked if Macaulay knew who was spreading the curses, or what they wanted. Macaulay shut his eyes and shook his head. He said unfortunately, he had no clues, and they had only recently started looking into it. Holding the bone, the elf told Rokan he would take over the research from here. MC faced him and asked if he should search for more monsters that were cursed. Right then, a system notice popped up for a mission called Mutated Beasts. To clear it, he had to find a monster that had eaten a cursed beast and mutated. It warned that no one knew what would happen if the mutation kept growing. The reward was 90 silver and the crossguard's spear. As Rokan walked off, he finally understood why Odin wanted to pull him into Ragnarok. He remembered Odin offering him a hand. Until now, he thought it was just jealousy over his rank, and a way to control him. But now he wondered if that was wrong. What if Odin had made a deal with them instead? Touching his hair, the protagonist considered a worse idea. What if the real goal was stopping the main quest? The elf looked over as Rokan told himself he might be overthinking it. With the main quest at the center of everything, users had no reason to work with villain NPCs. Then he smirked and asked himself what difference that made. MC grinned and swore that whether it was those bastards or Ragnarok, he'd question them himself before he killed them. He was holding a test tube. Standing before the Baron with his arms crossed, Rokan listened as the Baron praised him for finding the troll blood, and said he knew the garrison could be trusted. Klaus looked down sadly and told him that hot ram blood was needed next. He added that it could be obtained by hunting devil rams, then politely begged him to get it for his sick daughter. Then a system notice called Recovery of the Baron's Little Daughter appeared. It said the noble had asked for his help to save his daughter, and that with troll blood, she could recover most of her health. But he had to bring the ram blood before her condition got worse. Rokan headed away from the gate. He smirked to himself after asking about the Baron's daughter, then wondered if he should act clueless. Night had fully set in. A beast threw back its head and snorted steam. These were level 10 devil rams. Rokan watched them from above. With one hand still in his pocket, he joked that he could work as a shepherd now. Then he moved. In one leap, he crossed under the moon and split a ram down the middle with jump. Rokan landed low. The other ram opened its mouth wide. He pressed the sealed helmet of the Lion King against its muzzle. Raising his axe, he said that because they were herbivores, they froze up when facing a predator. His blade shot toward its face. Under the moon, the fight kept going. Looking straight at it through the helmet, Rokan told the viewer to watch this. Then he realized the ram had stopped the weapon with its fur. The beast slammed a hoof down and blasted him backward. Rokan dug in and slowed himself with one foot. The monster stomped again, and charged with the combo skill Superluminal Headbutt. He bent his leg and thought the skills were basic, but the combo made them dangerous. A moment later, he was behind the ram, admitting it wasn't bad. Gripping the axe with both hands, he added that he wasn't weak either. Rokan swung and challenged it to see who was stronger. A shockwave smashed into the beast. Rocks burst everywhere, and a boulder crushed the ram. Now only one was left, behind him. With his back to the shaking ram, Rokan asked where it thought it was going. He reminded it he wasn't done yet. Smiling under the helmet, Rokan said he needed its blood and hide, and if it handed them over, he'd let it live. He even asked the terrified ram if that sounded fair. By morning, the town was already awake. The protagonist walked past the townspeople and realized he hadn't slept all night because of those devil rams. Then he heard someone ask why no one in the market would sell them anything. Rokan looked over in annoyance at 3 players. Other users had already reached the 3rd city, even though he thought they'd need another day or two. They were early. An angry merchant snapped at the flashy newcomers and told them to get lost. As the players complained, MC realized what was happening. They were trying to trade with NPCs without being accepted by the other races. The dark-haired one cursed under his breath. Then he grabbed the merchant by the collar and demanded to know why they were being treated this way, while the man begged him to let go. Rokan watched in disbelief as the others tried to calm him down, suggesting they just go to another shop, but he shot back that they'd already been thrown out of so many places that nothing was going to change. Rokan's grin turned nasty. The merchant panicked, yelling that he was going to die, and begging someone to save the poor dwarf. The 3 players went pale when a voice demanded to know who was causing the disturbance. The girls turned and saw the guard general had arrived. Disguised as an elf, Rokan said they looked like outsiders and asked what they thought they were doing to the people of Crossroads. Right after that, a system notice appeared. It said identity disguise had activated, and that his nickname and appearance had changed at random. The notice added that the effect would last an hour. The 3 players turned in fear and looked to the guard general for help. The merchant Rokan had just been grabbed, started shouting that they came out of nowhere and tried to force him to hand over his goods. The archer and her friend froze as she denied it, but they were told to stop yelling. The helmeted elf replied that whatever their excuse was, he wouldn't allow violence, especially from newcomers who had already caused this much trouble. Pointing at the 3 players, Rokan used his Crossroads guard authority to expel unwanted people from the city and ordered them out at once. The players began to vanish, and one of them shouted for him to wait. As half the dark-haired guy's face disappeared, he cursed and yelled that they had only just gotten there. The merchant thanked the guard, saying he knew those troublemakers would cause problems, and a notice said the Dwarven Arms merchant's trust had increased. Hidden inside that elf disguise, he let out an annoyed breath. He couldn't understand why anyone would meet an NPC, lose their temper, and attack a merchant of all people. When the protagonist removed the helmet, the merchant stared in shock. He figured he could at least understand their frustration. They needed an item, and still couldn't buy it. A memory from his past life came back, and he shivered, thinking about how they couldn't stand being ignored just because they were another race, and how that idea drove them mad. Walking on with the helmet in hand, Rokan thought about how they had reached level 100 and made it to the 3rd city, only to learn they couldn't buy a single thing. Then MC suddenly stopped. A dark smile spread across his face. He raised a hand to his face and said he'd just remembered a perfect way to make a lot of money. A stamped seal came down. At the entrance, a servant bowed. Roken stepped inside. Looking around, he wondered if this was the place. It was huge and badly run down, but he'd just bought a 4-story building that would soon become the busiest spot around. Remembering the mustached man, Roken decided that, just like back in Stan, he was going to play the real estate market again. He went on thinking that average players there were around level 50 to 100, while Crossroads would be 100 to 200. That meant property prices would only keep rising. Still, Crossroads was huge, so unlike Toothen, cornering the whole market would be hard. As the door opened, Roken summed it up. First, he needed to lock down a building in a prime location. That realization caught him off guard. His mouth fell open. Right in front of him, there were multiple levels inside the building. Then the protagonist said the place was actually pretty decent. He pictured the space fully furnished and said he'd turn it into a department store. Thinking of those 3 players and the merchant, he explained that anyone not accepted by the other races can't buy from Crossroads shops, so demand is huge, and supply is almost zero. Roken pictured himself grinning from the rooftop, and wondered what would happen if he opened a shop for normal players. The answer was obvious. Everyone would come to him. He imagined shelves stacked with books and potions, as he decided to stock bestsellers and hunting gear on the first floor. He figured those kinds of items, like scrolls for movement and potions, were must-haves for every player, no matter the price. And buying them in bulk from another city would cost less. Then he pictured 2 players hauling stuff in a cart, and decided that it was a huge hassle. People might put up with it once or twice, but after that, he knew it would be hard to resist whatever was close by. Looking ahead, he decided the second floor would sell premium gear with stronger stats. Roken then imagined a case full of blades, and decided the third floor would be for branded handmade equipment, and also for items he made himself. Next, he pictured a huge hall, and decided the 4th floor would be an auction room. As he looked around, the protagonist said the inside already looked decent enough. He turned to the dark-haired man, and told him to manage the store while he was gone. The man agreed. He was an NPC seller he had hired. Once he stepped outside, he thought about the weak point in his plan. Players would be able to buy from other stores once they finished the story quest. Because after completing it, and getting access to NPC shops, players wouldn't need to pay crazy prices anymore. Roken rubbed his chin and realized the goods on every floor except the first would still sell, since they were hard to find. Still, he felt something was missing, and wondered if there was another way to use the shop. He snapped his fingers. There was. A tall building stood ahead, when the protagonist remembered a section of the garrison that handled writing jobs. He pictured a writing quill, and recalled that it was a special office that made leaflets, requests, and public notices. A blonde elf in glasses asked if he wanted to place an order. It was the protagonist who handed over a parchment when he was asked what needed to be written. The elf in glasses started sweating after reading it. The parchment called itself a guide for visitors. Hunt the monsters picked by Roken, and rumors about that player would spread through the city. Keep hunting them and your reputation rises. Residents start giving quests. Finish those and you can become a resident too. If you want property in this city, this whole chain is a must. The elf looked up and asked if he really wanted this rewritten, then asked who wrote the guide. The protagonist put on a scary look and said it was an order from General Macaulay. At the same time, he thought becoming a guard was the best choice he'd made. His armored hand pinned a sheet to the wall. He plastered the whole wall with them in seconds. Knowing it wasn't really a lie, killing monsters does raise reputation, and NPCs really do give quests to players with enough of it. Then he brought up a giant creature with a shell, and explained that he chose Garapal first, because even with high defense, the monster was easy to farm thanks to its slow, weak attacks, and its skin and shell were valuable materials for top-tier gear. The problem was that it took too long to kill, and hunting only that monster wouldn't raise reputation very fast. Roken shook with laughter when he realized that slower reputation gains would delay other players getting recognized, letting his store stay useful much longer. He also figured players who didn't know the real value of those shells and skins would bring them back to sell. Since they still couldn't trade with other NPCs, they'd be stuck with just one buyer, his shop. He pictured the visitor shop again, and blurted out that if he bought the shells and skins cheap, crafted better gear, and sold it at auction, he'd have a real money printer. After that, he thought enough time had passed. It was time to visit the Baron. At Klaus's manor, the Baron marveled at how the protagonist had beaten the devil ram and praised him, saying he was far more capable than expected. Holding a chest, the bearded man gave his final request. Take everything he'd gathered to Jasper, then bring back whatever Jasper made from the ingredients. Right after that, a system message appeared for a quest called Recovering the Baron's Little Daughter. It said Klaus had asked for help to save his young daughter. To do that, he had to bring the blood of a cursed troll, plus the blood and skin of a devil ram, to the shaman and receive one item from him. In short, the reward for the quest was 10 gold. Roken bowed to the Baron and promised to handle it. The Baron answered that he was counting on him. Then the protagonist glanced up. Standing before the Baron, he looked up and asked about the strange noise. Klaus told him not to worry about it. The bearded old man said it was probably a servant dropping something while cleaning the library, then asked the boy to return quickly. The protagonist smirked, covering his mouth, as Klaus again said he needed help saving his daughter. The old man looked at him and asked what was wrong. He just said it was a cough. As Rokon cracked the door open, he thought the whole story about saving a daughter was nonsense. The Baron had never had any children. By the castle wall, outside the manor, he thought about how Klaus only met guests at night. That meant the developers had dropped a pretty obvious hint, and he wondered why he noticed it only now. He finally reached the answer. Klaus was a vampire, a race that hated sunlight, and lived by drinking the blood of others. Then he thought back to the girl on the floor in that room, and realized there really had been a child where the noise came from, just not the Baron's daughter. With the elf girl unconscious, he figured the child Klaus kidnapped and called his daughter was actually a being with the finest blood of all, blood that boosts a vampire's power. In other words, she was a high elf. He had passed her off as his daughter. The protagonist added that high elves were the noblest of all elves. He went on to explain that a vampire who drank a high elf's blood could gain massive power, but that blood also carried divine force. Most vampires couldn't handle it, and only powerful first-generation ones could survive it. Baron Klaus wasn't one of them, so the moment he drank it, his insides would melt. That was why, with the girl asleep nearby, the old man had chosen to rely on witchcraft. He believed he could drink high elf blood if an enchanted item boosted his power first. Later, in Misty Valley, Rokon moved through the woods and said the shaman Jasper the Baron mentioned should be somewhere there. He clicked his tongue, annoyed that he couldn't see anything, and muttered that he had no idea how to find Jasper in such a huge forest. He admitted that anyone else probably would have failed this quest already, and even he might have given up by now. Then, a clawed paw hit the ground. A pack of fog-eating hyenas came out growling. Rokon glanced back and realized there were a lot more monsters than he expected. He dashed past them, deciding he was here to finish the quest, not waste time fighting dogs. The hyenas charged after him, staying close behind the protagonist. As he ran, he noticed they were slower than expected, and some were already falling behind. Thinking he was fine, and only needed to widen the gap, he kept going, until the protagonist stepped into empty air and dropped into a ravine, cursing the fog. The fog had hidden it. A shadow spread across the bottom of the pit. Above him, the hyenas watched Rokon fall. He landed on one knee in a cloud of dust. The protagonist looked ahead and grimaced. Now he got it. With the rest of the hyenas staring down from above, the protagonist realized this was their den, and they had purposely kept their distance to herd him here. The hyenas opened their jaws in ugly laughter, and he drew his weapon. If this was how it was going to be, he'd wipe them out. That meant fighting. He drove the blade into the ground and said he wanted to test something. Holding the weapon with both hands, Rokon said he wanted to see how many he could kill with his skills. The protagonist grinned and declared they were about to become his test subjects. Rokon swung his weapon, thinking the Berserker class had one big flaw. It struggled when too many enemies came at once. With one strike, MC cut through several monsters. He kept pressing the attack, knowing Berserkers were almost unbeatable in a one-on-one fight. The problem was they lacked good area attacks. He swung his axe and kept it moving in, while thinking that weaker foes could still cause trouble when they rushed him together. Rokon dug his foot in and said that weakness could be fixed. Grinning, he charged ahead and said he had mixed Berserker skills to make something that could hit a wide area. He tore through a monster and appeared behind it, using the combo skill Devastating Charge. Turning back, Rokon said it worked perfectly. He had killed 80 hyenas in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He stared at the fading monster corpses, and said even mages would be jealous. Combo skills did more than help in duels. They also covered the Berserker's weakness against crowds. Then he stopped and fell silent. Lowering his weapon, Rokon admitted it still was not enough. For average players, sure, but not for him. The protagonist thought back to the shadows of his enemies and realized that if he returned now, these skills would never be enough for Ragnarok. He had won easily, only because those monsters were around his own level, but against his real enemies, he needed a stronger skill that could hit many targets at once. Rokon pictured the whole fight and understood that Devastating Charge was really more of a dash than a true area attack. It let him move in a straight line and hit only the enemies in that path, but it was hard to use when enemies were spread out, because the path could not be changed. Rokon pictured Odin and decided that to beat those enemies, he needed to control a much bigger area, especially when facing the boss. He lifted his hand and told him to wait. Soon he would make an area attack skill and crush him. First though, Rokon needed to finish this quest. He moved through the ravine, dust rising, while thinking about a quest that tied right into extending the reach of his attacks when fighting groups. Someone stepped into Rokan's way and told him to stop. The stranger said it looked like the protagonist had come from the barren lands. It was the shaman Jasper, and he ordered Rokon to put down all the materials and step back. MC touched the chest, surprised it had come to him on its own. He backed away from it and raised both hands. The chest contents turned green as Jasper chanted in a language Rokon did not know. Then the materials glowed red, while Jasper kept reading the spell. The ingredients fused together. Holding test tubes, Jasper poured them in and kept chanting. The The symbols on the ground lit up. Rokan watched closely and felt Jasper's aura and movements were strange. This really was witchcraft. Jasper picked up the scroll with both hands. He passed the parchment to him and told him to take it. And a system notice appeared with the item name Blood Seal. It was a rare quest reward, and the seal could leave a mark on the body like a tattoo to boost a vampire's energy. The effect, Blood Imprint, would activate when used. Rokan gripped the scroll tightly, thinking it would make the Baron stronger. If the vampire used it, he could drink the blood of the High Elves. Then Rokan remembered the system notice for the quest Recovery of the Baron's Little Daughter, which said that Baron Claus had asked for his help to save his little daughter. To do it, Rokan had to bring cursed troll blood, along with the blood and skin of a devilish ram, to a shaman and receive an item from him. And the reward was 10 gold. Rokan grinned, thinking that now he just had to bring the scroll back to the Baron. But really, all this time he had wanted the item itself, not the quest reward. The scroll in his hand suddenly started to glow. Jasper opened his mouth and shouted about what would happen if Rokan used it. The scroll began to vanish as a notice said he had used Bloody Imprint. The protagonist said he finally got it, and more notices followed. He learned life absorption at 3% per hit. The imprint could not be upgraded or removed. The drain amount depended on the imprint type, and his current imprint count was 1 out of 5. Clenching his fist, MC smiled darkly and said life absorption was the best imprint for fighting groups. Laughter echoed near the cliffs. Rokan tensed both arms, realizing this was exactly what he needed. He remembered the hyena fight, and knew attack power mattered against many enemies. Then he recalled standing in the flames and realized healing mattered just as much. Looking at the crimson marks on his arm, he thought he could now last much longer by stealing health with Bloody Imprint. The protagonist imagined how shocked players would be when a later notice changed Bloody Imprint from 3% healing per hit down to 1. He already knew this skill would be nerfed in the future. He smiled even wider, looking down, as he added that players who got the imprint before the patch would keep the original absorption rate for some reason, and now he was one of them. A fireball appeared near Rokan's face. He narrowed his eyes when the flames touched him. MC faced Jasper, who could not believe he had taken the scroll for himself, and started cursing him out. With half his face burned, he said it only tickled and guessed, making the imprint had drained Jasper's life force. A weapon formed in his hand as he said he wanted to test the imprint. Then Rokan cut Jasper's head off in one blow. He added that he'd be thankful if the item's creator helped with the test. Seeing the headless body, Rokan was surprised he had killed Jasper so easily. The burns on his back started to heal. Grinning, the protagonist flexed his hand and said the effect was amazing. It restored his health completely. He moved his finger to the system window, which said he had gotten Jasper's head. Then he said that since Jasper was a monster, he had even dropped loot. And then Rokan learned the dead shaman was actually a goblin. MC touched his chin and thought about testing Bloody Imprint even more. Then he broke into a big grin, deciding to go all in. In the third city, there was the Crossroads Berserker Guild. Rokan stopped in front of an NPC and said he needed Strength Throw, Solid Body, and the Assault skill book. A system notice then showed 4 skills that could be combined. The skill data overlapped as notices said fusion had started. When it finished, the books would vanish and he would automatically get the new combined skill. A stack of skills appeared above. Rokan grinned and said everything looked good. Then a notice popped up saying he had to confirm the combo skill after reviewing it. After checking the combo skill, he needed to press the confirm button. The protagonist stamped the floor, thinking about shifting his weight onto one leg. He moved and swung his axe, imagining himself spinning like a top, and a notice said the action clip had been recorded. Smiling, Rokan looked at the system window when it asked him to enter the name of the combo skill. He called it Whirlwind. A notice appeared for the new skill, which let Rokan spin fast with his axe to deal physical damage. It could keep going until his mana hit 0. He could move freely while using it. His speed increased, and in Berserk mode, both the power and movement speed doubled. The system finished showing the skill details. MC rushed out, shouting that this was his first real area skill, and he had to test it right away. Soon he reached the cursed cave of life. Rokan walked in with his weapon ready, asking where everyone was. He looked around, wondering who would be the first target for his new skill. Whirlwind did not exist in Lord, after all. As he pictured a sword swing, Rokan added that he had made this skill by copying an idea from another game. He was sure that even Odin would not have thought of something like this. Then, claws hit the ground. Rokan found himself surrounded by huge monsters. Instead of panicking, he yelled that it was perfect that so many had shown up. With a scary grin, Rokan said he had hoped to find something stronger than hyenas, and these would do. A cave werewolf lunged at him with a growl. Rokan stood his ground and called the monsters to come closer. One werewolf bit into his arm. Another clamped down on his leg. Soon they were tearing into him from all sides. Then Rokan threw his eyes and mouth wide open and screamed. A system notice appeared, saying his health had dropped to 20, and his physical ability had been reduced. Rokan's mouth started to curl into a grin. With one axe swing, he blasted the monsters away and shouted that this was great. He leaped up, bent one leg, and declared that now it was his turn. Gripping the axe with both hands, he shouted that this was his new technique. Rokon darted through the pack, hacking monsters down one after another. He threw his head back and opened his mouth. A massive whirlwind burst out. The storm tore the monsters apart and sent their remains spinning. The protagonist stood at the bottom of the ravine. With a satisfied smirk, he healed himself and saw his health jump back to full. Standing in a pool of blood, he noted that the blood imprint only restored 3% health, but in a fight against a group, that still added up fast. Looking over the werewolf corpses, he realized that with quick mana recovery, he could hunt forever. Rokon grinned at his hand and decided this should be enough to handle Odin's gang. As his weapon faded from his hands, he decided the test was over. He pictured the furious Baron and figured stealing the quest item and killing his men would drive him crazy. Then MC smirked, wondering if wiping out the vampires and taking the High Elves' reward would be the smarter move. Soon, he arrived at the Crossroads garrison headquarters. Holding up a goblin head, he said this was the head of a shaman named Jasper. The blonde elf froze in shock. He was horrified to learn a goblin had been lurking around. Macaulay stepped up in alarm, saying goblins served the Black Dragon, the Golden Lion's main enemy, then demanded to know where he found him. He answered that the goblin was serving Baron Klaus. The blonde general was stunned to hear the Baron was a vampire too, and was keeping a high elf captive, so he pressed for more. The protagonist set the goblin head on the table, and went on to explain that with a shaman's help, Klaus planned to use a strong spell to gain the power to drink a high elf's blood, which held divine power. But he killed Jasper before the ritual could be finished. Macaulay started shaking and cursed the Baron as a rotten noble. Rokon pointed out that nothing beyond repair had happened yet, but if they did nothing, the Baron would keep going. The guard general ground his teeth and swore he would not let any harm come to the high elves in the land under his watch. Macaulay opened his mouth wide, clenched his fist and ordered the garrison to assemble and march out at once. But Rokon stopped him. He asked Macaulay to hear him out. MC warned that storming a vampire's home in the middle of the night was suicide. Better to move before dawn and kill Klaus while he slept. The guard general covered his face, admitted he had let his emotions take over, and agreed to wait for dawn. Standing between the windows, Rokon thought about how he would visit the Baron himself while they waited. He grinned to himself, deciding there was something more important than capturing Klaus. He planned to rescue the High Elf first, and claim her special thanks before the garrison could. The blonde girl trembled as a shadow fell over her, and someone said it would be soon. Klaus touched the elf's forehead, and said he would finally drink her blood. Rokon stopped in front of the Baron's mansion. He grinned, lifting his head as he thought about how excited Klaus must be to taste high elf blood. He had already given the guard general a reason to wait until morning, because he had his own plan. That delay was exactly what Rokon wanted. Touching the wall, he admitted he also wanted to test his strength against the Baron at full power. He climbed the wall, determined to beat Klaus alone and keep the high elf's reward for himself. He quietly opened a window. Then he slipped inside and landed softly. Rokon checked the hall, making sure Klaus was nowhere around. He looked ahead, annoyed, remembering the high elf was probably upstairs. The bedroom door was slightly open. Rokon carefully peeked inside, hoping this was the room. He crept over to the bed and stopped. A crying elf lay there. Rokon smirked, pleased that he hadn't expected finding her to be this easy. He reached for the girl's shoulder and turned to her, trying to wake her. Rokon shook her gently and called her name. Then he looked at the blonde girl in confusion, thinking she might be under some kind of drug, since otherwise she should have woken the moment he came in. High elves are very sensitive to sound. He touched his face, realizing it would be bad if he used too much force and hurt her. So he searched for a way to wake her without getting rough. Then Rokon smiled. He remembered there was one option. An item appeared from his inventory, a portable alarm clock made with gnome technology and mechanical engineering, built to wake sleeping people. Amused, he started setting the alarm, thinking he never imagined he'd make something like this just to level mechanical engineering. Rokon placed the device on the pillow beside the crying girl and turned it on. The thing immediately started rattling with a piercing ring. He covered his ears with his hands because he felt like his eardrums were about to burst, and figured the girl had to wake up now. The elf jerked her head away from the alarm. She clutched her ears with both hands and screamed for it to stop. Rokon snatched up the alarm and cheerfully asked if she was awake. She begged him to make the noise stop. He crushed the device in his fist. The blonde girl slowly sat up in bed, touching her ear. She turned to him when he asked if the noble lady was all right, then asked if he was the one who woke her. Rokon placed his hand on his chest as he introduced himself, and said he was the guardian of the crossroads, thinking that high elves were born nobles. He smiled, and thought that, since they were part of the royal family like General Macaulay, he really should be polite. The girl pointed to herself, said her name was Ash, and thanked him for saving her. Rokon held out his hand and apologized for using such a rough method. Ash said it was fine. Without him, she never would have escaped that nightmare. Ash glanced aside and asked if making that much noise was really a good idea. Then her eyes went wide in horror. The protagonist looked away as Ash warned him someone was behind him. The bedroom door flew open. Baron Klaus called the protagonist a rat. Ash trembled behind the protagonist as she asked what they should do now. With a sharp grin, he said he'd save the noble lady first and deal with the Baron after. Rokan raised a hand and said it looked like they'd have to switch that order a bit. His legs were wrapped in energy as Klaus gripped his cane and demanded to know how the boy dared disobey him. Ash stared at them in fear and asked if he was really going to fight a vampire. He told her to stay put, he wouldn't keep her waiting long. Rokan crouched, weapon held behind his back, and asked the Baron if he wanted the girl behind him to get hurt. Then he charged the vampire, saying they should take this somewhere more fitting. He slammed into his enemy with a shoulder strike. Ash gasped and shouted her savior's name. The impact exploded. Rokan and the Baron crashed down, still fighting. The old man hit the ground on his back. Then he got up in front of MC. He moved in and asked how it felt to have a human hunting a vampire. Klaus extended his claws and spat out that the boy was an insolent bastard. The Baron spread his arms and shouted that he would drain him until nothing but skin and bones remained. Rokan gripped his weapon and said fine, then told the vampire to see what he could do. He settled into a fighting stance with a grin. The protagonist's eyes turned black as he said he wanted a taste of the old man's life force. The Baron opened his mouth, staring ahead as he questioned him again. Rokan's eyes flashed when he realized his opponent had left an opening. He lunged forward, using dash and power strike. The vampire caught the blade with his bare hands. Klaus blocked the blow, and Rokan blurted out that it was incredible. Were his claws really that hard? MC pulled back, stared at him, and asked if he really was a vampire. The Baron pointed at him, cursed him, and brought up the patterns on his body. He shot back, asking if he had only just noticed. The protagonist raised his hand, activated Bloody Imprint, and said it was all thanks to him. Klaus froze with his back turned as he realized he had been played this whole time because of the scroll. He remembered the girl behind the boy and realized he meant to steal his high elf, that this was the real plan. Klaus's hand shook as he wondered how a mere human had fooled him. The vampire rushed in, shouting that he would never forgive this. The Baron swung his clawed hand, slashing at the boy. Blood burst from the protagonist's wounds. Klaus's eyes burned, and Rokan realized this was no ordinary vampire. MC gritted his teeth and dodged blow after blow. Klaus was missing on purpose, but with that speed and attack pattern, he was still dangerous. He blocked the next attack with his weapon. A system notice appeared, telling him he had 20% of his health left and that his physical abilities were reduced. Rokan raised his axe and realized he'd never heard Klaus was a true vampire. If he really was one, he shouldn't have needed the bloody imprint. He tightened both hands on the handle and decided it changed nothing. Klaus was dying here today. The protagonist stared ahead with a strange grin. That smile only grew wider. Then he asked if Klaus liked his blood. Rokan moved first, swinging his axe as he activated Whirlwind. The hit slammed hard into the old man. Blood burst from Klaus's wound, and the protagonist praised how strong the blood print was. Bending one finger, he explained that one vortex strike could heal him. In a vampire's hands, the imprint boosted blood drinking, but for a human, it let them absorb life force. He stopped in front of the bleeding Baron. The protagonist looked at him, clearly confused, when Klaus asked if he was really that sure. Then Klaus pressed further. Was that really all it could do? Klaus licked the blood off his skin and said Rokan might not know this, but absorbing life force was a special vampire ability. He finished speaking as his body swelled with power. With a wild look, Klaus said a human could use the imprint, but they'd never draw out its full power like vampires could. Dark energy wrapped around Klaus as he told MC he'd show him the difference between them. A dark shape began to form. What stood before Rokan now was a bearded monster. He stared ahead, annoyed, and said Klaus had turned into a monster. Then he asked if this meant Klaus wasn't a vampire at all, but a werewolf. Gripping his weapon, the protagonist said that actually made things better. The Baron swiped at him, and Rokan called him the perfect test subject. The axe flashed. The protagonist struck and cut into his enemy. The monster pulled back its lips and showed its teeth. It glared straight at him. Klaus thrust a clawed paw forward. A growl came with the attack. Rokan's shoulder was torn open. Blood splashed across his face. Seeing the wound, MC realized his healing wasn't working. The Baron grinned and asked why he hadn't warned him. Then, Klaus added that the imprint wouldn't save him. Pointing at Rokan, Klaus said he'd die faster than he could heal. As blood dripped to the ground, he remembered that in his past life the imprint had been sealed off, and he wasn't sure if that had happened yet in this one. The protagonist saw his face in the axe blade, and thought that if life force drain was too slow, then he had another option. He charged with the axe and shouted that he just had to keep landing hits. Leaning forward with his mouth open, the Baron called him a fool. Rokan kept attacking with his axe. Blood splashed into his mouth, and Klaus watched him carefully. A winning smile spread across MC's face. The Baron clenched his teeth and stared back. Rokan stayed in front of the beast and hammered it with several more strikes. The protagonist stared ahead with glowing eyes and said he was still fine, even after the system reported he only had 10 health left. He raised the axe again. Circling his enemy, Rokan said the faster and harder you swing, the more damage you deal. Klaus shouted that he was a crazy bastard. Throwing one claw to the side, Klaus asked if he really thought a vampire could lose to a human. With his back half turned, Rokan answered yes, and said Klaus already had. Then he swung the huge axe and activated Berserk. A storm of wind exploded from Whirlwind, and the protagonist shouted that Klaus should understand now, he wasn't normal. Lightning cracked around the vortex as the skills combined. The Baron was dragged into the spinning force. MC bared his sharp teeth and smiled, satisfied. A dark figure remained inside the storm. Rokan stood before it with his weapon ready. He lowered his head as rain began to fall. There was still a smile on his face. The protagonist stood before the dark sludge and wondered if this was all that was left, a pool of blood. Rokan tossed the weapon over his shoulder, as the system announced his health was fully restored. He looked ahead with a happy smile, and said that thanks to Klaus, he had drunk so much blood he felt ready to burst. Then, the system said he had fully mastered the bloody imprint. A shape could still be seen through the fading vortex. Smiling, Rokan touched his hair as the system confirmed his health was fully restored. He said now that he was healed and had mastered the bloody imprint, he felt way better. Close up, his smile grew as he said it was time to claim something money couldn't buy, even for hundreds of millions. Right after that, new system messages appeared, saying he'd unlocked a hidden achievement. The condition was saving a fully recovered high elf and defeating Baron Klaus alone. At the castle, the guards lined up as orders rang out to begin the operation against the Baron and break down the doors. The blonde shouted that they could tear the evil vampire apart, but no one was to let a single hair on the high elf be harmed. The armored warriors rushed in. The wooden gates blocked their path. A guard slashed at them. He froze in shock. Only a dent was left in the doors. Then a huge blast erupted right in front of the guards. Macaulay stared ahead in anger, asking how that kind of power was possible, when vampires were supposed to weaken at dawn. Two figures appeared through the smoke, and Rokan guessed he'd startled them. He apologized, saying he thought it was urgent. The elf's jaw dropped. He called out to Rokan. With Ash beside him, Macaulay demanded to know what was going on. Looking ahead, Ash replied that everything was fine and the Baron had been defeated. She pointed to him and told them that he was the one who did it. Macaulay frowned and asked again, still staring at her, because Klaus was his superior. Touching his neck, Rokan answered with a smirk that he came early because he was worried the lily might get eaten. Then he added that there was no way he'd leave alive someone who had insulted the honor of the elves. From behind Macaulay, the boy with glasses said he wasn't trying to be rude, but he couldn't believe a human had beaten alone what normally took 2 squads of elves to kill. Macaulay's mouth fell open as the soldier went on, saying Rokan was trying to trick them. Macaulay snapped, called him a fool, and asked if he couldn't see what was right in front of him. The boy with glasses still looked ahead and questioned him again. In profile, Macaulay said the high elves had a special right, and the vow had already begun. A woman's outline appeared as one guard blurted out that it couldn't be, wondering if she'd made a vow to a mere human. Holding a tiara, Ash said it was true, and that its worth couldn't be measured even in hundreds of millions. Rokan smiled in a dark way as he wondered what it was. Looking at Ash before him, he realized it was the high elf's oath. With her eyes closed, Ash swore on her name that the brave man who protected a high elf's honor would have her support. She would stand by the berserker Rokan. As the golden tiara shined, the system announced he'd earned the legendary achievement, High Elf's Oath. He was the first to get it. His bond with Ash had passed trust and become unwavering faith, and their friendship had hit the max level. The protagonist kissed Ash's hand and said it was a great honor for him. At the same time, he thought about how this title was one of a kind. It didn't raise his stats, but it gave him something no amount of money could buy. As if a lock had opened, the system announced he had unlocked the right to rise within High Elf society. That path was now open. It also said he could spread his influence there through Ash. The High Elf Society was a closed noble council, with so much power that no other race had ever gotten close to it. Then the system told him the choice was his. Luck was on his side, and he shouldn't waste this chance. Seeing the blonde elves standing in rows, Rokan thought this was a full network, and if he could win over the council, they could become a huge help in the fight against Odin. The guards dropped to their knees, and Rokan realized he really had done it all by himself, to earn the achievement. The protagonist and Ash stood side by side together, as Macaulay said Rokan was no ordinary man, and would probably change world history. MC placed a hand on his chest, and asked to be allowed to leave first. Ash quickly asked him to wait, just a moment. She explained that she wanted to introduce him to the council, then asked why he didn't come with her to rest and eat with them. He forced a grimace and cursed to himself. Ash was slowing him down, and with no idea where Odin was or what he was doing, he needed to level up fast. Then he pictured himself back in front of Macaulay, and suddenly remembered the quest from Macaulay, mutated monsters, which he'd forgotten about. Right then, a system window popped up, showing the requirements and reward. As he flipped through the tome, Rokan decided nothing was better for leveling than a mutated monster. Holding the tome, the protagonist told Ash maybe another time, and said he hoped she'd stay safe. A pillar of light appeared before everyone. It shot off toward the forest. Rokan landed lightly. He looked at the coast and said this was the place called White Beach. MC scratched the back of his head and wondered where they were. He gave a small smile. He kept looking around. Then he said that one of these mutant monsters was Razor-Fisted Dance. The creepy creatures gathered behind the brunette, and he said the info was right. This was them. He looked off to the side and said he was glad the monster hadn't come alone. A weapon dropped into his hand, and he decided it was time to level up. He tightened his grip on his axe. Rokan swung it out in front of him, and beckoned the monsters to come closer. A small blast went off. A magic orb formed in front of the blonde, and he realized his plan was actually working. In the forest, the boy blurted out that it was amazing he had found the weakness of a monster nobody knew, then asked how he knew that. The other crossed his arms and reminded him it was rude. They had agreed not to ask personal questions. The blonde looked nervous, agreed, and decided to stay quiet and keep leveling since hunting with him was faster. The brunette quietly shut his eyes. As lightning gathered in front of him, he thought everything was going just as planned. Then a strange feeling hit him, like something foreign was jammed inside the gears. Holding the sphere over his head, the blonde cursed and demanded to know where the first achievement title had gone, who dared take it, and who got the first title meant for these scoundrels. The brunette answered, standing by a tree, that there was no need to rush. People bound for the same end will meet, even if they try not to. The monster opened its mouth wide, facing a whole pack. Rokan said it was finally time to start farming levels. He grabbed his weapon with both hands. Swinging the huge axe, he shouted that he'd rip them apart and told them to come first. The protagonist split one monster in half. Two more rushed in front of him, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Staring ahead with a grim look, the brunette said this was too easy and ordered the others to attack too. A huge monster stepped forward. The protagonist shouted for them to come at him first. He figured it would be even easier that way. He rose above the monster, thinking he needed to level faster. Looking down, he unleashed a whirlwind skill. The storm tore through the monster's body. Rokan swung his axe again. Severed limbs slammed onto the ground. Standing wide, he got system messages for leveling up and killing the first mutant monster. The brunette smiled, then said that compared to Klaus, these things were just bugs, and he called for the next one. Another monster came out of the forest. As it opened its mouth, he said the guess was right. Now the second mutant monster, the field boss razor-handed demon, could show itself. When the demon with the stone in its chest appeared, Rokan said he already knew its weak point, the core. Still, he knew hitting that weak spot too early was risky, so if he wanted to clear the task, he had to be patient. Serious now, the brunette held his weapon ready and decided to wait, because if he dragged it out, the monster would fuse with the other corpses and evolve into its final form. As the upgraded monster faced him, he thought that beating this last form would finish the quest. Touching his neck, he said there was one more thing to do besides the quest. Wasn't this thing also a field boss? He kicked off the ground. Rokan rushed forward and jumped, demanding the rare drop from the final form. A sharp limb shot toward him. Digging his foot into the sand, he thought the bastard was annoying, but he knew how to beat him. He jumped aside to dodge and kept running through his plan. With a grin, he raised his axe and said they couldn't waste even a second or give the monster a chance to strike. The demon opened its mouth wide. Rokan slammed into it, shouting that every hit had to land like it was the last one. He hung over the monster in midair. The brunette swung his sword from above and moved in for another attack. He focused on one thought, hit fast. The monster fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he chose to attack again. Standing beside the demon, Rokan swung his sword. He eyed the yellow core and cursed how hard it was to reach through the armor. Then the brunette shouted that if that was the problem, he'd cut through the armor and smash the yellow stone with all his strength. Smirking, he said it was great that his plan worked. Then the system reported weapon destruction, the razor demon's armor breaking, and its defense dropping by 50. The monster bared its teeth and glared at the weapon. Rokan's eyes widened, and he cursed the bastard. Leaning over the monster, he asked if it was laughing, right as the system warned that it had used Razor Storm, a final move that fires many tiny blades, hits 25 times, then self-destructs. Looking down in anger, he wished the thing dead, as the system added that it would also use Destructive Onslaught, boosting defense and speed by 200. A sharp blade pointed at the monster's face as it screamed. Spikes shot forward. The protagonist stared straight ahead. The yellow core shattered. A spike stopped right in front of him. Sitting by the monster's body, Rokan thought it was finally over. Light began pouring from the demon's mouth and eyes. A bright flash burst in front of him. The protagonist looked down in alarm and cursed. He had completely forgotten the enemy's last trick. A pillar of light dropped to the ground as the protagonist realized it was self-destruction. A huge explosion followed. Gray smoke covered everything. A dark silhouette appeared. Rokan touched his neck and called the enemy one tough bastard, saying it had almost killed him. Then the system announced he leveled up after destroying the second mutant monster. Razor fragments were scattered across the sand, and he said he had finally gotten rare loot. To him, that was a great feeling. A system message then explained that this was a demon's razor fragment, which could give a weapon special power, and with this weapon type it adds a bleeding effect to enemies. Holding the item, he went over its effects, from better crits to bleed, and decided to test it right away. His axe began to glow as the system confirmed the upgrade and said bleeding would trigger on hit. Roken held up the new axe and cheered that the upgrade was done. On the shore, MC said he'd stay a little longer before hunting the last monster. He explained it was because this shellfish farm could drop an item called a colorful pearl. Watching the horizon, the brunette said he hoped it would be worth it. Remembering what was ahead, he said the last one was a pretty tough bastard. A wrecked ship rested nearby. Part of it lay underwater. A dark passage waited inside. A sharp-toothed monster stared ahead. Roken searched through the shells in the water and wondered if these were mana pearls again. While prying open a shell, the protagonist said this was a pretty expensive item, but now it was time for it to finally show up in this shell. Then he froze in surprise. Looking at the multicolored pearl, he shouted that he found it. Satisfied, he thought there was nothing better for raising defense. Grinning, Roken said he was moving on to the next shell. Light started coming out of it. A projection appeared in front of him and said the sealed helmet of the Lion King had sensed familiar energy, and he needed to find where it was coming from. Confused, the protagonist thought that if he really looked at it, the armor pieces were pulling toward each other. As he reached out, he started talking about the helmet of the Lion King. The armor appeared in his hands. Smiling, Roken realized this quest would let him find another piece of the Lion King's armor. He figured the only nearby place it could be was the sunken ship. Roken smiled and said he had to go there anyway for the mutant monster, so he'd handle both at once. Looking out at the sea, he said he already had the multicolored pearl, so now he could head over there. He jumped into the water. The protagonist swam toward the sunken ship and noticed gills on his neck. He said that item was really useful. Remembering the city fight, Roken thought it was lucky he met Murlocs on the beach. Thanks to them, he could breathe underwater now. Looking at the wreck, he guessed what he wanted had to be in there somewhere. Then, something caught him off guard. Staring at the deck, he realized he had found it. The captain's cabin, the boss room where the last mutant monster lived. A weapon appeared in Roken's hands. Smiling, he told the monster to quit hiding and come out. Suddenly, a heavy odor rang out. Roken was caught off guard. The monster finally showed itself. MC grinned and said the Murloc captain had come out at last. The captain's eyes glowed as he demanded to know how some human dared to enter his territory. He seized Roken and demanded to know why he'd come. He snapped back. Why bother explaining to someone about to die? Then he spun into a heavy attack. The protagonist frowned, saying this was exactly why he hated underwater fights. They were too slow. The furious Murloc turned toward him, then froze when Roken vanished. A second later, MC lunged straight at him, yelling that taking this monster down would be easy. The Murloc tried to block by throwing another monster in the way. After landing the hit, Roken mocked him for using his own underling as a shield. The captain got ready to strike with his sword. A sharp clash rang out. Roken dodged and heard the captain ask where all that arrogance went. He frowned to himself. Even with helpers, the guy still couldn't fight properly. More Murlocs showed up, and the protagonist got annoyed. They kept getting in the way of his attacks. A grin spread across his face. The captain looked shocked. Red energy started to gather around Roken. He put on the Lion King's helmet and shouted that he'd rip them apart and turn them into Murloc sashimi. Then he got ready to charge. MC burst through the monsters, cutting them down as he passed. The captain stared in surprise, thinking Roken was insanely fast. In the next instant, he was right in front of him. Their weapons slammed together. The captain's blades shattered, and he gasped that it was impossible. The protagonist vanished from sight once more. The Murloc looked around and asked where he went. Roken appeared behind him and asked what he was staring at. That finished the monster. Wrapped in red aura, MC joked that the Murloc sashimi was done. Then the messages confirmed he'd killed the third mutant monster, cleared the mutated monsters quest, and now needed to find Macaulay. Roken, still stunned, said he barely made it out. The berserker is great at everything except recovery. Checking the drop, he saw the Murloc captain had left behind an old coin, a unique item with a fancy emblem that looked like a collector's piece. Then something else caught his eye. Looking at a lion statue, the protagonist guessed it might be a quest clue and noticed something in its mouth. He touched the black box and checked whether it had a round slot instead of a keyhole. Roken placed the coin into the groove. His helmet started to glow. The chest opened. With a pleased look, Roken wondered what kind of item this was. Light poured over the wreck. Inside was an unknown disc, a round item with no clear origin or use, but it held some kind of energy. MC reached for it, thinking he'd never seen anything like it before. Holding it up, he wondered why the disc had suddenly started glowing. Then a message explained it was the symbol of the Lion King, a token given to the Murlocs long ago, after he saved them. It held part of the Lion King's power, and gave 100 endurance and intelligence. Roken thought about the armor set. There wasn't any symbol like this in it, so he wondered if the disc still counted as part of it. Smirking, he figured this thing boosted stats like 40 levels. Light still shined from the chest. He noticed it, and checked the cloth inside. It showed the Lion King giving his cuirass to the Murlocs. Roken looked around, and guessed that meant the Lion King's cuirass was hidden somewhere, but there was nothing under the rubble. Then he remembered the Murloc King's treasure had been stolen by the Pirate King. That made him realize the Pirate King was a level 300 boss far from here, so getting the cuirass now would be tough. Sitting on the ship, the protagonist said this was enough for now. At least he knew where to look. After that, he teleported to the third city. Rokan let out a breath and said he could finally rest. Then he noticed a commotion nearby. People were shoving through the crowd to grab the goods. MC smiled and said that at this rate he'd be a millionaire soon. Since the store issue was handled, he asked if he could get back to the quest now. He headed to the garrison headquarters. At a table, Macaulay turned to Rokan. Standing before him, he said he'd killed all 3 mutated monsters. Caught off guard, Macaulay asked if they were multiplying that fast. Then Macaulay praised him, saying he'd done great work and helped them a lot. Rokan put a fist to his chest and asked if Macaulay had any idea what was causing the mutations. He added that if there was anything else he could do, he was ready. Macaulay replied that some outside force was involved, but he couldn't explain more yet. Macaulay said seriously that if he learned anything, he'd tell the protagonist. Until then, the protagonist needed to keep getting stronger, because if he ran into them now, he wouldn't live through it. Then a quest notice for the training period appeared on screen. It said Rokan was still too weak to learn the secret. He had to become stronger before he could learn it. The requirements were reaching level 150, and the reward would be a higher trust level with General Macaulay. Rokan rubbed his chin and realized the quest was locked by level. To rank up fast, he needed to head to that dungeon. Covered in blue mana, MC used a magic resistance scroll on his gear, raising magic defense by 9. Glad he'd bought it early, he said he was ready to move. He reached a cliff in the southwest part of the crossroads. He swung his axe, and one heavy blow brought the trees down. With the logs on his shoulder, Rokan said now he could, but then he heard a scream nearby. He moved toward the trouble. One guy asked with a smug look whether the elf had a contract for this hunting ground, because otherwise anyone could hunt there. The angry stranger pointed at him and shouted that he'd stolen his prey at the last second. The guy clenched his hands and mocked him, saying he thought something was itching. The elf pulled back his bowstring and yelled that if he wanted to settle this nicely, he should give back what he took. Then he fired. The guy dodged it. The elf trembled with rage and swore that next time he wouldn't miss. Rokan smiled, wondering if this was Mike the Dodger. In his past life, Mike had been pretty famous. Watching him, the protagonist remembered that Mike made the tiniest build possible from an already small gnome and dodged almost every attack. That's how he got the name Dodger. As he ran from the arrows, Mike shot back. His bolt struck the elf in the leg. The elf charged in, yelling that he'd turn the guy into a cutlet. He suddenly stopped when he heard a shout. A man stood behind him and said he saw this as an attack on an innocent user. Rokan, disguised as a garrison member, ordered the elf to shut up. As MC gave the sentence, the arrows started teleporting away. Shaking, Mike thanked him. Annoyed, Rokan shouted that he was getting a warning too and needed to leave. After returning to his normal look, he thought the whole thing would have almost blown over if the fight had kept going. Holding his axe out, he added that they would have uncovered the secret path to the dungeon, a place only he knew. The protagonist struck. An explosion followed. Standing before the portal, Rokan explained that this was a dungeon that only opened when you hit an old tree. He had no idea who came up with that. Then he went inside. As he moved down the corridor, a notice said he'd discovered a secret magic dungeon. For being first, he got bonus experience and a 30% item drop boost for 3 days. Rokan crushed a multicolored pearl. He spread the powder over himself, activating protection from all elements and gaining 10 to all elemental defense for 3 minutes. Raising one hand, MC summoned a log. He lowered into a battle stance, then started throwing the logs. They triggered the traps. Explosions went off one after another. Rokan warmed his hands and said there was no time to waste. It was better to clear the dungeon fast. He kept tossing logs. Smoke filled the hall as he figured that had been the last one. Frowning, the protagonist thought the biggest difference between a magic dungeon and a normal one was the huge number of magic traps right at the entrance. One wrong step could kill a normal player instantly, and even for him they were dangerous despite his above-average level. Rokan remembered that even with his knowledge from the past, he didn't know every trap location exactly. That's why he cut down trees to test the way, but now he was out of logs. Smiling, MC decided he'd have to figure out the rest himself. He dashed forward. Rokan slipped past a rain of arrows, avoided giant axes, and left rolling boulders behind. Glancing back, he realized he was starting to understand the trap pattern. The next one should show up now. A magic blast shot at him. A heavy impact echoed. Rokan stood in the dust cloud and shouted with a grin that the monster had finally come out. A spectrum floated in front of him. It began charging up a powerful attack. Watching the projectile form, Rokan thought that since the spectrum was an ethereal spirit, normal physical attacks wouldn't work no matter how hard he hit, so he prepared something special. A fire spell scroll burned in his hand. Rokan got ready to rush in. Swinging his axe and shouting that he could even kill a ghost, he charged the monster, telling himself this had to be an all-out attack. This was the final clash. A huge blast shook the dungeon. Rokan, annoyed, saw the message saying he had killed the specter. Then he muttered that the dust was everywhere. On the ground, he spotted a fire arrow scroll. and wondered if that idiot had dropped anything else. Checking the scroll, the protagonist grumbled that he expected magic loot, something better than this. Then he decided there was no reason to rush. More monsters closed in, and he figured he'd run into at least a dozen before reaching the boss. He hacked through the specters. As he cut them down, he shouted that this was their end. Resting the axe on his shoulder, Roken wondered if they were always this easy to kill, especially since he expected more from monsters made by a wizard. Then he noticed a chest by the wall. Staring at it, he asked if this would finally be a reward worth taking. Excited, the protagonist said it had been a long time since he opened a treasure chest, so he moved in fast. He struck the chest and immediately snapped, asking if it was trying to trick him. Seeing the monster, Roken said he knew it, a mimic. In a dungeon like this, there was no way a normal chest would appear. After killing it, he yelled for it to quit whining and drop the item already. His expression turned serious. Looking over the loot, the protagonist read that one item was the Cowardly Mage's protective ring, which lets you use a shield twice a day for protection, and the other was a portable mana charger. It lets you restore 150 points of mana once per day. After shouting in excitement, Roken grinned and said this was exactly what he wanted. More escape-type magic items, just like the Cowardly Mage's ring he got before. Then he looked at the other ring and read that it was a ring made by a cowardly mage, letting its owner run away. The wearer can use flight once a day to move back 3 meters. After that, he said it fit him perfectly. To him, it was better to have an item for defense than one with weak attack power. With a grin, Roken said he still couldn't wait to see what else he'd get today. He took off down the corridor. At the far end, he spotted a door. Raising his axe, the protagonist shouted that whatever was behind it would be his. A heavy impact rang out. With wild eyes, the protagonist asked if the cowardly fool was ready to fight. The cowardly mage stared at him and asked how he got that far, while Roken realized this was the dungeon boss, and the maker of those rings. A red aura started pouring off him like blood. He rushed in, shouting that the mage should have died already. The mage cast a spell and spread grease across the floor. The protagonist slipped and realized the spell removed friction. He slammed down in a burst of dust. The impact shook loose rocks from the ceiling. Roken's eyes flashed. He kept pressing the attack, but the boss vanished before the blow landed. The mage popped up behind him, begged him to stop scaring him, then ordered the traps to fire. Cannons slid out from the walls. A white magic circle lit up beneath the protagonist. A barrage of powerful shots pounded the floor. Watching the attack, the boss warned that if the protagonist kept frightening him, he'd have to kill him. Roken lunged at him and asked if he was done talking. Swinging his axe, he told the monster to shut up and die. Then the mage's body started changing. The protagonist was caught off guard. An exposed specter drifted across the battlefield. Studying it, Roken realized the coward had hidden the specter inside the robe. The robe was carrying the spell. Irritated, he turned and demanded to know what the boss was planning now. The ground under him began to shake, then split apart. Another monster started climbing out of the ground. Roken smirked and said they had to be kidding. A golem named Zack appeared, and the protagonist asked why this idiot kept sending minions instead of showing himself. He was tired of the coward hiding behind others. Facing the monster, the protagonist said this thing was seriously annoying. It even called in mini golems. He narrowed his eyes. Then he noticed a magic circle on the wall, and a smirk spread across his face. He charged, asking if the boss really thought a golem with one defensive skill could match him. Roken leaped up and sailed over Zack. Grinning, the protagonist shouted for the golem to try blocking this. The monster raised its arms to guard, but the protagonist went right over it. Zack was stunned. Roken burst out laughing. As he flew toward the wall, he yelled that this magic circle had been his real target from the start. He smashed the wall, and red energy spilled from the wreckage. Smiling, he knew he had found where that cowardly fool was hiding. The boss's control room had been hidden by magic, just like the entrance to the dungeon. Roken entered Chase's hidden room. Then he froze. A fire ballista shot was already flying at him. It hit with a massive explosion. Chase looked pleased and said his best skill had worked. Then he was shocked by what he saw. The protagonist was still in front of him. With a crazed look, he said he had almost died. Throwing out his hand, Chase called for the golem to stop him. Zack charged at Roken. The protagonist dodged cleanly. In the next instant, he was right in front of Chase. Chase threw up his arms to block the strike. The hit sent him flying back. He landed on his feet, then said blocking that attack proved the money he spent on protective gear was worth it. The protagonist looked pleased. Standing before him, he started laughing. Chase shook in fear when Roken said he was so thankful, he couldn't stop laughing. Aura wrapped around him as the protagonist pointed out that Chase still didn't get it. That armor only made him slow, a walking punching bag. The words left the mage horrified. The golem lunged at the protagonist again. Dodging it, Roken remembered this was Chase's familiar, Zack. Even if destroyed, it would keep rebuilding from the scattered stones. He figured killing its owner would stop it for good, so he could ignore it. But then he swung his axe. With a wild grin, he yelled that the golem kept annoying him, so he was going to smash it. MC shot toward it and split Zack in half with one heavy strike. Then he screamed that they were next. The protagonist tore through the rocks like a whirlwind. Chase watched him rush in. Biting his lip, he panicked. Rokan had crushed his golem far too easily. A second later, the protagonist was on him. He appeared before Chase and said now only the two of them were left. Grinning, the protagonist screamed for the mage to try dodging. The boss was finished. Rokan roared that this was the end and the mage had to die. Then, he delivered the final blow. The wall behind them shattered. The protagonist quickly drank the potions. Thinking back to the ballista shot, he realized Chase's first attack had triggered berserker mode without him noticing, and he thought the after effects of that skill might kill him. After checking the boss drops, the protagonist said he had recovered enough stamina and could finally see what that coward had left behind. Rokan was surprised. Holding a ring, he read that it let the owner use exit once a day to leave the dungeon, then wondered how many escape items Chase had made. Touching his chin, the protagonist started wondering who Chase really was. He pictured a dark figure and asked himself who the enemy was that the mage had been so desperate to escape from. Raising his head, Rokan said that if he searched his memories, he might find a clue. Then the protagonist was startled. He remembered this place. A secret door opened, and he pointed out that it only appeared after clearing the dungeon. Looking at the entrance, he said this had to be Chase's hidden room. A torch burned on the wall. After looking around, the protagonist said the room was filthy. Then he looked down. Spotting a box, he wondered why it was packed with so many books. He pulled one out in surprise. Stunned, Rokan realized it was a skill book. The system asked if he wanted to learn this shield skill book, and because this was his first clear, he could study one book from the room. Smiling, he realized the first clear reward for this dungeon was items that could grant a skill no matter your class. Flipping through the books, he figured he could use them to build a new combo skill. He picked up the book for changing the damage type. The protagonist thought about it, and realized this skill could turn physical damage into magic damage. Since players barely understood magic attack and defense yet, it was incredibly strong. Standing before the projection, he said he wanted to convert his physical damage into magic. Once Rokan chose, the other books stopped glowing, but he was surprised when something was still shining. It was Chase's journal. The protagonist opened it and started reading. Rokan frowned. A demon's image filled his mind as he read that Chase had been ordered to make a cursed item. He knew it was wrong, it could ruin the world, and maybe it did more than twist monsters. He imagined Chase surrounded by eyes and kept reading. Chase had nowhere to run. If he tried to escape, they would kill him right away, so he had no choice but to join them. In another memory, Chase looked at the moon and said the time had come. They would be gone for a short while for a general meeting, and that day he would try to escape. Hidden behind a monster crate, Chase said the escape worked, but he lost some artifacts. Even while running from pursuit, he somehow stayed alive. Holding his head, Chase said they didn't need him anymore. But because he knew who they were, he pictured himself sinking into the core the tree grew from, and decided to hide as deep as possible, in a place no one knew, though they might still find him. Brushing off the diary, Rokan figures Chase was being hunted and hid here. He starts thinking about the cursed item and the corruption tied to it. Looking at the diary, the protagonist says if this is the same corruption he already knows about, then he might learn something important. Remembering the monsters he beat, Rokan guesses corrupted monsters will show up after the mutated ones. He brings up the demons and says he already knew some group was mutating monsters, but he never expected humans to be behind it. The protagonist realizes the corrupted monsters are a problem for both the Golden Lion camp and the Black Dragon camp, so he guesses another faction is involved. Still, he mutters that it isn't that simple. After storing the diary, MC decides to hand it to the research team. It might be a clue for the main quest. He puts a hand to his chin as the protagonist wonders if level 150 is needed for the next quest. That means he has to gain at least 30 more levels. He pictures a guy standing before a demon in his mind, then decides that gaining 30 levels won't be easy. The elf is down, while the enemy can barely even swing. Rokan grins and decides this style doesn't suit him at all. A rune book appears in his hand. He says his fast leveling setup is ready. Now he just has to head to the crossroads. Wind rushes through the room. A moment later, he arrives on a shopping street. He is carrying a bag. The protagonist is pleased. Those magic scrolls from the dungeon are useless to him, but they should sell well. He looks around and wonders how his shop is doing. Since last time it was packed. Seeing the crowd, he decides business is still booming, so there's nothing to worry about. Showing his fangs, Rokan says that at this pace, all the money in the crossroads will end up his. The protagonist heads to the Berserker Guild. He checks the prompt that asks him to choose a combination skill to remove. Touching the skill, he says he doesn't need it anymore. It was useful, but it only let him move in a straight line, and he can already do that with other skills. A smirk crosses his face. Rokan folds his arms, sure he can make a better combination skill. Standing before the screen, the protagonist reaches out. He remembers the book he found and figures that since the weak berserker skills no longer combine with anything, the skill book Damage Change from the Magic Dungeon would be perfect. With it, he can build something new, cover the berserker's weakness, and make a skill that becomes the key to easy leveling. Mana starts pouring from the books. Watching the glow, Roken combines strength, jump strike, and damage change. Then he reads the red emblem. The combination is complete. The main character smiles. Looking at the screen, he blurts out that this is exactly what he wanted. Pink mana pours from Roken as he declares this skill will be called bombing. Seeing the flash of magic, the protagonist names the new skill bombing. Bombing turns magic damage into an explosion. Its 5-second cooldown is a real weakness, but one hit could be all he needs. The hero looks away and laughs. Rubbing his hands, he thinks now he just has to wait for the rewards to start pouring in. Thinking of Odin, he says that someday he'll use this skill right on his face. While waiting for that day, he decides to get ready. The shopkeeper greets him and asks if he needs something specific, and Roken says yes. He walks over with a smile and says he'll buy every axe in the shop. The seller is so shocked he has to ask again. The seller rushes off to gather everything, and the hero waves him on, telling him to hurry. Then he turns after hearing someone argue about the price. A girl checks a sword and says another store costs less. Someone else points out that this place has a better selection, while Roken quietly watches and realizes they're players. As they keep talking over the sword, he figures they must have cleared the dwarf's quest already, and wonders if they've come that far. With a mocking smile, he tells himself not to worry. Another wall is waiting for them anyway. MC thinks about the camp war. PvP between factions will soon be just as popular as the main story of the Lord. He remembers how fighting players from other camps felt more exciting than monster hunting, since lots of people ignored leveling and the plot just to battle. He admits he used to like that too. Just then, the seller returns and drops a bag of axes on the counter. The hero grabs the bag and thanks him. Throwing it over his shoulder, he heads out while the seller thanks him and asks him to come again. Soon he arrives at the Keelan outpost. Passing by, he thinks about how long it's been since he was here. To him, even the place feels different now. The Keelan outpost sits on the front line with the Black Dragon camp. There aren't many monsters here, but deeper in, you can run into NPCs from the other camp and enemy players. In short, this area was made for battles between the Golden Lion and Black Dragon sides. As he enters the tent, the hero notes that players normally need to be level 150 to come here, but he has a reason for arriving early. The senior sergeant asks if he wants to sign up as a free mercenary. Roken, now level 120, bows and says yes. The man replies that sure, anyone can register, but at his level the senior sergeant holds out a hand and warns him. His level is too low, so he can do whatever he wants. Roken is already shaking with excitement. He thanks him anyway. A notice appears saying he is now a free mercenary, and that he can earn a rank based on combat merit. To start, he needs his first battle experience. By beating someone from the other camp, he'll earn combat experience, then merit points, and eventually a rank. Leaving camp, the hero grumbles that bald bastard looked down on his level. He stretches one leg and gets ready to sprint. Roken says he has already registered, so he doesn't care anymore, and can move on. Then he takes off at full speed. Using dash plus assault, the hero races toward his destination, a deep canyon. He moves across the ground under invisibility magic. Walking the path, the hero adjusts his hood. Then he glances aside, lets out a breath, and turns off his invisibility cloak. He stops on a cliff overlooking the river, and says he's made it to the deep canyon. With a sly smile, Roken says it took a while, but the cloak got him here safely. Still, facing level 150 enemies will be a heavy burden no matter how strong he is. He watches a carriage move along and thinks this canyon is used as a supply route for the Black Dragon camp, which is why security is so tight. Biting his lip and gripping his tools, he thinks that's exactly why he came here. No one would expect anyone to get through. He hammers a wedge into the rock. Roken threads the rope through it, tightens it around himself, and decides to climb down. The setup is done. He presses against the cliff and slowly descends on the rope. Holding a hammer, the hero says now the real work can start. He swings the sledgehammer and smashes the rock hard. Watching the result, Roken smiles and says it came out well. A cave opens up in front of him, and he calls it the perfect spot. He opens the book, draws a magic mark, and says he'll place a marker first. A notice says he registered a teleport point in the Book of Runes. Standing at the edge, the hero says the prep work is finished. A blade appears in his hand as he says it's time for some fast leveling. A notice confirms he equipped a hand axe. The guarded carriage keeps moving. One of the Black Dragon guards hears something. He stares as a magic ring opens in front of him and starts screaming. A huge energy blast drops onto them and sends them flying. Landing in a stance, Roken laughs and asks, how do they like his bombing skill? Grinning, he decides it's perfect. From the cave below, he attacks enemies stuck in the ravine and explains that if you make a hole in the rock, you can farm enemies easily from below, with ranged attacks, without worrying about the guards above. The guards shout that someone is in the rocks. The hero raises his hand axe and yells, asking if they get it now, and what exactly they can do about it. He grips the weapon tight in his hand. A mark appears behind him as he shouts for them to shut up and turn into his experience points. Rokon triggers bombing, and energy blasts start flying everywhere. One soldier went down, and the kill notice said the protagonist had beaten a Black Dragon army soldier and leveled up. Another enemy got wiped out by the magic, and more level up messages kept stacking up. Seeing that, the hero grinned. This was working perfectly. With an axe clenched in his mouth, Rokon figured he'd keep grinding like this until level 150. A notice also confirmed he had a hand axe equipped. After all that, the young man straightened up and let out a long breath. The hero looked over the mess in front of him. Bodies and broken rocks were piled together everywhere. He decided the dull part was finally done. The boring crap was over at last. Rokon rested his hands on his belt and wondered how many days he'd been stuck doing this. He was so bored he felt like dying. Then a message said he was out of hand axes and had reached level 150. Smiling to himself, the young man wondered if he could go back to the main quest now and what everyone else had been up to. A beam of light flashed against the rock as he activated the runebook and selected the Kalyan outpost. Back at the Kalyan outpost, the man could hardly believe he had really pulled it off. The senior sergeant just stared at him. Then he grabbed his head and asked if he had really done all of that alone. Rokon smiled and set his hands on his belt. He shot back with a question. Did he look low level to him? The man spread his hands and said no. The camp was lucky to have someone like him. After stamping the seal, he congratulated the hero. He was a soldier now. A notification appeared, saying his combat experience had been counted, and he was promoted to soldier. The message added that he could rise higher by contributing more, or by building up more combat experience. Rokon folded his arms and said that was great. Soldier was a fine place to start. Pointing at the warriors ahead, the hero explained that soldiers didn't have much power yet, but higher ranks unlocked more missions, including ones with NPC soldiers. As the gold box opened, it also noted that mission difficulty and rewards went way up. Clicking through the message, the guy thought that wasn't the only reason this rank system mattered. He pointed at another line and said he was really after one thing: merit points. The hero brought up the items and explained that those points could buy special gear in the merit market. Rokon looked ahead and said this was a nice start, but it still wasn't enough for what he wanted. Flipping through the book, he said he had to save a lot more, then activated the Book of Runes and headed for the crossroads. The hero teleported out and arrived at the crossroads square. Looking around, the guy realized he hadn't been here in a long time, and said it felt good to be back. Rokon turned when he heard someone yelling rudely nearby. One man grabbed his head and complained that those partisans had shown up again. Holding up 3 fingers, the young man said they had stopped him from finishing quests for 3 whole days. The hero smiled, already guessing what this was about. As monsters came into view, the guy realized those bastards the players were cursing had to be users from the enemy side, the Black Dragon faction. An orc and a human were locked in a standoff, their faces pressed close together, while Rokon thought about how, from the 3rd city on, a real war breaks out between factions. After finishing his opponent, the orc turned and asked why anyone had to kill members of the other faction. The guy called it a funny little truth. He explained that killing enemy players let you use their gear and gave more experience too. Then came the real point. That was all a lie. The monster's eyes burned with anger, and the guy said those excuses only covered up the real reason. With a foot on his enemy's head, the warrior showed what it was really about. The thrill players get from crushing someone weaker. Rokon's eyes flashed red. More than anyone, he understood that urge. Every player has it. Walking up to them, the hero asked where they'd seen those guys. The boy turned and repeated the question. The young man raised his hands and told him Stonehoofberry was nearby, but warned him not to go there since a 10-person party was there right now. MC thanked him for the tip. The hero pictured the map in his head and thought about Stonehoofberry's area. If those hunting grounds were this close to the crossroads, then the front line had shifted way too far toward them. Rokon lifted a whistle to his mouth, wondering how things had gotten this bad. The enemy had to be seriously looking down on them. Then he blew the whistle as hard as he could, and a black horse was summoned at once. Pulling on the reins, the young man cursed them out as scum and asked if they really thought everything would go their way. He took off on horseback, shouting for them to wait. He'd deal with them soon enough. One player asked why he had gone alone. Another stared and said that couldn't be right. Rushing in there now was basically suicide. Soon, he reached the rocky path leading to Stonehoofberry's habitat. A girl stood before the monsters with a sword in hand. An injured elf from the Golden Lion camp asked why they were doing this. She said they had already handed over their items and begged them to let them go. Harvey, along with the other Black Dragon players, looked at them and asked why they should. The girl froze, mouth open, as a blade flew at her. The enemy struck with his sword, yelling that killing the weak was fun. Her friends rushed over and asked if she was okay. The monster swung again, screaming that they were all dead. Rokon opened his mouth wide and activated bombardment. Harvey spun around, stunned by what he saw. A spinning magic disc was racing straight toward him. Borg looked over in shock, asking who it was as the heavy strike landed. The blast kicked up the whole area around them. The hero came charging in on horseback. The enemies shouted that someone was coming, and that it was only one person. They yelled to surround him. A dark grin spread across the guy's face. He laughed, asked if they were serious, and told them to get ready to die together. He kept charging straight at the monsters. One enemy fired an arrow, saying the hero had lost his mind. The young man pulled out an axe. He slipped past the goblin's shots and mocked him for being too slow. Then the horse sprang upward, and the goblin watched as the hero soared high above him. Rokan laughed and shouted that he was here. Then he kicked off from the horse and launched himself even higher. The monster stared in shock, calling him crazy and wondering why he had jumped like that. Rokan dropped from above, swinging his weapon and yelling for the enemy to take it. The hero laughed and activated the skill that changed his damage output. Then he hurled the axe at the orc below. The impact hit so hard it sent dust flying everywhere. The protagonist's weapon buried itself in the ground. He grabbed the handle and yanked the axe back out. Resting it on his shoulder, he told them to come play. One monster called him a little man and asked how he dared. The warriors all rushed him at once, shouting for his death. Swinging back, the guy laughed and asked who was supposed to crush whom. He dove into them without slowing down. Lightning-like strikes rained onto the enemy. The hero tore through everything ahead of him and shouted that he would wipe them all out. The orc watched in fear and said this was insane. Even tanky melee players were getting dropped in one hit. The goblin behind him could only call Rokan a monster. MC moved in a flash, kicking off the ground. He rushed the last two and said he'd found the rats. The monsters stared wide-eyed, waiting for what came next. The hero roared and finished them off. Then notifications popped up one after another, saying Rokan had earned merit points for killing every player there. Standing over the bodies, the guy said he had barely even started warming up. Looking over the message window, the young man realized merit points worked the same way as rewards for killing NPC soldiers. He looked at the dead enemy and figured it made no difference whether it was a level 150 NPC or a level 130 player. Anyone could see which one paid off better. A teleport pillar appeared, and the guy decided it was time to get serious. First stop, back to the crossroads. He headed into the temple at the crossroads. That was the place he needed. Rokan happily paid 3 gold and got the priest's blessing, boosting his defense and resistance for 6 hours. As the coins went in, he explained that the priest's blessing gives different buffs based on how much you donate. They only last a few hours, but they're important before heading out to hunt. The hero scrolled through the message window and thought about what he needed next. A gear set. He brought up 3 red symbols and explained the setup. 1 set for critical hits, 1 for defense, and a third for attribute resistance. Swapping gear takes 3 seconds, but it's still incredibly useful. The young man gave a sly smile and said he was about to go collect some loot. Rokan clicked open a window and said he was setting the bait. Then he posted that he was taking reports on members of the enemy faction near the crossroads. Replies started pouring in right away. The hero grinned and said the response was fast. Things must be pretty rough over there. Rokan stared hard at the new notification about an incoming comment. Reading through the messages from other players, he rubbed his chin and laughed that those black dragon bastards had swallowed the bait. They had leveled up fast and gotten way too confident. The guy smirked, even feeling thankful to them. If they had hidden instead, he would have had to waste time searching. The hero clicked eagerly through the screen and thought they just needed to wait a bit, and he would more than meet their expectations. Rokan wrote that he was about to start broadcasting the hunt, and thanked everyone for the info. The stream hit 2,714 viewers. Ward posted that God Rokan was on the job. Grapefruit Soda asked if he had lost his mind, talking about the live stream, and said the enemy was getting the upper hand. As Rokan kept moving down the path, chat wondered where he was going and why he stayed so quiet. They guessed he was heading for the area he mentioned before. Then he stopped. The protagonist watched a fight between players and monsters from the side. A message popped up from Shu, asking if he was still alive, and saying it would be great if he died here. Then maybe the hype around him would finally die too. Another user told everyone to keep watching and see what happened next. An angry orc swung his weapon. The blow came down on the elf. Their swords locked and sparks burst out. The monster sneered that if the elf had just handed over his items, none of this would have happened. Horrified, the elf shot back that the orc had planned to kill him from the start. The orc laughed, stared right into his eyes, and yelled that he was right. With another swing, he knocked the sword from the elf's hands. The monster pushed off the ground and lunged in at his target, saying that if he already knew, then he could die. The elf's allies froze in shock, and one of them warned that this was bad. The player stared ahead, confused, as the monster's blade neared his head. At the last second, Rokan stepped in front of the elf and took the hit himself. The other elves panicked, and a goblin stared in shock at what he had just seen. Magic flared around MC as he pulled out an axe and attacked. He slammed the enemy hard in the torso. The orc was blasted aside, and a notice said Rokan earned 1 merit point for killing Badal. He laughed and mocked him, asking if the blade tasted good. At least he tried. Then he dashed through the torn remains and closed in on the others. Charging straight at them, he asked why they were just standing there like statues, and told them to try stopping him. He cut down the next enemy in 1 strike and got another notice. 1 merit point for killing Eye of Nemo. Still smiling, Rokan kept tearing through the monsters and stacking merit points. The protagonist leaped high over them, while chat went wild, asking how one hit kept turning into one kill. Kinux pointed out that Black Dragon Army soldiers were at least level 120, and wondered how much damage the protagonist was doing. Rohad asked what level this insane streamer even was, and someone guessed around 140. Nothing else made sense. One monster threw out his hand and shouted for everyone to stop panicking. There were more of them, so he ordered them to attack all at once. The whole group rushed Rokan. He tightened his grip, called them idiots no different from the others, and a system message showed he had put away his axe. Jumping above the crowd, MC yelled that if they wanted to come all at once, that suited him just fine. He swung and triggered a combo skill. Heavy strikes crashed down, blasting enemies apart. He kept dealing damage as Whirlwind activated. An elf watched a huge tornado rip through the field. Chat called him crazy. Rachmaninoff wanted to know what kind of skill that was, and if they were even playing the same game. Wingo asked if he was a berserker, whether anyone knew that class, and if he was cheating again. Meanwhile, kill notices kept piling up with more merit points. The protagonist planted his foot and shouted to cancel Whirlwind. The young man scratched his head and smirked, saying it was too easy. While the notices kept coming in, he tapped over to the message screen. Rokan spread his arms to the camera and said he was let down by the Black Dragon Army, asking if this was really their best. He raised a hand to the camera and said it didn't matter whether 10 came or 20, they should still test themselves. A sword appeared in his hand, and he declared that whoever beat him would get it. Smiling, Rokan showed off the Royal Knight's longsword and said he'd hand it over to the winner. The viewers instantly started arguing after seeing it. Chat filled with messages asking if he had really put a bounty on himself, saying the weapon was top tier and that he was insane. Some said it had to be a scam, because Rokan would never actually give up that sword. Then Hun wrote that he should just wait. Soon enough, he'd be taking that sword himself. Rokan smiled and said if he wanted it, he should hurry over and try to kill him. His eyes glowed red as he added, if he could. Messages poured in. People talked about how sure of himself he was and how brutal this was, while others went crazy for him and called him a real man. Rokan rested the sword on his shoulder, skimmed the chat, and decided this was enough to bait them. Good thing he had brought the weapon from the shop. He clenched his teeth, thinking back on earlier fights and telling himself that even if his own side came after him, he could beat them too. Rokan puffed his cheeks and blew the summoning whistle. A horse answered with a loud neigh. The next moment, MC was mounted on a black horse. He checked the message window and said the Plateau of the Winds was next, so they needed to head north. Then he rode off, saying they needed to get there as fast as possible. Turret typed into chat, asking if they had seen Rokan's stream. He added that he heard they would have to pay 800 silver for that sword. An orc posted that guild recruitment was open right away for a raid on Rokan. Powell opened the message window and wrote that they were the first ones going after him, and if anyone laid a hand on him they'd have to pay. People argued over whether they could actually kill him, and what they had to find fast to catch the slaughter. Smiling, Rokan read the chat and said this was exactly what he expected. They all wanted him dead. He looked off to the side and added that this was why everyone kept talking, but no one was actually chasing his life yet. A one-armed monster lay in a pool of blood. Another enemy had been split in two. Rokan hopped over the pile of bodies and said he was bored because the fights ended too fast. A notice showed he had reached level 157 and 520 merit points. He stood atop the mound of corpses as the area around him turned into a dead wasteland. Word spread that the Plateau of the Winds and the Black Dragon Army had been wiped out. Back at the Black Dragon camp, Barman bit his fingers in horror, unable to believe Rokan had destroyed them. He turned to another orc and warned that they were in trouble. The other one said he knew and told him to calm down. Still shocked, Barman asked again. The orc answered that only weaklings had been on the plateau anyway, so this result was expected. Even so, fear showed in the monster's eyes when he heard there was no need to worry because they still had numbers and strength. The warrior looked ahead and said they needed to move fast. The plateau was close. Barman turned at a sound behind him. He realized they were right. A goblin army was behind them, and the orc insisted they could handle it. Rokan narrowed his eyes at something ahead. He was staring at an army of monsters and said one look was enough to tell they were serious. He counted the armed orcs and said there were maybe 30 or 40. No, at least 50, and some were high level, so this was a real fight. A system notice said he had switched equipment sets. New gear appeared on him, and the system announced that his second defense set was active. In his new armor, Rokan took his stance and said these were perfect conditions to go berserk. Wearing a mask, he looked at them and asked what they were worth, then told the bastards to come at him. The enemy mob charged. Barman raised his sword and said they should spread out, surround him, and keep their distance. Then he froze in surprise. A magic vortex formed in front of them. The monsters shouted that it was a bombardment, and warned each other to be careful. The blast tore through the army, and flung them everywhere. As the orc fell back, he wondered why Rokan had aimed for the edge of the plateau. The warriors scattered, screaming for help and asking where to go. Barman turned and shouted for a second. then said this had better not be some trick to bunch them all together. A beam of energy slammed into the ground. The orcs looked up and saw Roken in the air, his eyes glowing red as he laughed and admitted it was exactly that. His heavy blows tore the army apart, and merit point notices kept appearing with every kill. A goblin shouted that he was in the middle of them now. This was their chance. The monster lunged at the young man, yelling for his death. Roken lifted his head and spotted him. A bright flash lit the area as the protagonist raised his head and used Cry of Madness. The goblin clutched his ears in pain and cried out that he couldn't move. He had no idea what kind of skill this was and called it cheating. MC swung his weapon and cursed at him, saying he was shocked way too soon. White light filled Roken's eyes as he called out a combo skill. He triggered Whirlwind, and a massive tornado swept up every monster nearby. The goblins screamed as they were dragged around inside the storm. His axe blazed as he roared that he'd chop every last bastard apart. Then he looked over, startled when someone shouted for him to stop, and said this was his end. A red-eyed monster hovered above him. The orc dropped fast and attacked. Both swords slammed into Roken's armor, throwing sparks and knocking them away from each other. The protagonist steadied himself and said the enemy was strong, wondering if this might finally be a worthy opponent. Then the sword shot forward. The monster leveled his weapon and introduced himself as Ted, one of the Black Dragon Army's rankers. He told the boy to remember that name, because he was about to die by his hand. The hero recognized him, and wondered if this was the same guy who used to brag about hitting level 100 first. The young man laughed and repeated, "A ranker?" Roken pointed at him, and asked if he was that idiot who kept bragging about reaching level 100 before everyone else, only to get humiliated by him. Ted froze in confusion. He asked what Roken had just said. Then Ted snapped. He spread his stance, scraped his swords together, and called him rude. If the boy handed over the longsword, Ted said, he might spare him and teach him some manners. He stomped forward and declared that even among rankers, there was a clear gap between the strong and the weak. In the next second, MC was right behind him. Startled, Ted whipped around. Meeting his eyes, Roken swung his axe and told him to look at what a real ranker was. The axe came down with crushing force. Ted was launched far away by the hit. He smashed into the ground and broke apart. Roken watched him fly off and skid away in a trail of dust. Squinting, he muttered that he knew it, just a big pig, and a slow one too. Then he noticed something, and blinked in surprise. He looked off into the distance, wondering where Ted had gone. Looking around, Roken couldn't believe Ted had run off that fast. He even backed out without finishing the fight. Ted had actually fallen back behind the other monsters, chugging some healing drink. Just then, the young man rushed him, shouting that he thought this was finally going to get fun. The orc got to his feet. Gripping his sword, he asked what the big deal was, then told the hero they needed to fight to the death. But the moment he saw the face right in front of him, the monster panicked and yelled, "What kind of reaction time is that?" Something dripped from his mouth as the hero mocked him for drinking a potion because he was scared he'd die in one hit. Furious, Ted shouted back, asking what he meant by that. Roken just turned away and said there was nothing wrong with it. Then, the protagonist pointed out that he was streaming, and over 30,000 people had seen Ted's dirty trick. The chat lit up, saying everyone saw it. Grinding his teeth, the monster demanded to know what dirty trick he meant, and said the guy was going too far. Ted folded his arms, sword still in hand. Mad now, he swore he'd teach him a lesson, and activated a combo attack. The monster kicked off the ground. Ted rushed in with blade dance. Roken only smiled and asked what all this was supposed to be. Then he put away his axe and said he could beat him barehanded. The goblin charged straight in and noticed the weapon was gone. He called it a shame, saying he had already lost the will to win after seeing that deadly move. But before Ted could finish the skill, he was suddenly caught by the head. Roken squeezed so hard Ted's eyes bulged out. Then he slammed him into the ground with brutal force. MC looked down at the dead monster as a notice popped up. He'd earned a merit point. Standing over the body, the guy told him not to make him laugh. Rancor. Roken pictured a giant snake-like monster, and thought those who would be called that later might already be training themselves even now. While Roken was talking to himself, two people came up behind him. He couldn't believe he still remembered that bastard. Just thinking about him made him feel awful, and he wondered what to do about it. Turning with a grin, he said maybe these guys could cheer him up. Soon, screams and pleas for mercy filled the air. Under the sunlight, there stood a building. It was at an intersection. Messages kept popping up for merit points from kills. With his hands in his pockets, the hero wondered how long the rest would take to show up. It felt like the notifications were delayed. Someone in the crowd called out that he was a fan. Roken turned around. In front of him was a young guy who warned that they were gathering an army, and there were already more than 200 of them. He said Roken would be smarter to avoid a fight with them. The hero smiled. So, there were over 200 of them? Roken thanked him with a handshake and asked where they were. The guy said they'd crossed the gray zone. The young man smiled, his eyes turning red. To him, those merit points were basically begging to be collected. The protagonist called up the system and opened the merit store. He picked an item and figured there was still time before they arrived, so he decided to buy a badge of honor first. A notice explained that the badge of honor had a magic rank. Anyone carrying it could raise their honor level and earn reputation points based on battle results. Holding it, Rokan figured the badge cost 500 merit points, but the extra reputation from killing enemy faction members made it well worth it. He tapped the system window and said it was time to earn those points, but first, he had something else to do. Raising a hand, he told viewers the stream would pause for a bit and come back later, asking them to wait. The chat answered with all kinds of angry and goodbye messages. Then the stream cut off. The scene shifted to the Crossroads Garrison headquarters. Macaulay sat at the table and asked if he had really gotten this strong already. He added that he could count on him now. The guy placed a hand on his chest when new notifications appeared. Main quest access had opened, and he had earned the trust of the general of the Crossroads. The hero thought it had finally happened. Leaning on the table, the general told him to listen closely. He had been watching the mutated monsters Rokan found, and said this was only the start. Some had fully finished mutating, and those monsters were far stronger and smarter than the others. Macaulay folded his arms and said they had decided to call those creatures defiled monsters. He went on to say they had captured a few and were still studying them, but creatures like that should not exist in their world. If the hero met any defiled monsters, he should kill them and report back. Macaulay added that their eyes glowed green, so they'd be easy to spot. The hero smiled and said he'd keep that in mind. More messages appeared. He now had info on corrupted monsters, could tell them apart from normal ones, and could earn rewards for killing them and bringing back data. Smiling, the guy looked over the system window. To him, corrupted monsters looked like extra income, something he could turn into a nice profit, on top of regular quest rewards. He imagined a treasure chest, and thought how great it was to get everything at once. Corrupted monsters gave better drops than normal ones, so spotting them was useful, and killing them even more so. Then, another message came in about one person's share. It said he needed to defeat one or more corrupted monsters to prove what he could do. The hero clenched his fist and thought about what they were really saying. They still couldn't trust him, even after he had reached level 150. Rokan crossed his arms and let out a breath, thinking he should just kill one, come back, and keep whatever loot it dropped anyway. Turning away with his hands in his pockets, he said he'd come back after clearing the quest. The general raised a hand and told Rokan to be careful. MC turned back and said he had almost forgotten something. The general asked what it was. The guy rushed over and whispered in his ear. Macaulay's eyes went wide with anger, and he shouted in disbelief. Outside the Crossroads fortress, monsters had gathered by the fence, shouting for Rokan to stop hiding and come out. An orc asked the goblin if he was sure he was here. The goblin checked the system window, and said this was where the broadcast had ended. As the gate started opening, the goblin shouted that they were moving, and asked if anyone could spot the protagonist. Instead, Macaulay stepped out front with his soldiers behind him. The monsters stared in shock, wondering what was going on and why a garrison was here when they weren't attacking the city. The general barked at them to shut up, and demanded to know how these filthy creatures dared to come here. Macaulay ordered an attack, and told his men to leave no one alive. The monsters broke and ran, still not understanding what had just happened. The screen flickered with static, and Rokan said there was sound now, but he still had to figure out how to turn the video back on. A moment later, the stream came back. He cheered, apologized for the delay, and said he had made it pretty far. Hands on his belt, the hero asked where he was now. Then he gestured toward the city, and explained that this was Ash City, the third city of the Black Dragon camp. He sounded excited, saying the view from up here was great. Rokan clapped and said it was time to rob this empty town. Then he jumped off the cliff. The goblins turned at the sound of MC landing. He quickly sized up the enemies. The goblins shook as they grabbed their weapons. Rokan figured he was right. The ones talking about killing him had gone to Crossroads, leaving only weaklings behind. Taking his stance, he said he didn't like killing the innocent, but he had a goal to reach and no other choice. He shifted his leg back and got ready to burst forward. In one dash, he cut through the goblins and told them not to hold it against him. Shouting that he had arrived, Rokan took off running. System messages said he earned 2 merit points for killing Kilrog and Kelrog. Next came the hunting grounds of the Black Dragon army. In the meadow, the blue-haired man walked on and noted it was nice that no one was around. Rokan figured the Golden Lion camp had defiled monsters too, but hunting them there would take too long. In the end, he decided the risk was high, but killing one inside Black Dragon territory made more sense. While an elf chased a goblin nearby, Rokan figured Macaulay would hold the Crossroads for a while, and with the broadcast off during his trip to Ash City, he had time. That meant the Black Dragon army would need a long time to track him down. He grinned. He realized he could put all his attention on the hunt. A wolf stepped in front of him. It was level 140, a gray fang wolf, low and growling. Seeing its level, Rokan noted that if this place was full of defiled creatures, even the normal monsters here would be stronger than usual. He lifted his axe and said he had no time to waste. This thing would go down fast. Then a giant lizard foot slammed down. The protagonist looked up at the heavy thud. A reptile's face came into view. Its massive shadow fell over both the wolf and Rokan. Yaris's level 181 pet dinosaur let out a loud roar. Tightening his grip, MC thanked God for bringing Tyler right to him. The blue reptile roared again, and he yelled that this was the defiled monster Tyler. Looking up in excitement, he said who would have guessed the pet dinosaur of Ash City's garrison general was a defiled monster. Rokan raised his hand and thought that even if people knew, no one would dare to chase it. After all, if they did, Yaris would turn into their enemy. To the Black Dragon Army, he was just as important as Macaulay was to the Golden Lion camp. Rokan waved at the fleeing wolf and shouted for it to run for its life. Then he looked up, thrilled. Who would willingly fight a monster like this? He opened his mouth wide and yelled at the reptile, asking if he was right, then told it to hurry up and attack, because he'd turn it into a stuffed animal. Tyler stomped the ground. Its tail whipped around and smashed at Rokan, catching him off guard. He barely jumped back from the crushing hit. For a moment, fear crossed his face. As he flew past the monster's jaws, the protagonist realized how fast it was. It turned almost instantly. The jaws snapped shut with sparks, and he realized it had caught his leg. Still clutching his axe, he grimaced as he was flung away. Rokan was thrown a huge distance. When he hit the ground, a tall cloud of dust shot up. Tyler watched him with its mouth open. MC pushed himself back to his feet. With a wild grin, he slipped into a berserker state and shouted that you never let up on a beast once it bites. A red aura wrapped around his axe. Rokan leaped and swung at the lizard. Twisting into a mad smile, he shouted that Tyler should bite down hard, because he was about to rip its head off. The dinosaur opened its mouth and swung its tail again. Rokan slammed a heavy strike straight into the tail. Gritting his teeth, he realized the lizard had blocked his attack with its tail, and couldn't believe something that huge was this fast. He loosened his grip and let go of the battle axe. Tyler turned. Staring at the protagonist, the blue lizard roared at him. Then Rokan grabbed Yaris's pet by the tail and shouted. He spun the huge lizard around and hurled it away. Tyler roared as it crashed down from high up. The ground split from the impact. Pulling his blade back, Rokan jumped after it. Laughing, he mocked the lizard. If it could, it should block this one with those tiny paws. Then he drove the blade into the roaring beast. Tyler screamed. Sparks burst as MC kicked away from the monster. After landing, he saw he'd done real damage. But as red flames covered Tyler and green light filled its eyes, Rokan knew the real fight was just starting. The reptile's skin began glowing green. Light spilled from holes in its hide. Then it opened its mouth wide. Its skin started to break apart. Rokan stared at it with a crazed look. Smiling, he waited, and said he knew defiled monsters had special powers, but this was something else. Yaris's pet dinosaur Tyler had transformed into a massive monster, finishing its mutation and entering Phase 2. With a deafening roar, the lizard fully entered its second phase. As the creature fixed him with its green eye, Rokan thought that every corrupted monster has its own unique power. Covered in green growths, the lizard opened its mouth. Rokan thought Tyler had become huge, but while other monsters could grow too, this one had a special trait. It didn't just grow bigger. Its tail swung straight at Rokan. He jumped back from the devastating hit, red aura flaring around him. Staring with surprise, he watched as Tyler's tail smashed the ground and bounced off it. He was stunned by the ricochet and wondered if the monster had predicted his dodge. Then the blade on its tail sent Rokan flying again. The lizard looked toward where he landed. Steam poured from Tyler's mouth as the protagonist realized it hadn't just grown bigger. Its strength and speed had risen too. His legs stuck out from the shattered ground. It hurt. Lying in a crater, Rokan groaned that one ricochet had nearly turned him into a donut, and wondered what kind of monster this thing was. The huge reptile's eyes crackled with green lightning, and Rokan admitted he didn't want to say it, but this dinosaur was the first truly dangerous enemy he'd faced since regression. The lizard's eye flashed green. Green lightning closed in around Rokan in the crater. Tyler raised its tail. It slammed down on MC and blasted apart the ground around him. The giant lizard pressed forward, eyes flashing. Then, the dinosaur suddenly opened its mouth in surprise. Inside the mask, Rokan's eyes burned red. After equipping the sealed helmet of the Lion King, he noted that unlocking corrupted power adds 20 levels, meaning Tyler had passed level 200. As Tyler charged, tearing up the ground, the protagonist thought things were going as well as they could. Gripping his axe with both hands, he said it was time to test what his current power could do. MC bent his knees to jump. He launched straight at the lizard, weapon raised overhead. His sparking axe crashed into Tyler's tail. After the hit, Rokan cursed Tyler's toughness and knew he'd lose if he couldn't find a weak point. Then he noticed something. A red wound marked the dinosaur's body. He recognized it as the cut he'd made before Tyler turned giant, and realized it had grown larger with the body. Sliding across the ground, the protagonist told himself he could win. With a blue flash, he put the hand axe back into his inventory. As a magic circle formed, Rokan declared it was time for a bombing. Tyler's tail came whipping at him, but a glowing blue magic circle appeared above the roaring lizard. The reptile looked up and opened its mouth. Wrapped in red light, MC rushed toward Tyler's wound from the side. Raising his axe, the masked man shouted that it was a feint. Tyler let out a deafening roar when Roken's strike landed. Trying to yank the axe from the wound, he yelled for Tyler to quit acting. This was only the start. Then he sprinted across the lizard's body. The protagonist kicked off and jumped high. He flew upward, legs scrambling for balance. Landing on the dinosaur's tail, he ran along it. Swinging his axe, the masked man shouted for the monster to die. Tyler shrieked as the red aura carved multiple wounds into it. Bathed in red, Roken looked down and laughed like a madman. Leaving a red trail, he flashed past the lizard. Tyler lowered its head and roared. Planting his feet, Roken taunted the lizard, asking how that felt and whether the top of its head was still fresh. A slimy green creature flashed in view as the head-wounded lizard threw its mouth open. Tyler crushed the ground and charged straight at MC. With black fire burning from his head, he gripped his axe in both hands and shouted for the dinosaur to come. He was about to finish this boring fight. Tyler rushed him with its jaws wide open. Covered in bright red flames, Roken prepared a combo skill. The ground split under his feet. The masked man leaped for a killing blow. A black beam shot from the magic flower into the lizard, setting off a huge red explosion. A black-red blast cloud rose high. With the black flower spread behind him, Roken pierced the dinosaur with a red beam. The explosion behind him tore the reptile's tail clean off. System windows appeared, saying the protagonist had leveled up, defeated a corrupted monster, gained proof that corrupted monsters exist, earned a rare achievement for being the first to kill one, and became the first to get the title Defeating Corruption. Another window popped up, showing the unique title Defeating Corruption. It said corrupted power is a force with an unknown source. Sitting on the ground, Roken let out a long breath. Then he drank a red potion. Sitting on the ground, MC wiped his mouth and laughed that beating a level 200 monster at level 150 was insanely hard. The title window said he was the first player to get it and unlock its extra effect. He figured the reward was worth it, since the main quest would force him to face corrupted monsters anyway. Touching his face, Roken stared at the question mark on the screen and wondered why it only showed numbers. Then he guessed he probably had to kill 2 more corrupted monsters. A new message popped up. Yaris, the general of the Ash City garrison, had learned that his pet dinosaur was dead. Another warning followed, telling the protagonist to be careful because Yaris would arrive soon. A notice popped up, saying that Yaris's anger was locked onto MC. That made him pause. Tyler's owner would obviously come here with a whole army, and it would be hard for him to handle it alone. Even one strong enemy was already enough trouble. Roken took off at once, his face twisted as he ran. He knew the only way to stay alive was to leave now. The blue-haired guy grinned, then understood that it was time to get moving. After all, he already knew his next stop, Ash Forest. In the forest, fog hung low between the trees. Roken moved carefully. The protagonist put a hand on a tree and said what he needed was somewhere around here, though it had been so long that he barely remembered. This forest was meant for level 110 players, but he knew it also hid a major secret. Equipping his axe, Roken said that if he remembered right, the place had to be here. He drove the axe into a tree, and the blade sank into the bark like butter. The weapon lodged in the trunk began to glow, and the protagonist shouted that he had found it. Then the ground suddenly caved in. A huge boulder marked with a glowing sign rose up, and Roken said it had finally appeared. Swinging his summoned weapon, he said the rest would be easy. Then he hurled a magic sphere and blasted the boulder apart. As smoke spread, MC lifted a hand in front of his face. Looking down at the stairs beneath the rock, he said it had been a long time since he'd been here. A window announced that he had entered the place where the legend of the hunter began. The blue-haired guy with his hands in his pockets started down the stairs. He thought about how this place was supposed to be found through a long quest chain and hidden clues, but none of that mattered to him since he already knew the answer. Roken explained that opening the passage was simple if you knew the trick. Attack the stone from far away with enough force to break it. So all you needed was the right skill, and his foot landed on a stone tile. Now, inside an abandoned temple, the protagonist said he had made it. With his hands in his pockets, Roken thought about how this was one of the places where you could gain someone's will, like in the hero's test. The difference, he guessed, was that this founder was still alive, unlike the Lion King. Looking at the huge engraving on the floor, the protagonist said that the troll hunter Kairos was a living legend. He remembered that at the front of the Black Dragon's forces stood a legendary hunter who made his enemies shake in fear. MC smiled and summoned his axes, figuring even Kairos could never have guessed that a berserker, not an archer or hunter, would be the first to reach this place. Then, an information window appeared. It announced the first stage of the hunter's test. Gripping his axe, Roken declared that he would tear through everyone here. A gust snuffed out the fire. The torch died, and the big man was left in total darkness. A system window told him to find light in the dark. The blue-haired guy laughed at the riddle and called the dungeon annoying. Then, in the pitch black, a huge troll with glowing green eyes raised its weapon behind him. Baring his teeth, the protagonist spun around at once. Roken swung his axe and dropped the troll in one hit. He changed expression and thought this was easy for a regressor like him. Soon the blue-haired man was surrounded by armored guards. He charged straight at them, swinging his axe and cutting down the trolls. After killing another one, Roken noted that the enemies in the first stage were weak because they came out of the darkness one by one. Pulling out another weapon from behind his back, he yelled for them to die. Then Roken suddenly realized he couldn't just kill everything without thinking. The young guy sent his axe toward an enemy, then stopped cold and finished the thought. He couldn't wipe out all of them because among the trolls was one young one. Relieved, the protagonist said he had almost messed everything up. Then the torch lit again. With the room visible, Roken understood the clue. Finding light in the darkness meant picking out the young troll from the others. The trolls grinned, and he thought that was why he had chosen an axe with a short attack range. An information window appeared, saying the young guy had cleared the first stage of the hunter's test. Eyes of the hunter. To Roken's surprise, the young troll pointed him toward the next path. Leaving the stone chamber, he said the next test should be nearby. Running a hand along the wall, the protagonist searched for something hidden. When he pressed one brick, he said he had found it. A hatch suddenly opened beneath him. The cloaked man yelled as he dropped deep underground. Roken slammed face first into the ground. He pushed himself up to his knees and grabbed his waist. A message appeared in front of him, saying the second stage of the hunter's test was about to begin. The protagonist was shocked that the test had already started. Staring at the window, the blue-haired man asked what the hell he was supposed to destroy. Then the ground split under Roken's feet. The protagonist's eyes went wide, and he shouted that he remembered what he had to beat. Standing on the head of a level 130 stone monster called Kairos, he remembered that the target of the second test was a stone golem. He leaped up and dodged the golem's clenched fists. Summoning a battle axe, the cloaked man wondered why the monster had appeared out of nowhere. As the stone monster pushed itself up, Roken recalled that like all golems, Kairos' stone golem would keep restoring itself until its core was destroyed. Then he guessed the special stone was probably the core. The ground cracked beneath the hero again, but he jumped clear and said this was too easy. MC launched himself at the monster. Red light burst from the young guy's mouth and eyes as he used Cry of Madness. The stone golem flashed pink and spat lightning. The protagonist shouted for the core to break and slammed his axe into the sparking golem. He drew back for another strike, but after landing, Roken thought the golem was tougher than expected, which made sense for Kairos, the king of trolls. The monster threw back its glowing mouth and roared. Jumping away from the attack, the protagonist was shocked that it was defending itself. On the golem's forehead, a round gem glowed, and the protagonist realized that was the real core. Taking a stance right in front of the golem, Roken figured the test was showing him the core's location on purpose. All he had to do was smash it. This stage was clearly testing raw destructive power. System windows flashed as he put away the battle axe and switched to a regular axe. Warming up, he muttered that this wasn't even funny, and asked if the golem really wanted to see what he could do. He hurled an explosive magic sphere at the monster, thinking he'd show it exactly what he was capable of. The blast lit up the whole battlefield. Looking down at the wreckage, Roken coldly said it was no match for him. A notice then confirmed that he had defeated the golem of Kairos. Another window said he had passed the second stage, the hunter's strength test. The protagonist dryly replied that he wasn't even a hunter. As an archer image flashed in attack, the protagonist thought to himself that even though the name was the hunter's test, it had no class limit. Still, it probably would have been a lot easier with a bow. Roken equipped his battle axe again and said this was no big deal for him, then asked what the next test would be. A flashing notice announced the third stage. MC sounded surprised that he didn't even need to move, then admitted he liked this pace. In the silence, steady footsteps started getting closer. Excited, he spun around and wondered what was coming. A mysterious figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. It was Kairos, standing right in front of the protagonist. The hero tightened both hands around his axe handle. Turning toward the monster, Roken said that if he remembered right, this was the final test. The orc wrapped in black shadow gave no answer. The protagonist stared ahead, eager for the fight. Kairos lifted his head in anger. Roken charged with everything he had. Raising his huge axe, the protagonist demanded to know what the hell was going on. His strike failed, and he stared in shock, wondering if some kind of barrier was blocking him. Kairos then began to walk toward him slowly. Roken tried attacking again, but it was just as useless. A second later, the protagonist jerked back in surprise. Dark energy snapped around the enemy. Right in front of him, the monster changed into a huge black bubble. A notification told the protagonist that the orc had sensed his killing intent, and he wondered what that even meant. The black bubble began to bubble and churn, while a system message announced that Roken had endured Kairos' evil gaze. A black claw burst out of the sphere, and a system message warned that his enemy was finally revealing its real form. The creature's whole body was drenched in black slime. As the change finished, the monster fixed the protagonist with a dark stare. Then the final test appeared. Defeat young Kairos. Young Kairos looked at Roken and smirked like he was beneath him. Gripping his axe with both hands, the protagonist said his real enemy had finally shown up, and complained about how hard it had been to get this meeting. MC charged at once. He moved in fast to shorten the gap. Rushing straight at his foe, the protagonist asked if he had guessed right. The orc lifted one hand and coldly called for his dear friend. a massive wolf came out of the cave's darkness. Rokan stopped short, stunned, and wondered what that thing was. The Frostmanned pack leader stared at him like prey. The wolf lunged at the protagonist, and Kairos yelled for it to rip him apart. He smashed it in the face and snapped, asking what kind of cheap trick this was. He swung his axe at the wolf and taunted it. If it came here to fight, then come try. With a clean move, the protagonist hacked into the wolf using his huge axe. The monster watched in horror. Rokan leaped high and shouted for Kairos to catch his friend. Then he slammed his weapon into the ground. The monster flailed in panic, crying that this was impossible. The protagonist shot his enemy an angry look and mocked him for leaving his friend behind to save himself. If that wolf meant so much, then the orc could die with it too. The monster darkly called the protagonist a smug bastard and swore that he would make him pay for all of it. Rokan only grinned and figured the monster would come at him next. The enemy drew back a bowstring. Kairos fired a burst of arrows from his bow. The magic arrows split off with a loud whistle. The protagonist glanced up, confused. He looked back at Kairos with a mocking grin and asked where he was even aiming. Then he rushed in again. Rokan got ready to strike back and said it was his turn. With a hiss of annoyance, the orc slipped past the attack. The enemy dropped to one knee nearby, and MC clicked his tongue. This monster looked like some young hero, but he was fast and light on his feet. At this rate, the fight would drag on. He stayed careful and thought that with one skill, he could finish this easily. The hero suddenly lunged at his enemy. Rokan pulled his giant axe back and decided he was done thinking. Now he just had to attack. Kairos, lifting his huge hand, thought this was just another charge, and silently noted how easy the main character's moves were to read, adding that he clearly hadn't learned a thing. Kairos swung his hand and shouted for him to take the compulsion rope. The spell shot toward Rokan with a sharp whistle. The rope wrapped itself tight around the charging hero's arm. Sticking out his tongue, Kairos laughed that the protagonist looked perfect now, a living target. But then the monster jerked back in shock and demanded to know what was happening. Rokan ripped the rope off his arm and said he was almost grateful that Kairos had used it, because this was exactly what he wanted. The protagonist grabbed the rope hard and yelled that he finally had him. The orc screamed, knowing he was about to lose. MC yanked the rope with all his strength and shouted that it was too late. The villain cursed in despair, losing his footing. Rokan easily spun the monster through the air. Looking right into its eyes, the hero coldly told it to die. Then the protagonist split the monster in half with his axe. A system message announced that Rokan had defeated young Kairos, followed by level-up notices. The system declared that he had proven his strength to Kairos. He glanced at his hand and grinned, thinking that damn rat really wanted to show off. Something burst from the ground, and the protagonist asked in surprise what had just happened. A stone pedestal rose before him, and a message told him to place a level 170 or higher monster heart on it. Rokan tossed his huge sword over his shoulder and thought he had just the right heart for that. The protagonist opened his inventory and took out Tyler's heart. Holding it up, Rokan thought about how hard it had been to kill that bastard, and how mad he was that all he got in the end was this heart and some scales. The heart lit up on the pedestal, and a system message said MC had offered the heart of Typer and received Kairos' secret skill. The next notice said the protagonist had received the imprint of the power that pierces the soul for development, and he quietly asked himself in confusion what development was supposed to mean. Another system message appeared, saying that the power that pierces the soul leaves an imprint on the body and grants power that can pierce the soul, raises critical hit chance, boosts critical damage, and can keep growing by absorbing it. And the guy thought in amazement that this was incredible. Rokan stared at the screen, thrilled. To him, this was both a gift from the orc and the reward for clearing the trial. The effect of the imprint. As the image of the archer lifted a hand, he figured all archers must have this imprint, since it boosts critical damage, and he remembered knowing that in his past life. The message screen stayed in front of him, and he realized this was his first time seeing a growth-type skill. Absorbing corrupted power was already strong, but the fact that it could also evolve made it even better. The protagonist gave a nasty grin. He lowered his hand with confidence and thought this was perfect. With this, he could gain a few more levels. Then he mentally told Odin to wait for him. At the Crossroads Garrison headquarters, the place sat bright under the sun. Macaulay spread his arms and praised Rokan, saying he was amazing for beating the corrupted monster and going beyond every expectation. With his hands behind his back, the protagonist said Macaulay was just flattering him, but the other man answered that he would now share the promised information. The elf leaned in and told him to listen closely. Some hidden force was behind the creation of corrupted monsters. MC listened with clear interest as his ally explained that defiled monsters weren't only here, but also in the center, then asked if he understood how serious that was. Seeing the image of a large coastal city, Rokan guessed Macaulay meant the central continent, where the fourth city was, and wondered if news about it was already spreading. Macaulay sat at the table and added that some of those creatures weren't just attacking other races, they were even assaulting cities and acting strangely. A giant monster chased half-elves, while the protagonist's companion explained that their research team was trying to learn the cause, how to stop it, and who was behind it, but so far, they had found nothing. He folded his arms as the elf said that now he could move on his own. He wanted him to actively help gather info on the defiled monsters. He agreed right away. The half-elf handed him a scroll and said it would help. The protagonist took the scroll for individual missions, and Macaulay said it would be useful when hunting corrupted monsters. The protagonist happily gripped the scroll and realized it would let him accept quests about corrupted monsters, without all the back and forth. It was a valuable item that saved time and cut out a lot of hassle. Leaving the office, Roken said he would come back soon with good news. As he walked down the stairs, the hero told himself he had already gotten the right to take individual missions. MC smirked. He wondered if he could head there right now. At the Crossroads Hunters Guild, the building stood before him, as he wondered if this was the place he had been looking for. At the entrance, Roken noted that Crossroads really did have a Hunters Guild. He slowly pushed open the creaking door and apologized as he entered. The protagonist stopped dead in surprise at the doorway and muttered softly. Looking around the empty building, he thought it felt like a haunted house, and that, just like the other races had said, this place was total chaos. Then, someone behind Roken struck the floor with a cane. Howard glared at MC and asked what he wanted. Was he an adventurer, and why had he come in making so much noise? His eyes widened. At first the old man seemed ordinary, but the crest on his clothes showed he belonged to Parliament. Roken remembered that the details would come later, but Parliament was an organization from the Central Continent, made for the welfare of humanity. He bowed politely, and decided it was smartest to stay respectful. Then he introduced himself to Howard as the protagonist, a level 160 berserker. Straightening up, the boy said he was someone who wanted the good of humanity, and had come to see whether he could be useful. Howard gave a soft laugh and said people like him were rare. Howard smiled in a sly way and said that if Roken truly cared about humanity, then he had a job for him. Looking pleased, Howard said the task would suit him just fine. A quest window popped up. Iron Turtle Hunt. Howard assigned MC to hunt turtles on the east coast that were getting in the way, blocking the steamer's route, and bring back 10 of their carcasses. Howard let out an ironic laugh and repeated that the turtles were blocking the steamer, then admitted the truth. He just liked turtle meat. Calling them disgusting, he told Roken to wipe them out. He confidently showed his class mark and thought he had to earn Parliament's trust no matter what. Then Howard told him to come back fast, and Roken said he could count on him. The guy let out a tired sigh and muttered that he was tired of dealing with old people. Roken kept moving, and told himself he just had to hang on a little longer. Soon enough, this quest might look small to him, but later, it could matter a lot more. Roken frowned. The only reason he came here was for one of the game's big quests, the race quest. A blue flash burst around him, and Roken reminded himself he had to clear things one step at a time to activate Bookern on the east coast. By the east coast, on an empty island, the sun was high, and palm trees lined the shore. Roken let out a battle cry, and smashed an iron turtle with a heavy strike. Wiping away sweat, he checked the message. 20 carcasses collected out of 10. More than enough. The protagonist scanned the area and thought it was a good thing he had studied the race quest so much in his past life. Because of that, this hunt was easy. Then he stared at the sand by the shore and figured it might be worth digging here too. Roken started digging, hoping he'd find it right away. When he saw what was buried there, he lit up. Bingo! It was a clutch of turtle eggs. MC took it as a lucky break, while the system called them a rare spell item that also sold for a high price. Gripping the eggs, he remembered hearing they could lead him to a special creature. Now everything was ready. A fire burned hot in front of him. Roken set down pieces of butchered iron turtle meat. Fat hissed over the flame, and the smell spread fast. Sitting by the fire, he thought about the one he was waiting for, the island's only smart life form, the strongest creature in the area, and part of no faction. If he made that being mad, he'd be wiped out. Something flickered in the flames, and the protagonist told himself not to fear it. Just be careful, and make sure he succeeded. A shadowy bird-like figure slowly stepped out. Roken glanced over, and knew the one he wanted had arrived. A giant claw slammed into the ground. The huge bird-shaped creature came closer, and harshly asked MC what he was doing there. Furman raised a claw toward Roken, and demanded to know who gave him permission to come. Then, Furman caught the smell and paused, suddenly curious about what it was. The moment he spotted the fried meat, he blurted out that it was iron turtle meat. Staring at it greedily, Furman called it priceless, and said iron turtle meat should be eaten plain. He didn't know who he was, but the guy clearly had a true gourmet's instincts. Roken stayed quiet by the fire, thinking that this was Chozo Furman, the bird race representative and the special creature he'd been after. He gave the bird a dry look, and thought that getting Furman to show himself usually took forever, but meat worked way better than words. The meat kept sizzling over the fire. Furman shot Roken an offended look. Pointing at him, Furman asked if he had something to say, but the protagonist only laughed. Furman just stared, totally confused. Peeking around MC, he asked if he really had nothing to say. After coming all this way, He had to want something. Calmly, MC answered that he didn't. Furman was left speechless. Roken smiled to himself and thought, great, just a little more. The next quest would depend on how well he used this ace. Furman threw up his hands in panic and asked if Roken really didn't need his help. He pointed out that the whole island was under his control and told him to just ask for anything, even a ride back to the mainland. Roken smirked. The bird had taken the bait. Then he finally told Furman what he wanted, a ticket to the sky. The bird blinked in shock, but he snapped that if he handed it over, all the meat was his. Furman glared at him and called him a scoundrel, realizing that had been the plan all along. Roken stayed seated and said he'd just leave if Furman wasn't interested. That made Furman panic. If more wood got added, the meat would burn. The protagonist grinned, seeing how easy he was to read and how close he was to winning. Then he added that he had one more thing. He held out an egg, and Furman nearly jumped. An iron turtle egg. Showing several more, MC asked if Furman knew how good fried eggs tasted with iron turtle meat. Of course Furman did. He made it clear this wasn't kindness or a favor, it was a trade. He offered the eggs and said the ticket meant little to Furman anyway. Stunned, Furman asked where he had found so many iron turtle eggs. Furman wavered, telling himself he shouldn't do it. But he gave in, saying fine, nothing bad would happen, and Roken could have the ticket to the sky. Furman handed over a glowing feather. The protagonist took it, while Furman grumbled for him to just take the thing after making such a fuss over one feather. One claw grabbed the meat, and the other scooped up the iron turtle eggs. Furman flew up angrily, yelling that humans were damn snobs. Still flapping above him, Furman shouted for MC never to come back. MC cheerfully said goodbye and called him Mr. Chicken. Clutching the feather, he smiled. He finally had it, a ticket to Sky Island, a Chozo tail feather. Looking up, he thought there was no way he could ignore Sky Island. Even those who climbed high were brought back down by it. Holding the feather tight, the protagonist decided to wait. Soon, something would come and tear through everything in its path. Back at the United Guild of the Crossroads People, Howard's old voice asked if Roken had really caught them. Howard looked over the carcasses with clear delight and said they were in perfect shape. Wiping his mouth, Howard said MC had been a big help to the Parliament. MC, meanwhile, thought the old man was really something. Howard climbed onto one turtle and said that he had another request. A new quest window appeared. Collect flowers. The Kensington Parliament wanted Roken to study death and rebirth by finding a cosmic flower, and he immediately wondered if this was the one. Reading the quest details, he got excited. It looked simple, but he knew this was the start of a race quest. A guide popped up explaining that race quests are missions every race tries to complete. For the High Elves, that meant reviving the World Tree. For the Dwarves, it meant rebuilding their strongest weapon. Another dwarven goal was restoring the ancient city. By clearing many smaller tasks, step by step, they moved toward those goals. Roken read that the human race quest was different. Humans had to revive the Emperor and the Crusaders to regain their old glory. That made him think humans weren't much different from the undead. Bringing back the Emperor meant going against nature itself. The protagonist smirked at the thought of reviving the Emperor. Still, he liked it. Being human really was fun, and this time he'd start with the human race quest first. With his mind made up, Roken left the building, planning to handle everything one step at a time. He studied the quest window more closely and focused on one key clue, the Land of Rebirth. Checking the map, Roken saw it was far from the crossroads and hard to reach since it wasn't marked at all. Then he remembered the huge greenhouse and realized he needed to find a certain spot inside it where half-elves grew sacred herbs. It was far too big, really, to call just a greenhouse. Hands on his hips, Roken wondered how he was supposed to get in. Then his eyes widened. MC suddenly remembered that the woman had given him something. Terry, the head of the half-elf guild, came back to his mind. Roken smiled and thought that even Terry could be useful. So far, everything was falling into place. He clenched his fist, pleased that things were going so well. He snapped his fingers and thought there was no way he'd quit halfway now. Everything was working out, so he hurried on. Raising his fist, Roken declared that this was going to be fun and called on the scorched earth to wait for him. At the half-elf village, the protagonist arrived at the hidden city. Looking at his map, he confirmed it. This was the half-elf village, and it wasn't marked anywhere. The guards stepped in front of him. They leveled their weapons and warned that this was half-elf land, then demanded Roken's name. MC grinned, knowing it was time to use that effect. A system notice explained that he had gained the unique half-elf's friend ability, which made the half-elves see him as an ally, and they were ready to help him however they could. The protagonist placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself as Berserker the protagonist. He said he was a friend of the half-elves and came to see if there was anything he could do for them. The guards got flustered and realized he was the same Berserker who helped recover the World Tree seedlings. They admitted they'd wanted to meet him in person. They welcomed him in, saying there was always some work for him here. Then they mentioned they actually had a favor to ask right now. MC was given a new task, bug extermination. He was pleased that his title let him pick up a quest in the greenhouse right away. Roken smirked to himself. Just like he thought, this would be easy. An elf told him to follow her, and she'd take him to the greenhouse. He simply agreed. Inside the half-elf's secret greenhouse, the protagonist stopped short. The place was way bigger than he expected. The more he looked, the more impressed he got. Roken remembered this greenhouse wasn't just for magical herbs, it was also the lab where the half-elves worked on reviving the world tree. Then his eyes landed on a giant ladybug, and he realized that was why the plants and animals here were so oversized. MC joked to himself that maybe he was the one who got smaller. Then a strange noise came from deeper inside. Roken looked over, trying to figure out what it was. A giant locust suddenly burst out of the ground behind him. Drops of weird liquid splashed onto the floor. Roken looked up and cursed. Gripping his axe with both hands, he muttered that this was exactly why he hated bugs. He slammed the locust in the face and snapped that it had ruined his clothes. Swinging his axe again, he roared for the thing to die. One more heavy strike crushed the bug's head. A system window popped up, saying the quest was complete and he could return to the entrance for his reward. Roken paused, surprised it was already over. Looking at the dead monster, he realized this bastard was the actual quest target. Still, he had no plan to head back yet. The quest had a bonus condition. Checking again, the protagonist saw that killing 100 bugs would earn him a special reward. He tightened his fist, thinking most newbies would never figure out where to find that many insects. Just then, bright flashes lit up the area ahead. A big bug crawled out of the ground, followed by a huge wasp readying its stinger and a giant centipede creeping forward. Roken stared at the swarm and thought this place was packed with bugs. He swung his giant axe hard, then charged straight at them, yelling for his little squirrels to come to daddy. Beetle blood sprayed everywhere. Elsewhere, a swordsman shouted that he couldn't hold out much longer. His teammate smacked a beetle and barked that they just needed to finish it already. The archer spun around and yelled at him to shut up, because he couldn't focus with all that noise. When the archer snapped back, asking if there was a problem, a girl behind them called out, "Boys!" Both of them turned at once. It was Irene, waving from a safe distance and telling them not to fight. She said they should stay strong, she'd cheer from back there. The swordsman looked embarrassed and muttered that they weren't fighting. The archer drew his bow, determined to impress Irene, and shouted at the beetle chasing their friend to get ready. His arrow pierced through, and the beetle let out a sharp screech. Another teammate raised his shield and shot back that the archer wasn't the only cool one, telling him to watch his power. Then he smashed the beetle with his shield. But another beetle was already coming at them. It charged the group with a nasty roar. The bug spread its huge wings as the shield user launched his Beetle King combo. An explosion went off, throwing the teammates aside. Irene stared in horror and screamed that the monster was coming for her. Panicking, she yelled for those idiots to hurry up, protect her, and do something. Then Irene suddenly turned, surprised, wondering who had appeared. Using dash, Roken cut the beetle in half in a single strike, leaving the girl stunned by how good he was. She could only stare at MC with wide eyes. A sly smile slowly spread across Irene's face. He landed smoothly after another attack. Glancing at the dead bug, he counted 70 and thought there wasn't much left. Then Roken heard someone call Irene's name. The archer looked around in panic, shouting for Irene to answer and say she was okay. A moment later, the other archers cried out in shock. One of the fighters pointed at the protagonist and angrily demanded to know where their friend Irene was. The protagonist, confused, asked who Irene even was. Irene rushed over, grabbed MC's hand, and announced that he was her darling. With a flirty wink, she thanked him and said she survived because of him. Roken clenched his fists in total confusion and wondered who the hell this girl was. Irene leaned close against Roken and softly repeated that he was her darling. One of her former teammates cried out Irene's name in despair. Annoyed, he looked away and thought he was busy, so why the hell was she sticking to him? He decided he'd just shake all three of them off. One of Irene's old teammates stepped up and asked her to keep hunting with them. She coldly replied, asking who the hell they even were. The rejected guys lowered their heads and sadly begged her to come back. Watching her, one of them thought he really believed she was different. Roken, on the other hand, felt like he understood exactly what was going on. He gave a quick glance at Irene and figured she was a queen bee who latched onto guys desperate for girls, did nothing, and still got everything. Roken recalled hearing about Irene before. She often showed up around lords, but every time she looked different, and she even changed her class to priest, which was insanely expensive. The protagonist ground his teeth and thought, damn, what was he supposed to do? She annoyed him so much that if there weren't penalties for killing players, he'd have taken care of her already. Then he gave a strange grin and thought there was one way to get rid of her. Roken walked up to the other girl and politely asked if she was hurt. She shyly said no. He introduced himself as Berserker MC and smoothly invited her to join him, promising an experience she'd never had before. The girl eagerly accepted, saying it was an honor. Roken smiled, pleased, while Irene got excited too. Irene's former teammates dropped to their knees, wondering why they couldn't even be happy in a game. The girl tightened her grip on his hand. Irene shot him a sideways look. Smiling to herself, Irene thought this was perfect. He'd taken the bait, and with his help she'd level up in just days. so she planned to squeeze everything she could out of it. The girl clenched her teeth in frustration. Roken glared at her angrily. They kept moving through the greenhouse. The girl twisted her arms nervously. The protagonist lifted his huge sword with ease and split the monster in two. He watched the fight with rising excitement. Another huge locust rushed at him. Roken slipped past its attack and kept fighting. The locust burst apart right in front of him. Watching from behind, Irene was amazed. He was even cooler than she thought, and if she missed this fast ride to high levels, she'd regret it forever. This time, she decided she'd have to prove herself too. Roken turned toward her, and she blurted out that it was amazing. Irene met his eyes and sweetly asked if there was anything she could do to help. MC just laughed to himself. Barely holding back his anger, he thought that almost every other word was Irene. This Irene, that Irene. She never stopped making noise. He figured the queen bee acting this eager meant his little performance was working, and now he needed to finish dealing with her. So he turned to Irene and tossed out some bait, saying there was something he wanted to ask. She quickly told him to go ahead. Roken placed his hands on her shoulders. Looking at her seriously, he said he'd need her help to defeat the greenhouse boss, Big Bird. Irene blinked in surprise and asked again what he meant. Roken nodded and said only she could help with this, then asked for her support. Irene shrank back, scared, and thought what boss was he talking about, and how bad could this be? But she still couldn't miss this express ride. A second later, Irene forced a confident smile and agreed to help. The protagonist immediately said they'd go face the boss now. Soon they reached a darker part of the greenhouse. Irene looked away, annoyed, thinking so this was her important role. Yeah, right. Then she grabbed the berry and realized in horror that she was the bait. Holding the fruit over her head, Irene nervously thought that while she drew Big Bird in, Roken was hiding in ambush, and this was way easier said than done. She looked up and angrily wondered why she had to embarrass herself like this. She really thought he had fallen for her. So what went wrong? Spotting the bird on a branch, Irene swore that later she'd seduce Roken and turn him into her slave. The boss fixed her with a glowing eye. Irene, already tired, lifted the fruit again and wondered when this thing would finally come. Then a huge shadow rose behind her. Irene spun around in terror. A massive level 180 bird dove straight down with a piercing cry. Irene ran for her life, suddenly remembering that Roken said Big Bird would never attack first. Irene sprinted across the clearing. Sure, the bird only wanted the fruit. She kept telling herself that if she held it off a little longer, MC would jump in. Then the bird slammed a claw down on her. Its red eyes blazed like fire. Irene forced herself back up and ran. Tears filled her eyes as she wondered why Roken still wasn't saving her. Meanwhile, he was perched on a branch. He grabbed a handful of hot popcorn. Just watching from above, the protagonist grinned and thought this was great entertainment. With a cruel smile, he figured that as a worker bee, she could keep working till she dropped, and if Irene wanted to live, she'd better run. Irene let out a sharp scream, and Roken thought she hadn't even started fighting yet. That scream sent a shockwave through the area. Enraged, the bird charged straight at Irene. Frozen in fear, Irene collapsed and couldn't move. She stayed on the ground, too scared to do anything. The bird stomped down beside her. It stared darkly at the girl lying there. Looking up in despair, Irene could only whisper, "No." The hawk was staring with pure hunger. Irene panicked and refused to believe this was happening. She squeezed her eyes shut and begged to be saved. Her fists tightened. A moment later, Irene opened her eyes, confused why nothing had eaten her yet. The creature was holding an apple, and right over her, it happily chewed away. Shaking, Irene blurted out what was going on. Was the apple really all it wanted? Roken burst out laughing. He yelled that he wished he'd seen her face. She must have been really terrified. While the bird calmly ate, MC went on, saying she'd clearly never hunted like this before, and knew nothing about when monsters truly mean to kill. He knew that after all that stress, she probably wouldn't act all proud for a while. Then he noticed something. Irene was standing in front of the bird, and Roken had no idea what she was about to do. Clenching her teeth, Irene said she had tried to play both sides, took this weird guy's offer, and ended up as bait. Shaking, she went on. He promised he'd save her if things went wrong, but he never even showed up, even though she tried so hard. Still furious, she hurled a stone at the bird. At the top of her lungs, Irene screamed that Roken was the worst. The protagonist snapped, asking if she'd lost her mind, because attacking that bird would end badly. The bird had been calm until then. Now it flew into a rage. Its wings spread wide. Furman let out a hunting cry. Frowning, Roken cursed Irene out. Big Bird stayed harmless unless someone touched it, but once provoked, it would fight until only one side was left alive. Furman shot out a sharp feather. A ring of fire flashed in front of him. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, MC muttered that he only expected her to yell at him, not start a real fight. Now her death was just a matter of time. Irene called out to Roken. He looked at her, annoyed. With a sigh, he said this should finally be enough to make her stop showing off. Then he looked at the flames and wondered if it was really that weak. Furman glared ahead. The bird got ready to grab its target with its claws. Someone gripped an iron tool. Roken finally moved in to attack. He struck the bird from behind. Frowning, the protagonist barked that the bird was looking the wrong way. Its enemy was him. The bird beat its wings, and he ordered it to stay still. Irene screamed. The second it got the chance, Furman took off. Roken tried to open his eyes and shouted, asking where it thought it was speeding off to when he was about to fall. He finally managed to open them. A tree was right in front of him. An MC asked if his new feathered friend was trying to throw off its extra passenger. Yelling that this wouldn't do, he activated Berserk. An axe appeared in his hand. Roken roared and attacked. The bird turned in horror. Irene looked up, worn out, and recognized the sound. Seeing the light in the sky, she asked what it was. Roken and the bird were heading for a crash landing. Furman looked up in terror. It screamed in confusion. The protagonist unleashed a huge attack, saying this still wasn't the end, and he'd even left the bird a little snack. The bird prepared to strike back. Feathers shot toward him. Roken cursed it out, asking why it was so mad and whether it really thought that trick would stop him. He charged again and shouted for it to die, as he used a fatal blow. The bird screamed in terror. Roken split the bird clean in two, as the system announced he had defeated the monster called the Big Bird, and leveled up. Irene turned to him excitedly, saying he finally came to save her. She clasped her hands near her chest, and said her heart was pounding so hard, and now she wanted to get stronger too. With a sad look, Irene admitted she wanted to become as strong as Roken. MC stepped on the eyelid. Heading for the eggs, the fair-haired man said it was time to collect the loot. He looked at the huge egg with delight, and noted how valuable it was. The system told him he'd obtained a large bird egg, and if he stored it in his inventory, a chick would hatch later. Roken excitedly thought that if he could tame the chick, it'd make great air transport, and he'd claim the first flight title too. After landing, the protagonist grinned that he'd killed 2 birds with 1 stone, and wondered how Irene was doing. Had she woken up yet? Then he looked around, saw Irene was gone, and wondered if someone killed her, or if she had just left. MC picked up an envelope and wondered what it was. A letter? He started reading it. With a frown, Roken read Irene's note. She thanked him, said he inspired her, and that she'd learned a lot, so now she was going to hunt on her own. He couldn't tell if she'd gone crazy from those few hits to the head. He smirked. Roken looked up, and decided Irene wasn't completely hopeless. Huge flowers stood ahead, and he said he guessed her lesson was finally over. Now he would keep going with his hunt for 100 monsters. Then the system announced that the story had reached a crossroads. Roken happily said he was starting a new quest, but first he needed better gear. He headed to the Dwarven Forge. There, he looked over the gear with a grin, while the dwarf said it came out pretty well, and he agreed. The blonde smiled, knowing that if the dwarf called it decent, it had to be at least magic grade. Looking it over, Roken thought he really loved gloves and armor, then read the item names: a rare berserker chestplate, and rare mana alloy gloves. Their stats were great. Excellent defense, plus strong boosts to strength, dexterity and health. He pictured himself in battle, and figured the bonus that raised attack and defense after crushing enemies in a row was perfect for his one-against-many style. Grinning, the protagonist imagined the old man offering this to his student, while he knew the armor would fit his next quest perfectly and make his plan easier. He looked ahead and decided it was time for the next area. MC checked the quest called Bone Research, and saw that the goal was to gather materials for bone research. He stepped forward. Frowning, Roken said he'd finally reached the right place, an undead village called the Cradle of the Dead. He thought about a glowing orb, and noted that the main figure here knew a huge amount about game mechanics, and could revive no matter how many times he was killed. Seeing the tall tower, he explained that's why this mage was so famous. His refuge was hidden in the Cradle of the Dead, and getting in was hard even around level 190. Creatures guarded the gate. Watching from behind a stone, Roken thought he had to break into the village. He remembered that, if he had it right, about 50 undead were guarding the place. Frowning, he added that he needed to deal with 50 guards ranging from level 150 to 190. Even so, Roken told himself nothing was impossible, especially for him. The real problem was their regeneration. No matter how strong his weapon was, he still wasn't in a great spot. Then he smirked, already seeing how to handle it. The system informed him that he had started a live broadcast. Almost 8,000 players joined right away. Comments poured in fast. An orc stared at the screen and said Roken was live. Another asked if this was really the same guy he lost all his gear to. The protagonist answered, and they instantly got nervous. He drove his sword into the ground. Then Roken shouted his name in class. Charging forward, he declared that the rules were different now. Whoever could pull out that sword would become its new owner, and they wouldn't even have to kill him. One orc was confused, while the other asked if all they had to do was pull it out, even without fighting. Reading the comments, one was stunned by what he heard, and the other said this time they'd definitely kill MC, but first they had to call the whole guild. They rushed out as one said he was already close, and the other answered that he was too. It looked like everyone from the Black Dragon camp was moving to help. Longnose wrote that all they had to do was pull out the sword, so they just needed to sneak behind him. That would end it, and for a thief class, it was easy. Roken smirked, knowing the bait had worked. He looks at the orcs and realizes the trap is set. Everything is ready. One orc raises his fist and yells that it doesn't matter how strong the protagonist is, they outnumber him. He tells everyone to rush him together and grab the sword. Lightning crashes down on Roken. He glares at them and calls them simple-minded. Then he yells that the bombing starts now. The orcs panic and start running, screaming. MC glances down as the system announces a chain of kills. The streak keeps going. His attack power and defense both rise by 10 points, and the bonus can stack up to 20 times. Roken says this is exactly what he wanted. Even if the effect is temporary, it's better than he hoped. Roken glares at an orc. Pointing at him, the orc shouts for everyone to keep attacking and not give him a second to breathe. The whole group charges him at once. He grins and asks if that's really how they want to do this. He lets out a shout. A shockwave slams into the orcs. An energy beam fires out. Roken spins through the attack. He says he'll keep killing non-stop, and 2 more alerts pop up for his combo kills and boosted stats. His stats climb again. The orcs burn as they cry for help. Longnose sneers, calling the others brainless fools. He says rushing Roken head-on would never work, and thanks to their stupidity, the sword will be his. A beam of light strikes the area. The protagonist moves in to attack. With a wild look, he calls him a rat. The orc stares back in horror. Lightning hits him. Roken moves forward. He laughs like a madman, as the system says the effect has reached max stacks. His attack and defense are both up by 200. That's exactly what he wanted. MC sticks out his tongue and says now he can move on. An orc calls out to him, and admits he never thought his enemy would be this strong. Another orc scowls. Covering his face, he complains that Roken is casting the bombing skill again. A green-skinned orc looks back, confused. Did the protagonist really attack the village, or did he miss on purpose? As a magic seal appears, the system warns that the village has been attacked by an enemy faction, and the guards have been called for defense. Undead hands burst from the ground. The undead army shrieks while the system identifies them as a battalion from level 150 to 190. The orc cheers that the guards are here. He says Roken is an idiot. MC faces the battalion as the orc screams that he will never beat the village guards by himself, that he's already dead. Roken lifts his axe. Lightning gathers overhead. The strike pulls into one massive blast, and huge lightning crashes down on him. He uses the attack with a grin, and the whole battalion falls apart. The orc screams that this is insane, and there's no way he just wiped out the guards. Roken grins like a maniac, and asks if he really thinks this is madness. He slashes and says it only worked because they were dumb enough to become fuel for his boosted stats. The protagonist sticks his tongue out at the camera, and tells the viewers to watch closely. The real fight starts now. The undead scream at him. Then they rush in. Roken charges straight at them too. He dodges and reads their pattern from left to right. Frowning, MC figures out the next strike will come from the right. He thinks that even undead guards still follow AI patterns, so once you know their moves, countering them is easy. Roken happily lands a hit, and shouts that he'll wipe them all out in one go. He tears through them with a string of exact blows. He rushes at the bespectacled orc, who panics and yells that he's insane for heading right into the village. The orc points at him and screams for the guards to stop him. A seal appears, and the system says the undead guards have been summoned. More undead rise as the system reports another battalion, levels 150 to 190. Roken coldly says it's pointless. He blasts them with lightning again. The protagonist ends up right in front of the orc. Looking crazed, he says he found the rat. The orc turns and runs, shouting for the guards. Roken chases after him, calling him stupid. As he attacks, MC notes that he just took out the 50th guard, so they'll need time to regenerate. The orc sees his life flash before his eyes. His scream echoes across the whole village. He heads back to his sword. He pulls it free. Looking at the screen, Roken says he even started a broadcast for this. So if anyone out there is worthy, come find him. He'll be waiting. Lightning crackles behind him. He smiles and says there's only one person here who can match him. The protagonist pictures him and names Odin. With excitement in his eyes, he asks Odin to wait a little longer, because one day, he promises he will tear him apart. Roken walks through the Lycoris field. He stops in the middle of the many flowers, and says it's strangely beautiful that inside an undead village, there's a flower garden. He looks around and thinks this is the only living place in the whole village. This garden is the entrance to Lewis's lab, and after clearing the players and the guards, getting here was easy. Roken looks at his hands and asks if it's time to start. He cuts his palm, then he lets his blood fall onto the flowers. The Lycoris is soaked red. Roken looks down as notices appear. The resurrection garden has sensed life force, and the gate is now active. Fangs burst up from the ground. A passage opens before him. MC heads down the corridor. The system says he's entered Lewis's shelter, and he notes that even underground, it's bright because of the phosphors. He looks up and realizes that one of those lights must matter, but he drops the thought and keeps going. Everything has to work, and he only needs one item to finish this fast. The orb starts glowing. Roken steps forward. Looking ahead, he says this is Lewis's laboratory. The protagonist hears someone ask who he is. He turns toward the undead and realizes it is Lewis. Lewis demands to know how a human dared enter this place, and asks if he really thinks he'll leave alive. Rokan answers with bombardment right away, leaving Lewis confused. The lab floor splits apart. A red beam slams into the door. MC charges in and says Lewis does nothing but talk. Swinging his axe, he tells him to shut up and hand over the item. The purple stone flashes. Their weapons collide. Rokan is caught off guard. Lewis strikes back and orders him out of his lab. A blast of energy smashes into him. He throws his head back in pain. Lewis mocks him, saying he looks pathetic, then asks how his shield tastes. He lifts a hand and uses magic to raise his servants. A swarm of undead closes in while Lewis tells them to wake up and stop the intruder. They march toward Rokan. Bleeding, the protagonist admits he underestimated Lewis. He had planned to just knock him out and take the item. MC gets back up. He forces himself upright. Then he readies his axe. Now, he says, he'll have to kill Lewis. Rokan leaps forward. He swings at the red orb. It cracks. He smirks. He knew that one was fake. Lewis screams at the top of his lungs, calling him a coward. Chasing after him, Lewis demands how he can call himself a warrior if he runs in the middle of a fight. But Rokan isn't buying that act. The protagonist runs back into the hallway, thinking Lewis is panicking because his soul is hidden in one of those phosphors, the vessel of life. He starts smashing the glowing orbs and keeps going, because no matter how many times Lewis gets killed, he'll just come back. But if the vessel of life is destroyed, Lewis won't even have time to make a sound before he dies. For real. Rokan laughs and says that's fine. He just has to destroy all of them until he finds the right one. Lewis trembles and can't understand how a mere human dares stand against him. Rokan raises his shield. Lewis casts a spell and aims the shield at him. Purple lightning pours from it. MC turns with a look of annoyance. Lewis activates another skill and shouts that he'll show him who's really in control. Grinning, Rokan asks if that's true or just another cheap trick. He puts away his battle axe and equips 2 normal ones. He goes wild and tells Lewis to come at him so they can see who wins. A huge awl shoots toward him. Rokan dodges with a satisfied smile. Lewis throws more magic, screaming that the rat is going to die. Another awl bursts from the ground. It races after the protagonist. The strike lines up perfectly. MC throws himself backward through the air. Then he cuts hard and runs the other way. He springs out and uses bombardment. The glowing spheres explode one after another. Spikes line up to hit him again. Rokan gets ready to jump. He slips smoothly between them. Then he hacks through them. Turning, he lines up a hit on the last orb. He freezes for a second. That one didn't break. It's far tougher than the rest, and it's the only one he couldn't shatter. Rokan realizes this must be Lewis's vessel of life. He grins and says that's perfect. Now he just has to smash it to pieces. The protagonist attacks with bombardment. An awl shoots straight at him. Someone blocks the hit. Rokan stares in shock. With an angry look, someone says he found it. Lewis explodes in rage, asking how MC dared, and swears he won't leave here alive. He grabs the orb. The undead moves to place it into the hole in his chest. Rokan watches as Lewis absorbs the vessel of life. Flesh starts growing back on Lewis, as the system says his original power has fully returned from the vessel. Lewis ends up sealed inside a purple barrier. He checks him, and the system warns Lewis is now level 180, back at full strength. He just says he's ready. He rushes in. Rokan moves to strike from behind. Lewis spins around, shocked that the protagonist got behind him so fast. MC brings down his battle axe. After landing, he calls him an idiot for absorbing the vessel himself. He says that's why he spent all this time hunting it down instead of fighting head-on. The protagonist stares in disbelief as the system announces his level, 183. Lewis explains that if Rokan had fought him without destroying the vessel, it would have all been pointless. Lewis pulls himself up from the wreckage and snaps back that MC is talking nonsense. He's still the stronger one. He gets ready to leap. Lewis lunges at him with Darkness Destroyer and tells Rokan to take it if he can. He only smirks. Lewis charges straight at him, mouth wide open. Then, horror hits him. The protagonist cuts him down in a single strike. Lewis slows to a stop. Turning back, Rokan says he already warned him. Grinning, MC slices through the life vessel too, and says Lewis was boring. The vessel breaks apart. Lewis explodes, and the system says he has defeated Lewis at his peak and leveled up. Rokan walks out of the smoke. He tosses the axe onto his shoulder, and says the mage was a fool. Once he absorbed his own vessel, all Rokan had to do was kill him. The protagonist smiles and says that when the boss goes down, it's time to grab the loot. He spots a book right away. Looking at the scroll, MC hears the system say he got all the materials for bone research and cleared the quest bone research. He's glad to finally be done with it. He scans the mage's lab and figures that, like before, a bonus reward should be hidden nearby. Then, Rokan notices something else. There are skill books on the table. He flips through them. Restoring Skeletons, Curse of Weakening, Cursed Owl, and complains that it's all junk. But then he spots one more thing. Rokan picks up the book, and the system announces he received the third-hand skill book. That finally makes him happy. He imagines how it works. By focusing mana, Third Hand creates a hand from magic, and with enough focus, he can make more than one. The protagonist says it sounds interesting, and with a skill like this, he could reach a whole new level. Someone is standing behind him, but he keeps talking. The real trick is how you use the skill. After thinking it over, he says for now he'll keep it for himself, and if he gets the chance, he'll test it out later. Behind him, Lewis stares with glowing eyes. He swings his dried-up hand, but Roken catches his bony face. Lewis freezes in shock. MC, totally pleased, asks if he finally showed up, because he's been waiting. Lewis rolls his empty eye sockets. Roken squeezes harder. With a smirk, he says the magician is an idiot who should have attacked right away. Then Roken notices something else. A whole battalion of undead has come for him. He laughs and asks if Lewis brought friends, though it won't matter since their master is already dead. He charges them and tells the twice-dead fool not to worry. He'll be seeing them again soon. The blonde fighter tears into them with his axe. Roken happily tells them to bring everything they've got. He chops one down to the bone. Then he jumps. Roken swings his battle axe again. The battalion gets wiped out, and the protagonist realizes these were cursed skeletons. Looking at the broken life vessel, he realizes that if the remains are left alone, they can poison the area with death mana and curse the land. The undead keep crawling up through the filthy puddles, and he adds that this will keep going until the death mana runs dry. Until then, level 160 monsters will keep appearing. Roken attacks without slowing down, saying that unless you're a master of death mana, it's better to destroy the vessel remains fast, and these weaklings are no problem for him. He uses bombing and says he'd never waste a perfect chance to level up. The system confirms he took down another cursed skeleton. MC stands there satisfied as the system adds that his streak raised both attack and defense by 10. He laughs, happy that his level and stats keep climbing, and says it's time to keep moving. He wipes out the rest of the undead. Soon, only bones and cracked ground are left. Smoke seeps up from below. Roken stands over the field as the system says he has defeated every cursed skeleton. It also says the stacked effect has reached its cap, just like at the start. The protagonist looks pleased and realizes the armor effect hit its maximum at the perfect time. He had planned to head back, but with stats like these, it'd be a waste not to do something more. The story shifts to the Cradle of the Dead, where a creature with a backpack is walking through. An orc looks around as the system says he's level 140, part of the Black Dragon faction, and a researcher. He's upset by what happened here. Seeing the ruined village and dead users, he wonders if Roken did all this, and calls him a real monster. The orc remembers he found the broadcast pretty late, and thinks that may have saved him. If he had joined the fight, he doesn't even want to imagine the result. Another orc, bigger, asks if he has a healing potion, and he says yes. The backpacked orc hands over some potions and asks what happened here. Bigger tells him not to ask. Put simply, it was a disaster. He recalls that Roken stormed the village and wiped out every guard and user around. Once there was no one left to fight, he ended the broadcast and vanished. The orc asks why MC would cause this much chaos, but Bigger says he doesn't know. Everyone already knows that guy is crazy. The one with the backpack thinks that's strange. No matter how wild he is, he had to come here for a reason. Then both of them freeze when Roken goes live again. He frowns and tells Bigger to wait because the stream title looks weird. Both are horrified when they read it. Capture of the Cradle of the Dead. The protagonist makes enough noise to send birds flying. The orc says MC has truly lost it, and this can't be real, while Bigger asks if he actually came back. Roken's axe is still covered in blood. Someone spots him and screams his name, and he answers by calling them trash. He turns back with a crazed look and asks if they really thought this was the end. Meanwhile, the commentators have no idea what happened or where he went. Another one can't figure out why he wants to capture the village or whether that kind of feature even existed. A third points out that he already destroyed the place, so what is there left to capture at this point? Then the system announces that the village is under attack by an enemy faction and the guards have been called in to defend it. The undead rush him. A red beam slams down. Roken spins through them and wipes them out in one strike. The orc watches in horror and says he's losing his mind. The protagonist just pulled the same stunt again. He can't believe one blow erased all the guards and starts wondering if the protagonist is a hacker. MC whips around at him, and the orc instantly panics. Annoyed, he says he keeps hearing the same thing, yet nobody believes him. Then he grins and says it's time to use his special method of persuasion. He equips the sealed helmet of the Lion King. Gripping his axe tighter, the protagonist addresses the viewers. He says some players probably still doubt him, and asks if that's true. One can't believe anyone still doubts it. Another says this is too much, and a third admits the protagonist still looks like a cheater. MC stays calm and says it doesn't matter, because believe him or not, he's killing everyone nearby. A flag rises over the village, and someone explains that large-scale battle content only counts as occupation when the enemy is destroyed or driven out of the settlement. As soldiers pour in, he adds that enemy faction users keep respawning, and with 50 guards for every intruder, capturing a place like this usually takes a full clan. Then one fighter drops into the center. A sword crashes against Roken's axe. Blue asks, annoyed, how he plans to take the territory alone when it normally takes a whole clan. Laughing behind the mask, the protagonist asks why he'd need a clan. If he can do it alone, why would he split the reward with anyone? He swings back at the orc. The masked fighter slashes hard. Roken peers through the mask and sees 6 figures circling him. He relaxes his hand and realizes that usually the light beam strikes 3 spots. All the orcs attack together, but Roken knows numbers like this mean nothing when the power gap is this huge. MC swings his axe. One orc is split in half, then another. A third gets his head cleaved open. Roken uses a spinning attack and kills the rest. The surviving orc trembles and thinks he must be losing it, because Roken killed everyone, including the ones who had just spoken up against him. Clutching his ears, he screams that it's over, and the guards are hemmed. Guards still haven't come back. Over half the players are already down, and the orcs panic. Are they really about to lose everything to one man? Through his mask, Roken tells him he's got it right. With a crazed look, he says that since the answer was correct, there's a reward waiting for him. The orcs huddle together, shaking in fear. Then a brutal scream echoes through the camp. A moment later, the clouds part. Sunlight spills down onto a field of bodies. One orc is left hanging headfirst in the well. By now, the village is soaked in blood. Holding his axe, Roken gets the system message. He has captured the Black Dragon camp, also called the Cradle of the Dead. For the next 3 hours, anyone from the Black Dragon camp can't use the Cradle of the Dead as a revive point. The system confirms it. He took enemy land all by himself. Still staring wildly, he earns the title Tyrant, becoming the first player to get it. He checks the screen with a satisfied look. The title effect is huge, and he got it for capturing a settlement alone. Roken sees comments flooding in and says the viewer's reaction speaks for itself. Battle videos make him a lot of money. Pleased, he says the occupation is done, and now he can head home, rest, and get back to the main quest. The protagonist suddenly lifts an eyebrow when he notices something ahead. Even through the screen, the attacker's outline is visible. An instant later, a hit slams into MC's solar plexus. The impact sends him flying. He crashes near the wall, smoke rising off him. Blood sprays from his mouth. Annoyed, Roken looks forward and wonders what that was. Every Black Dragon freak should already be dead. Then someone steps in, holding a round weapon and clearly furious. Marching closer, he says he sharpened his sword of revenge for this day. Who would have thought this was all he could do? And dear Tyler must be crying for him in heaven. Yahello shouts at him, and the system reveals he's level 200, the general of the garrison of the city of Ash. Roken smirks, confused about where he even came from, then figures Tyler is probably the reason. The protagonist is annoyed he showed up now, and he even thinks about doing what he did before, just running. The stream comments are already angry about him disappearing, and MC knows too many eyes are watching. He won't gain much from this fight, so leaving would be the easiest move. Looking over his body, he says even if that was a surprise hit, it was only one blow, and what a blow. The gap between level 199 and 200 is massive. He studies Yaris and figures he's at least 100 times stronger, which makes sense for the general of Ash's garrison. Roken pictures a lion and other powerful enemies, and says there's no question he's facing a top predator. Roken stays down for a moment, then he pushes himself up and speaks to him. Yaris looks confused when the protagonist asks if he's the strongest one here. His opponent asks if he's scared and can't figure out why he'd ask that, but Roken cuts him off. Raising his axe, he demands a clear answer. If I kill you, MC asks, do I get the chance to become the boss here? That sends Yaris into a rage, his fists tightening. He says Roken is amusing and tells him to repeat the question. Yaris yells that yes, he is the one in charge here, and if Roken kills him, he will become the strongest one here, at least until the move to the continent. Beating his chest, Yaris swears it on the name of the general of the garrison of the city of Ash. He gets ready to strike and says that's all he needed to hear. He stares at him like a wild animal and tells him to watch himself. In the background, someone says there is no point in taking a useless fight. Roken steadies his breathing as the warning comes. Courage and stupidity are not the same thing. He keeps his eyes on his opponent while someone else wonders what made Roken this reckless. Looking at the screen, the protagonist switches his gear set to critical hit. He studies Yaris and realizes the guy handles that hammer easily, so relying on defense is pointless. Frowning, MC equips the helmet of the Lion King and wonders if he can finish this in one blow. Both get ready to fight. The comments ask if that's really Yaris, why he is fighting him, and point out that, if they remember right, Yaris is level 200, which makes this basically suicide for the protagonist. Another viewer adds that they're talking about the general of the garrison of the whole city of Ash, and even for Roken that's too much. Standing there in his mask, MC gets hit with one simple question. Is he out of his mind? Yaris smiles while someone else figures that this time he really will get taught a lesson. The clouds split again. Roken's mask starts to glow. Yaris and he brace for the clash. Then both launch forward at full speed, peering through the mask like a madman. The protagonist activates Berserk. Yaris charges in, glowing as he runs. They meet face to face. Yaris grins right at him. The first clash hits, and the comments explode. People can't believe it's happening, and barely understand what they're seeing. Yaris stops Rokan's axe. The general mocks him, asking if he's blushing, because that wouldn't be so bad. MC fires back from behind the mask, asking if Yaris wants to be painted red too. Their weapons lock again. Yaris strikes and rushes past him. A second collision comes fast. Yaris slashes, then springs back. Rokan tightens his grip. The ground cracks under them. Yaris follows with a kick. He blocks it. Even so, the hit throws him back. Rokan clenches both fists. He fires something at Yaris. Yaris blocks it, but the protagonist suddenly slams his forehead into his jaw. MC glares over his shoulder, furious. Then he spins into a kick. Yaris stumbles, smoking, trying to catch his breath. His eyes snap open. Rokan comes down with the axe and tells him to die. Calmly, the blonde man follows with another strike. Yaris takes a hit straight through the center of his body. The impact blasts a shockwave in every direction. Smoke and dust burst up around them. Yaris is launched into the air, then he crashes back down. Part of his shoulder has been sliced off. The smile vanishes from his face. Rokan lands nearby, dropping into stance. He thinks this is going just how he wanted. The fight is rough, but it's worth it. He checks the tyrant effect and realizes he can actually feel the title working. Frowning, he calls out to the general. Then the orcs rush in to help, shouting that they've come for General Yaris. As they reach him, they ask if he's alright. They know he left in a hurry, but still want to know why he ran off without them. Rokan grits his teeth, remembering Yaris as the garrison general, and realizes his troops may have come too. Watching from the side, the protagonist figures Yaris wanted revenge so badly he charged in alone. Handling one enemy is hard enough. Dealing with all the others will be worse. One orc looks at Yaris and urges him to treat his wounds for now, while they handle the rest. Yaris reaches for something. Furious, he glares at his subordinate and tells him to know his place. Rokan stares in shock. Yaris looks at him and says he probably already knew about Macaulay, the general of the garrison at the crossroads. Anger rising, he says that strangely enough, he recently sensed Macaulay's presence. He's one of the strong ones Yaris can recognize. MC tenses as the system says the general of the city of Ash has recognized him as a strong opponent, leaving him completely confused. Yaris gets ready to strike again. His legs tense up. With a beast-like roar, Yaris declares he's about to show his true form and fight at full power. He stomps the ground. Everything around him starts breaking as Yaris shouts that he is the general of the garrison of the city of Ash. Rokan watches in horror. Then Yaris reaches out and tells him to say his name. Stunned, he looks at him from under the mask. Yaris smiles. The protagonist faces him and says his name is the protagonist, and that he's a true berserker. Yaris says that's an interesting name. Smirking, he adds that he'll remember it. Energy starts pouring out from under MC's mask as he says that's how he always talks. He frowns. Yaris stays still. Then the general of Ash's garrison vanishes. Rokan is left stunned, unable to tell where he went. A violent gust hits him. Then a house comes flying straight at him. Rokan grits his teeth and realizes it's too late. He can't react in time. Yaris has hurled the house with his bare hands. He slams down hard enough to crack the floor. Blood starts pouring from his nose. Yaris shifts onto his toes. Then he smashes the house into tiny pieces with one blow. Rokan spits blood, horrified. Even so, the protagonist leaps onto the broken pieces in midair. He uses them to move in and attack the general of the garrison of the city of Ash from behind. But Yaris turns and kicks with all his strength. Rokan is sent flying high, bleeding badly. Staring at his opponent in shock, he realizes his vision has been damaged. Another crushing blow lands. Rokan looks on in horror. Yaris calls him a weakling. MC thinks of Odin. With clear disgust, Yaris says he's not even worthy of death. He imagines strong players walking away from him. He grits his teeth. Sparks burst from his eyes as he yells at Yaris to shut up. The scream turns into a mad shockwave that tears through Yaris. A red beam crashes into him next. Yarim blocks the attack. He plants himself firmly on the ground. The monster praises him for fighting like a real berserker. He completely snaps and screams right in Yaris's face. The two rush each other without holding back. Yaris swings as if he's about to say something. Rokan switches to a heavier weapon. He barely hops back and avoids the hit. The protagonist frowns. His weapon is done for. Yaris leaps after him right away. Looking closer, Rokan realizes this thing was made by a mountain skill. Yaris crashes down on him. The general of the Ash City garrison lands a hard roundhouse blow. For a second, Rokan sees his old self. The fist stops just above his face. In his mind, a blonde corpse sits atop a pile of bodies. Yaris moves in to finish it. Rokan's whole life flashes through his head. Sunlight breaks through. Then a storm of kunai drops toward MC. A real downpour follows. Every point comes flying at him. He feels hit after hit across his face. He answers with a punch, saying this is the one gap between their strength. Rokan imagines himself torn apart, missing his limbs. Still, he reaches for the light. Then the space in front of him is empty. A figure appears in his memory instead. Yaris stares at him and tells him to feel it. An axe appears right in front of Rokan's face. The protagonist goes wild and triggers an explosion at point-blank range. Eurus freezes for a beat and gets caught in it. Blood sprays everywhere. Eurus bursts out of the smoke. With blood covering his hands, he calls Rokan insane, who blows themselves up from that close unless they're tired of living. MC grips something in his hand. He's getting ready to strike again. That leaves Eurus stunned. Energy pours from Rokan's eyes as he screams that he's serious and will kill Eurus no matter the cost. Eurus braces himself against the wind. The garrison general laughs and says this is the best opponent he's had. He rises with even more force. The monster takes his stance and urges him to come, then promises to hit back with everything he's got, because he has earned it. He gathers power in one hand. The seal around him spreads out into many arms. This technique is called Flurry of Destructive Fists. Rokan calls forth a battle axe. He readies a killing blow to answer it. The protagonist looks completely mad and screams for him to die already, and Eurus answers back. Now both monsters are ready to end each other. Eurus makes his move. The energy pouring off both of them is massive. Rokan roars and tries to break through his opponent's seal. A moment later, MC ends up behind him. Grunt is totally wrecked. Eurus smirks and says his opponent fought amazingly well. Rokan split him in half. The system announces that the broadcast is over, and the players stare at the message. The blonde player is horrified, and wonders if the garrison general really died. Nobody even knew that NPC could be killed. One of them turns to Zeus, staring ahead like he's possessed. He asks for the name of that berserker. A light appears at the crossroads. A battered Rokan returns to the city. There's a flask in his hand. He gulps it down, knowing he was seconds from the end, and still can't figure out where Eurus came from. Then he gladly opens the screen and realizes that thanks to the fight, he earned quite a lot. Checking the numbers, Rokan says that with ad money and donations added in, he can't even guess how huge the payout will be. Then he notices something. Stretching his shoulder, he reads that he's at the crossroads under a united guild of people, and he's happy the annoying debuff is finally gone. His mood hardens. It's time to start the next quest. Rokan heads to the house with an Asian style. The old man is happy to see him, asks if it's all done, and says everything went just as he expected. He never doubted the protagonist. MC hands over the list as the system says he cleared the quest bone research, and the old man says this will push his study of flesh and bones forward. Pleased, he listens as the old man offers the next task, then adds there's no rush and no time limit, so he can come back whenever he wants. He tells him not to worry. The protagonist checks a new quest called Blood and Magic. Mendo wants the blood of 44 different monsters. Rokan is pleased, because this is the quest he had been waiting for, the last one he can get in the third city. Reading the details, he thinks it sounds easy at first, but there's one deadly catch hidden in the requirements. The blood has to come from different monsters that are level 160 or higher. He struggled badly with this quest in his past life, and even knowing the trick now won't make it easy. Rokan figures each camp has at most 20 monster types over level 160, so even after clearing 2 camps, he'd still be missing 4. Then he remembers the undead, meaning he'll need orcs, trolls, goblins, and every kind of undead, except special NPCs like Yaris and the others in the Black Dragon camp. He frowns at the real problem. Hunting players doesn't bother him, but there are barely any above level 160. MC thinks fast and wonders if he should just raid the settlement and take it over, but drops the idea at once. Killing guards won't give him the blood he needs. Then he brightens up. If that's the case, there's only one way left. The next day, the story moves northeast of the crossroads, to the Forest of the Blind. Rokan keeps hunting the local monsters and realizes this is taking a ton of effort and willpower. He looks fed up and confused. Holding a test tube of blood with tired hands, he gets a system message that he obtained stone mole blood, and he's relieved it finally worked. Looking at the pile of mole corpses, Rokan knows the drop rate was awful, but seeing it like this still hurts. Tired, he checks the stats and sees he has only one test tube out of 44. He spent the entire day hunting just to get one. The blonde guy sighs and says that even if this method is slow, at least he's making progress. Rokan starts running again, telling himself there's no time to complain. He has to keep going. After killing more mushroom monsters, he notes this has gone on forever. All day has been nothing but farming blood. Later, he sits at the monitor and writes leveling guides. At night, instead, he grinds the Black Dragon camp to level 160 and shares info and hunting strategies around the city of Ash. He hands the sprout to the blonde and explains that he also gained experience for skill upgrades by clearing side quests for other races. Lying down, he thinks about how many days have passed in this insane routine. He drops to the floor. Rokan smiles, realizing he's finally done. He throws his hands up and yells. The fair-haired man remembers the stone rhinoceros and says that catching the steel rhinoceros in the Black Dragon camp let him finish the normal monster hunt, though its defense made it a nightmare. He had to work hard for that one. Rokan runs off for beer and chicken, saying only 4-player races from the Black Dragon camp are left, but tonight he's celebrating. Leaning on the table, he figures that while waiting for the chicken, he should find a video online to watch while he eats. He clicks the mouse, then he spots something and freezes. It's a video saying a whole guild from the Black Dragon camp has reached level 160 and wants to stop him. And he's thrilled those players finally showed up. The fair-haired man leans back in his chair and grins, thinking this will be a lot easier now, since he managed to level a bunch of players all at once. Then his face turns thoughtful. One problem remains. He still doesn't know how to lure them all in and trap them. He imagines the coming fight and thinks he could wait for them to go hunting, but if the rumors already spread, then everyone is avoiding that area now, especially after he beat Yuris. The yellow-eyed man suddenly notices something. He finds a video about how to make a scarecrow with your own hands. That gives him an idea. Smiling, Rokan says that if everyone is avoiding him, he'll just make sure they don't realize they're walking right up to him. A day later, the story moves to the Black Dragon camp hunting grounds, the Red Moon Forest. The protagonist looks around, pleased it's empty. This remote spot is perfect for his plan. He raises a scroll and tells the system to summon the merchant. The merchant appears and greets him. Rokan tosses him a cloak, while the merchant starts pitching top-quality goods. Then MC changes the merchant's look first, so nobody gets suspicious, and after that removes the race limits on what can be sold. Checking the inventory, the blonde guy plans to register the sale and pack it with magic items and rare gear. He studies the NPC. The cloaked silhouette looks convincing enough that even he thinks he'd fall for it. After all, for good items that basically drop from the sky, players will rush to trade with the NPC. Scratching his neck, he says the bait is set. Now there's just one thing left. Smiling, he says it's time to use it. At the same time, back in the city of Ash, someone calls for everyone to look at something. A goblin asks what the big deal is, and the other asks if he knows the guy who put out all those leveling guides in the game. The little goblin nods yes and starts to explain that it was thanks to him. Thanks to him, their whole guild got stronger. The other guy says that same player just posted something new. He reads it and says there's a hidden shop near the hunting grounds, then asks if it's real and where it is. The reply comes fast. It's in the forest, in the Red Moon Forest. Someone hides behind a tree. Rokan gets ready to strike if anything goes wrong. He smirks, thinking his dumb prey better hurry up. Someone heads for that moonlit forest. The little goblin says this all feels weird and wants to come back later with the rest of the guild, but the other one pushes back. Maybe there's nothing there, so they should check first. The one with glasses spots something. He yanks the other behind a tree and tells him to hide now, but the second one snaps, asking what his problem is. The first points ahead and tells him to look, but he still doesn't see it. Then he notices the protagonist standing by the merchant. One blurts out that it really is the protagonist, while the other wonders why the monster who killed the garrison general of the City of Ashes is here. Scared, the first asks how he would know, and where MC went. He stares at the NPC and wonders what it is, and whether they can safely get closer. The goblins move in, still unsure if it's an NPC, and the other guesses it's that special merchant from the main page. The big orc taps the shop window and says, "Even this thing opened," which makes the other one nervous. He says they've never seen anything like this before, and they need to greet us. Be careful. The Four Eyes frowns and asks what this is. Then he sees the merchant's stock and gets it right away. These items are crazy rare, and now he thinks this is why Rokan was always so strong. He hears one complain that the prices are rough and each player has a buying limit, while the other says they should call the whole guild and grab as much as they can. The protagonist smiles, pleased, and urges them to go bring back the others with the good news. They start leading the merchant back to the guild. The Four Eyes says they've arrived and asks again if anyone followed them, while the other answers that he didn't see anybody. The man in the hood scratches his head and asks if this is really true. It's his first time seeing items this good, and another says it's amazing. The bespectacled man raises his fist and says they can finally become as strong as Rokan. Then he turns at a sound. Someone is standing behind him. One orc greedily suggests they all pitch in and buy out the whole shop, and the other asks how much money he has. They need every coin they can gather. The goblin turns to the third member and asks why he's so quiet and how much money he has on him. The fair-haired one spins around, annoyed, asking why he won't answer. The green one freezes in horror. They realize the rest of the guild has already been taken down. Rokan stands behind the NPC and casually asks what's wrong. Grinning, he readies his axe and says this whole thing was bait for a bigger catch. The axe locks onto its target. A scream echoes through the forest. Rokan steps forward, holding the test tubes with a grin. MC gets 4 system notices for collected blood, and is happy he got it all at once. Baring his teeth, he figures players must have a much better drop rate than monsters. He tells the merchant he did well and can leave now. The system says the merchant is free, and all the items return to his inventory. After getting his items back, he wonders if he should go see the old man now. The story moves to the Frushroads in the United Guild of People. The old man happily praises him, saying his help greatly boosted his standing in Parliament, and the system confirms the quest Blood and Magic is complete. Then the old man gives him something, a scroll of thanks from Parliament, and he accepts it. Rokan looks at the envelope and wonders if that's really his full reward. He stares at it in disbelief, thinking this piece of paper gives no experience points, but maybe, he can use it later. For now, he decides to put it away. The old man waves after him and says that if he's ever in the capital, he wonderfully should support Parliament there. He says it could help bring glory to the human race. Rokan agrees, but only if he has time. The blonde lets out a breath. He says he's done every quest in the 3rd city, so now it's time to head to the 4th, the capital. Rokan thinks it over and realizes there's no level limit for entering the capital, but the trip there is the real problem. He pictures a kraken and a ship and says that, to get to the capital, he'll have to cross the sea, and deep below it live creatures from the depths, and they're insanely dangerous. Rokan frowns and decides not to rush. Before leaving, there's one place he wants to visit. He heads out in his pointed shoes. A dwarf stands nearby as he reaches the ruins southwest of the crossroads. The protagonist is pleased. Lots of players came here before, but no one cares about this place anymore. That's because there are no special items left in it. Looking at the ruins, he says this place still holds a secret nobody has uncovered. The dwarf asks if they're going inside. 2 small guides tell him they're ready, and the second says she'll report back once they scout the area. He thanks them for the help, thinking these are NPC mercenaries he paid for. He goes in and explains that clearing these ruins takes a group, so he spent good money on smart mercenaries. The fair-haired man grins. It costs a lot, sure, but that's still better than splitting the reward with other players. At the corridor split, Rokan says they've finally reached a crossroads and asks them to listen very carefully. Then he tells them one should go right and the other left. From there, he explains that if they keep going without turning, they'll reach a room covered in slabs. He tells them to look closely and find the only slab with a pattern. Bending down, Rokan adds that they have to step on it and stay there until he calls them back. And, no matter what, they must not leave the slab. He asks if they understood, and both of them say yes. A few minutes later, Rokan says they should have reached the rooms by now. He steps forward. Then a message appears. Finally, he figures they found the slabs. A window pops up saying he uncovered the ruin's secret, and as a reward, the guards will now stand in his way. Rokan accepts. It's his turn to move. A hand rises from the ground. Then more. Hands crawl out. Stones burst in every direction. Rokan looks around, sees plenty of guards, and the system tells him to beat them and get the key. He gets ready to fight, and says he doesn't need to hear something that obvious. Gripping his battle axe, he says he'll crush them all anyway. A guard golem charges with its fist raised. Rokan rushes it without waiting. He lands the first blow. The stone giant's hand drops to the floor. He ends up on one knee after the strike as the other guards turn toward him. He answers with a mocking smile. Rokan grits his teeth, thinking this is easy. He remembers fighting through piles of goblin corpses and thinks that last quest was awful, but it did help him level up fast. Pulling back his weapon, he feels both his body and axe have become lighter. A wicked grin spreads across his face as a notice pops up. MC has reached level 190. He's becoming a Juru berserker. He slides one leg back. Magic flares around him as he gets ready to attack. Then he tears through the guards, springing from one to the next. Rokan lands on cracked ground. An explosion rips through everything behind him. Garnet stands there with a sword in hand. The gnomes move through the ruins. They reach him and report back that they did as ordered, and there were no guards in the room. Meryl suddenly gasps at what she sees. A guard's hand is lying on the ground. An orb sits nearby. The hero touches it, and it shines with bright light. He turns around and says he sees his gnome friends. They're here, holding several colored orbs. Rokan tells them to stop standing around and help him open the door. The orbs fit into the wall slots, and a message confirms the guardian key has been used. The wall splits into 4 parts and starts to open. They watch the newly opened passage in the wall. A message says the true entrance to the ruins is now open. Rokan heads down the stairs with the gnomes. Looking ahead, he thinks the difficulty of these hidden ruins is around level 170. As they follow him, Rokan figures the traps and monsters here are tough, but these gnomes are level 180, so they can clear it without much trouble. He keeps going down the stairs. They moved through the dark chamber. The protagonist said this was perfect. At last, things were beginning. Red eyes stared down from above, while the walls and floor were lined with deadly spikes. He pointed out that monsters and nasty traps were everywhere. Garnet and Meryl scanned the place with eager looks. With a crooked smile, Rokan told them it was time to earn their pay and show what they could do. Meryl cast a magic circle and accepted at once. She said she was going into research mode, while Garnet drew his sword and shield and switched to combat mode. Meryl widened her eyes and studied the path ahead. A blue field spread across her view, and every trap pattern lit up in red before it could trigger. Checking the magic ring, Meryl reported that she had found many traps and would guide them through the safe route. The gnomes dashed down the corridor, and Rokan followed when Meryl called him. She urged them to keep moving straight ahead. Meryl led them through the maze-like passage, calling each turn right on time, then said they were almost there. Suddenly, the girl cried out when she spotted something ahead. She found a door covered in strange symbols and announced that this was the exit. They rushed up to the massive gate. Using magic on the door, Meryl said she had been right. She explained to Rokan that a skilled person had set a barrier here, and breaking it would take a while. He immediately asked how long. As she spoke, something started coming toward them. Then the dwarf replied that it would take about 10 minutes. Rokan heard it, turned around, and said fine. Then he asked again for confirmation. He swung his axe at the incoming creatures and told her to focus on her job. He and Gareth would handle the fight. Meryl clasped her hands, shut her eyes, and thanked him for leaving the monsters to them. Garnet charged in to meet the slimes. They were ancient poisonous slimes, each level 162. He rushed them and yelled for the slurping blobs to get lost. Garnet raised his sword and focused as he used freeze. One slime after another froze solid. Meryl watched them ice over and shatter into tiny pieces. Garnet looked ahead and let out a breath. Still working through her magic circle, Meryl announced that she had opened it. The doors slowly lifted, and notifications appeared saying the labyrinth was cleared, and the deeper ruins were now open. The gnomes gasped at what waited ahead. They stepped into a large oval chamber, lit by green flames. Someone was coming down the stairs, saying he had been about to search for them, but they had come to him instead. He stared at them, one eye black, the other white. It was Homer, a level 175 mad wizard. Spreading his arms, he shouted that he would show them the terror of corrupted power. Gripping his axe, Rokan realized this thing was the dungeon boss. Looking at his crazed grandfather burning with green magic, he thought this was the second corrupted monster after Tyler, a mad wizard drunk on that power. Homer lifted his skull staff and said anyone who made it this far had to be pretty capable. Then he raised the staff higher, and magic beams fired from the skull's eyes in every direction. A green cloud formed overhead, and while the heroes watched, Homer declared this was where Rokan would die. Lightning started crackling inside the cloud. A moment later, a bolt slammed into the ground. The old wizard grinned wide and called on his servants to kill them all. Behind the bars, a monster's sharp-toothed shape waited in the dark. As the bars rose and more eyes appeared, Rokan figured Homer could grow stronger like Tyler, and each monster here had its own special power. A claw reached out from the darkness, and MC realized the mad wizard's real skill was mind control. Enraged corrupted sharks, level 150, charged at them, confirming to him that Homer turned monsters into his servants. Leaning forward, the protagonist told Garnet and Meryl to take their positions, and the gnomes answered right away. The sharks rushed in, and the three heroes braced themselves as the system announced a monster wave attack. One corrupted beast snapped its jaws with a growl, but Rokan smashed its head and barked at it to watch where it was going. Then he glanced aside as three more came at him. MC kicked off and his eyes flashed white. He swept his axe through everything around him, using vortex. Shark heads flew everywhere. Looking up, Rokan laughed and mocked the pests for acting like they were something special. Then he faced his crazy grandfather and asked if that was really all he had. Rokan stared across the room at Homer, as the wizard cursed him as an insolent human brat. Even from there, he noticed the old man was trembling. Homer twisted in rage, and the protagonist thought he would cut him down next, just like the others. But there was one problem. A powerful barrier covered Homer. MC understood he couldn't hurt the wizard until it broke, but the barrier also kept Homer from attacking him directly. Rokan looked ahead and decided he just had to last until the monster waves were over. He asked the others if they were getting tired. The gnomes kept dropping monsters one after another. Garnet answered that he was fine, and Meryl said this was easy. Rokan let his huge axe rest on the ground and grinned. Great, but there were still 4 waves left, so he needed to push harder. A dead enraged corrupted tiger, level 161, lay on the floor. Beside it was a bloody corrupted wolf, level 162. Rokan tossed his axe over his shoulder and looked at the pile of corpses behind them, as notices said they had beaten all the enemies and cleared the 3rd wave. Grinning at his hand, he felt the blood seal working. No matter how hurt he got, the longer he fought, the hotter his blood burned. Touching his chin, the protagonist asked if there were only 2 waves left, and whether the crazy freak was finally getting nervous. Homer shook with rage and screamed, asking how MC dared say that. Lifting his staff overhead, he unleashed magic, and swore he'd make sure Rokan couldn't talk anymore. The spell shot toward 2 cells, and both entrances began to open at the same time. Homer smiled and called for his masterpieces to come out. More monsters stepped from the darkness as he shouted for them to show the heroes true despair. A level 172 corrupted half-elf, and a huge level 172 corrupted orc lurched toward the boys, growling. Rokan smirked and said, sending 2 waves at once meant Homer was really mad now. Gripping his weapon with both hands, he told the dwarves to take the half-elf while he handled the orc. They stood behind him and agreed. Homer pointed his staff and screamed for them to die. The system announced that the 4th and 5th waves had started. The heroes charged. Garnet and Meryl clenched their teeth and blocked the half-elf's attack, while Rokan went straight for the giant orc. He grinned at the monster and called it pathetic. Then Rokan spun and slammed his weapon into its body, shouting about how weak it was. He landed and stretched one leg back. Red magic flared in his hand as he yelled and unleashed the strike. The system announced that the corrupted orc was defeated. Rokon turned back and asked how the others were doing. The half-elf was attacking the dwarves with her long hair. Garnet and Meryl used a combo skill together, one side freezing, the other burning. Both forces crashed into the monster at once. The half-elf shrieked as it burned. The hot and cold barrage tore through it, and the system confirmed the corrupted half-elf was defeated, and all waves were cleared. Homer watched his dome break apart as the system announced that the barrier of corrupted power had been destroyed. Rokon launched himself off the rubble. He shot toward Homer, shouting that he'd been waiting for this. Mad with anger, the protagonist swung his axe and roared for the lunatic to die. Homer thrust his staff forward. Green magic burst from it as he used Light of Annihilation, and Rokon went wide-eyed. In shock, he realized he had forgotten about that move. A huge wave of green energy blasted at him, and MC remembered this instant kill trick came after the monster waves. The blast exploded and swallowed everything in bright light. Homer stared in confusion and shouted, because the beam had split and spilled around Garnet, who stood in front of him and used a combo skill to raise a massive barricade. He, stunned, couldn't believe the dwarf had blocked it. Still bracing himself, Garnet said he was almost out of stamina and mana and couldn't keep it up anymore. Meryl sprang forward and attacked Homer from behind with fire. She struck his back and used Ignite. Homer dropped his staff, and his attack on Garnet stopped at once. Garnet let out a breath, drained by everything that had happened. Homer spun around, screaming at the little brats. Then he attacked Meryl and shouted for them to get out. Snatching up his staff, Homer swung it in fury and used Hammer of Destruction, screaming for them to die. Energy wrapped around Meryl's head. She rose into the air unconscious while Homer shouted that her body had actually endured his attack. The system announced that Garnet and Meryl would return to the guild as mercenaries, and once back, they couldn't be summoned to the battlefield again. Rokon clicked accept. He checked the message window. Then he said the others had done great. Rokon lifted his axe and said the gnomes made it possible to wipe this place out for good. The two accepted the return order and vanished. Two blue lights shot upward, wishing the protagonist luck, as Garnet and Meryl returned to the mercenary guild. Homer spat and said this was his own fault. Now he was on his own. The wizard's staff flashed green. Homer charged in, yelling that he'd flatten the kid. They crashed into each other, sending sparks everywhere. As they fought, Homer felt something strange, like Rokon had become an unbreakable wall. He couldn't understand how someone so small could make him feel this helpless. Then Homer heard MC call him bald, and glanced down. He grinned and said he needed something from him, so was he ready to suffer for it. With that wild smile, he leaned in and asked if Homer minded. Homer snapped back that the protagonist shouldn't make him laugh. He'd been chosen by the evil force, and the only one suffering here would be the protagonist. Homer sprang back, thinking MC was only dangerous in close combat, but the skull on his staff started charging power. Homer attacked with the Sphere of Despair, firing a blast and asking how he liked that. The protagonist's weapon vanished as the system reported he had put away his battle axe. The attack landed and exploded. Homer stared and laughed, saying Rokon had been way too cocky, and now there was only a little ash left. Homer looked ahead and saw nothing. Then Rokon came from behind and struck. His fist shot forward as he said he still had one more thing to show him. Homer turned, completely confused about when Rokon had moved. MC's punch slammed into the old man's head and dented it. Homer reeled and was thrown aside from the damage. He leaped after him to end it. Raising his hand, he shouted that this was for Gareth and Meryl. Then he drove a crushing hit into Homer's body. Black cloth wrapped around his hands as Rokon told Homer to quit faking it, and asked how that felt. He grabbed the wizard by the head and smashed him straight into the ground. Red magic burst from Homer's head while he screamed. Rokon kept pounding his face, and Homer couldn't believe he was getting wrecked by one person. The blows kept coming, and Homer decided that if this was the end, he'd at least make the protagonist pay for his nerve. As MC beat down his broken body, green beams burst from Homer's eyes, arms and legs. Homer screamed that he'd take MC with him. Blood covered his face, but he only smiled, thinking this was perfect. A bright green blast went off. When the dust and smoke cleared, Rokon got back up. He smiled and set his hands on his belt, saying he'd finally done it. The system then reported that the berserk effect was gone, and soon the immortality effect would end too. Rokon looked around and figured Homer had blown himself up, but something should have dropped. Then the protagonist spotted something and shouted that he found it. He picked up a green orb and laughed, and a notification said he had obtained the Sphere of Defiled Power. Looking at it, MC realized the hidden item only the Mad Wizard dropped was the Sphere of Corrupted Power. He had already guessed the trick. If he killed Homer himself, the sphere would break. To get it whole, the wizard had to self-destruct. The teleportation pole lit up as Rokon said that now he had the item. It was time to settle the score and use the rune book at the crossroads. At the crossroads garrison building, he arrived. Macaulay stared in shock when he saw the magic orb. Holding it, Macaulay asked where he found it. He smiled and said it came from a corrupted monster, and he guessed that was what made the corruption spread. Macaulay jumped with excitement and called it an amazing find. He asked the protagonist to wait a bit, promising a big reward once the results came in. MC waved it off and said waiting was fine. He had no problem staying. Rokon smiled and opened the system window, wondering what the reward would be. While he waited, he decided to check the internet for updates. Then his face turned serious when he saw something. He scrolled through the messages and wondered if it was real. The post showed a group by a ship, saying people from the fourth city across the sea were heading to the capital for the first time. It also said members of a guild had already reached the continent. Rokon burned with anger, throwing his hands up and shouting that they beat him to it. Those weirdos got to the capital first.